On the soccer field, every shot is not just a game, but a battle of pride. The young striker Shujun carries a secret about a scandal that led to his brother being banned from playing forever. And now, he must face the very team that ruined his family. On the field, each play cuts through pain and aspiration. When the ball flies into the upper corner of the goal, it is not just a goal, but a declaration of war. In the light and shadow, there are those who want to knock him off the top. Will Shujun be able to win, or will he fall forever? Please join Life Manhwa to follow the story. The story begins with Shujun standing, panting heavily, his eyes focused on the goal, sweat dripping down his face, the weight of the ball, for 50 g. Shujun nervously tightened his shorts. He concentrated on assessing the situation on the field, the ball right at Shujun's feet, the distance to the defensive wall, 9.17 m. The goalkeeper is ready and waiting to catch the ball, he thinks, the distance to the goal, 2.36 m. Shujun carefully calculates the opportunity to shoot the ball into the goal, width, 7.32 m, height, 2.44 m. The upper corner of the goal is the most difficult position for the goalkeeper to block. Hayang and his teammates, outside the field, focused their eyes on him with anxious and expectant hearts. Shujun tried to regulate his breathing. He felt extremely tense and anxious. Shujun was not confident in his own judgment. He turned his head to look at his teammates. What if my calculations are wrong? Hayang flashed a confident smile. He muttered, mouthing the words, "Do not worry." Hayang pointed to his forehead, subtly signaling, he completely trusts Shujun's ability. His calculations are never wrong. Receiving Hayang's trust made him more confident. His eyes gradually became firm. Shujun concentrated intensely. He put all his strength into his leg and shot the ball. Professor of Physics Kim Jae-hyun's office. He walked up to the office and knocked on the door. Jae-hyun was sitting sipping hot tea in his room when he heard the sound. He looked up. Shujun shyly opened the door, peeking inside. Jae-hyun was surprised and said, "And Shujun, you have finished it already?" He looked at him and gave a bright smile. 2 cups of hot tea had been prepared on the table. Jae-hyun praised. "Every time I read your research paper, I am surprised." He looked at the report and praised. "I did not expect you to be able to analyze this much just by observing." The report was clearly presented with formulas. Shujun smiled shyly and replied, "It is just a simple acceptance test, nothing much." Jae-hyun looked at him sternly. He said in a low voice, "Then why did you ask for time off? Could it be, the pay is too low?" Shujun explained awkwardly, "It is not like that, Professor." He expressed his determination. "It is just that I have found what I really want to do." Jae-hyun pouted dismissively. "Too bad, but what can you do? You are busy every Sunday anyway. Go home and rest." Shujun scratched his head shyly and asked awkwardly, "Are not you curious about what I want to do?" He did not get annoyed but answered very comfortably, "It is okay. You also keep it a secret from your parents, right?" Jae-hyun said while looking at the computer screen, "Your mother is especially sensitive, so it is better for me not to know, or I will be forced to reveal it one day." Shujun thought for a moment after hearing this and replied, "Yes, maybe it is best to keep it a secret." He suddenly paused, wondering, is not this your school? Gwangjin High School, right? The article displayed on the screen was, "The worst violence incident at a prestigious soccer high school. The coach expels a large number of promising players." Shujun went over and peeked in. He read and replied, "Yes, that is right. The internet is flooded with articles. 2 faces of the prestigious team continue their bad habits. K High School discusses disbanding the soccer club. School violence continues to this day." Jae-hyun commented, "What a troubling issue. What era is this that there are still incidents like this?" He looked up at Shujun. "Could it be your passion? Is soccer?" He silently stared blankly at Jae-hyun. Shujun burst out laughing after hearing this. He raised his hand to cover his mouth. Shujun laughed loudly with delight. "You are joking." With his frail body, he also laughed along with tears in his eyes. "Right? If you were really passionate about soccer, your mother would probably have a stroke." He turned around and said, "Then I will be going, Professor." Jae-hyun spoke up, and Shujun, "I do not know what you want to do, but whenever you need help, you can come see me." Shujun happily replied, "Yes, sir." The sky was already late in the afternoon. The scene was covered in the colors of sunset. Shujun was focused on writing notes. He slowly walked up behind her, and then blurted out a sentence. "That sentence is..." He tiredly slumped on the table. Shujun said helplessly, "I can't think of anything." Let us take a look at the professor's notes. The ability to express emotions is still too poor. In everyday life, you should explore your surroundings more. Shujun looked up at the sky and sighed. "Express emotions by exploring my surroundings. Let us see. First try to express my own emotions." He looked at the birds flying in the sky and muttered, "Golden sunlight, drifting clouds, with every breeze." Somewhere a flock of birds spread their wings and flew. As if, Shujun paused, pondering, "Wait a minute, why are the birds flying in such a formation? Are they transforming the individual movements of each into a common pattern? If the birds use this method to determine a common path, Then I can analyze their movement patterns. After calculating for a while, he suddenly realized. Shijun messed up his hair in embarrassment. Why am I like this again? He looked at Taeho's photo in the corner of the book and sighed. It is too difficult, Professor. How can I become a novelist like you? Tall buildings stand close together, creating the scene of a modern neighborhood. The roads are wide and quiet. Taeho was leisurely sipping a cup of tea in his yard. Bear lay underneath, wagging its tail, looking at him. Suddenly there was a sound at the door that caught its attention. Bear excitedly darted towards the door. It ran around in circles. Bear sat obediently, wagging its tail, looking towards the door, waiting as usual. Shijun outside stuffed paper into the newspaper and skillfully threw it inside. It saw the newspaper flying towards it and about to fall. Bear excitedly wagged its tail, opening its mouth to wait. It caught the newspaper with its mouth. Shijun outside saw this and clenched his fist in delight. Good. Bear brought the newspaper to the table for Taeho. He patted its head and praised. Well done, Bear. He quietly peeked inside. Taeho looked at Shijun with eyes that clearly showed his annoyance. This kid, does not he ever get tired? He said shyly, Good morning. The figure of a pair of slender legs slowly walked. A small hand slowly pushed open the door. Ara stretched, stepping out. She was still sleepy. Good morning, Dad. Taeho replied in a gentle voice. Good morning, daughter. Ara gently petted Bear's head. Hello, Bear. Shijun blushed looking at her. Ara is still as beautiful as ever. Suddenly his expression became frightened and ugly. He glared at Shijun with murderous intent and hateful eyes. Taeho raised his hand to warn him. He pointed his finger directly at Shijun's face, threatening him. He fearfully crouched down to hide. Shijun trembled in fear. I can feel it. Murderous intent. He looked to the side and saw a package placed in front of the door. That is, the manuscript I showed him last time. Shijun got on his bicycle and rode over to the house next door. He picked up the package and opened it to see. Let us see. What does he think of it? The ability to imagine is still lacking. Need to observe people more. Shijun felt disappointed. Still the same today. He cried silently, helplessly. Still just the same comment as always. Shijun did not collapse because of this. He looked up and thought to himself. But still thank you, Professor. Hayang ran up and stopped above the bridge, looking down, shouting in delight. That guy. Finally found him. His face was dripping with sweat as he looked towards Shijun. He was still looking in another direction. Hayang hurriedly ran after Shijun. He ran past the house with newspapers placed in front of the door. A panicked voice came out. What? The newspaper was written about the worst violence incident at a prestigious soccer high school. Hayang glanced at the headphones unhappily and said, Can't you come back to Korea? Are you kidding me? The other end of the line, he explained awkwardly. Well, the situation is not very good right now. The person who is diligently jogging is Hayang, first year LW, left winger. He yelled into the headphones. Were not you allowed by management? At England, Liverpool FC, Hayang's friend replied with a smile. Of course I was allowed by the club, but the team commander is Ian, coach of the U18 FC Liverpool team. He continued, the coach told me to stop begging and join the training camp until FIFA lifts the ban. Hayang ran like the wind on the road, muttering non-stop, Geez, so you are ditching me after all. At this moment, his voice on the other end of the line suddenly became hesitant. I do not necessarily have to go back. I mean, there is someone who wants to go to Korea even more than me. He quickly noticed something strange. What? William stood towering in front of him, saying a long string of words. Annyeonghaseyo, Gwenchana, AAA Shiba Saka, see, I am pretty good at Korean too. Then the two of them bickered through Hayang's eardrums. I have to show a little loyalty. To keep my future. Hey William, speak normally. He lost his patience immediately, scolding, You idiots. You came there just to have fun and sightsee. The loud shout over the phone startled him, mumbling, Why are you getting angry? If it is so urgent, you can find someone outside the club. Hayang directly shouted, Shut your mouth, say yes after you know. He clicked his tongue softly, lowered his voice and said, Damn it, seriously, listen up. As he ran, he kept talking through the headphones. This school is not simple at all, so amateur players are not strong enough to step onto the field. Hayang started talking about what he wanted, and what I really need is someone who can keep up with my speed, a playmaker with enough ability. His skillful moves control the soccer field. After practicing for a while, he was exhausted, speaking intermittently. But there is no one suitable in my team, not even one person who knows how to pass properly. As Hayang was engrossed in talking, I just need someone who can pass the ball accurately to. Suddenly a newspaper flew in front of him, startling him. He was still bewildered, wondering, what is this? As soon as he turned his head, he saw Shijun riding his bicycle towards him. Instinctively, Hayang moved aside to let the bicycle pass. Shijun rode the bicycle with one hand, and grabbed a newspaper from the basket with the other, skillfully preparing to throw the newspaper. This action immediately caught his attention. He chased after him, wondering, is it luck? No longer a child, he knew very well, the distance just now was about 5 meters, and he was even riding a bicycle. Seeing Hayang silent for so long, his friend on the other end of the line began to urge, are you listening? Just put that matter aside and come back here. He encouraged him, if you are willing to go back and beg, maybe the coach will turn a blind eye. But Hayang directly rejected him, you are too annoying, shut up, I will take care of my own business. And you hurry up and complete the training course and come back to Korea. He listened and did not say anything more. Yes, sir. His steps became faster and faster. The bicycle in front was also flying on the road. Shurjun continued to take out a new newspaper, skillfully throwing it away. The newspaper accurately fell into the mailbox of each household. Hayang looked at this scene in surprise. The more he looked, the more impressed he was. Looking at his physique, he is probably just about my age. Just like that, after going a bit, he threw the newspaper into each mailbox without a single mistake. Each newspaper was rolled up neatly, lying neatly in each paper slot. Finally, Hayang stopped, standing still, watching him still riding away. He leaned over slightly to breathe, sweat dripping down his face. Running and talking on the phone made me lose too much energy. What a pity, if his footwork was as impressive as that. But his will urged him. No, if his senses are that good, then maybe. I have to take a look at his face now. Hayang started calculating a bit, because this road is an arc. After thinking about it, he did not hesitate to stride on, so I can catch up if I run down these stairs. The warm sun shone on each tile of the small neighborhood. Shurjun went through each street to deliver mail. He pulled out a piece of paper that was hidden between the newspapers. Happily thinking to himself, today, I will definitely. He made up his mind, received good comments from the professor. On this side, Hayang chased after him, directly jumping over the fence post. He stopped at a high step, looking down. He leaned on the railing, saying with satisfaction, finally found him. Quietly observing for a while, Hayang was confused. What is he doing? That is Ara's house. Without an answer, he guessed casually, he is a pervert. Only to see Shurjun take a piece of paper from the newspaper and place it neatly in front of Ara's house. Hayang immediately chased after him, muttering, whatever, I can't lose track of him. He ran like the wind through the long steps down, jumping over each railing as high as his chest. Jumping down to block Shurjun's path, he said with pleasure, caught you, you pervert. The small sunflower pot stood basking in the sun on the road he was passing through. A reproachful voice also echoed from that house. Mom told you not to play ball in the house. The boy in the room startled, causing the ball to fly, being discovered, accidentally hitting the sunflower pot. Just as Hayang spoke up, stop. He froze when he realized the problem. The sunflower pot from the house was about to fall right when Shurjun passed by. It seemed that he still did not realize the danger. Hayang rushed forward, only thinking, that guy, be careful. He frantically ran forward, jumping up just as the flower pot was a little away from his head. He kept steady in the air, his foot just barely catching the falling flower pot. He was startled and bewildered. Then Hayang skillfully landed. He said to himself, now I just need to land carefully. But suddenly he discovered, why is there a puddle of water here? Without time to react, Hayang landed, causing a loud noise, causing Shurjun to awkwardly brake the bicycle quickly. He took off the hooded jacket, and turned around awkwardly to ask, hey, what the heck are you doing? Hayang sat sprawled on the ground, the flower branch still stuck on his head, asked angrily, what? He looked at this scene, stunned and confused, flowers growing on his head. He could not take it anymore, and immediately cried out, this guy just saved your life. He immediately rode away. Before leaving, he sincerely shouted back, I am sorry, not giving him a chance to pull him back. Hey, do not run. Helplessly, he got into position to chase after him. So, you want to admire my speed? He gritted his teeth in anger. If I catch up, you are dead. Filled with enthusiasm, he suddenly faltered. Directly lying down on the road, screaming, cramp, cramp. Pain and anger caused Hayang to swear, damn it, huh? At this moment, someone appeared. He was Kang Tae-jun, Year 2 STCF, center forward. As soon as he saw him, he became hesitant. Tae-jun, what are you doing here? He threw the newspaper into his arms, and said in a low voice, is this set up by you? Hayang's face darkened, opening the newspaper and asking, what are you talking about? A big headline was printed right on the front page. The two faces of the prestigious soccer club, bad habits never go away. He glanced at him seriously and said, I did not expect you to think I arranged this. That is a bit too much. Tae-jun asked back, then why did not you tell me earlier? He clicked his tongue, well this. Throwing the flower down, Hayang replied unhappily, it is not my business, and even if I did tell you, you probably would not believe me. He propped himself up to stand, each word resounding, even if I was the one who spread the news, why would I tell you the truth? He seriously faced him, because you are the kind of person who would pretend to be deaf and dumb about things like this. Tae-jun still stood silently, listening to each word he said until he got to year 3, became the oldest member of the club, then he would be willing to deal with it. Am I right? But do you think the club can exist peacefully until that moment? Then Hayang turned and left. Do not lump everyone together. Not everyone can ignore everything like you do. He furrowed his brow, watching him leave without saying a word. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that perverted cyclist. I lost track of him. Recalling the moment Shojun rode away, he thought boringly, what a pity. Because Hayang initially had the idea, I wanted to check him out a bit. On this side, Shojun was still bewildered. What on earth did I just witness? Walking on the road, he mumbled repeatedly, what on earth did I just witness? Without paying much attention, he continued to ride his bicycle on the road. His eyes lit up, filled with contemplation. Ever since I was born, everything around me has been like a math problem. I am fascinated by exploring and assembling the pieces to find the most accurate answer. And then I feel excited when I discover the answer to every problem. I always thought that numbers were everything in this world. You are so smart. What do you want to be when you grow up? Then one day, I encountered a problem for the first time that I could not solve. That day Shojun intended to take a book from the library. Classical mechanics must be somewhere around here. Found it. Suddenly someone else also intended to take that book. Ara turned and gently asked him, you like to read novels too? Causing him to blush slightly, stammering and nodding. I realized that no matter how good I am at calculating, there is still a problem that I cannot solve. A charismatic author was printed right on the edge of the book, writer Cho Tae-ho. Since then, I started writing novels myself. Even during math class, Shojun was engrossed in his own story. The main character in this novel is. He unconsciously looked up towards Ara. His mind immediately became depressed and boring. It does not look interesting at all. All previous sketches had been crossed out. It is hard to imagine a villain who will face the main character. He tried to think, to be empathetic and understanding, by observing everything around him. I should take a look around to see if there is anyone suitable for the villain role. On the other side, Hayang sat in class, frowning. Recalling Tae-jun's cold voice, you arranged everything. His eyebrows furrowed even more. I have never been questioned so publicly. He must be starting to suspect me now. He bit his nails in frustration. I do not know who did it, but he is pretty cunning. I think I have an idea who it is. Then he scratched his head annoyedly. That bastard. Hurry up and come back to Korea. Are you leaving me alone? Suddenly, the teacher's strict voice rang out. Hey you, soccer player. The teacher tapped on the board, reminding him, you have not been to class for a while. Do not daydream, pay attention. He reluctantly replied yes. When he turned back to the lesson, continuing with this problem, he suddenly stopped, bewildered. What is he doing? Shojun sat below, waving his arms and legs around wildly. Just as he put his pen down, thinking to himself, I should think a little deeper. The teacher shouted fiercely, and Shojun, come to the board now. He picked up his notebook, scolding him in front of the class. How dare you do your own thing in class? If you have free time, why do not you find something else to do? Like joining the soccer club. Suddenly he had an idea. Oh right, I heard you are good at math, then try to solve this problem. He looked straight at him, his voice full of meaning. If you can't, then I will show the whole class what you wrote in this notebook. Got it? Shojun panicked, trying to stop him. Then that would be a bit. The students below were excited, saying noisily, I can't wait. He stood in front of the board, scratching his head awkwardly. The problem was clearly written on the board. He carefully reread the problem, in the absence of wind, and the ball weighs 450 g. He smiled smugly and said, if you can't solve it. But Shojun resolutely picked up the chalk and wrote. He tried to think deeper, calculating the distance, and then imagined himself on the soccer field. As he moved, lifted his leg, and then, just like when he kicked the ball, the answer is. Suddenly he said regretfully, it is wrong. Hayang looked intently at the board. He was a little unsure, thinking about it. It seems like, I have met him somewhere before. But the teacher was stunned. No, the answer is correct. Seeing the noisy class below annoyed him. Can you all be quiet for a moment? He picked up his paper, and said seriously, you follow me to the teacher's office right now, Shojun said boredly. But it is lunchtime already. At this moment Hayang suddenly realized, that is the perverted cyclist from this morning. He smugly said to himself, anyway we are at school now, I will slowly deal with you later. That is worth looking forward to. But why am I chasing after him anyway? During the break, a few people went down to the large soccer field in the school. Hayang could not believe it. What did you say? It will take you 3 weeks to recover. He clutched his forehead helplessly. If you can't play there, then we are really screwed. That friend then replied, what about the secret weapon you called back from Liverpool? He is, Jo Jong-han, first year, STCF center forward. Hayang was a little embarrassed. Well, the coach kept him. But that still did not alleviate his worries. Can't we talk somewhere else? Oh well, they will probably follow me anyway. Young-hwan reminded him, if you can't bring out the secret weapon as promised, then the members will blame you for this mess. He raised his eyebrows and asked back, You think so too, he still calmly replied. You understand what the situation is now. His gentle voice rang out. We are one of the most prestigious teams in the country, and then fell to the bottom of society overnight. And besides, you are now in a bad relationship with those fired players, right? Hayang said excitedly. Hey, no matter what I do. Before he could finish speaking, a ball flew over, causing him to fall. That classmate quickly spoke up. Sorry. The two of them apologized awkwardly. I did not mean to. But he was not easily let go and scolded. You bastards, can't you see I am talking? Just as Shujun also appeared, complaining wearily. I do not even have time to eat. Those two classmates still replied awkwardly. Sorry for hitting you, but can you give the ball back? Hayang's anger still had not subsided, and he was about to kick the ball back. What? Come here and get it. And he just appeared, still confused, asked, Are you talking to me? He pouted, thinking to himself, I just want to go inside the classroom to rest. Recognizing Shujun, he stopped. It is that cyclist from this morning. He suddenly noticed something else. Wait a minute. A shooting spot that he imagined, this situation. The two of them had the same thought at the same time. I have seen it somewhere. Only he remembered more. Oh, it is the math problem in class. While he was struggling standing on the platform to solve the problem. Just like the ball weighs 450 g. When the foot glides, the target is in the middle of the field. Skillfully kicking the ball away, creating a perfect flight path. The ball flew in the air until it fell. The classmate who picked up the ball looked at the ball coming, with his mouth open. It fell neatly into the small basket used to hold the ball. After the performance, Young Hwan casually commented, although it is accurate, it seems like he does not know how to dribble the ball. It is not necessary to kick the ball so high. Only Hayang completely understood. No, he did exactly the math problem in class. Just like when he stared blankly at Shujun using math on the board. When the ball fell into the basket, just like when he said regretfully, it is wrong. Causing Hayang to be surprised. He can really calculate everything. Intuition told him and made him suddenly run away. I have to get out of here quickly. I suddenly feel so cold. He saw Shujun leaving and was startled. Immediately calling out, You over there, stop for a moment. He raised his eyebrows and turned his head. Seeing him rushing over like a hungry tiger made his face turn pale. Oh my god. When he pounced and shook his shoulder, Shujun realized, You are that scary guy from this morning. Hayang shook him annoyedly like a toy and said, Think about what you did. Then he scolded loudly, I risked my life to save you. And what about you? He lowered his head and smiled awkwardly. Is that what happened? Sorry for misunderstanding you. He stood with his arms crossed, looking down. So how are you going to compensate? Shujun was a little confused. What? He pointed to his leg and snapped. My leg is broken. How are you going to compensate? Though inwardly assessing, it still looks pretty healthy. But outwardly he still had to say softly. I do not know. Immediately he dragged him away like a gust of wind. If you do not know, carry your ass with me quickly. Arriving at the place, he and Young Hwan, the two of them looked at him with intention. Shujun kept waving his hands trying to say, If you want to take revenge for what happened this morning, then you see, let me apologize, okay? Hayang then put on a smile and replied, What are you talking about? If an apology could solve the problem, why would I drag you all the way here? Making him even more stunned. Then what do you want to do? On this side, Young Hwan was not as pleased. He said impatiently, Do not you think we are wasting time on him? He did not care, simply replied, Nonsense, you will understand later, causing him to just pat his forehead helplessly. You are putting your faith in the wrong place, Hyo Do-hyum. Hayang directly pushed him away. Shut up, I do not have time to explain now, you just wait and see the results. Then he turned back and confidently said to Shujun, Okay, let us start the test now. He shrank back instinctively. What do you mean, what test? The golden sunlight shone on the school's training ground. He sat helplessly watching Shujun clumsily, dribbling the ball. Although Shujun tried his best, he still could not completely control the ball as he wanted. Juggling the ball. He even accidentally kicked the ball into his own face while juggling. Du Hyun sat outside, witnessing everything and trying to suppress his anger. What are you doing? Shujun, even while covering his nose, tried to answer, I have never played soccer before, so I do not know what to do. He angrily shouted at him. Do not know what? You just kicked the ball into the basket, Shujun said flusteredly. It is complicated to explain. Even though his cheek was pinched red by Du Hyun, he still tried to say, I just did the math problem in class. He stood up straight and questioned Shujun. I know that. So everything you showed just now was entirely thanks to calculation, and there was no athletic skill at all. He was released and quickly put his hands on his cheeks. I do not understand what you are saying. Du Hyun scratched his head in frustration. Damn it, I have already tested his skills, so it can't be a lie. Or just like Young Hwan said, how about I just use him as a trick to fool the team? Seeing the scary expression of his close friend, Shujun tiptoed away. Well, I will go first. Suddenly, he slightly raised the corner of his mouth and spoke. No, stay there. Today you are the secret weapon that I painstakingly prepared. Du Hyang hooked his arm around his neck and dragged him away. Just one moment of shining is enough. If you are willing to help, I will forgive you for what happened this morning. Shujun cried and begged unsuccessfully. Let me go. Du Hyang suddenly flashed a sinister smile. I just had a great idea. Very quickly, his intention could be known. On the soccer field, the members of Du Hyang's soccer team were all present. Facing them were Du Hyang and Shujun, looking flustered. He confidently whispered to Shujun, do not worry, you just need to do exactly what I told you. Wu Jin frowned, walking up to him with a scary expression. Is this the super secret weapon you mentioned? He glanced at Du Hyang next to him. You bastard. Wu Jin forcefully grabbed his collar. Then he questioned Du Hyang sternly. The seniors were just expelled, and you still have the mood to joke with us. He gave a sarcastic smile and challenged, to be honest. If it was not on the soccer field, you can fight me whenever you want. Just then, Taejun walked over from afar, stopping the two people who were about to fight. Come on, every bet is good before the match. He squinted at him, but Hyo Do-hyung, you have to try to convince me in this situation. Shujun awkwardly looked at the situation that was happening. Is this because of me? The atmosphere is strange. Ho Ji-young spoke up and asked him after everything had calmed down. Which junior high school did you go to before? Shujun said timidly, Silla School. He continued to ask, Silla School, is there a soccer club there? The people behind whispered, I have never heard of that school before. Wu Jin nudged Ho Ji-young's shoulder. I told you, there is no need to ask so much. Du Hyang happened to step in to defuse the situation. Well, everyone must have a lot of questions, but he is not feeling well, so, before he could finish speaking, Ho Ji-young interrupted him. Wait a minute. He stepped up, looked at him intently and said to Du Hyang, you brought him here on your own accord, so of course we have to check a bit. Wu Jin excitedly pointed his finger everywhere. Right? How can a shorty like him look like a soccer player? But he did not think that he was touching Ho Ji-young's sore spot when Shujun and he were, respectively, 173 centimeters, 166 centimeters tall. Taejun then stepped forward and continued Ho Ji-young's words. Ji-young is right. I can't decide when I only hear from your side, and Wu Jin behind him apologized flusteredly. Sorry, I did not mean to, Ho Ji-young only said coldly, get lost. Du Hyang, after hearing him say that, subtly glanced down at Shujun. What the captain says goes. He looked at Shujun, who was nervously listening to the two of them talking, thinking to himself, everything is going as planned. A moment later, Taejun was announcing the rules of the competition. This practice match is between the first and second years, 2 halves, 20 minutes each half. The teams can choose their own players. I hope everyone is serious. The second-year seniors looked at the first-year students provocatively. You kittens, let us have a fun match. The first-year members of the club looked pale. The seniors looked so scary. On the other side, Du Hyang carefully instructed him. Do not forget what I told you. I will signal and then you. Shujun suddenly interrupted him. Wait, but I do not even know the rules yet. Du Hyang, hearing this sentence, felt like he was about to explode. Geez. He explained briefly, the rule is to throw the ball into the opponent's goal without using your hands and... He asked Du Hyang in surprise, that is it. After the match started, the first-year and second-year members fought fiercely. The first and second years marked each other tightly, not letting the opponent take the ball. While both were not paying attention, the ball was stolen by a second-year senior. The ball was kicked away, the first-year members chased after it fiercely. Fortunately, one of those first-year members caught up with the ball and kicked it back. Everyone ran frantically after the ball again. At this time, Du Hyang had managed to stay close to the ball. He prepared, intending to shoot in one go in the gap right between the two seniors. Just as Ho Ji-young came to grab the ball, Du Hyang managed to avoid it in time. He dribbled the ball, thinking, we have to seize the situation from the beginning. Shujun looked at Du Hyang in surprise, admiring in his heart, he runs so fast, and I thought he had a broken leg. Minyu could not help but praise, although his personality is really unpleasant, but in terms of speed alone, he is really admirable. Ho Ji-young rushed up immediately from behind without hesitation. It is too troublesome to face him directly. Another second-year senior just happened to meet him, secretly assessing his way of dribbling the ball. His dribbling style is different every time. Although he confidently said out loud, I have got you figured out, but his eyes were still darting around, following the ball. I can't read him at all. The second-year senior seized the right moment, and reached out his foot to grab the ball. But Du Hyang skillfully snatched the ball back from his foot. From somewhere, Ho Ji-young rushed over and kicked the ball away. He looked at Du Hyang and smirked. Immediately after that, the two of them rushed to compete for the ball fiercely. He frowned and clicked his tongue, watching the ball. It is really not easy. Then Du Hyang looked back, following the path of the ball. Shujun also rushed to block Ho Ji-young, but his eyes were still on him. He lost the ball. On the soccer field at this moment, Du Hyang, and he seemed to have telepathy. He glanced back as if he was saying to Shujun, "Just give me a chance." Two first-year teammates saw Du Hyang not moving and angrily cursed. "That Hyo Hyang is not even participating in the defense. What the heck are you doing?" Ignoring what they said, he kept looking intently in Shujun's direction. "Do not forget what I told you." He caught his eye, unconsciously thinking about the conversation between the two of them before. "I was supposed to bring a friend back to the club today, but he can't come. So you just need to help me today. And even if I take you, it is not like they will just ask a few questions. They will definitely make you participate in the practice match." Right now, the dark-skinned friend had passed the ball to Shujun, so the important thing is. In a flash, he looked blankly at the ball rolling towards him. "If the ball happens to come to you." His face gradually turned pale. "The ball really came to me." Shujun remembered the last words of his friend, "Then kick the ball into this position when I signal. I will take care of the rest." It is not difficult. It is just like you are solving those math problems, right? Then he looked at the goal in the distance. "But that place is much farther than I thought." Suddenly, Du Hyang shouted loudly, "Right now." Noticing that the ball was in front of Shujun but not moving, the two seniors rushed to grab the ball. He looked at them rushing over, feeling a little panicked. Shujun began to prepare and calmly said to Du Hyang, "I am not sure I can kick it there." Immediately, he rushed to prepare to catch the ball. Perfect timing. Du Hyang smiled, looking at him with trusting eyes. "Show me what you are capable of." Seizing the ripe opportunity, Shujun prepared to kick. The second-year seniors stared intently at the ball, just waiting to grab it. Shujun looked at the ball with determined eyes. There must be an answer. Then, he prepared to kick the ball hard. Du Hyang looked at Shujun, feeling proud beyond words. "Good, show them." The ball was kicked away by him, rolling smoothly on the grass. The second-year members were all prepared to catch the ball at any moment. He looked at the ball rolling towards him in panic. "Ground pass, won't it be blocked?" The second-year seniors in the club also gaped in surprise. "This can't be." Threaded pass. Without waiting for them to react, the ball continued to move steadily across the field. Just as it was about to move out of the encirclement, a pair of feet managed to intercept it. Ho Ji-young rushed out of the encirclement, trying to get to the ball. He slid a long way on the grass. The ball was not affected by this, and it continued to move steadily across the field. At the same time, Du Hyang quickly dashed forward, trying to get to the ball, but he got distracted for a second. He quickly kicked the ball towards the opponent's goal, but it was blocked by their goalkeeper. Du Hyang regretted it, thinking that if he had not been daydreaming just now, he would definitely have scored. Immediately afterwards, he looked up to observe his surroundings, and the situation was better than he thought. Taejun stood outside, assessing the situation, saying that was a perfect pass. Getting the ball to a forward who is out of sight is never easy, and what is even more surprising is that ground pass actually went straight through the defender's area of action. However, right then, Du Hyang seized the opportunity again and kicked the ball. He carefully considered in his head that the longer he plays, the easier it will be for him to be exposed, and he has to score before that happens. Just then, Ho Ji-young rushed up and blocked him. Shujun anxiously watched his teammates being marked by the seniors, not letting them seize an opportunity again. A second-year member rushed in and headed the ball away. He was startled and subconsciously took a step back, saying he could not get close. Wu Jin shouted from behind, saying, "How much further are you planning to back up?" He angrily questioned Shujun, asking what is your position, and the latter blankly asked back, saying position. Immediately after that, a senior caught the ball and kicked it back, and Wu Jin startled momentarily, and reminded him that the ball's coming. Control the ball. Shujun was still dazed, not realizing that the ball was heading towards him. Then he started to understand what he said and turned his head, saying about that. On the soccer field at this moment, both sides nervously watched the ball flying towards him. Shujun still followed the ball with his eyes, waiting, and quickly calculating the trajectory of the ball, along with the speed of the flight. The ball just flew past, causing him to hold his head in panic and kneel down, saying it is too fast. Wu Jin muttered and cursed, saying that idiot. He also did not manage to catch the ball in that instant, allowing it to go straight into the goal. Everyone on the field stood frozen, not thinking that this time it would be so easy. He mechanically turned his head back, trembling all over. Later, when it was time for a break, everyone consciously did their job, some going to pick up the ball, and some going to hand out water. Du Hyang stubbornly defended him, saying you guys saw it too, he did a through pass. Ho Ji-young was angry but still had to hold it back, saying are you lying to us, and then getting caught, and now you are trying to BS us again. Du Hyang still tried to defend him, saying it is not like that, he can really calculate. But before he could finish his sentence, Taejun cut him off, saying Du Hyang. He frowned and questioned, in soccer, is passing everything? He thought uncomfortably, saying here we go, these guys are starting to get serious. Right then, Wu Jin walked over from somewhere, gently put the ball down, saying Taejun's right. He glanced at him and smirked, saying kicking the ball into a fixed position. Immediately after that, Woo Jin took a run up and kicked the ball hard, saying even a dog could do it. However, the ball did not go where he wanted it to, but went off course and out. Then he glossed over what just happened, saying in general, soccer is not just about passing, and Do Hyun kept trying to explain, but his passing ability is really needed for us right now. After hearing what he said, Woo Jin shouted awkwardly, saying do not be ridiculous, think about reality a little, how is that useful at all? Do Hyun angrily questioned him, saying how is that, can anyone here do that much? Ho Ji-young cursed angrily, saying you idiots, and then his eyes met someone. Clearly this is a soccer field, but instead of shoes, he is wearing flip-flops. Wang Ji-hyun, 3rd year, CM, CDM, CM, central midfielder, CDM, central defensive midfielder, he walked along yawning, saying it has been a long time since he has been here, what is with the commotion? The second-year members all ran over happily, saying it is Ji-hyun, you are back. The first-year members all looked blankly at the seniors running over in a swarm, wondering if that person, Ji-hyun annoyed them, said to get out of the way. He looked at the club captain, Taejun, and said it has been a while, I heard that you guys went too far and argued a lot, huh? He obediently stood in front of Ji-hyun, saying sorry. Before he could be cool for 3 seconds, he turned to pinch Ho Ji-young's cheeks, saying Younglin is still so cute. Do Hyung stood outside wondering who he was. Suddenly, Ji-hyun slowly stepped up to the first-year members, saying hey. He scrutinized him from head to toe, asking if you are the famous troublemaker, and Do Hyung laughed it off, saying well, I guess so, but the second-year members angrily accused him, saying who else would it be? A little while later, Ji-hyun leaned down and looked at Shurjun, saying so that is what happened, let us see. He looked at him from head to toe, secretly assessing him. Ji-hyun laughed, saying look at this kid, a newbie. He suddenly made a suggestion, saying if you want to officially join the club, then do not just use your mouth. Why do not we do a test, to see if he is really better at passing than the people here? Ji-hyun turned his head and asked Taejun, saying is that okay, captain? He lowered his head, and the senior lifted the corner of his mouth, seemed the captain did not disagree. Do Hyun was overly confident, saying okay, then who is going to compete with him? And he was sure that no one in this team could beat him when it comes to passing. Ji-hyun volunteered and also gave the test, saying of course it is me, and the test will be shooting the ball at targets in the distance. Whoever knocks down all the targets first wins. It is simple, right? He gave Do Hyun a sidelong glance, saying but if your secret weapon can't pass this test, then you have to take responsibility for the mess you caused. He ran his hand through his hair, speaking as if he already knew the result, saying I understand, do not go back on your word after the test. Ji-hyun completely believed in his ability, saying you are confident, you guys can choose the time for the test. Do Hyung pretended to be polite, saying then let us meet next week's practice, but cursed inwardly, saying thanks you jerk. He stood proudly in the middle of the soccer field, arrogantly looking at the team on the other side. Woo Jin turned his head and sneered, saying you guys are done for, you do not even know where he is from, do you? Do Hyung clenched his fists full of momentum, thinking how dare they underestimate the secret weapon he chose. He took advantage of the eagerness to win, while it was still burning and turned to Shurjun, saying we are already on the soccer field, how about we start a special training? But he did not dare to refuse outright, saying but I am not interested in sports at all. Do Hyun was a little slow on the uptake, asking what are you talking about? Shurjun ran away as fast as he could, and he collapsed trembling pitifully, saying I did not force you to come or anything, but just remembered that he dragged him into this. And then thought that is right. Do Hyun was so scared that he was sweating, his face was pale, saying this was not in the plan. Early in the morning on the street, Shurjun was pedaling his bicycle uphill, while panting heavily. His legs were shaking as he tried to hold the pedals down. He could not help but remember the previous practice and sighed, saying yesterday was really a horrible day. The harsh scene of the soccer game and Do Hyun's chokehold on Shurjun. He was a little scared and secretly vowed that he did not want to get involved with him anymore. But Do Hyun suddenly appeared and asked what are you mumbling about? Did you get home safely yesterday? This made Shurjun startled and scared and ran away, leaving Do Hyun who had not finished his sentence, that today I have. He had no choice but to chase after him, saying I just wanted to talk for a bit. Then he sped up to catch up with Shurjun and suddenly stopped. Do Hyun held out his hand to stop Shurjun, saying hey, listen to me finish my sentence, I will be quick. He said a little impatiently, saying first, I am sorry about yesterday, but this situation is really, but Shurjun did not care, and he said you know, I already said yesterday that I am not interested in sports at all. Do Hyun tried to persuade him, saying come on, what is the harm in trying, but Shurjun interrupted him, saying our school's soccer club. I saw it on the news, is that right? Du Hyang avoided his eyes and answered hesitantly, saying yeah, well, it is a bit exaggerated, and cursed inwardly, saying damn it, those rumors. Just as he was about to continue, but the important thing is, Ara suddenly appeared and asked curiously, what are you guys doing? Du Hyang turned around, and his soul flew away, saying you scared me to death. Ara chatted friendly, saying I can't exercise in the morning because it is too hard to wake up early, and when Shujun saw her, he suddenly became embarrassed, saying of all the places to meet. Why did we meet in such an awkward moment? Du Hyang annoyed Ara, saying hey, I have something important, do not interrupt me, and then pointed at Shujun and asked thinking about it, do you know that guy? We are in the same class. But when they turned back, Shujun had already walked away, making Ara stunned, asking huh, who are you talking about? What is his name? Never mind, Du Hyang sighed helplessly, and saying I will explain later. Speaking of which, are you here for morning class? Ara replied calmly, saying that she came to the library. Du Hyang looked confused, saying she did not know what he was talking about. All of a sudden, his face darkened, saying you are right, it is today. In the room, the principal had just opened the newspaper about student fights. He rhythmically tapped his fingers, expressing his anger, and then glanced at the 3 students sitting straight ahead, said sternly to them, I have something to say to you. Often it is the new students who act out. The older students do not like it, so they decide to act out. But things escalated very fast, like someone planned this. One of the teachers nearby spoke up, saying and when it just happened, the media got involved right away, there are countless articles digging into our club. Another member also spoke loudly, saying such detailed documents, are not they very difficult to obtain if you are an outsider? Only the 3 students just lowered their heads in silence. The principal asked with a stern face, now asking the new captain, Taejun first, do you know why I called Du Hyang, who was not involved in this, here today? Taejun replied clearly, saying he did not know what he meant. He slowly repeated the question, saying why do all the students involved in this incident criticize Du Hyang? I want to know the reason. The vice principal next to him was a little confused, saying it is as clear as day, that student Du Hyang must have instigated the new students, so he is the main culprit causing this problem. To his surprise, Taejun bravely replied that as far as he knows, that is not the case. The principal was silent for a long time. Ji-young hurriedly spoke up to plead, saying sorry Mr. Principal, but I think this incident could be an opportunity to rebuild the team, please give us another chance. The vice principal immediately retorted loudly in anger, saying nonsense, the reputation of the soccer club is now like a muddy puddle. If we want to save the face of the school, we have to disband the team immediately. Du Hyang immediately argued with him, saying vice principal, is not what we need to protect at this moment the remaining students in the team, instead of face or reputation. Ji-young sweated when he heard him say that and stopped him, saying hey, shut up. Du Hyang completely ignored his words, bravely expressing his views, saying what is done, and as far as I know, the coaches and players involved in this matter have been disciplined. Now if the school can take responsibility for the remaining students, then I am sure that everyone will feel relieved. The vice principal clenched his fists in anger, asking you, how dare you, and the principal just gently concluded, saying that is enough for today, and how to deal with the team. I will announce it after discussing it. Du Hyang was walking in the hallway and stopped, saying that as a surprise. I never thought you guys would take my side. Ji-young frowned and refused to admit it, saying I am just wanted to say what is on my mind. Even Taejun just turned his face away and said coldly, do not be so self-absorbed. I just do not want the team to be even more exhausted. Actually, he was very worried in his heart, thinking that we did everything we could. That morning at school, the teacher was joking with the students in class, saying that is how he had. Only Du Hyang was staring intently at Shujun pouting, saying damn it. There is no time left, how should I talk to him, threaten him or bribe him, but it probably won't work. The classroom was still filled with the teacher's voice and giggles, saying that he has not played sports for a long time, and they just. Shujun kept glancing at Ara and blushing, saying it is strange that when I am near her, writing became very interesting. As expected, the main character in my novel is different. He did not notice that Du Hyang was observing all his gestures from behind. Du Hyang noticed Shujun staring at Ara all the time and thought, saying what is wrong with him, is he crazy? But he immediately realized it, saying that is right, thinking about it. His memory went back to that morning, including the scene where Shujun hurriedly ran away when Ara appeared. Du Hyang's face suddenly broke into a strange smile and rejoiced secretly, saying why did not I realize it sooner, is not the method right in front of me? In the meantime, Shujun was still smiling foolishly without knowing what was going on. During school break, he was still taking the opportunity to continue writing his novel. Shujun was confused and lamented, saying he still can't imagine the villain. Unexpectedly, Du Hyang suddenly appeared out of nowhere and startled him, saying hey. Shujun crossed his arms in annoyance, saying he said he did not want to. But Du Hyang did not hesitate and said right away, "It is Ara, right?" And this made Jun shocked, saying what? Du Hyang put on Ara's sweet appearance and asked this girl, the main character in your love letter, making Jun unable to bear it, and cover his eyes and shout, saying, "My eyes, you are killing me." Du Hyang was a little embarrassed and then played a trick, saying, "You know, Ara is a big fan of soccer, so she often goes to the soccer field to watch." It seems that his guess was correct, and Jun asked softly, saying, "What do you mean?" Du Hyang scratched his head and persuaded him, saying, "What do I mean? You see, playing soccer not only exercises your body, but also helps you get closer to Ara. Killing two birds with one stone. Besides, I might go a little too far," Jun said awkwardly, saying you. Then suddenly shouted loudly, saying, "Do whatever you want, because that is not the truth." Du Hyang played a dirty trick, snatched his notebook, saying, "Oh, a love letter in my hand and you still deny it," and Jun hurriedly reached out, saying, "Give it back." He looked at him with credibility, saying, "Do not think too seriously. I will definitely keep it a secret. You just need to help me until the national competition starts." But Jun still refused, saying that he did not want to join the soccer team. The space between the two people suddenly became silent. Du Hyang turned his face away angrily, saying, "You are saying too much, you are just misunderstanding," and Jun also replied a little apologetically, saying, "I am sorry if I said too much. But I really do not want to play soccer." He still did not give up and continued to ask, saying, "What do you want to do?" Jun brushed past Du Hyang, leaving only one sentence, "I do not think I need to tell you. I hope you won't mention the team to me again." He knew what he meant, and guiltily handed the notebook back to him, saying, "I understand, sorry." Du Hyang's expression was a little unwilling, but there was nothing he could do, so he puffed up his cheeks and blamed inwardly, saying, "After all, the soccer team is really a violent group, so even if you think that way, I can't blame you." Suddenly, from the window of the classroom above, Wu Jin proudly asked, saying, "Are you guys ready?" Only Du Hyang smiled meaningfully, saying, "What, are you picking a fight with me again?" And Wu Jin's expression carried a challenge, saying, "How could I? I am just curious to see what next week's practice will be like." Bang Su chimed in teasingly, saying, "I am really looking forward to it." Du Hyang stood below looking uncomfortable, saying, "It is over." The school grounds during recess were always crowded and lively. 3 people, Ji-young, Tae-jun, and Min-yu, strode aggressively down the hallway. Ji-young asked Tae-jun in confusion, saying, "Why did not you object yesterday when Ji-hyun mentioned the test?" He replied expressionlessly, saying, "Just let Ji-hyun take care of that. I do not care much." Min-yu walking next to him said optimistically, saying he will definitely lose to Ji-hyun. Ji-young frowned a little uncomfortably, saying, "What are you thinking?" The students in the hallway looked at them and sneered, saying, "Is not the team disbanded already?" They heard that the school only expelled those who caused trouble. So what, the core members are all gone, so is not it the same as disbanding? Now the team is finished, what a source of pride for the school. Ji-young clenched his teeth angrily when he heard these words, saying they do not know anything. Only Tae-jun's face darkened and called Min-yu. Min-yu startled a little and replied, saying, "Huh?" He asked seriously, saying, "How's the dorm situation?" He scratched his head, his face sad, saying, "Oh, I just went there yesterday, and everyone is still happy that the room is empty, but the management said that it will soon be temporarily closed because there is not enough funding to maintain it. I have not told the others yet." Ji-young seriously considered, saying, "Now it is best that we keep this a secret." Tae-jun also agreed with him, saying, "Yes, I will try to suggest it to the school again," and cursed inwardly, thinking that everything is messed up, damn it. In the classroom at this moment, Jun was still sitting alone writing. His mind was confused, thinking that in order to make the main character Ara stand out, there must be a villain. The hand holding the pen suddenly stopped. Jun thought about his conversation with Du Hyang earlier, saying, "What do you want to do? I do not think I need to tell you. I hope you won't mention soccer to me again." Then he blamed himself, saying, "Did I say too much? Why did I say that?" Suddenly, an unpleasant guy in the class came and snatched his notebook, saying seriously, "Even during break you are pretending to study, all bookworms are annoying." He opened it and read it openly, saying, "What is this, a novel? Let us see." The girl tossed her soft hair, fluttering in the golden sunlight. "What the heck is this?" The students in the class started teasing. "Writing a novel? You are sick, Jun." Jun frantically tried to grab it. "Give it back." Unexpectedly, the student directly pinched his face provocatively. "You wanna fight me? This funny little punk, he is kinda cute." The others behind him were a little scared. "So that is how you are?" He shouted in embarrassment. "I did not mean it that way, you bastards." Then he pushed Jun hard, causing the desks and chairs to overturn. "Damn it, stay away from me." That student was still engrossed in flipping through the pages. Where was I? Here it is. Clouds concede to the water. Hair like snow yields to her skin. Her name is. Jun was frozen in place. If she were to hear this. Suddenly, A hand reached out and grabbed the student's hand. Du Hyang frowned, warning, "Don't go too far." That student and the others in the class rushed forward aggressively. "What are you doing?" Du Hyang just smiled smugly. "I thought I was done for, but I never expected the opportunity to come so unexpectedly. I do not know who you are, but thanks, your villainous role appeared at just the right time." Then he covered his mouth and giggled, looking very happy. "You came at just the right time. What is wrong?" he said, deliberately provoking him. "What are you laughing at?" Someone behind him reminded the student, "He is the monkey from the soccer team." Du Hyang put on a heroic act, cleared his throat, and said, "What is there to pick on about someone who has always been quiet like him? Back off a little." He clenched his fist in anger. "You are just as crazy as the rumors say. What is it to you if I pick on him?" But Du Hyang looked very confident and threatened. "You are going to regret this. Is this old geezer really a high school student?" That student had a scary look on his face and cracked his knuckles. "All right, lock the door for me." The students immediately obeyed and locked the door tightly. Du Hyang reminded him one last time, "I am giving you a chance to reconsider." But that student did not know his own strength and rushed forward with a punch. "Shut up, you idiot." Evening fell on the school's rooftop. Shujun and Du Hyang sat silently next to each other. Shujun asked worriedly, "How's your face?" Du Hyang replied proudly, "I am fine." Then he immediately angrily cursed that old geezer, if they had not played dirty. Shujun hesitantly, with a worried expression, asked, "Also, will this affect the soccer team?" Du Hyang acted as if everything was normal, leaving him stiff. "It is okay, they started it first. I saved someone from being bullied, that is a perfectly good reason." As soon as he finished speaking, Shujun turned his face away, shyly saying, Well, thank you for helping me." Du Hyang curiously asked with concern, "Why are you always alone? Don't you have any friends?" This made Shujun embarrassedly shout, "You are always alone too." Du Hyang pretended to find an excuse to gloss over it. "Of course, I am different, because I am always at the soccer club." But in reality, he is currently being ostracized by the team. He suddenly pulled Shujun's notebook from behind his pants. "Hey, what is this, anyway?" Shujun was flustered and a little embarrassed. "It is my novel, but it is not finished yet." Du Hyang flipped it open and casually asked, "So, can I take a peek?" Hearing this, he quickly stopped him. "Don't look." Du Hyang seriously read and pondered for a long time, while Shujun next to him trembled with fear. He thought puzzledly, "It looks more like a love letter." Shujun scratched his head and asked Du Hyang, "What do you think? Is it interesting?" But he picked his nose, his face looking very bored. "Interesting, my ass?" Then he triumphantly held up the novel and asked, "So, you wrote this story with Aare as the main character?" Then he opened it again and read some more. Du Hyang sincerely suggested to Shujun, "That part. Wouldn't it be more interesting if you changed it a little like this?" And writing this part like that would put the main character in a difficult position. After hearing this, Shujun's eyes lit up with admiration. "Amazing. Do you also have a hobby of writing?" Du Hyang avoided his gaze and stammered, No, I guess I just have a little talent. The truth is that I used to want to be a bad boy." He took back the novel, read it again, and secretly admired. "Amazing. I thought about it for days and could not come up with anything like this. Is he a genius?" Then he immediately excitedly revised the plot. "This part is good." Suddenly, Du Hyang thought of something and shouted, "That is right. Why do not we collaborate? Hey, I will help you with writing the novel." Shujun was a little surprised. What?" Du Hyang still enthusiastically suggested, "In exchange, you will join the soccer team to help me, until the national tournament starts. What do you think?" Shujun hesitated a little, "But the soccer team?" But Du Hyang waved his hand and confidently affirmed, "The soccer team is different now, and I won't let anyone pick on you." He smiled slyly and promised, And about your novel with Aare, I have a foolproof plan." Then he whispered into Shujun's ear. After hearing this, he hesitated a little. "Are you serious?" But Du Hyang looked very wicked and urged, "What is there to hesitate about, buddy?" Shujun made up his mind and shouted, "Okay, I understand, we will." Du Hyang calmly used Shujun's hand to put a finger stamp. No need to say anything else, making Shujun stunned, his eyes lifeless. "Since when?" He exclaimed excitedly, "Delicious, the contract is signed." That night, at the house of the chubby bully, he was thinking so hard that he wrinkled his face. "What is that girl's name? Damn it, I am too curious to sleep." The next day, at the school's soccer field, Shujun was showing off his skills by concentrating on kicking the ball. The ball touched his foot and rolled strongly forward. But the ball did not hit the can that had been set up, but veered slightly to the left. Du Hyang disappointed thought, "It seems he is too concerned with correcting his posture." Shujun was full of regret, almost. Seeing this, he instructed Shujun, "Lower your center of gravity and move your foot forward a little more, then gently flick the ball upwards. Do not let it fly too high." He turned his face to look at Du Hyang in confusion. He was so frustrated that he could not speak. this guy's head is full of numbers. Then he directly demonstrated each step for Jun. Here, to get the ball to go upwards, you need to touch it about 6 centimeters from the bottom up, but in this case, 3 centimeters is enough. Jun raised his hand, furrowed his brow, and pondered for a long time. Explaining it like that is still quite vague. I guess the flight time of the ball is directly proportional to the angle of the shot. Then he obediently listened to Du Hayang. Okay, I will try to do as you said, making him endlessly surprised, you understand. After that, Jun performed the shot again. This time, the ball flew with the same force as before, the only difference was that it knocked down all the cans. Du Hayang excitedly rejoiced and clenched his fist. He suddenly changed his posture, and it worked. At this rate, we are sure to win tomorrow's test. But then he asked with some doubt, hey, have you really never played any other sport? You have got some athletic blood in you. Jun took a breath and confidently affirmed. Yeah, I have never really liked sports, because they are too difficult. Du Hayang kept guessing, so, are your parents athletes? Jun could only shyly decline, no way. He raised his hand and scratched his face, pondering, I see, then his calculation ability is truly a freak of nature. Because even with the answers in his head, is not translating those calculations onto the ball a different story. He must have made some adjustments based on his personal senses. How incredible must his motor nerves be to do this? Meanwhile, Jun was still engrossed in studying, so the speed diagram will go down here. After exercising for a while, the two took a break. Jun could not help but speak up, hey, I have something I want to ask. Du Hayang attentively looked at his phone and reminded, hey, I am Du Hayang, what do you want to ask? He shyly did not dare to look him in the face. Sorry, Du Hayang, but I run very slowly, and my stamina is weak too, so why? Du Hayang excitedly interrupted before he could finish asking, why am I sticking to you like glue? Jun added in confusion, and I do not even know anything about soccer. Hearing this, he calmly sat down and patiently explained to him, people often say that in soccer there are 3 most basic things. Dribbling, passing, and shooting. They are very important because they are the basic foundations, but it does not mean you have to be good at all 3 of them. For example, if you have an extraordinary weapon like passing, then it does not matter if you lack in the remaining parts, because those shortcomings will be compensated for by your teammates. Then he looked dejectedly at Jun. Well, it is clear that you are slower than a turtle, and your stamina is like you are running while breathing from an oxygen tank. But your passing ability is a unique weapon, is not it? Do you understand a little now? Jun pitifully replied, I understand. Du Hayang flashed a sly smile. Besides, if I guess right, then your potential is not just passing. Jun sat listlessly in a corner, slower than a turtle, breathing oxygen. Every plan for him had been carefully calculated by Du Hayang, but perhaps you do not need to worry about that now. But who the heck is that Perilla Leaf head? Elsewhere, the soccer field suddenly became crowded because a team was practicing. The members enthusiastically ran through the obstacles. Only Ji-hyun secretly hid in a corner and indulged in napping. Tae-sik discovered it and muttered in annoyance, seriously, just likes to do whatever he wants. He irritably turned to ask Woo-jin, you said he is very good, it is hard to believe. But Woo-jin confidently affirmed, don't worry about nothing. At this time, he was focused on watching Bong-soo kick the ball. The ball powerfully rushed towards the goal, causing Woo-jin to stretch out and block it. He smugly looked at Tae-sik. Not everyone can participate in the national youth team, can they? His face still looked a little unbelievable. Well, that is right, but I heard a bad rumor. Bong-soo from afar also chimed in, I heard it too, but rumors are just rumors. It seemed that Woo-jin did not pay much attention to it either. Yeah, I do not know why he suddenly left the national team and came back, but his technique is unquestionable. Time returned to 3 years ago. The score of the soccer game was 2-1. On the field, the two teams were fiercely fighting for every moment and point. Ji-hyun powerfully ran fast on the field, his face covered in sweat. He aimed for the ball that was being passed to him by his teammate. 2 opponents were also rushing forward to try to get the ball. At this time, both Woo-jin and Bong-soo were sitting on the bench watching the field. The ball is too high, it is hard to compete for, this counterattack is ruined. Only Ji-hyun's eyes kept staring at the ball and calculating. The ball touched the ground and rebounded, just as it touched his foot, making the opponent stunned and unable to compete in time. Woo-jin in the stands recognized it, and was quite horrified. That is impossible, he touched the ball just as it bounced up once. The game was now being accelerated. The opponent's goalkeeper rushed up as soon as he saw Ji-hyun lead the ball. His nimble feet were only a very short distance from the goal. 2 people were closely following behind Ji-hyun. The goalkeeper on the other team was frantically guessing the direction of the ball. Left, right, or is it a feint? What are you planning to do? The game now seemed very suffocating. It was just a battle between the goalkeeper and Ji-hyun. Suddenly, he kicked the ball high into the air, making the goalkeeper incredibly surprised. He looked up at the ball flying overhead in a panic, a lob shot, from this distance. The goalkeeper hurriedly reached up to grab the ball. But clearly he could not. The ball spun once and went straight into the net. At the 80th minute, the score that was just 2-1 now changed to a spectacular 3-1. Ji-hyun excitedly raised his hand to celebrate with everyone in the stands. Woo Jin was so stunned that he trembled, unable to believe his eyes. Oh my god, amazing, flawless ball control, and Bong-soo hugged his head and cried, it is over. Remembering that scene, Won Jin had some expectations. I wonder how good he is now. But that kid that Do Hayang brought has absolutely no chance of standing on par with him. In an instant, evening fell on the school grounds. Jun was still diligently practicing shooting the ball at the cans continuously without rest. Do Hayang stood next to him with a somewhat anxious face. This is bad. This is a problem that I did not foresee. Looking at Jun panting heavily, he was a little worried. His stamina is even worse than I thought. Do Hayang thought with a headache. Because time is running out, I have been pushing him to practice. But I did not expect that after only a few hours, his legs are already wobbly. When it came to the final target, the success rate of the shots continuously decreased, and even Jun was a little annoyed and confused. That is strange. What is wrong with me? Seeing this, Do Hyun kept throwing the ball and said loudly, what do you mean what is wrong? There is more to it, I told you. It is because you are too weak, so you are exhausted. Although he was a little flustered, Do Hyun was still very concerned about Jun. Let us clean up and go home. You need to rest so your legs can recover. But he stubbornly said, no, I do not think that is the problem. I will practice a little more on my own, for tomorrow's test. After hearing this, Do Hyun glared at him angrily. So you are not listening to me. He flicked Jun's forehead, causing a sharp pain. Do as I say, what if you strain a muscle here? Then he quickly said goodbye to him. That is enough for today, see you tomorrow. In fact, Do Hyun had already planned, tomorrow's test is not a test of stamina. If it is not a long-term battle, then victory is entirely possible. Jun looked at him with some guilt. Evening arrived, at the dormitory of the Gwangjin High School's soccer club. Ji-hyun was sitting in the room intently reading a book. He was a little impatient and frowned. Then he threw the book away and exclaimed, damn it, you guys are too noisy. Then he turned around to look, but he did not see anyone in the room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside, attracting Ji-hyun's attention. He coldly went to open the door. It was Tae-jun standing in front of the room, his face serious. I have something I want to talk to you about. Ji-hyun went into the room and casually said, you know what I like most about coming back here? I used to always sit in a room like a chicken coop, but now I get to enjoy this place all by myself. Then he turned around in his chair and looked at Tae-jun triumphantly. Also, it seems that only you and Nam-ju are left from the third years, right? Tae-jun bowed his head sadly. Senior, I want you to take over as team captain for me. But Ji-hyun immediately stood up and sternly asked, you still do not know how to judge people at all. His face did not care about this matter at all. I would never accept that troublesome position. Tae-jun still tried to persuade him. The person who can become the center to help the whole team operate is you, not me. Ji-hyun thought the opposite. He greatly recognized Tae-jun's ability. No way, you are still better than a narcissistic guy like me. I understand what you are thinking, but just relax. Ji-hyun's complexion turned dark. Now I am already. But he suddenly stopped talking, then gently refused. I will pretend I did not hear anything. The captain's position does not suit me at all. Tae-jun knew it was impossible, so he had no choice but to obey. I understand. Ji-hyun turned back to look at him and gently said, it would be strange to just refuse, so let me give you a gift. Do Hyang, you said straight up that he is a nuisance, right? Then let me help you take care of both him and the friend he brought along. The next morning, the soccer field began to bustle. Tae-jun's team members had gathered long ago. Ju-hyun, who usually seemed lazy, was also enthusiastically warming up his legs today. Tae-sik happily chatted with Bong-soo. Are you kidding me? That sounds interesting. Only Won Jin had been paying attention for a while, and asked Ji-young with some doubt, Jo-young, why has not the captain arrived yet? He replied indifferently, he has something to take care of. So he probably won't be able to come. Woo Jin's tone was sarcastic. It does not matter if the captain is not here, you can make decisions in place of the captain. He then used a provocative move. This is a good opportunity for you to get rid of that brat Do Hyang, right? But Ho Ji-young was not that kind of person, Park Woo Jin. He spoke up to teach Woo Jin a lesson. Today's test is not a test of intelligence or cunning. Do not think nonsense. That murderous gaze made him a little hesitant. Well then. Bong-soo, who was practicing, called out loudly, hey, they are here. The imposing appearance of the two young men was predicted to make for a fierce battle. The opponents also quickly stepped forward, preparing for that intense skirmish. Each strong gust of wind seemed to assist the strength of Jun and Do Hyang, making them seem to be wearing majestic armor. Opposite them was Ji-hyun, the best central defensive midfielder. You have arrived. He was not overwhelmed by the opponent's aura, but was very confident. Luckily, I arrived in time. I have kept everyone waiting. He looked down at Shujun. Thank you. His expression was 100% tense. Yes. Each word Ji-hyun spoke was like a dagger. I thought you were scared and ran away. Thank you for having the courage to come here. Du Hayang stood next to him and patted Shujun on the shoulder. What are you doing? Apologize to him. He also quickly devised a plan for his little brother. Like maybe today I will make you lose face, so allow me to apologize in advance. That is how it is. Du Hayang's teasing words made him tremble with anger. This kid is pretty interesting. Shujun could not stand his arrogant temperament and had to whisper, I am the one taking the test. Do not provoke him anymore. Du Hayang agreed carelessly. Yeah, let us start now. Under the hot sun, the match quickly broke out. The atmosphere was lively everywhere. Shujun and Ji-hyun were in charge of the opening match, tensing up to prepare to compete for each ball. Ho Ji-young stood in the middle and announced, First, I will explain the rules of today's test. He slowly explained each standard in detail. 1. The condition for winning this passing test is to knock down all the targets before the opponent. Ho Ji-young presented in a calm tone. 2. Regardless of whether the previous shot was successful or not, the shots will still be taken in turn. You must shoot the ball within 10 seconds of hearing the whistle. He made it very clear, trying to make everyone understand the rules. 3. A shot is only recognized as successful when the ball touches the target. Ho Ji-young's declaration echoed. Wang Ji-hyun, first turn, 10 meters. Following was a whistle from him, raising the high concentration of both of them. Ji-hyun, with graceful movements, immediately launched a wind-tearing kick. Du Hayang stood watching and sweat dripped down his face. That is a clean move. The ball powerfully rushed away, immersing the field in indescribable suspense. It quickly approached the target. Success or failure was decided here. The ball continued to rush under the eyes of everyone, but unfortunately it only gently brushed past. He breathed a sigh of relief. Close call, and Woo Jin regretted, damn, just a little bit off. Then the next kick was quickly announced, on Shujun, first turn, 10 meters. Shujun had a tense expression. First, I will try to push the ball with my instep. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a powerful kick. The whole field seemed to shake. The ball once again approached the target. Would it make the first goal? It hit the target very accurately, opening the first victory for the home team. The score was also pushed up, Ji-hyun 0, Shujun 1. Du Hayang's delighted face was obvious. Delicious. Well begun is half done. But the rookie's technique was what surprised Ho Ji-young. In just a few days, he has corrected his ball-touching posture. He looked at the opponent with a lewd expression. It is because he is a genius. Ji-hyun next to him also admired Shujun a little. Well, that is pretty good. But I still think I have too many shortcomings. Maybe I should reduce the spin by adjusting my foot angle. He looked at the rookie with contempt. I do not think you will pass this test. The whistle sounded for the third time, opening a battle of equal strength. Ji-hyun went on stage again. Wang Ji-hyun, second turn, 10 meters. Still like last time, the ball rushed quickly towards the goalpost. This time it created a spin in the air, carrying the wind with it and advancing powerfully. Although it was very close, the ball changed direction and flew far away. Tae-sik almost lost faith in him. What if he really loses? Bang-soo next to him was also bored. Who knows? Ji-hyun calmly dropped a sentence. That is a pity. If there was not wind, it would have hit. Du Hayang was just waiting to humiliate him. Pretend a lot. Now you are done for. All sounds seemed to disappear. Only the wind whistling through the field, making the atmosphere more tense. But that could not stop the next announcement. On Shujun, first turn, 20 meters, the weather conditions made Shujun slightly uneasy. The wind is stronger. He used his innate skills in the game. The variables are too big so I can't shoot straight to the target. Shujun stared intently at the sky. Can I calculate the wind speed? But the wind speed is constantly changing. It is hard to calculate accurately. He tried to find a suitable method. If I can imagine a model of the wind's variation then. He gradually lost his composure due to Shujun's slowness. Hey, what are you doing? Even if you calculate, the wind won't listen to you. Shoot the ball before the wind stops. That old guy will also miss. His eyebrows slightly furrowed. Please be quiet. But that inadvertently helped Shujun come up with an idea. Wait, that is right. He sat down and gently touched the grass. Because the wind is constantly changing. Shujun silently listened to each sound. So I won't calculate the change in wind speed, but will wait until the wind speed coincides with the formula I calculated. That strange gesture made Woo Jin laugh so hard that his mouth widened. Does that guy think he is playing golf? Only he was still sitting there calmly. Wind from the northeast, speed 6 meters per second. Then Shujun slowly stood up. The space also silently watched his every move. The wind came again, gently brushing across the grass. He quickly seized the opportunity. Right now. Shujun launched a powerful kick towards the ball. It flew straight into the air, carrying the result of today's match. The moment of glory or ruin was gradually approaching. Would that ball make a phenomenal achievement? And then, not disappointing everyone's expectations, it rushed straight into the axis decisively. Successfully scored more points for the home team, Jihyun 0, Shujun 2nd. Tae-sik witnessed everything and was still stunned. Is this real? Bang-soo stood there with his eyes wide open. Did you see that? This super VIP pro opponent made Woo Jin a little uneasy. Who the heck is that guy? Even Do Hyang was stunned. That shooting method, I have not even taught him that. His lips twitched slightly. Seriously, if you are willing to learn more basic things in the future, then you will be an invincible player. Meeting someone worthy made Jihyun happier. You are really good at controlling the ball. He cracked his knuckles and smiled. It seems I need to be serious. Ho Ji-young's voice echoed again. Wang Jihyun, third turn, 10 meters. This time Jihyun kicked even faster than last time. He did not hesitate for even a second. The ball rushed straight towards the target. I do not know whether it will be famous or a failure. It flew like a flight to and hit the can. Jihyun is now the true display of him. The score was quickly narrowed. Jihyun 1, Shujun 2nd. Bang-soo spoke up to cheer him up. Come on, Jihyun. Tae-sik also nervously watched. He will definitely catch up to the score. But it was too late to make amends now. Do Hyang smugly thought, the game is over. Shujun still carried 100,000 worries in him. This is the final target. He pondered for a long time. If what I calculated is correct then. The match continued on Shujun, first turn, 30 meters. Shujun gave it his all and launched the kick, as if pouring his breath into the ball. It rushed away like a cannon, advancing as fast as a bow and arrow. There was only a small distance left to touch the target, and a tense atmosphere quickly enveloped it. He was very sure that this was the final goal. Delicious, that is it. But the person Du Hyang had just placed all his faith and played him a very painful trick. Looking at the ball flying away, Du Hyang's heart was slightly constricted. He ran over to question him. Are you being careless because you are in the lead? Shujun was frightened and stammered. Well, everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Du Hyang tried to calm him down. He won't catch up to you right away. Relax, do not be too nervous. But that tone only made Shujun more panicked. Please be quiet. His eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. But that is strange. Did I miscalculate just now? Jihyun next to him spoke up. You must be very good at calculating. But the competition was launched again. Wang Jihyun, first turn, 20 meters. His shot was becoming more and more accurate, hitting the target quickly. The score was also equalized from then on. Jihyun 2, Shujun 2nd. Teammates had something to show off and shouted, Jihyun is awesome, 2 points in a row. Jihyun turned to decipher for Shujun. You know, we are all players, so there is no need to calculate the distance in detail. He had a calm tone. Unlike you, we have a weapon called sense, which is formed from experience. His face lit up as if he realized a new truth. Soccer is not just about calculation. Then Jihyun looked at Du Hyang's tense face. That is crazy, he is already equalized in just a moment. Shujun only had numbers in his head. Okay, the error is very small. I will be able to do it this time. He clenched his fist and determined. I must try to bring glory to the home team. The match continued in tension. On Shujun, second turn, 30 meters. Shujun tried to restore his pride and kicked more decisively than last time. The ball still approached the target like that. Success or failure was only a few meters away. But his calculations still had many errors, not yet comparable to a master like him. He angrily stepped forward to blame Shujun. You are not throwing the game, are you? He was extremely panicked. No way. Jihyun slowly approached. It is not as simple as you think, is it? His eyes were full of murderous intent. What do you think? Why are not your calculations accurate? Shujun was completely surprised by Jihyun. How does he know? Du Hyang felt a little suspicious. What is going on? I seem to have missed something. The final battle was launched. Wang Jihyun, first turn, 30 meters. His shot was still as powerful as ever, aiming to win at the target decisively. Everyone around held their breath, nervously watching and feeling restless. The can on the floor was clear proof of Jihyun's level of expertise, and also the end of Shujun's team. Woo Jin excitedly cheered. Jihyun won, you guys are done for. He thought smugly to himself, this is the level of the national youth team. Ho Ji-young suddenly spoke up. Wait, he only kicked the base, causing Woo Jin to stop. What? In front of them, the ball was rolling around on the green grass. The rule is, a shot is only recognized as successful when the ball touches the target. Jihyun admiringly praised, well done, Yeolin, you are still sharp. Du Hyang was a little scared and thought to himself, big mistake. I did not expect that Perilla Leaf head to be so good. Who the heck is he? He cautiously glanced into the distance. That is difficult, Shujun. Do not miss it again. On this side, Shujun was immersed in a chaotic stream of thoughts. A resistance, gravity, magnetism. I have calculated everything carefully. What exactly is the reason? Very quickly after that, on Si-jun with the third turn, 30m, started. The ball flew swiftly towards the target with inertial force. In just a moment, it landed right next to the point he intended to kick. Shujun suddenly realized, I seem to have realized the reason. Ho Ji-young was also startled immediately after that. All 3 kicks have fallen at the same point so far, so the problem is definitely not about technique. But, he guessed, his physique can't keep up with a real player. Du Hyang closed his eyes tightly, thinking with a headache, so that is why the pass earlier. He recalled wistfully, was it a ground pass? In the previous match, Du Hyang could not help but worry, the destination of the pass is quite far from me, will it be blocked? As expected, that kick was quite tragic. Returning to reality, Du Hyang awkwardly looked at Shujun. In other words, the strength of his legs can't keep up with his calculation ability. A prediction has been made, so when the target is far from the shooting force, the accuracy rate will immediately decrease. Du Hyang bit his teeth resentfully. That Perilla Leaf head must have guessed it from the start. Ji-hyun saw this and sneered, it is too late to realize it now, little brother. In the office, the principal seriously reviewed the pile of documents. He sternly said, I understand, I will reconsider the matter of the dormitory. The principal added, as for the dissolution of the club, after discussing it, everyone has made a decision. This matter will be postponed for a while. Tae-jun immediately replied, thank you for your hard work. The principal suddenly interrupted him, but there is a condition, first of all. He emphasized, from now on, the team must operate according to its name, get rid of all unnecessary activities. The principal warned, if anything else happens, I won't let it go, and there is one more thing. He firmly affirmed, you must reorganize the team, strong enough to reach the semi-finals at the national tournament, to wash away the disgrace that our school has suffered. Therefore, the principal suggested, so, a new coach will soon join you. He seriously reminded, however, you better not hope to be supported from beginning to end as you used to be. Hearing this, Tae-jun fell into contemplation for a moment. The principal asked him, do you have anything else you want to say? Tae-jun hesitated to answer, you also know that the team's strength has decreased a lot now. He worriedly thought that you must know better than anyone how difficult it is to reach the semifinals, so why are you giving us this opportunity? Before this, the principal glared angrily, I am giving the team a last chance, and now according to you, this opportunity is an impossible task, causing Tae-jun to be confused. I did not mean that. He uncomfortably tapped the table. Tae-jun, I completely understand how you feel, this is not the team's fault. The principal said painfully, but the fault is in the glory that we have enjoyed for so long. And the teachers are still busy hiding this unacceptable reality. They are constantly fighting with the reporters. That is not true, if you write an article like this then. The principal looked out the window with a headache. Maybe they should share the responsibility. I have nothing else to say about this. The 2 teachers and students suddenly fell silent. After a long time, he explained sadly, as for the reason why I gave you this opportunity, it was because that day, Hyo Do-hyun said. With a determined attitude, Du Hyang affirmed, Vice Principal, what the schools should be protecting at this time are the remaining members of the team, not the false name or face. Is not that right? The principal commented, an honest and straightforward student, with a keen sense of awareness, something that can make a difference. And that day, I saw a small seed that could change the future. Du Hyang is a small hope for the principal. Right now on the field, Du Hyang worriedly cursed, damn it, victory was right in front of us. Ji-hyun then yawned casually, yawns, so boring. He commented annoyedly, you know what, I do not care who wins, honestly. Whatever happens to the team is none of my business. Ji-hyun challenged, if you really want to, then I can let you win, how many more chances do you need? But in response to that attitude, Shujun was engrossed in calculating, causing Ji-hyun to be embarrassed. Am I being ignored? Soon it was on Si-jun's 5th turn, 30 he asked in confusion, what to do, no matter how many times I calculate, the result will not change, what if I accept reducing the accuracy to increase the power? Thinking of this, Shujun's head was about to explode. Increase the power enough to touch the target, then the success rate is 16%. Ah no, 12, if I increase the power. It will reduce the accuracy, and if I focus on control, the force will be reduced. Suddenly Ho Ji-young blew the whistle, making him jump, he reminded, over 10 seconds, time's up. Woo Jin stood on one side and cheered happily, great Ji-young, that is what the referee should be like. Immediately after was Wang Ji-hyun's 4th turn, 30 He calmly shot the ball with a professional appearance. In just a moment, the ball flew high into the air. Then it immediately fell down and brushed past the can. The score is now tied, Ji-hyun 2, Shujun 2. Ji-hyun confidently teased, let me remind you, this is your last chance. He emphasized, there are no more do-overs, calculate carefully. Du Hyang also looked worried and gritted his teeth. He is not lying, with that extraordinary sense, he is sure to win the next turn. Shujun was scared, his face turned pale. Just like that, on Si-jun's 6th turn, 30 was about to begin. He tensely calculated, it would be great if my legs were a little stronger. Shojun worriedly frowned, right now, I do not have enough strength to shoot accurately at that position. A familiar voice suddenly flashed through his mind, your teammates will help you compensate for your shortcomings. It is clear that you are both as slow as a turtle and so weak that you have to carry an oxygen tank to breathe. But your pass is more accurate than anyone else, is not it? Shojun had figured it out. Yes, I understand now. Based on gravity and aerodynamics, the shooting angle will be 32. And the surface collision coefficient is 0.8. He firmly affirmed, I clearly understand my weaknesses. On this side, the principal held the photo frame and said painfully, the national tournament is about to begin. He said in a sad voice, Taejun, change is a scary thing, but if we do not change, then no one can move forward. The principal placed his faith in Taejun. I believe that the team will overcome the wall of the previous generation. Therefore, he emphasized, from now on, I will keep my eyes open and wait for the change of the team, and the new wind that seed will bring. At this moment, Shojun started shooting the ball. As soon as the ball touched his foot, it immediately rushed up into the air. Soon, it tore through the atmosphere and rushed forward. The ball rushed straight close to the target. Hayang was full of disappointment. It is over, completely missed. Falling from this distance, it can't touch the target. Ho Ji-young waited boredly to blow the whistle. It is over, is he exhausted? In their eyes, this was a kick with no future. Woo Jin secretly rejoiced in his heart, Hayang, you are done. But in the next second, the ball suddenly bounced up. It rushed as Shojun had calculated, the only way to overcome that weakness. The scene before his eyes made Ji-hyun freeze. The ball had been aimed at the Ken since when? Shojun frowned and affirmed, we have to calculate more. The result came too suddenly. The ball successfully made the Ken fall to the ground. It rolled gently on the grass. The crowd was immediately blown away. Shojun looked at them happily. His victory made everyone marvel. Hayang and Ji-hyun were both overwhelmed. He did, even the bounce just now. Woo Jin could not believe it. His face quickly changed. No way, this is cheating. This made Hayang angry. He shouted, rule number 1, whoever knocks down all the targets first wins. What else do you want? Woo Jin stubbornly objected. What nonsense are you talking about? That kick just now clearly does not count. Ho Ji-young then calmly spoke up. That move just now did not violate the rules, shocking the people around him. Senior. Ji-hyun took the initiative to reach out his hand. Yes, it did not violate the rules. A good match. Shojun politely replied, thank you. A handshake full of camaraderie took place immediately after. Hayang excitedly slapped Shojun hard. Well done, An Si-jun, you finally passed the test. The scene shifted to a certain soccer field. At this place, the match was taking place extremely tensely. The player stood in front of the goal, tensely calculating the penalty kick in the last minute of added time. The young man worriedly predicted, if I fail, then the match will just end like that. The goalkeeper of the Hanyang team was also carefully watching his every move. The young man finally launched the decisive kick. He ran after the direction of the ball that was rushing towards the goal. He looked at the path of the ball with worry but could not help but have hopeful eyes. Contrary to the young man's hope, the ball stopped without touching the goal line. At the same time, the bell signaled that the game time had ended. The teammate ran to him and comforted, it is okay. He kept saying encouraging words, it is okay, you did great. In the Sujin High School locker room, loud noises echoed throughout the room. All the members of the soccer team were immersed in a sad mood. A man reassured all the members, everyone has worked hard. He was the Sujin High School coach Jong Kwang-ju. Kwang-ju awkwardly comforted everyone, stop crying. The one who took the penalty just now, second-year vice-captain Shin Dong-soo, STCF, he shook his hand tightly and said, Coach. Then the whole team cheered in unison, you are the best coach. The one who comforted Dong-soo just now also spoke up, even though it was just a friendly match, you helped us win against the famous Hanyang High School. If that penalty had been successful, it would have been 2-0. He was third-year captain Lee Ho-sip, CM Cam. He modestly waved his hand and did not accept. It is nothing. It seems that the opponent did not play as well as I expected. The other members of the team continued to cheer. First victory. If only that penalty had come sooner. Kwang-ju seriously analyzed for the whole team, even though we beat the famous Hanyang High School. But that is just a mid-tier team, so. His words made the members stunned. Don't celebrate as if you just won the championship. Dong-soo bowed his head and worriedly explained, but in the first match, we have to face Gwangjin High School. With our ability, it will be difficult to win, right, coach? Kwang-ju frankly analyzed, yes, of course, but only if that is still the Gwangjin High School of the past. He gave his own observations. According to my estimates, the strength of Gwangjin High School has been reduced by 74% compared to before, based on the survey. The remaining core members only have. The first person Kwang-ju listed was Kang Tae-jun, second-year ST, CF. captain of Gwangjin High School, possessing a physique of 195 centimeters and impressive dribbling ability. A center forward, the team's goal-scoring weapon, but weak in connecting the members. He continued to analyze Ho Ji-young, second-year LWB, LB, a wingback who can adjust the match by constantly changing positions. Although short, he is not weak. He has very good speed and stamina, the soul of Gwangjin High School's defense, but it seems that he is not good at coordinating the defense. With his insightful assessment, Kwang Ju continued, Hyo Do-hyung, first-year LF, LW, possesses a terrible acceleration ability from the wing, along with an eye-catching dribbling ability learned from the Liverpool youth team, a player with a comprehensive vision and flexible play. However, his weaknesses are his physique and not being liked by his teammates. The last person he mentioned was Choi Young-hwan, first-year CF, ST, dribbling ability, speed, shooting all reach a plus, although he is the most difficult player. But due to injury, he will miss the first round. Then Kwang Ju concluded, so now to win the first match, it depends on how you can lock down the 3 key players on the other side. All the members of the team showed worried expressions. He adjusted his glasses and confidently concluded, no one else can threaten you, I have calculated everything. At this time on the soccer field, Shojun was showing a difficult expression, my role is, the kickoff. Do Hayang explained more clearly, in short, that is right, you will be the one to launch the deadly attacks. He explained in detail to him, in other words, your role is to use accurate passes to open up the attack for the forwards. Seeing that Shojun was still confused, Do Hayang advised, don't think too complicated, you will understand when you play. He started juggling the ball and requested, now let us start with the basics. Do Hayang gave detailed guidance steps. First you have to practice receiving the ball. He looked at Shojun and said in a slightly provocative tone, if you can't even receive the ball, then your passing ability will become useless, right? Ji-hyun was lying on the steps and suddenly spoke up, you two. He asked in a slightly annoyed voice, what are you doing so noisy? Do Hayang without hesitation, replied sternly, because from now on, I have to teach him. But immediately after, he changed to a cheerful tone, hey senior, I heard that you were selected for the national youth team. I did not know that. Do Hayang did not wait for Ji-hyun to answer and asked in a rush, but why did you come back so soon? It seems that the team is still, he interrupted, hey. Ji-hyun clearly drew the line. I only participated in the previous test for fun, do not misunderstand, I am not interested, you two handle it yourselves. He did not agree, shaking Shojun in front of him. Hey senior, my little brother still has to go practice something else, so I can't teach this guy forever. Do Hayang sternly reminded Ji-hyun, who here is as free as you. Suddenly he released a curt word behind. He turned his head to look behind confusedly. Even I am curious, what is behind? As soon as Shojun finished speaking, a ball was rushing towards him. But Do Hayang only needed to use one hand to block the ball. His face was extremely angry at this time. Tae-6 group looked at them provocatively. Hello? He said in a sarcastic tone, sorry, I meant to pass but I did not expect the ball to fly straight into your face. It seems I can't shoot as accurately as someone else. Woo Jin crossed his arms and looked at Shojun, secret weapon, if you are so free, why do not you teach us how to shoot the ball? Do Hayang spat out each word in response, you can't do it even if you practice your whole life. He said irritably, did I ask you anything? Ji-hyun scratched his head, reminding uncomfortably, annoying, you guys get out of here. The others heard that and began to cautiously quiet down. Woo Jin seriously put his hands behind his back and showed respect, sorry, senior. He shyly made a request, but if you have time, can you follow us to practice? He refused immediately, didn't you hear? I am not going to play on the field with you guys, understand? Ji-hyun stroked his hair and showed impatience, if you understand then do not bother me anymore. His coldness made it difficult for Woo Jin to continue speaking. Then they left with resentment. When passing by him, he pushed Shojun's shoulder hard, get out of the way. Ji-hyun was puzzled by Do Hyung's enthusiasm. I heard that you are very hated. Why do not you just leave the club? Staying here won't change anything. He answered loudly. I am staying because this is my responsibility. Do Hyung turned to say to him, okay, let me teach you then, wait here a bit, I will be right back. Shojun looked at him leaving, wondering in his heart, but he still has to practice on his own. He timidly thought of another solution, that is right, I will try to ask him, he was very kind last time. Shojun stood confusedly looking at him sleeping. He cautiously opened his mouth to ask for help, you know. Shojun said in a sincere tone, can you help me this time only? Ji-hyun did not bother to sit up, just waved his hand at him. Seeing this, Shojun was sadly discouraged. He turned his head to leave dejectedly, sorry for bothering you. At this moment, he seemed to want to say something. Ji-hyun immediately sat up straight. He hesitated to call out, wait a bit. Shojun turned his head back with confused eyes. Ji-hyun said in his expecting eyes, I said hey? He asked with an embarrassed face, little brother, are you very good at studying? The atmosphere between the two was silent for a moment. Jun still did not understand Ji Hyun's meaning. Studying, is it another exchange? At this time, in the meeting room, Ji Young spoke, then I will go straight to the point. He gave analysis based on reality. Sujin High School is not a tough team in the first place. Ji Young recounted what he knew to the whole team. I heard that until 2 years ago, that team only operated as a small club. He told in detail. Even so, the members always looked forward to the day the team was officially registered, and thanks to that enthusiasm, they succeeded in becoming a regular team. Ji Young talked about the current situation of the opponent, but has not left any impression in the tournaments large and small from the past to the present. He looked at the information on the paper. From the information I have, they have never won a match in the official tournaments. The other members in the room started discussing. They have always been famous as vending machines. Do you mean a point vending machine? That is right. Another person, after hearing the situation, assessed, if so, then it is too easy for us. But Tae-jun coldly rejected, don't be too complacent. He looked at the whole team and seriously reminded, from now on, we have to practice with the thought that there is no weak team in this tournament. But a member of the team looked lightly at Tae-jun's words before the match. Every door is bright. Another person also nodded in agreement, that is true. But Ji Young cautiously warned, Captain is right. He gave more information to the whole team, because Sujin High School has a new coach, so there must be some changes. Ji Young told them about an important issue, and recently they won a friendly match with Hanyang High School with a score of 1-0. This information made everyone extremely shocked. Hanyang High School. The whole team seemed not to believe this. Really? Won against Hanyang. Do Hayang nudge Woo Jin's arm? Is Hanyang a very strong team or something? Why is everyone so surprised? He explained in a loud voice, last year they won the regional tournament, runner-up of the first division. Did you just come down from the mountain, in the high school teams? They are Real Madrid. Siwoo continued with a leisurely voice, and the interesting thing is, Hanyang High School has really been interacting with the Real Madrid youth team recently. He was surprised, really. Woo Jin uncomfortably replied, that is it. Minyu pointed to Young Hwan's arm in a cast. How's your hand, Young Hwan? He replied, it is much better, maybe I can still play. He breathed a sigh of relief. Really, then that is great, if you can participate then. Suddenly at this time someone cut in. It is still too early for him to go on the field. Kang Tae-jun looked at them. If you have not recovered 100%, then I won't allow it. He frowned. No matter how bad the situation is. Cho Young-hwan silently sat on the chair. Kang Tae-jun's voice rang in his ears. I still can't gamble with a player's future. Woo Si-woo sat by the table and heard that, clicked his tongue and clapped a few times. Very humane reasoning. Cho Young-hwan looked up, then let me sit on the bench. Minyu sitting next to him agreed softly. If that is the case then it is okay. Ho Ji-young glanced at them. This matter can be discussed later, we alone can't decide. Minyu looked up at him. But hey, the first round is about to start. Why have not we seen the coach yet? Ho Ji-young closed his eyes and shook his head. His voice was a little hesitant. That matter, He had not finished speaking when someone spoke up. Ah hey. Park Woo-jin raised his hand. Sorry for jumping into your mouth, but I have a question. Hyo Do-hyang sitting next to him also followed. Me too. The two of them turned to Woo Si-woo and shouted, who is that nagging kid? Woo Si-woo calmly licked the lollipop in his hand. After a noisy meeting in the room, later everyone gathered outside the field. Woo Si-woo bowed his head and looked at the document in his hand. The people on the team whispered, it seems he is even younger than Ji-young. Ho Ji-young glanced at them, shut up you dogs. Hyo Do-hyang next to him whispered, hey, why did not you tell us sooner? Ho Ji-young also glanced helplessly at the two people on the steps in front of him, because the coach wanted to observe silently first. Woo Si-woo flipped to another information page. He looked at Hyo Do-hyang's information on the paper. I am Woo Si-woo, from today will be your head coach. Well, no formal greetings. Woo Si-woo continued reading while saying, I have seen the rubbish about Gwangjin High School in the media, and I understand it more or less. He raised his eyes to look at them, so there are no other questions for you. The people in the Park Woo-jin club below heard that, and went crazy. On this side, the Hyo Do-hyang people seemed a little calmer. Woo Si-woo clicked his tongue, you are the people left after the purge. He stared at Ensure Jun's information sheet, and there is an exception. After reading everything, Woo Si-woo looked up at them, let us wait and see together. He looked at the team below, we are about to participate in the preliminary round, you all know that, right? Woo Si-woo's attitude towards them was extremely indifferent, because I joined quite late, so there is not much to teach, just do what you want so you do not have to regret. Woo Si-woo looked at them with a contemptuous expression, and those nonsense guys just now. He looked at the Park Woo-jin, you taste sick, Seo Bang-soo people, I remember your faces. Hyo Do-hyang straightened his back and asked Woo Si-woo, Coach, what do you mean by doing what we want? Woo Si-woo shrugged his shoulders, well, you can understand it any way you like. The people below silently looked at him, Some people uncomfortably complained. What is that irresponsible rubbish? Wu Si will return the files to Kang Tae-jun. The physical and mandatory training coach will come tomorrow, that is all. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look at everyone. And the most important thing that I forgot to report. Wu Si stopped. You guys still do not know, right? He turned back, looking down at the members from above. If you do not get to the semi-finals, then the team will be dissolved. This one sentence was like a heavy blow to the head of the team members. They looked at him stunned. Wu Si looked at them. In other words, this preliminary round, and at this time in another place, Zhang Kwang-ju accidentally continued for you guys. Although in different time and space but almost at the same time, they said in unison, may be the last game. The Lee Ho-sip people were startled. What do you mean by dissolution, coach? A member of the team hesitated. But, we have been training very hard. The other team members also protested noisily. That is right. A few days ago we even won against Hanyang High School. That is absurd. Zhang Kwang-ju smiled and reassured them. Guys, look ahead but also look back. He seriously said, as a regular high school soccer team, but for the past 2 years, you have not won a single match in the official tournaments. Each word stabbed straight into the heart, yet the school did not say a word of complaint, and continued to watch over you. Zhang Kwang-ju smiled noncommittally at his students. You can't bow your heads and thank the school 100 times, you better wake up. Looking at the dejected team members, Zhang Kwang-ju rejoiced inwardly. Good, they have realized it. He clapped his hands and rallied their spirits. It is not a difficult situation, just like every time. The team members looked up at Zhang Kwang-ju. Just trust me and play your role. He pushed his glasses. Then we will be sure of victory. The team members were all full of determination. Zhang Kwang-ju said to them, starting from Gwangjin, we will show the whole country. He smiled confidently, the achievements that we have built together. On the other side, and Jun was nervously tense. Wang Ji-hyun hugged the ball and stood opposite. As I explained, if you relax your body, you will easily catch the ball. He encouraged Jun, you are very smart, so it is easy to understand, right? And Jun took a deep breath and exhaled. He told himself, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. Ji-hyun raised his foot and juggled the ball lightly. And Jun looked at the ball flying towards him and turned pale. He encouraged himself, relax as much as possible. Just as he thought, the ball hit him straight in the face. Wang Ji-hyun shouted loudly, who told you to relax your face? And Jun, hugging his red nose, asked, is receiving the ball always this painful? Wang Ji-hyun absent-mindedly muttered, I seem to have missed something. This kid is like a blank sheet of paper. He approached Jun, let me explain again, when receiving the ball. The first thing is to relax the body and lower the posture to receive the ball. The second thing is to predict the position where the ball will fall by reading the trajectory of the ball. And finally, try to reduce the movement time of the ball as low as possible. The ball flew straight into the sky. Wang Ji-hyun just kicked the ball straight, and calmly looked at Jun. All three of those things are not difficult. And Jun stared with his mouth open as he accurately caught the ball. Wang Ji-hyun paused for a moment, and then continued, of course, it is not as simple as that in real combat. The key to receiving the ball is to reduce the movement time of the ball to 0.01 seconds. He explained, but in the game, the person holding the ball will have to face and respond to many different situations. In some cases, the person receiving the ball will choose the method of juggling the ball over the opponent's head and waiting for the teammates to receive the ball behind. And Jun smiled awkwardly at Wang Ji-hyun Sr., do you have any special tricks, like your own tips? Wang Ji-hyun spun the ball on his hand and thought, my trick is that everything is based on feeling. Everyone has a different sense, in different things. And Jun thought about what he said. Wang Ji-hyun continued to instruct him. In other words, applying the sense of others to your own work can be very dangerous. He scratched his head and clicked his tongue. I do not know if it will help you, but the first time I practiced receiving the ball I thought that. Wang Ji-hyun tried to find the easiest way to describe it to Jun. The ball flying is an egg, and I am a cushion that needs to support it, then feel what I need to do. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw in Jun's confused expression. The egg, the cushion, the egg flies into the cushion. Wang Ji-hyun called him. I told you last time, relying entirely on calculations is not good. He sighed. If you want to continue playing soccer, then you need to develop your own senses. And Jun suddenly shouted, now I understand. He turned to look at Wang Ji-hyun, the law of conservation of momentum when colliding. And Jun talked endlessly to Wang Ji-hyun about his own way of explaining it. The moment the ball rushes, if we move in the same direction as the ball, it will reduce the relative speed, right? Wang Ji-hyun helplessly remained silent, and Jun was still saying, then if the deceleration time increases, the kinetic energy will gradually decrease. Until Wang Ji-hyun glanced at him again, and Jun was still like a jukebox. The larger the contact area, the higher the thrust. As it was gradually getting dark, the school ground was quiet. Someone opened the door and stepped into the soccer field. Hyo Hayang had just arrived and shouted, "Oh my." He looked at Wang Jihyun and Shijun and asked in surprise, "What is going on?" And Shijun scratched his head shyly. "Well then." Hyo Hayang stepped forward and put his arm around Shijun. "How did you convince him? He would not even listen to me." And Shijun tried to look up at him. "Well then, in exchange for teaching me how to receive the ball, he wanted me to teach him a little about studying." Hyo Hayang had no interest in studying. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Oh really?" Then Hyo Hayang floated to Wang Jihyun. "Hey, welcome Perilla Leaf Head, you are finally on our side." Wang Jihyun looked at him. "Who is on your side?" Hyo Hayang did not pay attention to his attitude. He looked at Shijun and asked, "You also recognized his potential, right? Although it is still quite reluctant to participate in the regional qualifiers." Speaking of this, Hyo Hayang frowned. "But he can participate in the next match. What do you think?" Wang Jihyun casually assessed. "The kid also has some sense. But do you think this team can get through the first round?" Hyo Hayang asked in a low voice. "You mean we do not have a chance?" Wang Jihyun shrugged his shoulders. "It seems you still do not know how weak our school is. You will understand what I mean when you enter the match." He coldly narrated the truth. The weapon that made Gwangjin a strong team in the past has now become a fatal weakness. Hyo Hayang pursed his lips and thought, weapon weakness. The night sky that day was full of stars. There was still someone who was desperately practicing on the soccer field. A failed penalty kick because it touched the corner of the goal. The ball bounced out. Hosip raised his foot and shot the ball that had just bounced back. The ball hit the high round frame. The trajectory immediately changed direction. Although he was covered in sweat, he still concentrated extremely highly. Hosip raised his leg high behind him to gain momentum for the next shot. This time the ball made the net extremely perfect. The goal embraced the beautiful kick. Kwon-ju caught the wind on the corridor and dropped a curt sentence, "Well done." He looked up in surprise. "Coach." He chose his words of praise. "That shot just now was not bad." Hosip breathed out. "Why are not you asleep yet, coach?" Kwon-ju calmly replied, "Perhaps the reason is the same as yours." The soccer field had lights shining on the green grass, and the balls were neatly arranged next to the water bottle. He had a fleeting smile, very worried. He frankly admitted, "Yes, but I have to overcome that mentality." Hosip's pupils captured the worry with responsibility. "Because once I worry, the other members will also feel uneasy." Kwon-ju paused for a moment. "I have been hesitant about you for a while." He sipped a mouthful of cold water. "The goal is to be a professional. Even using the word remote is not enough." Kwon-ju wanted to teach him one thing. Perhaps knowing this painful truth is a good thing. Hosip looked down at the soccer field. "Yes, I know that," he added, but instead. Kwon-ju remembered every single action of him in the role of leader. "You are the captain with infinite passion for soccer, always helping everyone," leading Sujin to this moment. Hosip had sincerely hugged his teammates and continued to give mental strength. He was still wondering, why do you love soccer so much? In the past, he would not discuss the reason. Well, that matter. Hosip looked up to face Kwon-ju. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Even if I rack my brains, I do not know why." He suddenly smiled. "Actually, I am the same." The buildings around were bright with window frames, and there was no shortage of lights outside the rows of trees. Ji-hyun's shoes pressed against the ball, and the skin transmitted a relatively large contact force. He straightened his foot and shot a ball flying too high. Shijun watched the flight path, ready to receive the ball. The ball fluttered high in the sky and gradually lowered its direction. He caught up with the falling point, and the ball finally landed neatly in his chest. Shijun juggled the ball with his foot and stopped it on the grass. He rejoiced and shouted, "I did it." Shijun leaned back and lay down to relax, his face parallel to the sky. Ji-hyun indirectly expressed surprise. "He used to be an athlete." Hayang frowned. "I asked that too," he whispered. "He did it in just half a day." Ji-hyun did not plan to stay any longer. "Okay, my work is done, I am leaving." He was about to leave when Shijun called him back. "Senior." He came closer panting. "Thank you for today." Shijun put his fingers together. His eyes awkwardly tried to find courage. "And I still want to learn a few more things tomorrow, do you mind?" Ji-hyun suddenly paused for a moment. He skipped the agreement. "Come to school early tomorrow." Ji-hyun naturally had an idea. What if we possess a trump card that can compensate for that weakness? The morning sun was clear, and birds chirped on the branches, waking up the windows that were not yet awake. Shijun's mouth was full of toothpaste, but his eyes were still sluggish and tired. "Did I overdo it yesterday?" He took a sip of water to rinse his mouth roughly. "My body is so weak that I do not even have the strength to brush my teeth." Shijun was immersed in thought and let the cup slip from his hand and fall. "I said that this morning. I will go to school early to practice." In that short moment, he woke up completely in panic. Shijun reacted subconsciously. With bare feet he supported the base of the cup before it broke into 3 parts and 7 pieces on the floor. His eyes lit up with a sense of accomplishment. "Just now, I did not calculate anything." Du Hyung was comfortably stuck in bed, lazily answering the phone. What are you calling for at this hour? The foreign friend understood as soon as he heard his voice. Are you sleeping? We are about to go to Korea. He happily said, don't underestimate this matter. He interrupted, yeah. Du Hyung wiped his lips very roughly. It is okay, no need to rush, try hard. He put the phone down on the floor, practice well. The foreign friend helplessly called out in the abandoned call, hey, hello. Du Hyung did not bother to get out of bed. It is okay now, we have a secret weapon. After the training session, Shojun bent over, sweat rolled down due to significant fatigue. Ji-hyun observed him for a few seconds, his eyes with a hint of satisfaction. Okay, that is enough. Shojun raised his head, and in response to this tacit recognition, he was too tired to answer. The balls rolled around, and he stood straight and recorded a Shojun who had practiced the ball so hard that his legs gave way. In the following days, Sujin High School team captain Tae-jun worked hard to practice shooting the ball. Ho Ji-young, who was in the main line, also decided to train his strength. Forward Young-hwan rubbed the shoulder joint on his arm in a cast. Goalkeeper Woo-jin and his gloves blocked every ball aimed at the goal. As for Shojun, with Du Hyung and Ji-hyun on both sides to accompany him, his ears listened and hands copied busily. He returned with the paper of harvest, his eyes full of hope. In a corner of the white paper there was also a yellow note, keep trying. On the day of the official match, Gwangjin High School vs. Sujin High School, preliminary round of the national tournament, National Soccer Tournament Group G. The members of both teams were busy preparing their clothes and shoes to go on the field. The benches in the locker room had a few people sitting to conserve their strength. Shojun was not used to being alone in the crowd. Why has not he arrived yet? Being alone is too strange. Suddenly a strange voice hesitated in his ear. Hey. Namju stood before his junior but stuttered strangely. Hello, okay, last time, your test. Very good. Min Namju, third-year central midfielder. Shojun thought to himself. Who is he? I have never met him before. He smiled casually. Thank you, senior. He leaned back against the wall of the shelf. Being able to beat Ji-hyun is really amazing. Shojun shook his head modestly. If Ji-hyun had been serious from the beginning, I would not have been able to compete. Namju took the opportunity to introduce. Oh really, but it is very nice to meet you. I am Min Namju, third year. Hearing that, he bent down and bowed. I am On Si-jun, first year. He laughed again. No need to be too polite. I am really looking forward to playing soccer with you. Shojun really had a good impression of Namju. He is the first nice person I have met in the soccer club. He replied, yes, I am too. He leaned in to ask, hey, are people very cold to you? I am sorry, that matter. Du Hyung entered with a hurried appearance. Damn it, I am late on a day like this. The members of the Gwangjin High School team have never had a good look. He met them and only smiled lewdly. Du Hyung directly brushed past those people and went to Shojun. He casually put his arm around his shoulder, raised his eyebrows and showed a fierce expression to Namju. You arrived before me. Did anyone cause trouble for you? Shojun smiled awkwardly. Of course not. He ran away in an instant, making him extremely confused. Why did you scare him like that? Everyone pay attention. Ho Ji-young stood in front of the information board with his hands in his jacket pockets. This is the lineup. The coach will arrive soon. Everyone look through it and wait. The lineup went from the center to the goal position. Kang Tae-jun, ST, Hong Young-chan, LM, Hyo Do-hyung, Cam, Choi Hyun-woo, RM, Choi Min-woo, LDM, Lim Young-jun. RDM, Seo Bong-soo, LB, Lee Min-kyu, CB, Yu Tae-sik, CB, Ho Ji-young, RB, Park Woo-jin, GK. Woo-jin looked at the list again and again. There is something wrong. Bong-soo and Tae-sik were excited behind him. We are going on the field, our first debut. He turned around sharply. Ji-hyun is not on the list. Ho Ji-young was silent, and had no intention of answering. Siwoo asked Tae-jun's opinion behind the stadium. What do you think? He frowned. If Ji-hyun thinks so, then we can't force him. Siwoo asked Ji-hyun again. Hey, do not regret it. He turned his eyes to another direction and waited. He said firmly, no, I really feel unwell. Siwoo decisively turned his back and left. I understand, Captain. Explain it to the others. Say it in a way that they can easily understand. Ji-hyun unconsciously pursed his lips tightly. A contemplative expression was clearly shown on his face. In the waiting room of Sujin High School, Kwang-ju instructed the whole team, even if you focus your eyes and make mistakes, help each other compensate to correct the mistakes immediately. He kept a gentle tone. Do you all understand? The whole room said in unison, yes, coach. Everyone's faces resolutely kept the fire for each other. Kwang-ju used his finger to lift his glasses. Everyone. 5 months ago, winter with light snow falling. He walked on the road and talked to himself. Now it is right for the school to dissolve the soccer team. The kids must be tired of failing. Kwang-ju gently pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. It is very difficult to shape teams like that. His steady steps did not flinch for a second. I have met many people as a coach. A sign had been hung in front of the gate since when, "Welcome Coach Yung Kwang-soo." The students shivering in the cold were still gathered. Ho Sip spoke first. "Are you Coach Yung Kwang-soo?" A ton of question marks appeared in Kwang-ju's head. "Yes, but it is so cold. What are you doing?" The whole soccer team immediately stood straight to show respect. "Hello, Coach. It is very nice to meet you," he declared on behalf of the group. "As long as you order, we will do anything." He suddenly felt warmth. The eyes of everyone had not changed from that day until now. Kwang-ju led the team out of the waiting room. "Let us go." Shin-sol scratched the back of his neck and complained, "Why do we have to play on such a big stadium? You are not planning to follow from beginning to end, right?" Shin-sol, first year, U18 Bland FC team. Namtae rested his hand on the railing. "But this match is quite interesting. Are not you curious how Sujin won against Hayang?" Namtae, second year, U18 Bland FC team. He also had his own interests. Also, Namtae looked at the group of players coming out. It is about to start. The Sujin team entered the field full of enthusiasm. He was attracted by the left winger. That guy must be Hyo Do-hyun. Shin-sol sat temporarily on the steps. "Okay, let us look at the player list." Do-hyun rotated his arms and warmed up his shoulders. "Honestly, I am here to see how he plays." Namtae turned back and could not help but feel confused. "What are you doing?" He reacted like a child. "Hacking, what else, like the hackers in the movies." He was speechless at this point. "Did you bring your computer just to joke around?" The score of both sides was showing 0, and the time display was at the starting line. Jung-hwan quietly watched with his arm wrapped in white bandages. As expected, those two did not come on the field from the beginning. Kwang-ju looked down at the field from the stands. But it seems they are not taking this match lightly. Do-hyun was holding the ball with his feet, waiting for the referee's order. A whistle blew. The match began. The match began, and Do-hyun very quickly kicked the ball away from his feet. The ball did not roll far before it was caught by a pair of strong legs. Tae-jun stood on the field with eyes as sharp as a knife, his whole body full of murderous intent as if he wanted to tear the opponent's goal apart. On the other side, Ho-sip stepped back cautiously. He also narrowed his eyes and secretly called his name, Kang Tae-jun. He remembered with some worry, the captain and the core of the attack. He on the other side also lowered his body and secretly calculated, facing him directly will be very stressful. Just as both of them were cautiously defending, Tae-jun on the opposite side also stepped back to gain momentum. Above the stands, Shin-sol stepped to Nam-tae's side and clicked his tongue to comment, "It seems Gwangjin is at a disadvantage today." Hearing that, he smiled softly and asked back, "Why do you think so?" He comfortably sat down and leaned forward to observe the situation. "It is simple. You know by looking at the recent news." Shin-sol's sight drifted to the Sujin team and calmly commented, "One side is full of confidence because they just beat Hanyang High School." Then he looked at Do-hyun who was being marked and shook his head in disgust. On the other side, they just had a self-destruction. Regardless of how bad the comment was, at this moment he was still seriously passing the ball to the left wing. Another member of the team saw the ball flashing past and was startled, unable to react even though the opponent was pressing close. This scene made Shin-sol regretfully sigh. To put it bluntly, Gwangjin does not have an ace to lead the team. Meanwhile, Do-hyun was panting, sweat rolled down his forehead. He raised his hand to smooth his messy hair. His eyes were still watching the ball just pass with tension and concentration. After listening to his friend's analysis, Nam-tae also frowned slightly and secretly regretted. Cho Young-hwan is indeed an ace, but he is injured. At this moment, his eyes suddenly noticed Young-hwan with his arm in a cast sitting next to Seo-jun. Right now, Shin-sol noticed Tae-jun being marked by two people in the middle. The important problem is even Captain Kang Tae-jun. His eyes glanced to Ho Ji-young who was also being marked on the other side. His voice unconsciously became tense. And the soul of the defense, Ho Ji-young, do not have enough influence in the team. After Shin-sol finished speaking, he turned to ask, "Those two have been teammates for a long time, right? Especially Kang Tae-jun, he used to be a normal support striker." Nam-tae smiled slightly and said his thoughts with interest. "I think the opposite. Those two used to be called the shadow of Gwangjin." The two teams restrained each other as taut as a string, while the players outside the field tightened the ball, ready to throw it into the middle of the melee. The player threw the ball into the field. His eyes anxiously watched the trajectory as if afraid that the pass would fall into the hands of the opponent. The ball rolled quickly on the grass, swirling slightly and stopped right in front of the teammate's shoe. However, at that moment, Ho Ji-young suddenly rushed over like the wind, causing the player being pinned down to only stare in surprise, unable to react. He rushed over like a lightning flash, his body tilted slightly, and caught the ball flying in the air before it touched the ground. Jong Kwang-ju, the former coach of Gwangjin High School, was known as a perfectionist. He always only chose high-level students to become members of the soccer team, and was reluctant to let new students participate in the tactical organization. In a team built by such a strict system, and those two have been key members since their first year. Ji-young rushed like an arrow, the ball rolled close to his feet with every step. The wind hit sideways, causing his hair and clothes to flutter in the resolute movement. Taejun bounced to receive the ball, his chest stretched out to receive the falling trajectory. The ball bounced slightly in the air, hovering right before touching down. So their ability is truly unquestionable. Just as the ball touched the nose of the shoe, a player on the opposite side rushed over like a flash of lightning, causing the air around them to tense up in the moment of near collision. On the left wing, Hosep sped up to chase after the ball while quickly glancing at the gap and the position of his teammates, calculating the next path in his head. Today, the key to defending is to stop Kang Taejun. He gritted his teeth, put all his strength into his feet, and his eyes flashed with determination as he rushed to regain control of the ball. If I lose, it will affect the spirit of my teammates. He coldly watched Hosep rush over. The moment the two approached, their hands touched slightly. A fleeting touch but full of confrontation and will. At this moment in his mind only the thought remained. I must stop him. But immediately after, Hosep was knocked back. His eyes panicked, his teeth gritted and wondered, what kind of person is as hard as a rock? What kind of strength is this? Having escaped the siege, Taejun immediately accelerated, his body rushed forward. The ball rolled close to his feet with every powerful and decisive stride. He accelerated past the opponent in the blink of an eye, leaving behind the player staring in horror, completely unable to believe the speed he had just witnessed, so strong and so fast. In the dense encirclement of the opponent, Taejun launched a curved pass close to the penalty area. The ball flew in the tense breath of the entire stadium. Two players from the other team immediately rushed over, their footsteps hurried, their eyes locked on the ball that had just fallen, ready to compete in a decisive moment. At that moment, Ho Ji-young suddenly broke through, rushing out with incredible speed, cutting off two opponents to catch the ball in everyone's surprise. Then he gently turned his body, his supporting foot firmly lowered, his eyes focused highly as he prepared to launch the decisive shot. The two players on the other team were stunned, their eyes filled with surprise mixed with unwillingness, as if unable to believe that they had just been overtaken in an instant. Ho Ji-young, he is even faster than the coach said. Up in the stands, Ji-hyun clicked his tongue and commented, Young-rin did not run very well today, maybe he does not have a good feel for the ball. Hearing this, Seo-jun opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise, that is slow. Ho Ji-young kicked hard at the moment the opponent approached. The ball flew high, tearing through the air before they could touch it. He was slightly stunned when he saw the opponent jumped higher, heading the ball in front of him. Hayang gently lifted his foot and caught the ball neatly, his eyes focused, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as an idea flashed through, although I want to show my skills. Now is not the time to relax. Just a second later, he launched a powerful shot, sending the ball across the field, finding the feet of his teammate on the other side. Seeing Taejun standing on the opposite side with a serious face, Hayang chuckled, a feeling of relief spread in his voice. You understand, right? Right before going on the field, he frowned slightly, and grumbled an uncomfortable sentence. No matter how many goals you score, it is clear that the other team is in a better position than us. Hayang bowed his head slightly, his voice gradually lowered as if to hide the mess in his heart. But they will easily lose their spirit if we score a goal right from the start of the match. He watched his back, his voice slowly rose and began to analyze. If we do not have a goal by the end of the first half, then with our current collective ability, we can't hold the rhythm of the match. Taejun did not answer, but in those sharp eyes there was still a hint of worry, something he could not deny. That is right. Returning to reality, the goal was now crowded with players from Sujin High School. Everyone was ready. Taejun frowned, worriedly estimating the direction of the ball and the distance to the goal, although our individual strength is higher, but judging as a team, their organization is clearly better. Hosep stood behind, his face darkened, and he thought to himself, the way to pass is blocked. His breathing was hurried, he secretly observed and calculated when he saw the battle between the two schools, now just seized the opportunity to block his shot. At that moment, he suddenly dribbled the ball. The decisive movement attracted Hosep's attention. Before the scene of Taejun being surrounded by three people but still decisively lifting his foot to prepare to shoot, he steadfastly thought, right now. Avoiding all the interception of the opponent, he turned around, resolutely prepared to shoot hard at the ball rolling in front of his toes. Taejun's instep swung up and hit the round ball, creating a dull sound that echoed throughout the field. He had a serious face, kicked his leg hard, and the ball bounced off the ground and flew like a streak of light. Before Young-min could realize what was happening, the ball rushed over, hit the net hard, and released a sharp sound that echoed throughout the field. He turned around stunned, his eyes followed the ball spinning as if he could not believe what had just happened. At this time, the scoreboard above the field lit up and displayed the score that had just been recorded, Gwangjin 1, Sujin 0. Hosep tightly closed his eyes. The mumbling came out in a heavy breath of disappointment. Kang Tae-jun's movement, I can't keep up. On the other side of the goal, Woo Jin jumped up and shouted loudly, his face radiant with excitement, that is good, it is not too difficult. Tae-jun wiped his sweat, and raised his hand to hit the outstretched hand of Ho Ji-young. Seeing this scene, Do Hyung smiled slightly. His heart seemed to be relieved, and he muttered, good, they lost the goal after only 5 minutes, they must be shocked. Contrary to their relief, he clenched his trembling arm. His eyes widened in surprise. The other members of the Sujin team were also full of enthusiasm, their eyes shining as they thought to themselves, sure enough, the coach's prediction is accurate. Seeing that scene, he was slightly surprised, his eyes flickered, and he could not help but wonder, what is going on? The reaction is not what I thought. At that moment, in the minds of the entire Sujin team, only Kwang Ju's confident smirk remained. Returning to the moment before, he just said calmly, as if everything was in his plan, first, you must remember one thing, at the beginning of the match. Kwang Ju looked around at the members in front of him, and his voice lowered as he slowly announced, we will let Gwangjin score first. Hearing this, Ho Sip's face turned pale, his eyes widened and asked in surprise, coach, what do you mean? He calmly crossed his arms, and answered decisively. The sooner they score, the better. Kwang Ju pushed his glasses, and said confidently as if he had grasped the victory, that will make them lower their guard. Not letting the atmosphere calm down, he continued to remind in a firm voice, so even if you are led from the beginning of the match, do not be discouraged. But in that moment, the eyes of each team member shone with disbelief, mixed with a bit of panic. At the same time, a series of questions echoed in everyone's mind, just to make the opponent lose their guard, we have to give them the first goal, no matter how you think about it. It is not good to lose a goal in such an important soccer match. He clenched his trembling hand, and a thought that could not be suppressed secretly sounded in his head, but then, Ho Sip frowned tightly, and secretly reminded himself to be calm, even though his whole body was still trembling. We must completely believe in the coach, maybe the coach lied. With the purpose of looking at the teammates in the distance, he suddenly became firm, want us not to be discouraged when the opponent takes the lead. On the other side, he quietly watched, and could not help but secretly sigh in his heart, the coach lied for us, the coach's calculations are really too extraordinary. The other team members were still not completely convinced, and blurted out to ask, what is the matter with scoring first? Does the coach think we are so fragile that he has to lie to us in this way? Young Min gritted his teeth, punched the goal hard, and a roar burst out echoing throughout the field, don't treat us like children anymore. In soccer, is it really good to concede a goal first? Sometimes. The answer is yes, however, in order to successfully come back, there are many factors involved. A strong will that is not easily discouraged. Thinking of that, his eyes immediately became firm, bursting with an unshakable will. Remembering the moment when the ball was shot into the goal, a thought suddenly flashed in his head, scoring ability. Do not miss any opportunity. A physique stronger than the opponent. In order to successfully reverse the game, all the above factors are needed. The coach of Sujin High School believes that with all of these factors, Sujin High School is completely dominant compared to Gwangjin. Looking at the dazzling scoreboard in the middle of the field, he had calculated these things. But why did not he tell the players on his team? At this time, the referee's whistle suddenly rang in his ear. Do Hyung's eyes stopped on the ball under the opponent's feet, and he secretly asked in his heart, okay, one goal is not enough, right? In that moment, his eyes suddenly became sharp as if he had remembered a case. It seems that they can win against Hanyang. It is not simply luck. He gently bowed his head. His eyes could not hide his worry. For the coach, we must win. He was also under great pressure, and muttered a few words to encourage himself. Let us go. We can't let the coach treat us like children anymore, because of trust. Looking at the faces bursting with belief, he believed that the reaction of the players would make a miracle. If the coach tried to explain everything from the beginning, would the players still have this spirit? Although there was not a word of explanation, it helped the fighting spirit of everyone to increase. Many times, along with carefully analyzing the lineup on the other side, he can see through the entire situation of the match. Kwang Ju still maintained a calm appearance amidst the storm of pressure worthy of the 5 words, a talented general. He only smiled slightly, and his deep voice rang out with a short but sharp assessment. Trust can also be used as a weapon, although this method cannot be used a second time. In the tight encirclement of the Gwangjin team, he skillfully passed the ball horizontally to his teammate. When he had not had time to regain his senses, still looking in the direction of the ball in panic, he rushed past like a wind. And then, right at that moment, the player from Sujin High School turned around in time, and quickly passed the ball again. Gritting his teeth, he put all his strength into increasing his speed to chase after the ball rolling forward. Under the close marking of the opponent, he gritted his teeth and accelerated, managing to run in front of the ball in the nick of time. The ball suddenly rolled between his legs, and in that moment, Do Hyung's eyes flashed as fast as lightning. He suddenly felt a bit of despair creeping in, His eyes followed the ball and fortunately, a teammate managed to catch it. Taejun frowned, carefully observed and assessed each movement of the opponent. Their movements have changed significantly. Ho Ji-young also thought uneasily. Just now they were stiff. In the hurried rhythm of the match, a member of the Sujin team launched a shot, sending the ball to the feet of a teammate in front. Another member, his eyes followed the path of the ball, quickly touched his foot and caught the ball. Ban-soo blocked the ball in time, his eyes sharp, and his voice warned sternly, "Come on, let me see." Right at that moment, another player from the Sujin team suddenly appeared, rushing past like a flash of lightning. A little confusion appeared on his face, but his eyes still carefully followed all the developments. At that moment, he skillfully controlled the ball past Bang-soo like a wind. Before he could run far, he was immediately blocked by Ho Ji-young's foot, which swiped across his path, stopping the breakthrough. Due to the unexpected trip, the ball immediately flew out of bounds. A feeling of remorse crept into him. His steps were quick but cautious. Bang-soo reached out to support him. "Sorry." Ho Ji-young coldly reminded him, "Focus, do not let go of number 12. At the same moment, a member of the Sujin team raised the ball high in his hand, preparing to throw it into the field, his eyes full of determination. The ball flew up, and immediately, both teams rushed towards the ball, ready to block and catch it. Minyu looked up, his face showing worry in every tense moment. The athletic shoes glided quickly on the grass, creating the hurried scene of the match. Taesik and he jumped up to block the ball, but the ball suddenly flew over the heads of three people, beyond their control. The ball hit the ground hard and bounced up, rushing straight towards the Gwangjin team's goal. A little excitement appeared on Woo Jin's face as he saw the ball rushing towards him. As soon as the ball fell, Woo Jin's eyes were sharp and full of vigilance, watching every movement. On the other side, Ho Sip's eyes were sharp and full of determination, ready to face any situation. He lowered his body. His eyes followed the ball, preparing to block the upcoming shot. He gritted his teeth, sweat soaked his forehead, and silently thought, "I can't miss it." In the next second, Ho Sip exploded with strength, preparing to shoot straight into the goal. But in the blink of an eye, Ho Ji-young suddenly swept his foot, kicking the ball away, causing him to stand still, unable to speak in horror. The ball was pushed away by a strong force, rushing far out of control. Ho Sip turned his eyes to him, frowned slightly. His face was serious, assessing every gesture. At this time Minyu's remorseful voice rang out, "Ji-young, I am sorry." Ho Ji-young did not pay attention and just replied calmly, "It is okay, focus from now on." Shin-sol stood on the stands and covered his hand on his head. His eyes followed the match, and he admired every play. Ji-young is running crazy. He watched him panting on the field, and clicked his tongue to assess. But if he runs like that at the beginning of the match, will he have enough stamina? His eyes quickly swept to Taejun, who was being suppressed, and shook his head, clearly showing his assessment and comment, "Kang Taejun is being suppressed too." Shin-sol suddenly noticed Du Hayang cracking his hands, his eyes following every movement of him. Among them, there is only one person who is still conserving strength. Ji-hyun sat in a corner. His eyes carefully watched the match, silently thought, "Do you understand what I mean now?" Going back to before, he had seriously reminded him, "You still do not understand how weak Gwangjin is now. You will understand when you enter the match." Speaking of this, Ji-hyun's voice lowered, and his eyes also became melancholy. The weapon that once helped Gwangjin become a strong team is now a fatal weakness. Down on the field, Du Hayang had a confident smile and secretly pondered. In the past, the team's biggest weapon was organization. Remembering his teammates, a thought flashed through his mind, gentle but meaningful, but not quite. Originally the weapon was just the players selected by the coach. And well trained, the organization they built was just icing on the cake. Thinking of the substitute members, Du Hayang could not hide his assessment, and the members who are not selected do not have the opportunity to develop in such a shackled environment. Witnessing the scene where the members could not combine smoothly, he could not help but sigh. The wrong system from the past has now become toxic. At that moment, a member of the Sujin team skillfully controlled the ball past Bang-soo like a wind. Seeing that, he could not help but smirk meaningfully and said, "Is that what you mean?" Amidst the tense atmosphere of the match, Du Hayang's thoughtful voice rang out, while Ji-hyun still calm, his eyes carefully watching every play. "But you forgot to calculate one thing." Although his mouth said calmly, he still frowned slightly, his eyes revealing secret worry. "I am not the kind of person who will burst out at the beginning." Facing the group of people pinning in front, Du Hayang gently bowed his head, secretly calculated his strength. "With today's condition, maybe I can accelerate 3 times. Ho Sep suddenly looked up, his eyes full of vigilance towards him. In another corner of the field, Kwang Ju smiled gently, full of tenderness. Du Hayang stroked his hair, and grinned. The confidence was clear on his face. "It has been a long time since I had the opportunity to turn on the switch." Meanwhile, Siwoo sat in the stands, his eyes sad, and thought with a bored mood. The kids are more talented than I thought, however, in a do-or-die battle like this. Then he clicked his tongue, revealing his assessment when commenting, there are too many disjointed pieces. Down on the field, two members of the Guangjin team were arguing with their arms crossed. Don't lose the ball. I did not do anything wrong to be scolded. Siwoo could not help but, his eyes were decisive, and he began to draw up a plan. To deal with this situation, the only way is to maximize individual ability like the first goal. While he smiled, and secretly commented, however, the physical burden on the core members will increase more and more. Looking at the diagram of the three main members of the Guangjin team, Kwang Ju could not help but assess, all three of them are having to work more than the others. He suddenly smiled triumphantly as if everything was in the plan. They must have realized it. In today's match, the advantage is completely on our side. In a corner of the field, Minwoo was flustered, his eyes worried as he was being closely suppressed by the opponent. Seeing this scene, Taejun frowned slightly. His mind was full of thoughtful calculations. Although we are leading, they are in the upper hand. Thinking about the future made his eyes even more serious. If it continues like this, the second half will be even more disadvantageous. Following Taejun's thoughts, the ball was launched forward strongly by the Sujin team. We must try to widen the score gap. When the ball flew, two members of the two teams immediately pressed against each other, tense in every gesture. At that moment, Woo Jin jumped up, his fist straight at the ball, causing it to fly far away. Ho Ji-young skillfully used his head to support the ball, and then sent it in a different direction, surprising the opponent. Tae-sik flexibly controlled the ball with his chest before the opponent's surprised eyes. That scene made Do Hyung's eyes light up, flashing a sharp look as if wanting to penetrate every movement of the opponent, right now. He accelerated forward and shouted for the teammate next to him to recognize his intention, pass it to me. Under the tight pressure of the opponent, he turned his body flexibly, and kicked his leg with the determination to shoot the ball. On the soccer field, athletic shoes landed forcefully, causing the grass to fly up with each step. With fiery eyes full of determination, Do Hyung rushed quickly on the field, as if wanting to overcome all obstacles. Ho Sip stood on one side, frowning and watching, each panting breath revealing worry. His mind was full of thoughts about the match, at any cost. As he rushed quickly towards the other side of the field, he steadfastly thought, I must overcome. Seeing that enthusiastic appearance, the members of the Sujin team, although exhausted, still kept their eyes wide with vigilance. We must block him. The moment the shot exploded, the foot hit the ball hard. From the middle of the field, the ball was lobbed up with a long pass, tearing through the opponent's midfield like an arrow flying straight towards the goal. As soon as he crossed the midfield line, the Sujin team immediately raised the formation, rushing to counterattack like a surging wave. Looking at the back of Ho Sip rushing, Do Hyung gritted his teeth and angrily wondered, trapped, is that offside? Right at that moment, the ball flew up, hovering right above his head as if waiting for the next touch. Do Hyung quickly lifted his foot, controlling the ball neatly in a confident touch. Right at that moment, the linesman suddenly raised the flag high, signaling an offside situation, causing the entire field to freeze. He could not help but be angry, and shouted loudly at the referee with a distressed face, damn it, is that really offside? Shojun, who was equally stunned at this moment, turned to him and asked with a frown, Senior, what did Do Hyung do wrong? Ji-hyun calmly replied, his tone calm as if everything was in his calculations, he got caught in the offside trap. He repeated blankly, trap offside. Seeing that silly expression, he calmly explained, when a player of the attacking side is in the opponent's half, if there are fewer than two defensive players between that attacking player and the goal, including the goalkeeper, then that person is in an offside position. Ji-hyun continued to analyze, a person in an offside position who receives the ball from a teammate will be considered to have committed a foul, and the defending team gets a free kick. Remembering the scene of the match just now, he clicked his tongue and commented, the moment Do Hyung was about to cross the defense line, they deliberately raised the formation, naturally putting Hyo Do Hyung in an offside position. Finally, Ji-hyun had to conclude, that is called an offside trap. Saying that, he frowned and pondered, this is a dangerous tactic that we can't use without proper training. Moreover, an offside trap from the distance of midfield is no different from a gamble. Ji-hyun was a little worried when he realized a very reasonable reason, that means they are very confident in the organization and speed of their players. Minyu down on the field witnessed everything, and muttered blankly, I heard that they have a new coach recently, but I did not expect them to be able to change so much in such a short time. Do Hyung was panting but his voice was still full of anger. Yes, so good that it pisses me off. He gently wiped the sweat on his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief and commented with a slightly smug tone, now Do Hyung's speed is no longer a threat. Kwang Ju also smiled proudly, and said softly in a warm voice but could not hide his excitement, well done, Captain, the ability to control the formation has approached perfection. Show the results of your training. In the middle of the crowded soccer field, a loud shout broke the tense atmosphere, pulling everyone's attention to the same direction. Dongsu, finish it. Hearing the shout, Dongsu immediately jumped up and launched an extremely strong shot that sent the ball flying like a firecracker. The ball rushed away at breakneck speed, rolling straight towards Wu Jin, who was waiting in front of the goal. He reacted very quickly, knocked his body down, and caught the ball tightly in his arms as he fell to the ground. Wu Jin gritted his teeth and muttered angrily, "You dogs, this is nothing." Although he could not break the net, Hoseb still approached and gently rubbed his head as a silent and sincere comfort. "It is okay, we will soon have another opportunity." He suddenly threw the ball hard into the sky, leaving it to spin high in a gaze full of annoyance. Tae-sik immediately rushed over, catching the ball with his chest, then skillfully lowered and controlled it within his feet. Immediately after, he turned around sharply and shouted to signal his teammates to prepare to move in coordination. "Go, Hyo Do Hyung, look at my fatal assist." Do Hyung ran back, while turning his head back, angrily muttered because of his teammates' uncoordinated handling, "Why talk so much, just pass it quickly." Seeing that the distance was just right, Tae-sik immediately gathered strength and kicked the ball with a strong and decisive leg catch it. The ball swirled in the air, flew up, and below, he was accelerating with all his might, rushing like a living arrow. Do Hyung was panting, sweat rolled down his cheeks, and his eyes were still watching the ball's trajectory tensely. However, the ball's trajectory suddenly changed direction, swirling a perfect curve and flying past his head, causing Do Hyung to be stunned. He was embarrassed, his face flushed, and muttered to himself while clearly feeling the sharp assessing gaze of him looking at him, "Damn it, the wind is so strong." At this time, Shojun approached with the ball behind his back and called out softly in a hesitant voice, "Do Hyung, the ball is here." Do Hyung angrily turned around sharply and scolded a long string that made him startled and panicked, quickly dropped the ball and ran back. "It is not our ball, what are you giving it to me for?" He clicked his tongue, muttered a few unpleasant sentences, his face still angry and not yet eased. Damn it, if he was here at times like this. At the same time, up in the stands, Shinsol tilted his head back and took a sip of sweet water. He watched the match and admired while sighing, his tone mixed with a bit of surprise at the tense chase down the field. "That is really ugly. How many opportunities have they missed? If it were me, I would have scored too." Hearing that, Namtae only nodded his head slightly and muttered praise in a small voice but full of agreement. Hyo Do Hyung's ability to break through the defense is not bad. Looking at the figures moving under the field, he sighed softly and dropped an assessment mixed with regret and thought, "But I do not think anyone can keep up with him." Then Namtae's eyes slowly drifted to Shojun and said in a voice half joking and half serious but full of meaning, "If he had a better passer, things would be different." At this time, on the field, Ho Ji-young rushed over like a war chariot, using his body to hit the opponent hard when the ball was rolling right in front of him. He stared in surprise, groaned softly because the collision was too sudden and violent. "Although he is small, I can't push him." Amidst the fierce competition, Minyu from afar suddenly raised his hand to signaling his teammate to change the direction of attack. Without hesitation, he immediately turned around and launched an accurate pass to him rushing up. Minwoo turned around very quickly as soon as he received the ball. The movement was decisive and graceful as if he had planned it in advance. What came into his eyes was the fiery look of Do Hyung accompanied by a series of decisive hand gestures as if signaling to pass it to him immediately. Just a second later, Minwoo lowered his face, his eyes flashed with firmness as if he had made his decision. He put all his strength into launching an extremely strong shot at the ball, causing it to fly like a bullet tearing through the wind. The ball rushed over the opponent's defense line, leaving behind them only surprised looks. Dongsu frowned and looked at the trajectory of the ball. A question full of suspicion and discomfort flashed in his head. The way to pass has been blocked. What is he planning to do? Despite being tightly marked from both sides, he rushed with all his strength, trying to catch the ball flying. But unexpectedly, Do Hyung gently flicked the ball to one side and then turned around to rush back, leaving the opponent standing still watching in surprised eyes. On the opposite side, Tae-jun reacted extremely quickly, rushed over to catch the ball and immediately passed it in a neat and accurate rhythm. The ball flew up high, drawing a perfect curve in the air, while he accelerated as much as possible, rushing as if wanting to catch up with every spin of it. Seeing this scene, the two Hosib stopped at the same time, and their eyes showed a look of doubt, as if at the same time wondering, does Gwangjin have this kind of combination? A member was scared by Do Hyung's speed until his face turned pale, and he thought in his heart, no, if I let him pass then. At this time he did not care about anything else, but only focused on chasing the ball breakthrough. A foot suddenly reached out, the movement was so fast that it almost only left a blur in the air. He bit his teeth and unexpectedly put his foot across, causing Do Hyung's face to darken, and he lost his balance and fell to the ground. After that trip, he fell to the soccer field, hugging his ankle and shivering, his breathing hurried mixed with the pain spreading throughout his body. Following the eyes of Ho-sip and Tae-jun, the referee quickly ran over and blew a whistle that rang out piercingly, breaking the tense atmosphere on the field. He put his hand into his jacket pocket, decisively causing the entire field to hold its breath and wait for the verdict. Immediately after, the referee pulled out a card. The color flared under the light, causing all eyes to turn to him. It was a yellow card, and that brilliant yellow seemed to cut across the heavy air, causing the whole team to be silent for a moment. He breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, "Luckily it is not a red card." Seeing this, Hayang immediately stood up and roared angrily, his eyes fiery, causing the teammates around him to retreat half a step in horror. Why only a yellow card? Seeing this, the referee immediately turned around, his eyes full of suspicion, ready to intervene if the situation got out of control. Bang-soo hurriedly explained in panic, while the others were trying their best to push him to the ground, preventing Hayang's anger from flaring up even more. He meant that a light warning is enough, no need for a yellow card. Ho Ji-young and other teammates shouted in unison, "Shut up, you idiot." But he did not listen and angrily shouted, "Let me go." On the other side, a member shyly stepped forward and opened his mouth to say, "Sorry, Captain, I should have blocked him." Ho-sip did not get upset but approached and patted him on the shoulder to comfort. "It is okay. I was caught off guard." Remembering the breakneck speed just now, he could not help but worry and think, if I did not foul then it would be dangerous. The speed just now was too scary. Ho-sip's eyes suddenly flashed sharply, as if he had seen through the entire situation in that short moment, but I do not think he can accelerate like that many more times. A moment later, Hayang angrily punched the soccer field, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Are the referee's eyes on his ass? You guys just wait and see." He stood up, his face lowered, his teeth gritted and secretly calculated. In his eyes there was a faint but hard-to-hide determined look. "There's one more acceleration." While Hayang was still thinking, his knee suddenly throbbed with a sharp pain. "This time I will definitely." He frowned, sweat poured on his forehead, and cried out softly in his heart with pain. Kwang-ju stood on high, witnessed everything. In his eyes there was an indescribable look of melancholy, as if he was thinking about something deeper than the match before him. "The more I think, the more surprised I am." Remembering Hayang's speed just now, he could not stop admiring. "I did not expect him to hide his true speed to penetrate our defense." Kwang-ju thought for a while and clicked his tongue regretfully, shook his head slightly. But passing people with high speed has a high risk of injury, looking at the current situation. It seems that Hayang can't use that speed anymore. At this time, he glanced down at his foot, and cursed secretly, "Damn it, this pain can't disappear in a minute." Even so, Hayang still gritted his teeth and shot the ball. The powerful kick resounded throughout the field, showing his will not to yield. The ball was caught by Tae-sik with his head, skillfully changed direction to Ho Ji-young, who was rushing on the wing with a full of determination. He quickly caught the ball. The movement was decisive and accurate. Then, Ho Ji-young suddenly kicked the ball slightly sideways as if hesitating about something. Meanwhile, Hayang was being tightly marked by two people, his body as tight as a string, waiting for the right moment to break through. Looking closely, his legs were shaking in waves, his muscles were tense as if fighting against the dull pain spreading throughout his knee. Hayang gritted his teeth and panted looking at him. Sweat poured on his forehead, his eyes full of determination even though his body was almost exhausted. He was a little suspicious, his eyes flashed down, and he secretly pondered something between his hurried breaths. Hayang's movement looks too shaky. Carefully observing the scene where Hayang was being tightly marked, Ho Ji-young frowned, and his eyes flashed with calculation. "I need to find another attack route." At this time, a series of opponents' positions suddenly appeared in his head like a tactical map that was automatically drawn. Every pass and gap was eerily clear. Ho Ji-young realized with some expectation, but in his eyes there was a hint of sadness. Their defense is becoming more and more solid, damn it. Right at this time, from afar, Tae-jun suddenly shouted his name. His voice resounded over the wind and the voices of the audience. "Ji-young." Ho Ji-young did not hesitate, swung his foot to prepare to shoot the ball. His whole body gathered strength, his eyes focused as if only the ball and the goal were in front of him. Kicking the ball hard, he gritted his teeth, and secretly hoped in his heart, "Tae-jun, you are the only one who can turn this situation around." He immediately rushed after, his legs strode long to chase after the ball flying in the air, his eyes never leaving its swirling trajectory. However, right before Tae-jun could catch the ball, another player suddenly jumped high, using his head to hit hard, causing the ball to fly far away. Seeing that, Young-hwan frowned slightly, and secretly thought in his heart, the pieces are being connected together for the first time, making even Senior Ji-young with a steel spirit. Have to strain his brain, the opponent is also focusing on tightly marking Tae-jun too, but then, without stopping, Hayang immediately passed the ball. The movement was quick and decisive, clearly showing his will not to yield even though the pain was still throbbing in his knee. Taejun again. Despite the fierce pressure from the two defenders, he still rushed over, his whole body as taut as a bow ready to catch the ball. Before Hosip's unwilling eyes, Taejun managed to use his shoulder to support the ball, kept his balance, and immediately turned to shield it, preventing the opponent from stealing the opportunity. Witnessing this scene, both he and Jungmin frowned at the same time, their eyes widened in surprise at something unexpected, one-touch ball direction. The ball hit the soccer field hard, causing the grass to shake and bounced into the air. Immediately after, he kicked the ball hard, causing it to rush away at breakneck speed. The ball rushed towards the goal, carrying a strong wind, causing him to stand there with his mouth open, his eyes full of horror. Jungmin closed his eyes tightly, and reached out to catch the ball rushing towards him. The ball hit the goal hard due to the strong bounce, causing him to fall backwards. Taking advantage of that, Taejun rushed over, jumping high in the air, preparing to launch a powerful headbutt. He closed his eyes tightly, concentrated all his strength, and used his head to hit the ball rushing towards him hard. The ball rushed towards the goal while Jungmin fell back, his eyes concentrated to prepare to catch it. The ball hit his hand hard, causing his arm to shake due to the force of the impact. Seeing that, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the collision and then lowered his face, silently not daring to utter a word. Jungmin hugged the ball tightly in his arms, his eyes lit up smugly when he had victory in his hands. Kang Taejun, I have grasped all of your playing style. After this kick, the match was temporarily stopped. The players retreated to their positions, ending the first half, Gwangjin 1-0 Sujin. Everyone gathered near the stands, surrounded by an atmosphere of suffocating silence. On the other side, he closed his eyes and drank the whole bottle of water, gritting his teeth as if wanting to quench his thirst immediately. Seeing this scene, Woo Jin clapped loudly, his voice resounding with enthusiasm to encourage everyone. Come on everyone, we are leading, make another one in the second half. Seeing this scene, Shojun raised his eyebrows cautiously. His eyes flashed thoughtfully as if he was considering something. I do not quite understand, is not our team being overwhelmed? Meanwhile, Taejun put a towel on his head, his face darkened and he wondered as if asking himself something difficult to explain. That last header, how did he react in time? Hayang sat slumped on the ground, panting, his heavy breathing resounding in the silent air. I am so tired, I ran at full speed 3 times. Hearing that, Jung-hwan slowly took a deep breath and then continued. His voice was deep but full of power. Our tactics have all been read by them. It seems they prepared very carefully. He replied angrily, his voice heavy, revealing annoyance in every word. No need to think deeply, just look at today's match and it will be clear. Hayang glanced slightly, his face gloomy, and then blurted out an assessment with annoyance and helplessness. They can cope with even rare situations. He frowned slightly, muttering his assessment with a voice that was both thoughtful and could not hide his discomfort. This kind of organizational ability can't be obtained in a day or two. Hayang muttered, each word was full of doubt as if trying to solve the questions in his heart. What exactly did they do in the past? While Kwang-ju happily clapped his hands and said, well done everyone, just follow the flow, and the situation will lean towards us. Hearing that, the entire Sujin team, even though they were panting with exhaustion, still stood up straight and called sternly, Coach. Going back to 5 months ago, the entire Sujin team wore purple coats, and were panting. Dongsu hesitantly asked, Coach, did I hear it wrong? We won't be participating in comprehensive training anymore. Training, practicing both technique, physique, and endurance, not just soccer. He heard that and only confirmed in a deep voice, no, you heard it right. In Kwang-ju's hand was a pile of his files. Ho-sip then spoke up, his voice sternly reminded everyone to pay more attention. The coach must have a plan, we just have to listen. He pondered for a moment, his eyes looked into the distance, and slowly opened his mouth. I have analyzed your training data. Kwang-ju smiled and continued to say, to strengthen our teamwork. Before the worried eyes of the entire team, he calmly announced, then you do not have to participate in comprehensive training during this time. Saying that, Kwang-ju lowered his head and studied the pile of files in his hand. Where should I start explaining from? First, most of you. And then he sighed and gave an assessment. All have a pretty bad soccer foundation. Hearing that, Dongsu slammed his hand and called out softly, sure enough, the problem is there. He also widened his eyes in surprise, really. The next word immediately caused the team's mood to drop. We do not have a special ace to lead the team, and there is no individual with outstanding talent. However, Kwang-ju was not sad and gently pushed his glasses and said slowly, so the only solution I can think of, he calmly explained, is to strengthen the organization of the team as high as possible. In other words, 11 people as one. Is this way of expressing it easy to understand? Remembering the file before, Kwang-ju sighed and gave an assessment. But there is a problem here. Your talents, techniques and the test results, are all more or less different. It is difficult to use in any tactic. His even voice rang out, causing everyone to reveal a confused look. So with the current situation, comprehensive training with the same process will not have much meaning. I will say it first. Kwang Ju paused for a moment, and then coldly announced, I will lower your egos as low as possible, to turn this team into a formation with 11 pawns with the same ability and characteristics. Then he swept his eyes around the cold field and distributed, in the future, you will practice as a team as I have assigned. He listened attentively, and every resounding word was memorized in his mind, to quickly eliminate weaknesses as soon as possible. A plan was drawn up, divided into 3 clear training directions, from dribbling, shooting to physical training, instead of only focusing on strengthening strengths. Kwang Ju watched the whole team practice hard, and slowly gave his assessment. His voice was full of thought and consideration. It will be more effective if we focus on overcoming weaknesses. According to that plan, the whole team simultaneously stepped into a strict training series. Each exercise required maximum strength and concentration. Looking at Ho-Sip's stats gradually increasing, he slowly gave a positive assessment of the progress. In other words, the time for us to strengthen the abilities we have already grasped will be longer than the time we improve the things we could not do before. Under the green trees, gentle rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves. After completing the goal of improving abilities, we will come to the training step for position on the field. The goal of this training is attacking central midfielder, defensive central midfielder. Each person must play at least 2 positions other than their main position. Looking at the whole team panting with exhaustion, Kwang Ju put his hands in his pockets and calmly said, this is mandatory. Anyone who can't complete it will not be selected to go on the field. And finally, after completing this training, we will return to the comprehensive training schedule, along with tactical training. If you trust and follow me, then I promise that we will become the team with more flexible tactics than any other team. On the midfield line, the midfielder passes the ball, opening a speed attack. He crossed his arms and stood in the middle of the field, quietly observing every step of the players. Looking at Taejun and Hayang rushing on the field, Kwang Ju crossed his arms and calmly assessed every step they took. Unlike Gwangjin, we do not have an ace or someone with extraordinary talent, but Sujin High School. Ho-Sip restrained his body and gritted his teeth thinking about every step. Although they are just third-class players, but Sujin High School. He clenched his jaw slightly and secretly worried in his heart, is a team with top-notch organizational ability. Ho-Sip kicked the ball far away. His heart surged with confused thoughts. Right now we are only missing one thing. Seeing this scene, he nodded slightly and commented, that is confidence and experience, something that can only be obtained through victory. Kwang Ju continued to think, after getting it, we need to develop faster to face the strong teams in the national tournament. So, Gwangjin High School. At this time, he suddenly smirked and revealed a smug smile and secretly thought, become a stepping stone for my players to move forward. A second later, Kwang Ju suddenly raised his hand to cover his mouth, his eyes still focused on observing. Down below, Taejun still led the ball decisively, even though he was being tightly restrained by 2 opponents. In the blink of an eye, he escaped the encirclement and rushed towards the goal. Taejun gritted his teeth and secretly thought when he saw the 2 people blocking in front of him, there are up to 4 people marking me. In a moment of carelessness, he was suddenly tripped by an opponent. Taejun fell heavily on the grass, his body hit hard by the impact. The referee immediately blew the whistle but did not stop the match, only warned the players. He ran while looking back, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, did not foul. Ho-Sip also rushed forward, happily thought, opportunity to counterattack. Immediately after, he kicked strongly, the ball bounced off the ground, and flew high in the air. Seeing the encirclement gradually narrowing around him, Ho-Sip gritted his teeth, firmly maintained his determination. The golden opportunity has opened. He quietly turned around, and passed the ball skillfully past the opponent without saying a word. The teammate on the left wing quickly rushed up, chasing the ball drifting on the grass. Everyone shouted excitedly, cheering enthusiastically, causing him to grit his teeth, and put all his strength into rushing forward, advance. A second later, he immediately kicked hard, sending the ball flying forward. The ball flew quickly in the air, rushing straight to Dongsu's feet. In front of him, Woo Jin rushed up from the goal, preparing to block the ball. Dongsu did not hesitate, put all his strength into rushing quickly, leading the ball to approach the goal. He frowned and bit his teeth thinking, facing one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Returning to a few days ago, in the quiet sea, a hearty voice suddenly rang out, you guys are the best. Seeing the whole team enthusiastically playing soccer on the sand made Kwang Ju laugh and ask, I said you were off today, but you still only think about soccer. Hearing that, Ho-Sip seriously turned around and gently replied, Coach, the national tournament is approaching, is it okay to waste time like this? He calmly spoke up to reassure, don't worry, Captain, rest is also important. Then Kwang Ju suddenly hugged his hat and smiled lightly and said, and today's schedule is also part of the training for you. Hearing that, a confused look appeared on his face. His eyes examined the situation. The sky gradually darkened, the lighthouse in the distance disappeared into the night, and his calm voice rang out in the quiet space. Now, one last time. Kwang Ju held a cup of candle in his hand and smiled gently, and said, I hope you can say all the words from the bottom of your hearts, your feelings when playing soccer. Everyone held a cup of candle in their hands, listening to every word being uttered, the pain, and also the joys. He gently turned around and said in a deep voice, I want you to share everything with the teammates here. I will avoid you for a while. After speaking, Kwang Ju quietly left, leaving the team sitting around on the sand. He squeezed the candle red-faced and hesitantly spoke, What is this? The coach just left like that. Another boy also closed his eyes and timidly called, Hey, Captain, I know what the coach is thinking, but this is really too embarrassing. Ho Sip, although flustered, still bravely spoke up to ask everyone, Hey, are you really not going to say anything? We agreed to follow all the coach's instructions. The words just fell, and the whole team fell into a silent space, causing him to be speechless and think, but this is a bit. After a moment of silence, Ho Sip finally cleared his throat and spoke before everyone's puzzled eyes, Then let me start first. He looked at the candle in his hand and spoke hesitantly, It sounds funny, but really, I have a lot of difficulties playing in the defensive position. According to the low voice, the memory seemed to return to that day, since a player from the other team was injured due to a collision with me. Ho Sip turned his eyes to look at everyone and timidly said his feelings. I can no longer stretch my legs and break the ball as decisively as before. Encouraged, a member hesitated for a moment and then spoke, I am still a novice, so I am most afraid of facing the opponent directly. Another member also cautiously spoke, saying the pain that he had hidden for a long time, My ankle used to be injured, so I can't run as long as before. The boy next to him also sighed and continued, Me too, the previous injury is still there. The confessions kept ringing out, people around often laugh at me when I make mistakes. I do not want to become a burden, but Dongsu squeezed the candle and said softly, I am a striker. He remembered the matches before and confided softly, but I am most afraid of facing the goalkeeper directly. Speaking to this point, Dongsu suddenly lowered his head, his voice involuntarily became smaller, always making mistakes in important situations, when my eyes meet the goalkeeper on the other side. I feel like my eyes turn white, and my legs tremble. As soon as the words fell, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder and gently comforted, Dongsu, do not worry. Ho Sip smiled gently and opened his mouth, if such a situation happens again. He softly said his promise, then I will run right next to you. Returning to reality, Dongsu looked back and called out with confidence, Captain. At this time, he was leading the ball, with Ho Ji-young chasing closely behind, and Ho Sip pressing no less. Seeing Dongsu rushing towards him, Wu Jin gritted his teeth and advanced, in his heart dawning a sense of deliberation. He might choose to pass the ball. He gritted his teeth, and put all his strength into rushing towards the goal. Dongsu accelerated and faced the goal, while the opponent's goalkeeper and defenders rushed back to defend. He frowned and bit his teeth, secretly pondering, facing one-on-one with the goalkeeper. At this time, he successfully tripped Ho Ji-young, causing the opponent to stop right in front of the goal. Before his horrified eyes, Dongsu strongly shot the ball towards the goal, and happily thought in his heart, Now I am okay, Captain. Looking at the ball hitting the goal net hard and Wu Jin's pale face, he excitedly thought, We. Dongsu knelt down on the field, looked up and shouted loudly in excitement, and Ho Sip rushed over and hugged his neck tightly, celebrating excitedly together. In his joy, Dongsu excitedly screamed in his head as if declaring his own victory. We'll definitely win. Looking at the scoreboard before his eyes, Guangjin won, Su Jin won. A voice suddenly rang out, Coach. Young Hwan slightly clenched his arm that was being bandaged, and his eyes flashed with a sharp and firm look before speaking decisively, I will go warm up. Kwang Ju hugged his arm, his glasses flashed a light that made others unable to see his expression clearly. Finally Guangjin's trump card has revealed his face. Of course I also have a countermeasure. Shin Sol sat on the chair and said with interest, No matter how difficult the situation is, they can't put him on the field in that condition, their coach is crazy. Down below, sitting in the coach's seat, Siwoo looked at the documents while indifferently opening his mouth. Are you planning to play soccer with that arm in a cast? He raised his eyelids to look at the boy in front of him. It is not your turn yet, sit down. Without waiting for the other person to react, the coach turned to say, You are Min Nam-ju, right, get ready to go. Nam-ju's face turned green, and his hands instinctively raised in rejection. Young Hwan glanced back slightly. Up in the stands, Wuri bent down to look below and happily waved to signal to the people behind. Hurry up, we are late. The purple-haired girl rubbed her hair and asked in surprise, What, has it started already? How many minutes are we late, and the stands are so empty? After regaining her strength, Ara looked up and said, A 90-minute match, and now it is 75 minutes. The score on the electronic board read 1-1, and today's match was coming to an end. The purple-haired girl approached and hugged Wuri, teasing her friend. I do not care about soccer. But why did you force me to come here? She replied shyly and then changed the subject. It is Ara who invited me. But Du Hyang seems too tired. According to Wuri's words, Ara looked down to see. That is true, he is not the type who is strong in physique. But the entire body of the left winger was covered in sweat, and his breath was extremely chaotic. He looks especially tired today. Turning back to Kwang Ju, who was engrossed in thinking, the abilities of the core players on the Gwangjin side really exceeded my predictions. The captain and the team's fuse, Kang Tae-jun, showed a strong impact from the beginning with the opening goal. Ho Ji-young, who defended successfully time and time again, saving the team so many times. But the person who contributed the most was none other than Hyo Do-hyung. The courage to overcome the weakness of physical strength, and the extraordinary determination in each passing. But you must also feel it, right? In the field, Ji-young asked a question, is your foot okay? The opponent cheerfully smiled and raised a thumbs up instead of an answer. No matter how strong the will is, it cannot increase the limit of physical strength. Kwang Ju rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscles. So let us officially begin. Unlike Gwangjin, we have many substitute players. The team on the other side was substituting, and Du Hyang wiped his sweat and muttered to his teammate, this is the worst thing I have been worried about. He cursed secretly in his head, damn it, even if my leg does not hurt, it will still be very difficult. Right at this time, the coach of the Soo-jin team raised his hand and shouted, first, let us start with rotating positions. The captain of the group caught the signal and quickly acted, and the other members also hurried to follow. Formation D4-4-2. Seeing these people with their messy hair running forward, Do-hyung could not help but grind his teeth uncomfortably, thinking, this guy, is not he a central defensive midfielder? What are they doing? Kwang Ju was like a Go player, calmly, indifferently, patiently. It is too early to be surprised. The members of our Gwangjin team stiffened before the unexpected movements of the opponent. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Now I will show you. His hands waved out a few numbers like a signal. The collectivity of this team. The team on the other side passed the ball to each other very flexibly, causing the other side to be unable to stop it. The passes were smooth with no gaps. Ji-young, who was marking someone, shouted loudly, defend tightly. Suddenly realizing that his friend was running nearby, he asked confusedly, Mingyu, why are you up here? The opponent looked around and then fearfully made a prediction. The positions are all shuffled. Damn it, we were careless. Ji-young still maintained his calm and shouted loudly for the members in his team to hear, don't get caught up in their movements. Siwoo, sitting on the chair, seriously watched the tense match at this time. The rotation of the formation from defense, attack, to creating pressure, is as natural as flowing water. If judged solely on the strength of collective connection, then their team deserves to be at the top. On the other side, Kwang Ju raised his hand again. A member on our side panted angrily and thought, if we keep getting caught up in them like that, then there will be no way to resist. The coach on the Soo-jin team slowly opened his eyes and said happily, I do not know if you have realized it, but every movement of the kids, even the smallest, is connected tightly like a chorus. And as long as I issue an order, then the collective strength of the team will completely reach its peak. Ho Sip witnessed all of his expressions. Everything is going smoothly as the coach predicted. Kwang Ju smiled and lightly said, the road has been opened. Now is the time for you to take advantage of this opportunity. A person in the Soo-jin team kicked the ball in another direction. The teammate on the other side also rushed to. Ji-young recognized the loophole and secretly rejoiced in his head. Time. He scratched a line under the foot of the member on your side. But unfortunately, that person did not know if it was intentional or unintentional and stepped hard on Ji-young's foot, causing him to frown. At this time, the people were very close to the goal. The captain launched the kick. Luckily, the ball hit the goal post and was knocked out. Everything around gradually became quiet again. But there was someone who was in great pain and holding their face. Everyone quickly ran towards Ji-young, who was coiling his body. The person sitting next to Shojun stood up. Jung-hwan swung his arm decisively, causing the bandage to tear into pieces. On his face was seriousness. Coach, can I go on the field now? Siwoo stared at the boy. The others also came closer and called softly, Jang Hwan. Shojun worriedly whispered to the remaining person sitting next to him, Senior, should we stop him? Du Hyang panted and frowned and said, Coach, prepare to substitute. He stood in front of the coach, and his body exuded fatigue. Jung-hwan thought this guy was talking to him, so he gently put his hand on his shoulder. Well done, now rest. But suddenly Du Hyang held the arm that had just been wrapped by bandage. Wait a moment. Perhaps because it was held too tightly or because of something, the arm being held by Jung-hwan shook. Look. Du Hyang bluntly said, you can't play today. After telling that stubborn guy, he turned to the side and sat down. Coach, substitute me. It has to be this guy. Ji-hyun dead fish eyes had no expression. I knew it. And pitiful Shojun jumped up in fright. Siwoo propped his chin up and a look of contemplation was revealed on his face. this kid is. He remembered when reading the student's document. What is this? Shujun's youthful face clearly showed sadness and discomfort. Other than the ability to pass, the other parameters are unclear. A moment later, Siwoo spoke, give to Younghwan. The opponent instinctively stood up straight. Yes, sir. The coach snuffed out the intention of substituting for the young boy. Clean up the trash you created. Hearing that, Younghwan coldly fell over. Siwoo turned to say to the frightened boy, as for Si-jun, go get ready, if so then perhaps. Shujun's expression darkened, and the muscles on his face continued to contract. And just like that, he successfully stood on the field. The match started again. Minyu breathed hard and asked the person who had just fallen, Ji-young, are you still okay? He still calmly replied, don't worry. But in his heart he was trying to endure. If I fall, then the defense will be gone. The name on the team cut through. But Bang Soo successfully kicked the ball in a different direction. The ball was kicked too hard so it flew out. A moment later there was another substitution. Du Hyung walked back to the seat. He gently rubbed Shujun's hair. Du Hyung's voice was quite hurried but still heard clearly with the hope in it. I really wanted to play with you in the first match. What a pity you, try your best. But before he could continue walking, the person in front called him back. Do Hyung, wait. Du Hyung turned his head back. Thinking that the boy was going to say something cool, who knew that he would be scared and grab his friend's arm and stuttered to reject. This is not right, no matter how I think about it. It is too difficult for me. You said I do not have to go on the field today. The solemn atmosphere disappeared immediately. Du Hyung angrily grabbed his neck. Hey, it does not matter if you can do it or not. What matters is that you have done your best. Then he grabbed the face of his shy friend and lifted it up. Did you see that? Shujun's eyes gradually widened. That direction was the three girls chatting together. Du Hyung's voice full of vitality rang out from behind. Your goal is right there, in order to gradually achieve success. You must first catch Ara's eye. This is the beginning of the great plan. Do you remember, what is soccer? Shujin vaguely asked back. What? Without any hesitation, he slapped the back of the other person and replied, it is 11 players working together to score a goal. Finally, Du Hyung encouraged him, go forward and handle everything. All the members on the team were extremely tired but their legs still kept running. Shujun's thoughts rang out. When sitting in the stands I could not realize. Only when standing directly on the field can I feel it. The players on our team have always been running under pressure like this. On the stand Shin-sol took a step intending to return then turned around and asked puzzled. Hey, what else is there to see? Gwangjin is done for. Namtae did not care about the other person. And was still immersed in thought, if it really ends like this, then we won't have the opportunity to face them. Hyo Do-hyung. Kwang-ju saw the new person being substituted and propped his chin up and thoughtfully said to himself, finally, researching about Gwangjin, I did not see him. The substitute for Do-hyung, what can he do? Siwoo was not at all as casual as the coach on the other side. In a situation where they are being put under constant pressure like this, then the only way to break the deadlock is long passes with high accuracy. If the data I have seen is correct, then he is the key to breaking the stalemate. The person on the Soo-jin side launched a strong shot. Luckily the goalkeeper on our side caught the ball beautifully. Woo-jin struggled to catch his breath, and tried to stand up. Damn it, this pressure-style play opens up too many attack directions for them. The match was extremely tense, damn it, so let me play the role of starting then. After cursing to relieve his emotions, he kicked the ball far away. The person on our side headed the ball. The ball finally flew hovering over Shujun's head. Even though on his face there was still shyness and worry, but unexpectedly his emotions were quite calm. The ball is an egg, and I am the cushion. Just thinking that, Shujun supported the ball with his chest in a graceful manner. The ball was stepped under his foot. Du Hyung excitedly sat up and clenched his fist and shouted, well done, that is right. Beside him, Ji-hyun was quite calm and secretly thought, even though it was just a normal ball control, but compared to the blank sheet of paper a week ago, it has been an extraordinary change. Returning to Shujun, but now, he is facing one of your names, what should I do? Because he was too worried, his legs accidentally relaxed causing the ball to not be held tightly. The person saw this point clearly. Immediately, the ball was robbed in broad daylight. Shujun's thin body fell with the inertia. Seeing the people on your side quickly running to the goal, Woo-jin put his hands on the side of his mouth and shouted, it is a counterattack, everyone retreat immediately. Then angrily cursed secretly, damn it, why did I let that idiot on the field? The person on the Soo-jin side ran and said, okay, everyone spread out. Suddenly a shadow passed the person. What? Our Ji-young had successfully blocked the ball. The eyes showed a resilient will that was not easy to overthrow. It won't be that easy. After taking the ball, he immediately ran in the opposite direction. Du Hyung's sweat had not dried yet, so he looked like he was still in the game. Good, thanks to On's sloppiness, we have another chance to counterattack. That is pretty good. Everyone changed their running direction again. Namju yelled to signal his teammates, Ji-young. The ball was kicked far away. He quickly accelerated. His back leg pushed off with all its might. And the ball lightly grazed his head, changing direction because of it. Namju, having jumped quite high, felt sore all over when he fell. Finally, the ball went out of bounds. Si-woo did not know when he had stood up, scratching his head. Min Namju is inherently weak. Now I understand why the coach rarely uses him. Sejun hurriedly helped Namju up. Senior, are you okay? Does anything hurt, Sejun? The opponent's strong, trained hand tightly gripped his shirt. Please. Namju's voice was full of sincerity. We can't end it like this. Show me your true ability. Sejun looked dazed. Senior Namju, true ability. Even though the opponent's eyes were squinted and hard to see, he could tell that he was desperately pleading. This game, for us, for me, is the last chance. Sejun thought silently. Senior also has a dream like me. Then, without hesitation, he replied, I will try. On the bench, Young-hwan was adjusting his injured arm, wondering if he had made the right decision. A towel covered Do Hyung's expression, of course. The game started again. Ji-young received the ball. But looking at the solid defense, he felt frustrated. Damn it, there is no way to dribble through the middle. The opponent's formation was shifting too fast, their defense too tight. How? While he was deep in thought, someone called out, Senior. Sejun stood not far away, shouting, pass it to me. He glanced at the other person, thinking, Do Hyung's secret weapon. Do Hyung continued, on the field today, he is more special than anyone else. The ball was passed. This time, Sejun's eyes were full of determination. Can I do as well as last time? Seeing the change in his junior, Ji-young felt a little hopeful. Can he turn the tide? At this moment, Sejun looked no different from prey being targeted by beasts. The extraordinary intelligence of the math genius kicked in. The movement of our team is a bit. His golden eyes scanned the entire situation. This is, no. Even if I change the angle to increase the spin. It is not easy to simultaneously increase both linear force and torque. The best way for our team is to create a pass with minimal movement. A light appeared at the end of the tunnel, found it. Although the thought process was quite long, it only took a few seconds in reality. Can I do as well as last time? One of the Sujin players, seeing the ball pass him, thought uncomfortably, what the hell, a pass, why is it so low, but so light? You can't penetrate our defense. As soon as he thought that, everyone on the opposing team was slapped in the face. They were all wide-eyed. What, the space behind is completely open. Taejun was running towards that ball. All the members and coaches of Sujin were very surprised by this turn of events. Is no one marking Kang Taejun? Someone reacted quickly and ran over. The ball was moving in the middle, and Taejun ran faster and shot it. The goalkeeper's palm touched the ball. But unexpectedly it bounced off and flew back inside. No. The ball was about to cross the goal line. It can't go in. Then the captain of the opposing team appeared in time to stop it. The ball was kicked high into the air. Ho-sib collapsed to the ground. Taejun witnessed everything and thought irritably, damn it, such a sure chance. His palms clenched tightly. Ji-young wiped his sweat with his sleeve and thought calmly, if he were still full of energy, he would not have missed that opportunity. But this guy. He called Sejun, and the latter stuttered yes. Ji-young generously praised him. That pass just now was great. For the rest of the time, you will be the key to our attacks. Coach Kwang-ju, sweating profusely, bit his fingernails and muttered to himself, where did they find that passer? Although he is full of weaknesses, it is still unclear what he can do. That number 16 is an incredibly unpredictable variable. The members of the team thought determinedly, we feel it too, coach. But the outcome of this game will still be determined by us. Do Hyang smiled wickedly and cheered, go, on Sejun, show the other team what you have got. Young-hwan coldly shattered his joyful mood. Now's not the time for you to show off. Taeju turned his head and shouted, pass it. Sejun turned his whole body around, and then passed another ball exactly like the last one. The opposing team watched warily. Don't even think about receiving the ball. You think you are free, Kang Taejun. The ball touched his foot. A period of time passed, and the score was still tied at 1-1. Taejun was panting heavily, having used too much energy to run. Ji-young was no less exhausted than him. On Sejun's passes have helped change the pace of the game. But if we can't score, it is all for nothing. Taejun and I are both at our limits. If we have to play extra time, we really can't take it. But Taejun did not care about his stamina and still wanted to play more. Including stoppage time, there are about 5 minutes left. I will give it my all for these 5 minutes. Kwon-ju gave a new signal to the team. I thought we would be able to determine the outcome in the second half. But we still can't let our guard down. Seeing the opposing team change positions, Si-woo immediately realized his intention. Because he is wary of An Sejun's passes, he has put the defense on high alert. Think what you want, but we are not losing. Sejun was trying his best to win with his intelligence. Not yet, I have to complete the calculation faster. Just a little more. I will pass it accurately to senior. A gap appeared between everyone, right in that position. Taejun increased his strength again. His eyes were full of desire, right now. Shijun gradually drew his leg back. Hosip quickly ran over, too dangerous. But an unexpected event occurred. Shijun fell to the ground. The referee rushed onto the field. Then he coldly held up a yellow card in front of a member of the Sujin team. Dong-soo gritted his teeth. This. Everyone hurriedly stopped his anger. It is not fair, don't you? Calm down. You will get another card. I took the ball legally. I did not even touch his leg. Siwoo agreed a little. That is right. Although it was a steal from behind, he only touched the ball. But from the referee's perspective, it is hard to see clearly. We can only say we got lucky. The luck of these Gwangjin kids is no joke. Shijun's vision was blurry at this moment. Can he get up? He has a free kick. I am dizzy. Although he could see clearly, his ears were ringing and he could not hear anything. What are they saying? They are telling me to shoot this ball. His face turned pale. The two on the bench were discussing a free kick from over 30 meters. Man, if it were a little closer, he would score right away. But 30 meters. He struggled with that in the test before. Do Hayang secretly add it in his head, or just pass it to An Taejun? He is 190 centimeters tall. An Sejun aimed for senior Taejun's head. The burly Taejun tried to avoid the players on the opposing team. I have to take advantage of this opportunity. The goalkeeper was very focused. Kang Taejun, this is your last chance. The clearest sound Shijun could hear was his own breathing. Ball weight 450 g. His whole body straightened up. Distance to the defensive wall 9.17 m. Distance to the goal 23.6 m. Length 7.32 m. Height 2.44 m. Everyone on the team was nervous. The expression on Shijun's face showed a clear lack of decisiveness. He instinctively turned his head to look at his friend. What if I miscalculate? Du Hayang smiled and replied in his head, don't worry. He tapped his temple and smiled. Your calculations are never wrong. So Shijun regained his confidence. In his head was a series of incomprehensible mathematical formulas, according to which his leg would move. Rewind to the time before the free kick. Younghwan, with his chin in his hand, said thoughtfully, a free kick from over 30 meters seems a bit too much for An Sejun, right? Du Hayang smiled again, thinking, he struggled with that distance in the test before. If it were a little closer, he would score right away. But this distance is just right to take advantage of senior Taejun's height. After thinking, he calmly said, everything will depend on whether senior can seize this opportunity. In the stands, the girls were watching intently. Wuri nervously hugged her friend's arm. If they score now, they won't have to play extra time. I am so worried, Ara. The smiling girl lightly comforted her. Don't worry, they will be fine. The purple-haired girl frowned, revealing her worry. But that guy. Isn't he too small for a football player? Can he do well? Ara agreed and disagreed at the same time. Well, compared to other players, yes, he is. But football is not like other sports. Each player has diverse and complex roles. So I am sure he has his own special weapon. Kwang Ju rested his chin on his hand and thought, an unpredictable card. That number 16 has really created a situation that we have always wanted to avoid. Based on the analysis of his previous passes, it seems he is more of a ball control type than a powerful shooter. So the key to this free kick is Kang Taejun. If we can overcome this dangerous situation. The goalkeeper frowned and shouted, move the wall out a little more, then the momentum will immediately shift in our favor. It seems we can only rely on luck. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He worriedly turned his head, a question on the boy's face. What if I miscalculate? Du Hayang smirked, pointing to his temple. Don't worry, your calculations are never wrong. Therefore, the shy Shujin quickly regained his composure. Okay, I will try. His whole body relaxed, and he drew his leg back. Then he used all his strength to kick it. The ball flew towards the goal at a fast speed. The others seemed to realize the intention of that number 16. As expected, he is passing the ball to Kang Taejun. Everyone thought with one heart, by all means. We have to stop him. Taejun watched intently as the ball flew high and gradually fell. He jumped up, and the people blocking him also jumped up. They were turning towards the goal. The goalkeeper was very focused on looking ahead. In his head he called, Coach. Memories suddenly flooded back. Honestly, I am not sure either. I know you are doing this for me, but I do not think it suits my style. The coach, still wearing the same clothes as in the future, calmly asked, can you tell me why? He answered immediately, although I know I am not a great goalkeeper, I do not want to be tied down by this data. Instead of focusing on training according to this data, I want to trust my own judgment on the field. I am sorry if what I said is a bit too arrogant. He touched the other person's shoulder. He said softly, you must be very angry. When your judgment and abilities are ignored, and the coach forces you to use this inferior method, you must be very angry. Young-min fell silent. Kwon Ju smiled and continued, I understand that feeling. However, I want to make one thing clear. I am not the one who makes the final decision, but you, Young-min, the one fighting on the field. The data I give you is not an absolute guide, but just a set of materials to help you make decisions. He lowered his head. Then he spoke again. Coach, according to this data, Kang Taejun aims for the left 60% of the time in all finishing situations. But choosing which side to finish on is not just 50 per 50, like betting everything on luck. He turned his head, revealing his sharp angles, although it is not wrong to say that. But when faced with simple choices, for example, standing in the middle of an intersection, humans still have unconscious habits, tendencies that can influence decisions. Especially when you have to make a choice immediately, is not that one habit will take absolute precedence. His squinted eyes slightly opened, revealing bright purple pupils. Memory finished. Taejun, while jumping, glanced to the side. Young-min also saw that. The choice appears at the crucial moment. As the coach predicted, the goalkeeper ran towards the right side. His head was about to touch the ball. Just about to touch it, not completely touching it. The ball barely grazed Taejun's head. The ball flew into the corner and crashed into the back of the net. Du Hayang hurriedly sat up. Ji-hyun smiled gently, the timid voice of his junior echoing in his head. Senior. Images of how hard Seo-jun tried appeared. I want to learn a few more things tomorrow. Would that bother you? You know my weaknesses. I want to know how to fix them, even if it is just a little bit. That is enough for today. He stood up and walked away, followed by the cheering members. The more I observe him, the more interesting I find him. The corners of Ji-hyun's mouth slightly lifted. Young-min looked at the falling ball in a panic. He was full of regret, remorse, and sadness. The others on his team were also stunned. The opposing team was the same. Taejun also stood there blankly, panting. The owner of the free kick wondered stupidly, why is everyone silent? Did I break any rules? A moment later, a loud shout echoed throughout the stadium, goal. From Seo-jun's perspective, Du Hyang coolly pointed to his head, your calculations are never wrong. Seo-jin gained confidence, okay, I will try. But from Do Hyang's perspective, he thought differently, aimed for Taejun's head. He also misunderstood, okay, I will try. Even if it is not quite right, the right result is all that matters. During the game, everyone started running again. Ji-young was tightly marked, so the ball was easily taken from him. The ball fell to the opposing team. The goalkeeper crouched down. The game was extremely tense. The ball was kicked high into the air. It just kept flying, flying, flying. Back to the present, the captain stood there in a daze. Images from the past appeared. His friends who quit football turned and said, I am sorry. I just want us to operate like a club. Our skills are not enough to go pro. I can't continue anymore. You know that too, so why do not you be honest with yourself? Football is good, but only when it is still a hobby. The coach intently watched his sturdy but lonely back. He thought silently. Kwon Ju recalled the past. You, Young Kwang-soo, you are a physical analyst, not a coach. What do you know about the field? The other person threw the paper at him. Have you ever played on a stadium? If you have not, what the hell do you know? Back to the present, Kwang Ju sat quietly on the bench. Dong-soo knelt on the ground in pain, sobbing, it is over. I do not expect much, because I do not have something called talent. Sometimes I thought it would be best to use an injury as an excuse to stop. A talentless person like me is just wasting time if I continue, but... He pounded the field. The person who changed their emotions was standing there blankly. The opposing team was comforting each other. It is all my fault. If I had done better. Bang-soo slapped Taejun on the back. Captain, you did great. But the other person brushed past him. His mood was very bad. I can't consider this game a win. Du Hyang walked out of the bench and took Ji-young's hand. Anyway, we won. He said funnily, we need to work harder to improve our stamina. He praised and glanced to the side. That is right, you ran a lot today. Then he saw Seo-jin standing there blankly. Dong-soo had not escaped the feeling of defeat. Victory was within reach. I really wanted to win. I really wanted us to win together. Why have we come this far? Hearing that, Seo-jin felt heartbroken. Because of my goal, these people's dreams. But before he could do anything, someone grabbed his arm. Du Hyang bluntly said, are you crazy? Meeting the defeated will only make them more agitated. This is the reality of this world, where you will lose if you do not have enough ability. Seo-jin's pupils trembled slightly. Memories from the past appeared in his head. Today, it is still the same. Why have not I changed? Lack of imagination, need to observe the life around me more. He angrily shook off his hand. Don't call them the defeated. They do not deserve that. Du Hyang gave up. Are you going to be like this every time we win? Shun-jin stuttered, hey. He reached out his hand, are you okay? But the captain stopped him. It is okay, Dong-soo, good job. You did great today. Get up now. We still have to go and greet the coach. The Sujin team stood in front of Siwoo. They bowed and shouted in unison, "Thank you for the game." He still kept his cold expression and said, "Everyone worked hard. And I want to add one more thing, today's loss may be hard to accept, but hopefully it will be a valuable experience for you. It is unclear how far you will go, but today, what you gained is more valuable than the experience from easy wins." Our team also bowed to thank the opposing team's coach, "Thank you for the game." After greeting, they were about to leave, but suddenly Kwang Ju called out, "An Sejun." "Yes." He awkwardly pushed up his glasses. "If you do not mind, can I ask how long you have been playing football?" Shujin replied casually, "About a week." Hearing that, Kwang Ju said expectantly, "Is that so? I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again." Although a little confused, he still politely replied, "Thank you. Then I will go first." In the future, the reunion between the two will come sooner than imagined. Reference books of opponents. Tears overflowing. Sobbing sounds. Kwang Ju stood in front of everyone and said, "Everyone, today's game. We lost because of my misjudgment." He slumped down, "I am very sorry." But before he could finish, someone interrupted. Coach Ho Sip gently hugged him. "I think I can answer your question from before now. Why do I love football? I know I am not good at anything, and I used to be very scared when I stood on the field, but I do not know when. Everyone started putting their expectations on me. I am happy to realize that there are still people who believe in me, still people I can rely on. That is why I love football. You are the one who gave us the answer, and led us here. Thanks to you, we were able to go this far, coach." The hand on Kwang Ju's thigh trembled violently. Ho Sip smiled gently. Behind him the members bowed 90 degrees to show their utmost respect. "Coach Kwang-soo, thank you very much for the past 5 months. Coach, all this time, we have failed and stumbled countless times. It is just like always. We won't stop here." Finally, the Gwangjin regional preliminary round ended, 2-1 Sujin. Woo-ri was crying in the stands. "I thought we were eliminated for sure." She hugged the purple-haired girl. Just like Ara said, number 16 really does have his own special weapon, right? The other person replied, "I was very surprised." Ara asked curiously with a smile, "Yes, I wonder what his name is." The handsome image of Shujin playing football on the field appeared. The next morning at school, Shujun was walking slowly. The image of the boy crying so sadly was still in his head. "I still can't forget those faces. If I had not scored, no, then we would have lost. So, what is the right thing to do in that case?" While he was thinking, someone called from behind, "Hey, An Sejun." It turned out to be Hayang, our hero. By the long face, feeling difficult, regarding his friend's rather juvenile nickname, Shujin reacted calmly, "No, I am fine." Seeing him so sad, he suggested, "Let us go straight to the training field after school. We just played a game yesterday, so we will just do light training today." Inside the school hallway, Hayang was still blabbing, "Player An Sejun, how do you feel about scoring in your first game? And that goal into the top corner was really awesome." Their faces were all blank. As if remembering something, he carefully asked, "Are you still upset about what I said yesterday?" After thinking for a moment, he replied, "It is not that." Hearing that, Hayang smiled faintly and said, "Of course, you are not used to becoming a player yet." Suddenly, Shujun stopped. Hayang, "This has nothing to do with whether I am a player or not." The atmosphere around them became heavy. Hayang sighed and thought, his serious illness has relapsed again. Suddenly Ara appeared like a savior. "Hey Hayang, you just played yesterday, and you are still here on time. Congratulations on passing the preliminaries. And this is my friend, Woo-ri." "Hello Hayang, I watched your game yesterday." Woo-ri shyly held out a can of peach juice with a heart-shaped peach on it. "Do you like fruit juice, if you do not mind?" Hayang, a straight man, refused decisively, "No, I do not like peach flavor." She was startled and stuttered, "I am sorry. Apple flavor is the best." Ara noticed the other person, "Were you behind yesterday?" While the two were still talking about apples, eating apples feels like scratching the right spot. It is so much better. Shujin had regained his senses long ago, and when he saw the girl he liked, his face flushed, and he stepped back. Hayang smiled proudly and introduced, "Yes, he is the hero of yesterday's victory." And Woo-ri was wondering about the sentence just now, the feeling of scratching the right spot. Ara also remembered immediately and did not forget to praise him a few times. "That is right, I was very surprised yesterday. Those accurate passes. And the final free kick was also very extraordinary. I did not expect you to be able to score from that distance. Have you played on any teams before?" Hayang was covering his mouth, smiling gleefully. "Everything is going smoother than I thought." Ara smiled gently like a spring breeze. "It seems I have not even introduced myself yet. We have not talked to each other before, right? I am Jo Ara, and you are." Hearing the girl introduce herself and ask his name, Shujin became sad again. "I am An Sejun. I will go first." He thought in his head, as expected, "She does not remember me. And just like that, he ran away. Du Hayang frowned and sighed in frustration. The opportunity was right in front of him. How annoying. In a certain meeting room, overall, this team is not good at all. Dealing with organizational issues is the urgent matter right now. Lee Sang-won, the coach, spoke yesterday's game because of the current problems. He recalled the outstanding members of the team, Hyo Do-hyung, Kang Tae-jun, and Ho Ji-young. Those three can't use even half of their true skills. The person opposite continued, if you want the players to develop more, the school coach needs to conduct training in basic skills and enhance their physical fitness. This is Kim Jong-hun, the assistant coach. There are some players who look very prone to injury. Among them, the ones who can sprint like Hyo Do-hyung and Cho Young-hwan are the most important to the attack. We should focus on those two. Si-woo asked the most important question right now. How long until Cho Young-hwan recovers? He calmly replied, it is still unclear if he will be able to play in the next game. He asked another question, has the schedule for the next few games been updated? Sang-hwan looked at the documents and replied, yes, we are in Group G with a total of 11 participating teams. In this group stage, we need to be in the top 3 to advance to the second half of the tournament. Coach Si-woo rested his chin on his hand and said the real tournament does not officially start until the round of 64. It is lucky that this group has 3 slots. The other person said coldly, we can't be optimistic. Our group is really like a death group. There is last year's runner-up, Hanyang, and Jungang School. If we consider the overall strength in Group G, our team is actually lacking a lot. Hearing a key word, Si-woo could not help but have a headache. Lacking a lot. Do you know Wang Ji-hyun? I do not know what is wrong with that guy. Sang-hwan thought for a moment. Then he looked up and said, I will report back to you later. The other person crossed his arms. All right. Just like that, the two asked and answered. And who is the little kid? Ji-young? No, a different little kid. Head coach, do you want to die? That kid who scored the winning goal yesterday. Who is he anyway? His passing ability and overall vision are no longer at the high school level. Du-hyung walked beside him and asked, how is it? Even if you are tired, you have to try to improve your stamina, because that is your biggest weakness. Then you can move on to the next step. Shur-jun curiously raised his head. Next step. He was about to answer when his stomach suddenly hurt, that is. So Du-hyung ran off to take care of it, but did not forget to call out from behind. I will tell you after I am done in the bathroom. Everyone started taking out the training equipment. Some people sat on the bench and said lazily, it hurts too much. Can't we train a little lighter? Be careful. Damn it, those first years. They joined later but they are getting to play before us. Young-hwan noticed this scene and politely asked seniors, can you help us clean up? We can't do it all. Min-woo grumbled like an old woman, this dog. Do not you see that we are sitting here because our legs hurt? The handsome guy with the sore arm sighed in frustration. Then he turned his face away without saying anything. But the other person saw the action that was considered impolite, and called out loudly, Cho Young-hwan. His veins were popping out, and he looked like a dog at this moment. You stop right there. He approached him like a bully, breathing heavily. Young-hwan uncomfortably turned his face away again. Unable to bear it anymore, Min-woo raised his slipper, this dog. But someone blocked him. Ji-young angrily cursed, what are you doing? Are you crazy? The juvenile was still angry, stay away from me. You have nothing to do with this. Namju also spoke to stop the fight that was about to break out. Min-woo, stop it. This is not the time for us to fight each other. Min-woo complained, senior, just let us handle this ourselves. Shur-jun quickly changed the subject, senior. I think we should clean up together. The grumpy Min-woo said foully, what are you barking about? Even you dare to talk back, do you want to get punched? Standing in front of this type of person, Shur-jun became shy again. Min-woo found this reaction very funny. You are scared, huh? If you are scared, do not mess with me in the first place. Suddenly, Tae-jun appeared like a gorilla from behind, Choi Min-woo. The other person was startled and turned around. Tae-jun. He said coldly, I do not want to embarrass you here. So let us talk about it later. Stop here. Tae-jun picked up his bag and left. Another ugly guy spoke dissatisfied. Man, Tae-jun is always protecting those first years. Min-woo's expression was also gloomy. Starting from today, he angrily made a decision. We are going to make that dog suffer. Shur-jun was still naive and did not know what was about to happen to him. After that uncalled for argument, the atmosphere in the team instantly became heavy. Si-chun did not care about the hostile attitude of senior Choi Min-woo. He continued his task of cleaning the field together with Min Nam-chu. Min Nam-chu, touched. Thanks Si-chun for helping him, saying that the equipment was not too heavy, but no one was willing to help because it was too far. Si-chun smiled and said it was okay, he was just worried that Min Nam-chu would be lonely. The two quietly carried the cumbersome equipment to the equipment room. Suddenly, Min Nam-chu took a deep breath and said to Si-chun, Si-chun, I think it would have been better if you had not come earlier. You just joined, so you do not know. Everyone's been quite sensitive these days about little things. I was worried you would get unfairly bullied. Si-chun paused for a moment before saying, sorry, I did not realize it earlier. I should have restrained myself. Seeing Si-chun's unusual expression, Min Nam-chu asked worriedly, is something wrong, Si-chun? Si-chun whispered, I am only telling you this, senior. It is about yesterday's match against Su Chin-hai. Si-chun then told Min Nam-chu all his thoughts, that he never thought he would get to play, or rather, Si-chun did not really want to play. But after seeing the despair on Min Nam-chu's face on the field, that disappointment greatly affected Si-chun, and he thought that was why he had to be more courageous. When Si-chun passed the ball to Captain Kong Ti-chun, and the moment he shot the ball into the net, that feeling was really strange to an Si-chun. Si-chun said quietly, I thought I could not do anything in the game, but then I realized I was actually helpful. Streams of emotions poured into Si-chun's mind. He told Min Nam-chu that he could not forget the sadness of the opposing team. It felt like he had trampled on their dreams. But Si-chun also understood that his team had won, and he thought it was a bit much to argue about such small things. After listening, Min Nam-chu seemed to realize something. He sighed and said, that is really stupid. I understand how you feel, Si-chun. It is hard to answer this question accurately. But you know what, thanks for the goal you scored yesterday, because thanks to that, I got to play the sport I love today. Looking into Min Nam-chu's eyes, Si-chun could feel that sincere thank you. The two seemed to be closer. Min Nam-chu happily said, Si-chun, you can call me Hayang from now on. Si-chun, who had just gone through so much drama, felt his complicated feelings quickly soothed. He smiled and said, I am glad there are good people like you on the team. Suddenly, Min Nam-chu's expression changed 360 degrees. He stammered, Si-chun, why do not you leave your stuff here and go back? Si-chun, not understanding what was happening, looked ahead and realized that trouble had arrived. Choi Min-hoo, followed by two senior classmates, stared at Si-chun and nodded his chin at Min Nam-chu, saying, Senior, I want to talk to him. Give me some time, okay? His menacing, gangster-like expression made both Min Nam-chu and Si-chun unsure of whether to advance or retreat. This scene happened to catch the eye of head coach Si-hoo. He clicked his tongue, wondering if they were arguing again instead of finding a solution. And in the end, they will resolve it with a test. I do not know what is wrong with Jio Guangqin. Coach Lee Sang-kwan, on the other hand, was still intently analyzing the players' post-match stats. He casually said, isn't it interesting, an Si-chun shot and still got it on target in that situation. It would be a waste if we did not fully utilize his potential. Remembering an Si-chun, Si-hoo felt a headache coming on. It seemed like he had forgotten something extremely important when witnessing an Si-chun's free kick. However, Si-hoo could not name what it was yet, so he would just wait and see. Si-hoo stood up frustrated and grumbled, anyone without responsibility would find it interesting. Lee Sang-kwan pouted in response, if I am called, I will follow anywhere because I have no responsibility. The coach will face the music alone. At the same time, Si-hoo saw an old photo of himself deep inside the drawer. It was a photo of him winning the championship with the Jio Guangqin High School team at the national tournament a long time ago. While Si-hoo was staring blankly at the photo, Lee Sang-kwan's voice kept ringing, asking Si-hoo that since he passed his license anyway, how on earth did he end up coaching such terrible teams? When did you get interested in that? Si-hoo paused for a long time, and memories started flooding back. More than half a year ago, Si-hoo had a meeting with a mysterious man, and that person suggested that Si-hoo come and lead Jio Guangqin High School. After hearing this, Si-hoo scoffed and retorted, have you been overseas for too long and your brain got flattened? I just got my license, and my career is just starting. You want me to take care of that terrible team? What is with that? Doing that is like holding a knife to my own throat. The mysterious man across from him laughed and said, this is not a request, it is recruitment. Recruiting a coach. He took off his sunglasses and casually said to Si-hoo, no one here can make a more special request, and you are wrong. Like I said, there are no conditions. Anyway, there have been quite a few useless suspicions for a long time. But if you take the job, you can do whatever you want with this. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the suitcase full of stacks of dollars in front of Si-hoo. Si-hoo got angry and spat out his chewing gum, frowning and asking, are you crazy? Just because you are well known, am I just a small fly? You think you can bribe me with this little money? Are you insulting me? Outwardly he seemed tough and gangster-like. But Si-hoo was only good at talking. The money was really too much, so he was not stupid enough not to fall for it. That was also the reason why Si-hoo was there to lead the degenerate Jio Guangqin team. After hearing Si-hoo's reason, Lee Sang-kwan cried out in horror, are you crazy? You will be in big trouble if you jump into this. Si-hoo did not turn his head but just said quietly, I will pay it back. Hearing this, Lee Sang-kwan felt a bit sorry. He said, "Sihu, if you have money, just do it, if not, transfer it to my salary." However, Sihu tremblingly restrained himself and said, "That person forgot to say that his son is at Jiao Guangqin. If something happens, we will be responsible. He likes things like this. It has been a long time, so I forgot about this point." Li Sangquan did not expect Sihu to still be thinking about that mysterious man. But from what Li Sangquan knew about Sihu's personality, if he messed things up, Sihu would not repeat the same mistake once he had accepted it. Although Sihu said that, it was not the real reason why he was here leading Jiao Guangqin, even for Li Sangquan. Sihu sighed and said, "Li Sangquan, tell me about that prince." Li Sangquan cautiously said, "That person is a bit useless. I just heard others say that. Moreover, this is not what you want to hear. Will you be biased after hearing them?" At this moment, Sihu suddenly noticed something. Right below the main building, an SI Chun was surrounded by a group of third-year players. Li Sangquan worriedly said, "That kid's looking for trouble, is not he?" Sihu was calmer. He said casually, "Let us see. We should consider this from a coach's perspective." At the same time, Min Nam Chu was trying his best to stop Choi Min-hoo's group to avoid a fight. However, these third-year seniors were resentful of an SI Chun just because he was a newbie but got to play. There were no empty spots for them. Another guy even came to mock and ridicule Si Chun, saying, "You think getting lucky will make a difference? No one recognizes a loser like you. Don't be too complacent, you bastard." Si Chun was about to speak when suddenly Guang Chi-hun appeared. He said casually, "What the hell are you doing?" As soon as he saw Guang Chi-hun, the blonde guy's face turned pale, and he was about to wet his pants. Chi-hun did not say much and directly walked past them. He casually took out a cigarette, looking like he wanted to intervene but also wanted to ignore what was happening. Seeing that expression on Guang Chi-hun's face, Min Nam Chu quickly said to Choi Min-hoo's group, "Let Si Chun go. Tell me if you have any complaints," then told Si Chun to go first. However, Si Chun said confidently that he was not going because he had not done anything wrong. Min Nam Chu was about to dissuade him but was made difficult by the third-year group. Guang Chi-hun heard everything clearly, but he did not say anything. Seeing Min Nam Chu trying to protect an SI Chun, Choi Min-hoo frowned and said, "Do you want to be treated like a senior that much? Since when did you become a senior?" Min Nam Chu was stunned when he heard Min-hoo ask him that. At this moment, a half-smoked cigarette was flicked straight into Choi Min-hoo's face. The cigarette was, of course, thrown by Guang Chi-hun. He did not want to intervene, but in the end, he could not hold back. Chi-hun glared and said to Choi Min-hoo, "Hey you idiot, when will your mouth shut up? Stop with those ridiculous comments. What were you thinking saying that in front of me?" Choi Min-hoo gritted his teeth and muttered, "What the hell, since when have you been close to Nam Chu? Or do you want to vent your anger on me?" Guang Chi-hun paused for a few seconds, then his eyes flashed with anger. Choi Min-hoo, seemingly fearless, shouted, "I heard everything, the reason why you are no longer in the national team." Guang Chi-hun stared at him and growled, "You know everything, then tell me, say nonsense, and you will get your ass kicked." Choi Min-hoo, fearless, snorted, "Don't you think it is too much for you? Senior skills are only effective in Jiao Guangqin. In short, it is not enough to be selected for the national team." Guang Chi-hun said coldly, telling him to continue. Choi Min-hoo, who had been jealous of Guang Chi-hun for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, "The representative position you had, you bought it all with money." As soon as these words came out, both an SI Chun and Min Nam Chu were shocked. Coach Sihu upstairs also overheard this and said casually to Li Sangquan, "Is that what you were going to tell me?" But downstairs, the matter was still not over. Choi Min-hoo, emboldened, mocked Guang Chi-hun, saying, "I did not want to say this, but senior, you are always causing trouble. This is a place where the best players in the country gather. How could you even think of buying a spot on the team with money? Oh, but you ran away before getting caught, did not you? Did you enjoy earning the title of national athlete?" The more Choi Min-hoo mocked Guang Chi-hun, the more arrogant and proud his tone became. Chi-hun seemed to be reaching his limit, his fists clenched tightly, trying to restrain the last bit of reason. However, Choi Min-hoo had not seen the coffin yet and was not shedding tears. He taunted, "Guang Chi-hun, senior, maybe you have been paving your way with money since you stepped into Jiao Guangqin." Chi-hun finally could not hold back and swung a punch at Choi Min-hoo. However, Min Nam Chu suddenly rushed in and took the hit for him. Guang Chi-hun's punch was not light, and Min Nam Chu fell straight to the ground. The situation unfolded too quickly, and Si Chun did not know what to do. Choi Min-hoo, witnessing the scene, almost wet his pants but outwardly pretended, saying, "Min Nam Chu, you are blocking me again." Guang Chi-hun wanted to punch him a few more times but was stopped again. It was Min Nam Chu who was trying to beg Chi-hun to stop. Min Nam Chu sobbed, "You too, stop and get out of here." Guang Chi-hun said angrily, his eyes red. Min Nam Chu let go. Seeing that expression on Guang Chi-hun's face, Choi Min-hoo did not dare linger for long, afraid of getting hurt. But before leaving, he spat out a sentence saying, "Gwang Chi-hun, you always act cool. Can't you stand others talking about you, huh? I wanted to tell you this before, you two are both crazy, especially Chi-hun. The other seniors are all working hard. Even when you are protecting the team, you are just clinging to the kids. I am not the only one who thinks about this. You pretend to be clean and secretly do shady things, you know that, right? Whether it is you or Nam Chu, no one recognizes you as a senior. You are the one who should be kicked off the team." Looking at Gwang Chi-hun's eyes, you could tell he was about to break free from his chains of reason and beat Choi Min-woo black and blue. Min Nam Chu, knowing the situation was bad, wanted to stop Chi-hun. However, an S.I. Chun did it first. He stood in front of Gwang Chi-hun, preventing a fight from happening. Si-chun said calmly, "Senior, stop it." Gwang Chi-hun said coldly, "Don't interfere, freshman." However, Si-chun did not retreat but looked straight into Chi-hun's eyes and said confidently, "Don't you really understand why Nam Chu is trying to stop you so desperately? If there is another risk that makes us fight, the team will be disbanded." Si-chun's words made Gwang Chi-hun pause. Even head coach Si-who widened his eyes slightly, looking at him. Not only reminding Gwang Chi-hun, Si-chun also turned to Choi Min-woo and said, "If you do not want that, then go ahead and do it." Choi Min-woo, of course, did not dare to fight with Gwang Chi-hun. He grumbled, "Don't waste your time. How long do you think this team will last if you guys keep struggling here? You are just a newbie from the start, so I do not think this team will even pass the qualifiers." After mocking them, Choi Min-woo's group finally left. Although Min Nam Chu and an S.I. Chun did their best to prevent fights that could break up the team, they did not know that the risk they were worried about had happened elsewhere. The group of senior players who were suspended earlier ran into the current Geo Guangqin team. As soon as Bat Hu-chin saw those guys, he was horrified. He did not think those third years would be released so quickly. The leader, Seong-chi, smirked and said to them, "You bastards look like you have met someone you should not have. Huh? Long time no see, are not you happy to see us?" Looking at these seniors, it was clear they did not have good intentions. They taunted, "Greet your seniors properly." Bat Hu-chin did not dare to disobey, hurriedly bowing. However, the person these seniors were targeting first was none other than Kang Tae-chun. Seong-chi approached and patted Tae-chun's face, then mocked, "Tae-chun, I have always told you this, manage these brats carefully." Kang Tae-chun calmly greeted back. Then he said confidently, "We will clean up for the seniors who were left behind, so please go back today." As soon as Kang Tae-chun said this, the senior was stunned and widened his eyes. Then he burst out laughing as if he had heard a joke. His laughter was not because he was happy, but because he was angry. As expected, Tae-chun immediately received a slap to the left cheek. The force of the slap was so strong that the juniors on the team turned pale and did not dare to speak. Seong-chi gritted his teeth and said, "Kang Tae-chun, do you think you can do whatever you want now that you are the captain? You are being disrespectful to your seniors. Are Chi-hun and Nam Chu the only high school students left? It is clear that since we left, this place is no different from a market." Another senior chimed in, "Do you trust Chi-hun now? That guy only cares about himself. He is probably looking for a safe place for himself now." These guys still did not intend to let Tae-chun go. Seong-chi smirked and told Tae-chun that he was just like Lee Chi-seo. As soon as this name was uttered, Kang Tae-chun's expression changed. This expression made Seong-chi even angrier. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you still looking down on me?" Then Tae-chun's leg was kicked hard. Seong-chi continued to use Kang Tae-chun as a punching bag, continuously punching and kicking, venting his anger. Painful thuds kept ringing out. The juniors on the team were trembling, not one of them daring to stand up to defend Kang Tae-chun. Bat Hu-chin's face was pale. He was worried about the captain, but he was weak and did not dare to step forward. After landing dozens of punches on Kang Tae-chun, Seong-chi smirked and said, "You being silent makes me lose all the fun." Looking at Tae-chun collapsing in front of him, he kept taunting, saying that he was just trash with the title of captain. Although Kang Tae-chun had taken the beating, these so-called seniors were not willing to let the team go. Another one took a baseball bat and nodded his chin, saying, "I can't wait like this anymore. Today, your seniors will teach you a quick lesson about etiquette as a parting gift." Bat Hu-chin was the first one to be pointed out. But before that bastard could act, Kang Tae-chun immediately stopped him. Tae-chun gripped the baseball bat in his hand and growled, "Senior, I have been very patient until this moment. But do you know the reason why I am not resisting your violence?" Kang Tae-chun's dangerous expression made the senior a bit scared. He tried his best to pull back the baseball bat, and said, "Because that is the right etiquette towards a senior from Geo Guangqin High School, and because you are wearing the same uniform as me." He took advantage of Tae-chun's carelessness, and tried to attack him again with the baseball bat. However, this time he was doomed, because Kang Tae-chun would not hold back anymore. Tae-chun grabbed that bastard by the collar and roared, "I do not care if you hit me. but do not even think about touching my teammates. Kang Tae-chun only punched once, but Seong-chi flew far away, looking pathetic and disheveled beyond description. Kang Tae-chun stared at him and said, "We have to advance to the national tournament." Seeing his comrade being hit, Seong-chi knew that today would not end the way he wanted. He smirked and said, "At least this is more interesting." In that critical situation, another inquiry was taking place in the head coach's office. The person called was Hyo Do-hin. He clicked his tongue and asked, "What is the matter at this hour, Commander? I do not live in the dorm with the others. I need to go home and rest." Head coach Sihu said casually, "I am not free either, so let me get straight to the point. There is an issue I need to decide on immediately. To do that, I called you here because I need to hear your story first." After learning that the coach wanted to hear his story, Do-hin looked puzzled. Sihu continued, saying that it would be difficult to decide based solely on reviewing the data. "What has changed since you came to Geo Guangqin? And is the team's disintegration related to you? Tell me everything you know." Hyo Do-hin was silent for a moment, then said tiredly, "Coach, I am very sorry, but I do not want to talk about that anymore. No matter how many times I explain, they do not believe me. It only deepens the suspicion of everyone. It has left me with a big scar." Hyo Do-hin's pitiful act made Coach Sihu's head ache. He sighed and said, "I am tired too, so can we just talk, please? I mean, I understand a person like you." Seeing that his feigned misery plan had failed, Hyo Do-hin was frustrated. Looking at Do-hin's expression, Sihu also felt a bad premonition. At the same time, the bad premonition that Sihu did not expect was happening in the club's changing room. The senior group was having a fierce fight with the Geo Guangqin school team. Kang Tae-chun had endured them beating him earlier, but not now. Using his burly physique, he pressed the head of the red-haired bastard who was shouting in front of him down on the ground with one hand. Kang Tae-chun's actions also made Seong-chi so scared that he did not dare to rush up. The juniors behind them did not dare to step forward to stop Captain Kang Tae-chun, not even Ho Di-dong. Even though he had been observing Tae-chun for a long time, he had never seen a Tae-chun like this before. A Kang Tae-chun who could directly take action against those bastards with the title of seniors for the sake of his teammates. After dealing with them all, Kang Tae-chun asked Seong-chi coldly, "Senior, do you really want to end this here today?" Seong-chi was furious and gritted his teeth. He stared at Tae-chun and growled, "You bastard, if it ends here like you said, it will be humiliating. Look forward to next time, it won't be like today." After saying this, the senior group hurriedly ran out of the changing room. Looking at Tae-chun's lonely figure, Ho Di-dong felt strange, because even though Tae-chun had been humiliated many times by the seniors, Di-dong had never seen Tae-chun this upset. But now Tae-chun had taken action. Di-dong knew that it was because of the responsibility of protecting his teammates as a captain. On Si-chun's side, after almost getting into a fight with Choi Min-hoo, he safely went home with Min Nam-chu. However, Si-chun was always worried about senior Chi-hun the whole way. After pausing for a long time, Si-chun turned and asked Min Nam-chu, "Was what Choi Min-hoo said earlier all true?" Min Nam-chu sighed and said, "I am sure Min-hoo was lying because he was angry at the time. Chi-hun would not do that." Si-chun said in surprise, "You really trust senior Chi-hun?" Hearing this, Min Nam-chu's mood was a bit different. After a while, he said, "Si-chun, you might not know, but Chi-hun was Geo Guangqin's trump card even before he was selected for the national team. He is not so weak that he would use such cowardly methods." Si-chun nodded and said, "You are right. Like his soccer skills, in other areas, senior Chi-hun is also a very great person." Min Nam-chu sighed and said, "It is all my fault. If I had been a better senior, we could have united into a better team than we are now." Si-chun asked curiously and cautiously, "Nam-chu, what the hell happened to the team?" Min Nam-chu paused upon receiving this question. After a long time, the story behind the team was finally told by Nam-chu, that it all started after Do-hin came to Geo Guangqin. That story was also what head coach Sihu wanted to hear from Hyo Do-hin himself. Hyo Do-hin said casually to Sihu that if his goal was to find out the truth, would not it be better to listen to the stories of others before listening to him? Sihu glared and said, "That is not what you need to worry about. I will make the judgment myself. It is okay if you tell everything completely from your perspective, but from now on, if you intend to mix in lies, do not even dream about playing soccer here ever again." Hyo Do-hin, of course, understood what the head coach's words meant. And then the story that followed was revealed, from both Hyo Do-hin and Min Nam-chu. At the Chairman's Cup National Tournament, Geo Guangqin High School was the team that had won the most championships ever. Geo Guangqin had produced many national team players who went to compete. In the national tournament outside of the semester, Geo Guangqin had also reached the finals 4 times in a row, and won 3 consecutive championships. The prestigious Geo Guangqin High School had become a solid force in decades of history. And a newcomer from the top youth national soccer club FC Liverpool, Hyo Do-hin, had joined Jeo Guangqin. It did not take long for Hyo Do-hin to ruin both sides' expectations of each other. From the first meeting, he frowned and greeted them with, "Nice to meet you all. Just do not bother me." Hyo Do-hin's greeting gave the players of Jeo Guangqin a particularly bad impression. However, not long after, Hyo Do-hin was surprised by the true face of this prestigious Jeo Guangqin High School. It was not difficult for Hyo Do-hin to recognize the stupid training methods here. Instead of focusing on developing and nurturing the players, the system treated the athletes no differently than disposable items to achieve high results. The absurdity happened everywhere and all the time. A head coach would tolerate and be indifferent even when someone said they had witnessed something that, under normal circumstances, would be unacceptable, such as when Do-hin told him about a senior hitting someone on the team but only received an indifferent look as if it were just a trivial matter. At that time, Hyo Do-hin could have returned to Liverpool immediately, but that option had not been considered by him from the start. And not long after, Hyo Do-hin decided that it was time for Jeo Guangqin to change. The first way to achieve his goal was simple. Just use his skills to prove his ability. Hyo Do-hin understood that in any organization, after people used their strength to consolidate their position, they would have the right to speak out. That was why he chose this method. Sure enough, Hyo Do-hin became the name that the head coach considered the most, even though many others said that no matter how well he played, he would still only be in first class. The head coach thought that the arrogant freshman Hyo Do-hin would soon become a thorn in their side, but he was a man of reason. He was not someone with the extraordinary ability to refuse to take advantage of Hyo Do-hin's outstanding talent. Perhaps the head coach of Jeo Guangqin High School at that time must have thought that Do-hin would soon be recruited and polished. So Do-hin was proud to be listed in the playing schedule, but from then on, the seeds of misfortune began to sprout in Jeo Guangqin. After hearing part of the story from Min Nam-chu, Si-chun hesitated and asked, "Besides Do-hin, did not anyone else raise the issue even in that situation?" Min Nam-chu sighed and said that it was because the others did not consider it a problem. He opened a photo on his phone and said, "Si-chun, I have friends who have played soccer with me since we were kids. But among them, I am the only one still playing soccer. Of course, the reason I can last until now is not because of my skills but only thanks to luck." Old memories appeared in Min Nam-chu's mind, about the day his teammate said that if he was not willing to register here with him, he would accept it for him. That person had pulled Min Nam-chu in front of the head coach to introduce him to the team. That person also firmly believed that Nam-chu is really honest and hardworking. If Nam-chu hinders the team's development, I will leave the team with him. Whenever he remembered that day, Min Nam-chu felt touched. He said quietly, "Unlike when we all started playing together with hope, one by one, my friends gave up soccer. One of Nam-chu's friends suddenly encountered difficult family circumstances, so he had to stop playing soccer. Another friend was stuck in a development wall, unable to improve his skills any further. Or rather, he could not bear it any longer when he was not able to improve at his favorite sport. And even that person, the one who brought Nam-chu to soccer, he suffered an unexpected injury and had to put his soccer career on hold." Min Nam-chu looked up at the dark sky and sighed. No one will survive that if they can't accept that situation as reasonable. Si-chun, the situation you think is excessive is something that happens to us every day. The senior's words made Si-chun fall into contemplation. Clearly, he did not empathize with this too much. Min Nam-chu chuckled and said, "Hyo Do-hin is just like you now. He does not agree with us." The story continued on a day at the end of April. When Do-hin was preparing to leave after practice, Chung-han spoke up and said, "If you go outside at this hour, you will get into trouble. I am sure you are not so clueless that you do not know that, right?" However, Do-hin just said casually, "I will go home after telling everything to the head coach. It is also surprising that you can sleep in this dorm like a chicken coop." Cho Chung-han frowned and asked Do-hin, "How far are you planning to go?" Do-hin smirked and said, "Are you worried or mocking me? Pick one. If you do not want to help me, just stand by and watch. Just like you have been doing until now." Do-hin then chose to go home. On the way, he kept yawning and sighing, saying that he had expected a lot because this was a prestigious school in Korea. But it turned out that the official players on the team were not anything special. "Once I consolidate my position here, I will become the trump card. I am sure the freshmen will rely on me, right? The problem is just with the third years." Right when Do-hin turned the corner, he ran into trouble. The seniors on the team were gathered there to smoke. Seeing them, Do-hin bowed perfunctorily. One of them snorted and said, "You scared me? I thought you were some old man, scared me half to death." Do-hin did not care much about these guys, just directly carrying his backpack and walking past them. He just wanted to go back and take a quick nap, not interested in fights. The seniors laughed and asked Do-hin, "Why are you still wandering around outside at this hour? Want to smoke?" Do-hin snorted and said bluntly, "This team is really an eyesore." As soon as he finished speaking, he got a slipper to the head. The senior Seong-chi nodded his chin and asked, "You bastard, what did you say? Say it again." He was about to raise his voice arrogantly when he saw Do-hin shoot right in front of his mouth. Hyo Do-hin said coldly, "It is not that I can't fight, it is that I do not want to fight at this hour. So do not be stupid and cause trouble with me, senior." How could those guys let Hyo Do-hin go? Seong-chi gritted his teeth and said, "Let me see what you can do." But before those bastards could act, Hyo Do-hin ran away as the best option. Before leaving, he took the opportunity to taunt, "You guys smoke too much, so you are so slow on the field. Even if your descendants play soccer, they won't become professional players in their lifetime." Do-hin's lifelong feud began to erupt from then on. Do-hin refused to comply with any unreasonable requests from the seniors. When the seniors on the team threw their soccer clothes and forced the juniors to wash them, Do-hin was the only one who spoke up and said, "You guys have to wash your own clothes." At that time, Choi-min who gritted his teeth and said, "If you do not do it, I will kick your ass." Hyo Do-hin was not even a little bit scared. He directly ignored Min Who's words and took out his phone to chat with his friend. Of course, Choi-min Who's expression at that time was as wrinkled as a monkey's butt. But Do-hin did not think that if the seniors could not do anything to him, they would vent their anger on others. The remaining juniors on the team had to suffer the wrath of the bad-tempered seniors. For no reason. That bastard Seong-chi gathered his gang, holding baseball bats and beating the juniors on the team just because Hyo Do-hin did not follow the traditional jungle rules they had set. On the outside, it was punishment, but it was actually a trick of the terrible seniors to eliminate Do-hin from the team. Kang Tae-chun, who never touched his juniors, was the one who took the beating the most. And as Hyo Do-hin had planned, before long the freshmen gradually began to trust him. While the head coach did not know anything, the atmosphere surrounding Jeo Guangqin had begun to gradually change little by little. Cho Chung-han was standing in the middle of this battle line. He did not dare to lean towards either side. But just because of a moment of closeness with Hyo Do-hin, Cho Chung-han had fallen into the sights of the seniors. And then a few days later, in a practice match between the players on the team, in a situation of receiving the ball to launch an attack. Although Chung-han had passed the ball up early, the two seniors still deliberately closed in, pretending to compete for the ball but actually wanting to seriously injure Cho Chung-han in order to teach the junior a lesson. Chung-han's elbow injury was a warning from the terrible seniors on the team. These bastards not only warned Chung-han but also wanted to send a warning to Hyo Do-hin. Do-hin had witnessed everything and looked at them angrily. And then not long after, an incident that stirred up the entire Jeo Guangqin team broke out. Hearing this, head coach Sihu asked Do-hin with some suspicion that as far as he knew, he was not the type to remain silent if he was blamed, so why did not he do anything until then? Do-hin said coldly, "At that time, I could have leaked the news to the police and the media or social media. That is what you are going to say, right?" Sihu was a bit startled inside. He clicked his tongue and said, "Well, I was just thinking that." Do-hin said casually, "Because I did not think there was enough evidence yet." He looked straight into Sihu's eyes and said that coach, he knew better than anyone the difference between destroying and repairing. He did not intend to destroy the entire team, he was just trying to lead it in the right direction. And if the coach suspected that he deliberately destroyed Jeo Guangqin, then he was sure that both he and the head coach would not be here today. Sihu paused for a moment, and said, "Let us just say that is the case." "So you mean you had nothing to do with that trouble?" When the head coach asked about this issue, Do-hin suddenly did not continue to speak. Memories returned to that day, the day that the old former coach was about to return from his business trip. Information about the team's troubles was reported to his ears. According to the schedule, he would return the day after tomorrow. But perhaps because of this information, there would be a few changes. As for Hyo Do-hin, while he was having fun, trouble came again. Seeing the people on the team, Hyo Do-hin said in boredom, "You guys startled me." "What is the matter?" Bad Hoo-chin said angrily, "Are you still planning to run away from the seniors? We have a meeting in 30 minutes. Do you know we will be late just because of you?" Do-hin did not care at all. He waved his hand and said, "Whatever, that is your choice. Why blame me? If you do not want to be hit, do not cause trouble with me." "What is up? You think getting hit will make you play better?" Bad Hoo-chin shouted in anger, "This is a team, but you are acting like you were begged and invited in. We are being summoned because the seniors are very angry." Do-hin said casually, "Not my problem. If you guys have so much time, go practice." Hyo Do-hin's perfunctory attitude made Bad Hoo-chin angry, but he could not do anything. That night, when Min Nam-chu was cleaning up the equipment on the training field, he accidentally saw that the changing room was still lit. The people inside were the juniors who were still there just because Hyo Do-hin did not come. The seniors vented their anger on them, forcing them to do 1,000 push-ups as punishment. The whole group knew the coach's schedule, so they knew he would return the day after tomorrow, so they just kept doing it. After punishing the juniors for more than half an hour, the seniors finally let them go. Seong-chi glared and asked Kang Tae-chun why the number of new recruits kept decreasing. Even though he had not done anything wrong, Tae-chun still bowed his head and took the beating. But of course, those terrible seniors did not let it go so easily. The red-haired guy grabbed Kang Tae-chun by the neck and growled, "Listen carefully, if you do not want to be in this team like this, bring that bastard Hyo Do-hin here." Kang Tae-chun did not respond, but clearly he did not want to do this. After warning Tae-chun, they stopped hitting the juniors. This situation had repeated itself countless times. The entire team, including Captain Kang Tae-chun, had to be tortured like this every day. But today was different from the previous times. Because no one knew that there was a hidden camera deep inside the wardrobe, and everything had been recorded clearly. At the same time, in a deserted alley on the street, the freshmen were gathering together, discussing the team. One guy with upturned hair smirked and said, "Anyway, now those seniors are just puppets. Look, now no one can touch Hyo Do-hin. Now they can only cause trouble with the weak guys. There will soon be a big change, which means we will soon become regular players." It turned out that these freshmen were also harboring a big conspiracy, which was to follow Hyo Do-hin's side and turn the seniors into trash. Moreover, thanks to them injuring Cho Chung-han, the empty spots on the team also increased. These freshmen knew that Hyo Do-hin was a bad guy, but they still clung to him to get a regular spot on the team. And the real reason they gathered here was because Senior Seong-chi had called them. After waiting for a while, they finally saw the person arrive. However, it was not just Seong-chi but the entire gang of third years on the team who gathered together. The guy with upturned hair just now was a bit worried when he saw this. He was about to bow, but immediately got punched in the stomach. Clearly, things would not end with just this punch. Seong-chi growled, "You think we will let it go just because we are outside? You were swaggering on the street while bad-mouthing your seniors behind their backs." Seong-chi gritted his teeth and asked the guy with upturned hair, "What you guys said, say it in front of me now." Unexpectedly, the junior was not someone to be trifled with. He snorted and said, "Oh, you heard everything, then why are you asking again? If you feel threatened by us, then focus on your training." As soon as he finished speaking, Seong-chi rushed forward and grabbed his hair, intending to beat him up. But because someone was watching, he did not dare to act. However, unexpectedly, the upturned hair junior was fearless and acted first. He actually dared to fight back against Seong-chi, and shouted, "You think you will steal Do-hin's position by punishing us every day?" His words happened to cause that bastard Seong-chi to snap his last string of reason. He glared and said, "Today, all of you will die." And just like that, a bloody fight broke out. One side was the freshmen, the other side was the third-year seniors. Since they were all high school students fighting, of course, many people would watch and gossip. No one noticed the stranger standing hidden nearby. Everything was his plan. And then, just half an hour later, all the newspapers across the country simultaneously published content about the issue of soccer violence at Jeogwangchin High School. Those were the scenes cut from the hidden camera in the changing room. The fight between the Jeogwangchin juniors and seniors was, of course, at the top of the magazines. A series of negative comments erupted. Jeogwangchin's reputation plummeted. After that day, Hyo Do-hin was unjustly blamed for no reason. Bat Hu-chin grabbed Do-hin by the collar and roared, "It is all you again. The position of the photo of the changing room on the newspaper is exactly from your spot. That day when you were alone in the changing room. That damn thing was a camera." The expressions of the other players on the team seemed to agree with Bat Hu-chin's opinion. Bat Hu-chin kept saying that everything was done by Hyo Do-hin. Do-hin said casually, "What are you shouting? Can you talk normally? And think positively. In situations like these, let us just do our best. And I am here, so I am pretty sure that getting through the preliminaries will be easy. Chung-han will also return soon from his injury." Contrary to the worry of the entire team, Hyo Do-hin confidently said, "My super-secret weapon is coming soon. Everyone, look forward to it." That was how the story began of Hyo Do-hin struggling to find an SI-chun to patch up the super-secret weapon he mentioned. But even so, everyone on the team still maintained the prejudice that Hyo Do-hin was the culprit who leaked the violence news. However, Min Nam-chu did not think so. On the night everything happened, Nam-chu himself saw Bat Hu-chin and Hyo Do-hin leave. Min Nam-chu also saw Do-hin clear out his locker. He even thought, could it be that Do-hin is not planning to stay in the dorm anymore? And there was no camera in the spot that Do-hin left behind. Hyo Do-hin did not return until the kids gathered in the changing room half an hour later. So Min Nam-chu was sure that the camera had been installed secretly by someone who was still in the team's changing room and was not Hyo Do-hin. Do-hin had told the entire story to head coach Si-hu. Si-hu did not leave the training room all that night. The next morning when Lee Sang-kwan came, he still saw him there, seeing the mess of notes on the table. Lee Sang-kwan asked, "Did you finish it yesterday? So what do you think?" Si-hu shook his sore neck and said that objectively speaking, There was not a single loophole in Hyo Do-hin's words, but there was still something strange. Lee Sang-kwon sighed and said honestly, I do not think it matters whether Hyo Do-hin is related to this incident. First of all, let us put aside the assessment of that kid. Sihu frowned and asked, what do you mean? Lee Sang-kwon slowly asked Sihu in return, who is still trying to play soccer and who wants to improve their skills to have a chance to get on the national youth team. This is something that must happen. Why should we be punished so severely? Let us just move forward and look to the future. Sihu did not respond, but he understood that this was clearly one of the intentions to make everyone think like Lee Sang-kwon at this time. Lee Sang-kwon took out the analysis documents and said, now let us talk about how we are going to seize the next match. What are you going to do with the organization skills that I mentioned earlier? Remembering the group of Min Nam-chu and an S.I. Chun almost getting into a fight yesterday afternoon, Lee Sang-kwon sighed and said, I know you saw it yesterday. But the atmosphere of the whole team is a mess, and the other players do not get along. Should we organize another training camp or approach it in a different way? Sihu gritted his teeth and said, make them more friendly to increase teamwork. When did you come up with this idea? Why not sit around the campfire and play truth or dare to? Lee Sang-kwon blushed shyly and asked, do you have any other better ideas? Sihu frowned and said that organizing the team does not necessarily have to be directly proportional to intimacy. Now the only two problems hindering our organization skills are the remaining past and the lack of trust in the team. Sihu crossed his arms and said to Lee Sang-kwon, first of all, you have to make them believe that the team is getting stronger. At the same time, Gwang Chi-hun was wandering on the street and recalling Choi Min-hoo's words yesterday, that he had bought his representative position with money. That is a place where the best players in the country gather. How dare you even think of buying it with money? Every word of that arrogant bastard was imprinted in Gwang Chi-hun's mind. Even though he did not want to, he kept thinking about it. Gwang Chi-hun sighed and thought to himself that he did not need to explain anything. Maybe he had not done his best. Gwang Chi-hun looked up at the sky and asked himself, do I really like soccer? Suddenly, the noisy hustle and bustle next to him made Gwang Chi-hun wake up. It turned out that the two troublemakers Hyo Do-hin and an S.I. Chun were bickering about training. Even during break time, Hyo Do-hin did not let Si-chun go and made him practice dribbling. Do-hin just used a flick of his foot to win back the ball. He said casually, from now on, you always have to keep the ball with you so you can get used to it. Even when you go to eat or go somewhere. And the next level that I told you about has not even started yet. Suddenly, Hyo Do-hin's expression changed. He asked worriedly, Si-chun, yesterday when I was not here, you said that the second years had a fight, did they hurt you? Si-chun hesitated and said, he thought to himself that he did not need to say everything. Nam-chu had talked about Do-hin's matter, but he probably should not say it. Thinking like that, Si-chun slowly shook his head and said, luckily, Senior Chi-hun helped me, so everything's okay. Do-hin asked in surprise, that Perilla Leaf Head, I am glad you are okay. But you see, recently you can't even see that Perilla Leaf Head's shadow in training. Isn't he too arrogant to come from the blue house? Hyo Do-hin did not know that Perilla Leaf Head was near him, so he kept shouting, I think he is worse than me. But if he keeps hiding his talent, then maybe that is true. Unexpectedly, Si-chun frowned and said, it is not true. Senior Chi-hun is better than both me and you. After that, Si-chun's voice kept ringing. He said that Nam-chu had said that even before being selected for the national team, Gwang Chi-hun was already an important trump card of Geo Gwangchin High School. He did not need to use cowardly methods, he was good enough. Si-chun was about to say more but suddenly realized that he had accidentally told Do-hin everything. Sure enough, Hyo Do-hin's face looked like he would stepped in pig poop. He flared up and said, he is better than me, really, you really think so? Si-chun quickly and cautiously apologized. That grudge-holding Hyo Do-hin was, of course, fuming inside. He threw the ball at Si-chun's head and irritably said, you are so funny. Since when did you get so close to that Perilla Head guy? I am way better than him. Si-chun gave a wry smile and ran to pick up the ball. He happened to see Senior Kwang Chi-hun holding his ball. Hyo Do-hin smirked and asked Chi-hun, what are you doing here? I did not know you had national eavesdropping skills. Si-chun, on the other hand, anxiously bowed deeply and said, Senior, I apologize for acting rudely yesterday. He wanted to say a whole string of apologies, but Kwang Chi-hun gently patted his head and said, just mind your own business. I am just disappointed that they are acting like they are the gods themselves. Besides, I got caught up in it before I even knew what was going on. Si-chun excitedly asked Senior, are you going to participate in today's training? Nam-chu and I will be waiting. Kwang Chi-hun paused and pondered for a long time, then finally agreed to Si-chun's proposal. Before leaving, Kwang Chi-hun also patted Do-hin on the shoulder and said, if you are so confident, how about we compare skills sometime? Hyo Do-hin, of course, could not have wanted it more. He eagerly asked, how about we bet a little something for fun, Hyung? Kwang Chi-hun rarely smiled like that. He also agreed to play along with that kid Do-hin. And Hyo Do-hin was really looking forward to the upcoming skill comparison. It would be interesting for sure. At the same time, at the FC Songnam Training Center, even though it was just a scrimmage, the players were acting like they were playing in the finals. Especially that frizzy-haired blonde kid. How the heck was he running that no one could catch up, let alone steal the ball? He is Oh Sung-gu, a first-year playing center forward for the Songnam team. He is only 168 centimeters tall, but Oh Sung-gu's speed is incredible. His speed is undeniable, but Oh Sung-gu is also sometimes inexplicably hasty and reckless. The coaches watching the scrimmage were also quite hesitant to choose Oh Sung-gu as the starter. Besides Oh Sung-gu, Songnam also has other core players. One of them is the handsome, red-haired youth named Lee Chang-hin, a second-year player playing center forward with a height of 185 centimeters. Not only does he have an eye-catching appearance and an ideal height, Lee Chang-hin also has amazing dribbling skills. The head coach of FC Songnam asked the assistant coach, Lee Chang-hin, how does he compare to Hyo Do-hin? The assistant coach hesitated and said, I can't say for sure because they play different positions, but I am pretty sure Lee Chang-hin is better than him. He is in good form lately, so he will be quite a sight to see. Just like the assistant coach said, Lee Chang-hin is in pretty good playing condition. However, he is currently facing difficulties from a formidable person. All of Lee Chang-hin's ball progression routes are being blocked. That person is Lee Chie-seo, a second-year player playing central midfielder with an ideal height of 185 centimeters, also neck and neck with Lee Chang-hin. However, he does not just have a superior physique, but his shooting power is also extremely terrifying. His shooting style is also beautiful. 99% of the time, it is a guaranteed goal whenever Lee Chie-seo swings his leg towards the opponent's goal. Through observing the scrimmage, the FC Songnam coach fully recognizes the positive signs from this team. This will definitely be a year worth trying his hand at leading them. And the names Oh Sung-gu, Lee Chang-hin, and Lee Chie-seo will be the core trump cards to take Songnam to a new level in this national league. After the scrimmage ended, most of the players were exhausted, dripping with sweat. Lee Chie-seo proposed to the head coach to play in a 4-3-1-2 formation, and it was approved. The coach was a little worried and asked, How have you been lately, Chie-seo? Lee Chie-seo smiled and said, There is no problem, sir. The coaches care about me a lot. Hearing that, he was relieved and said, Everyone has high expectations of you. I believe you can do it as the team captain. Lee Chie-seo hesitated and asked the coach, Are you worried about anything in the first game? He just smiled lightly and patted Lee Chie-seo's shoulder, saying, I know you will do well. Finish up and get some rest. After saying that, the coach left. Lee Chie-seo seemed a little dissatisfied with these perfunctory words. However, he was not the only one concerned about that. Oh Sung-gu was no less frustrated. He spoke up and said, I am so annoyed. The coach said Hayang came from Gokwangjin High School. The coach is worried you can't play your best because you are preoccupied. Oh Sung-gu dramatically thumped his chest and said, Seeing that Hayang can't play his best makes my heart break into pieces. Then he also said, Chie-seo Hayang, if you still feel that way, you know you can get angry and ruin the game, right? If that is the case, you can hand over the armband first. I will take care of everything. It turned out that this blonde kid's scheme was to seduce Lee Chie-seo to win the captain's armband. Lee Chie-seo laughingly put him in a headlock and said, That is not going to happen, so do not get too excited and just play well. I am more capable than you, kid. Lee Chang-hin passed by and saw this, asking, Chie-seo, are you still busy? I was planning to go look at new soccer shoes with these first years. Let us go. Lee Chie-seo smiled lightly and said, I am okay. You guys go yourselves today. I still have things to do. After saying that, Lee Chie-seo quietly went inside the training area. Oh Sung-gu immediately speculated, he is really strange today. Is it really because of Gokwangjin? At the same time, the Gokwangjin team players were also discussing tactics. While Ho Di-dong was thinking about countermeasures for the upcoming game, someone came to find him. The person who just called out was Hyo Do-hin and an S.I. Chun. He put on a nonchalant pose and asked Di-dong Sr., what are you planning to do after practice? Ho Di-dong did not even bother listening to the request and directly refused. And S.I. Chun could completely feel the tense atmosphere in the locker room. He knew that everyone was looking at them with hostile attitudes. Suddenly, Si-chun remembered the words that Senior Min Nam-chu had said that night, that the situation that seems unreasonable to you is something that happens every day. So Si-chun decided that if he wanted to understand someone, he had to approach them first. Si-chun took a deep breath and went in front of the seniors, seriously bowing his head and saying, Hello, I am an S.I. Chun, a rookie. I hope you will take care of me. The seniors did not think Si-chun would be so polite. It is rare for someone who hangs out with Hyo Do-hin to be so polite, so they were quite shocked. Not only did he stop there, but But Si-chun also seriously said to Ho Di-dong, Senior, I have a favor to ask of you. Hyo Do-hin was somewhat impressed with Si-chun's proactive and eager attitude. At the same time, there was someone who was still haunted by the older guys from last time. Kang Ti-chun had been silent ever since he stepped in to beat up the seniors to protect his juniors. That jerk Seo Eung-chi had said Kang Ti-chun was no different from Lee Chie-seo. These words were a spark that ignited Tae-chun's decision to stand up for his juniors. Kang Ti-chun took a deep breath. He needed to regain his composure to face the even more complicated things ahead. Just then, someone suddenly came looking for him, saying, I did not know if you were here, so I stopped by. You are still the same, huh? Don't you get tired of carrying the whole world on your shoulders? At least confide in Di-dong. The person who came was Lee Chie-seo, whom Kang Ti-chun had just thought about a few seconds ago. Tae-chun nonchalantly exhaled 4 words, long time no see. Lee Chie-seo smiled faintly at these words. He asked Tae-chun back, after so long since seeing me, that is all you have to say. Tae-chun was about to say something when Chie-seo interrupted. He slowly said, now you are the captain? It is too late for us to regret what happened. From now on, it is best if we do our best. I will prove it with results. I am sure you feel the same way. Then see you on the field. After saying these words, Lee Chie-seo also left, leaving Tae-chun with a very jumbled mood. At the same time, Ho Di-dong had been dragged out into the street by Si-chun. Di-dong gave Si-chun a sharp glance and asked, You want to learn how to defend from me? Si-chun cautiously nodded and said, Yes, senior. Can you teach me? Hyo Do-hin next to him was annoyed by this. He lost his temper and shouted, And Si-chun, be a little more confident. Your momentum from earlier only lasted 3 seconds. Do-hin turned to Di-dong and said, In the first game, if you want to make the most of Si-chun will need your help. Di-dong pondered for a moment and said, I understand your intention, but it is not that easy. It is not something that will happen in one night. Do-hin crossed his arms and chuckled, saying, There were a few fools who said that before too. Di-dong could not refute it, because Si-chun was too unpredictable. The proof was the game from last time. No one could see through an Si-chun. Di-dong remembered the last 20 minutes of the game. For the team, they needed to strengthen their power a little, and an Si-chun could very well be the key attacking factor. Di-dong sighed and thought, there is no other way but to help. Seeing Di-dong focused on eating ice cream, Hyo Do-hin sarcastically said, choosing mint chocolate, you have a unique taste. Who knew that the uniquely weird person was not just Ho Di-dong, but also Oh Sung-gu of FC Songnam. Their group was on their way to see new shoes with the first-year juniors. Suddenly, Oh Sung-gu mentioned Hyo Do-hin again. One of the team spoke up and said, Oh Sung-gu, do not worry about Hyo Do-hin. Speed is your weapon. If you have speed, no one will catch up with you. Hearing that, Oh Sung-gu eagerly asked, is he faster than me? The other person sighed and said, that is not his most annoying thing. Lee Chang-hin chimed in next to him, saying, I heard that just looking at Hyo Do-hin's face makes your blood boil. The competitive spirit inside Oh Sung-gu immediately soared. He eagerly said, I am so curious. I already want to compete with him. Oh Sung-gu was still loudly saying, I do not want to meet him yet. If we bump into them on the street, they will recognize us. Sure enough, speak of the devil. They had barely finished speaking when they saw Hyo Do-hin's group right in front of them. The two sides locked eyes. Lee Chang-hin recognized Ho Di-dong. However, an Si-chun did not know them well. Si-chun spoke up and asked, Senior Di-dong, do you know them? Di-dong nonchalantly said, those are the people from the Songnam Football Club. At this moment, Hyo Do-hin's expression suddenly changed. He looked at the person in front of him and was shocked, asking, why are you here? The person who shocked Do-hin senseless was his secret weapon friend from Liverpool, who goes by the name Do-ho, playing central midfielder with super skills. Do-ho saw Do-hin and shyly said, hey, hello? We ended up meeting this way after all. I was planning to avoid you for as long as possible. But it is too early to be surprised, right? The real story has not even started yet. Do-hin did not wait for him to finish and directly threw the ball into Do-ho's mouth. Do-hin angrily shouted, you think I did not know? You joined another team to screw me over, right? You did not show your face when I needed you. Why do you have the guts to appear now? You need to explain what happened. Do-ho chuckled and said, even if I explain, I doubt you would listen. Hyo Do-hin angrily wanted to pounce on that key player when suddenly a blonde head popped out to block him. Oh Sung-gu eagerly asked, are you Hyo Do-hin? I heard you are very fast, right? Do-hin squinted and said, get out of the way. Oh Sung-gu was no less stubborn, directly saying, I do not want to. Immediately after, Do-hin displayed superior skill, gliding past Oh Sung-gu in a few moves. Oh Sung-gu smirked at Do-hin. He coldly said, you think you can get away with just one feint? After saying that, he wanted to sweep Do-hin off his feet. However, Do-hin was not someone to be trifled with either. He was as if he had eyes in the back of his head, timing it perfectly to jump before the blonde kid's leg swept him. Immediately after, there was a scene in the street that was both funny and cringe-worthy. Do-ho ran away for his life while Do-hin chased after him, fuming. Do-ho was as if he was playing a game of catch me if you can, and if Do-hin caught him, he would be dead meat. Oh Sung-gu also quickly joined in the fun. He ran past Do-hin and smirked, saying, "You are just as rumored, but is that all you have got?" So the two old men started arguing right in the street. Oh Sung-gu wanted to compare speed, while Do-hin simply wanted this kid to stop bothering him. Oh Sung-gu chuckled and said, "You are not funny at all. If you are a true soccer player, you should be ready to compete anytime, anywhere, right?" While the three of them were chasing and running, on the other side, there were also three people blankly looking at each other, confused and not knowing what to say. Regarding Do-hin, from chasing Do-ho, he was now competing in speed with Oh Sung-gu. Because Oh Sung-gu kept sticking to him, Do-hin had no way to accelerate. Oh Sung-gu cunningly asked Do-hin, "Are you also a winger? I am a right winger and I play there too, you know." Oh Sung-gu's expression made Do-hin disgusted to the point of going crazy. That kid even confidently said to Do-hin that he would win. Who knew that as soon as he said those words, he would directly crash into the electric pole in front of him. Do-hin felt sorry for him, but oh well, it was his fault for focusing on running and not looking ahead. Do-hin continued to chase after his close friend. Facing Do-ho, Do-hin angrily asked, "Why did you do this?" Do-ho laughed lightly a few times. Then he smirked and said to Do-hin, "This is more interesting, is not it? I just wanted to seriously compete with you, you bastard." Do-hin gritted his teeth and said, "So that is why you joined them behind my back. Okay, see you at the stadium, like you wanted." Do-ho happily waved goodbye to Do-hin, also saying, "See you at the game." After a not-so-happy farewell, they each went their own way. Do-ho, although he looked calm just now, after saying goodbye to Do-hin, he kept looking back every few steps. Waiting until he looked 3 times and did not see Do-hin's figure, Do-ho finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew that as soon as you mention Chow Chow, he arrives, and moreover, he appeared in a disheveled state, scaring Do-ho so much that he almost wet his pants. While they were playing a game of chase, Ho Di-dong did not waste time either. He pulled Si-chun to the training ground and started practicing his defensive abilities. Because an Si-chun was like a blank slate, Di-dong needed to teach him from the most basic things. First, lower your stance, put more weight on your back, and then pay attention to the distance between yourself and the opponent. Si-chun seriously followed the instructions. Ho Di-dong quickly demonstrated it for him to practice. However, before long, Si-chun fell flat on the ground. Di-dong nonchalantly told him not to stick his foot out, because sticking your foot out is exactly what the attacker wants. Si-chun did not give up and wanted to try again. And Ho Di-dong also realized a few things after teaching an Si-chun. You could see that Si-chun was very quick-witted. His body movement when chasing was still awkward, but it seemed like he could read Di-dong's movements. After fighting with Do-ho, Do-hin also tagged along to the training ground. Do-hin had put Do-ho in a headlock and forced him to give up and go back to Liverpool. Do-ho clicked his tongue and said, "I know what you are worried about, but what you are worried about is already gone." Do-hin was still confused and did not understand why Do-ho was here and playing for the opposing team. Do-ho, after escaping from Do-hin's grasp, nonchalantly said, "I have no way out. You underestimated me, so you are going to lose." That is all, Do-hin. Do-hin felt a little headache. With Do-ho, the next game was going to be tough for sure. So he called out Senior Di-dong's name. With a cheeky look, Do-hin said to Di-dong, "I think I just increased the difficulty level for the next game." Meanwhile, head coach Si-who was also arranging the lineup for the next game. Now was the time to persuade those who were still dissatisfied, so Si-who would have to come up with the most reasonable tactic. In order to do that, major changes were necessary. Lee Sang-guan wearily said, "It does not matter whether we change or not. If we lose, there is no point anyway." Si-who nonchalantly said, "There will be many things to consider, but this person will be the key to the first game." Then he circled a position on the team formation diagram. As soon as he saw the name that was circled, Lee Sang-guan went crazy and asked Si-who, "Are you okay? What is this? Do you think we are playing an online game or something?" Si-who did not care about Lee Sang-guan's words and just calmly said that it was almost time for him to arrive. Right after that, there was a knock on the door. Si-who quickly invited the person outside in. The person that head coach Si-who called was actually Min Nam-chu. Seeing that Nam-chu had arrived, Si-who said, "Let us go for a walk and talk." While walking around the training field, Si-who told him all of his tactics for the upcoming game. He said to Nam-chu, "That is all I wanted to say. Do you have any questions?" Seeing Min Nam-chu cautiously not answering, Si-who clicked his tongue and asked if he was not happy that he had the chance to be the starter. Min Nam-chu hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That is not it, coach." After a long while, Nam-chu finally dared to hesitantly ask Si-who, "Why did you choose me to be the starter?" Sihu asked Min Nam Chu back, aren't you a player from Gokwangjin High School? Is there any reason why I should not choose you? Nam Chu hurriedly said, I am sorry, that is not what I meant. It is because this is an important game, and I was wondering if I could be of any help. Sihu leisurely said, you do not need to think so much. It is not like I expect you to score a hat trick or anything. Did I ask you to lead the team? Seeing that Min Nam Chu was still tense, Sihu had to comfort him by saying, I know you will play a positive role in the game, but do not put any pressure on yourself, and just play your best. Lee Sangwan, although he did not agree with Sihu's decision to choose players, he had no way to intervene. Waiting until Sihu finished talking to Min Nam Chu, Lee Sangwan approached to discuss with Sihu. He said to Sihu with a surprised voice that he could not believe that he would use Nam Chu to force Ji-hun into the game. And Ji-hun was not the only one wavering with compassion. Doing this just felt wrong somehow. Sihu nonchalantly said, I do not think so. The tactics that Sihu had in mind definitely needed Min Nam Chu in order to succeed. At the same time, Ho Di-dong had also heard shocking news. He did not expect that the silver-haired guy Du-ho had such formidable talent. Di-dong turned and asked Du-hin, but why did he betray you and join another team? Si-chan also wondered, asking, aren't you two friends? Du-hin sighed and said that Du-ho said his goal was to compete against him. With those skills, he knew better than anyone else that he had no chance of competing against him. Du-hin suddenly angrily shouted, I should have called that name earlier to use that idiot from the start. Seeing Du-hin's crazy appearance, Si-chan also vaguely knew the reason why Du-ho betrayed him. After hearing everything, Ho Di-dong thought for a moment and said, we need a plan. I am sure Songnam will make full use of Du-ho's talent. Si-chun blankly asked, is Songnam a more formidable opponent than Gokwangjin High School? Hyo Du-hin was full of enthusiasm and said, you have to play to know. Du-hin quickly remembered the information he had collected before and said, I do not know about anything else, but the atmosphere there is much better. It is a startup club that receives a lot of support. Unlike other places, it is an underdog club with a lot of problems. After saying that, Du-hin thought again and said, it is true that I should have gone to a football club instead of a football academy. Si-chan was even more confused. And he curiously asked Du-hin, what is a football academy and a football club? Immediately after, Du-hin pretended to explain everything to Si-chan in detail from head to toe. In Korea, high school football teams are divided into two main types, football academies and football clubs. A football academy is a team that is directly managed and operated by an educational institution, including elementary school, middle school, and high school. A prestigious football academy can recruit and select members nationwide as well as in the area where the school is located. After enrolling, the members will usually live in dormitories, and the financial autonomy is also quite low. In other words, a football academy is an environment that is completely focused on playing football and building good relationships between players. Therefore, football academies have many teams with relatively good organizational skills. In contrast, a football club is not like a football academy. It is a team made up of individuals and organizations not affiliated with schools, especially the youth team management system belonging to a professional football team. It was introduced in the advanced football culture of Europe to promote and acquire promising players. They also try not to devote all their time to football to ensure the future of the players. The development system and infrastructure for each athlete are also well established. In addition, if your skills are supported, it is an advantage to join your favorite professional team. Although Du-hin's explanation was somewhat abstract, Si-chun still understood a few things vaguely. After thinking about it, Si-chun asked Du-hin, you lived abroad, so you are more familiar with the football club system, right? Why did you choose to go to a football academy like Gokwangjin High School? Faced with this question, Du-hin's expression became somewhat serious. Ho Di-dong seemed to be waiting to see how Du-hin would answer. After waiting for a long time, Du-hin did not say the real reason after all. He avoided it, saying, does that matter now? Then he urged Si-chun to practice more to prepare for the upcoming game. Si-chun practiced diligently until sunset. Senior Di-dong's movements were too fast, so he could not do anything. Si-chun worriedly doubted his ability. He muttered to himself, wondering if he could be of any help in the next game. More than anything, Si-chun was afraid of seeing the desperate emotions of the opposing team's players when the game ended again. Every time he remembered that moment, Si-chun's heart sank. Si-chun accidentally dropped the ball on a passerby. Waiting until Si-chun looked up, he realized that the person was Captain Lee Ho-sip of Sucheon High School from last time. The two then sat down to chat for a bit. Lee Ho-sip nonchalantly asked Si-chun if it was his first time participating in the qualifying round. How was he preparing for the next game? Si-chun hesitantly said that he was not sure, but everyone seemed to be practicing very hard. Si-chun took a deep breath before daring to ask Lee Ho-sip how he had been since then. Lee Ho-sip was silent for a moment, and then said that his team had disbanded. Si-chun was a little disappointed, but Lee Ho-sip's eyes were full of hope and faith. He cheerfully said not to worry because they were starting over. Coach Chun Guang-soo had been forced to go elsewhere. Whenever he had time, he still came to see them. Si-chun smiled softly, saying he was glad to hear that. He was about to say something when Lee Ho-sip nonchalantly said that he knew he wanted to comfort Dong-soo. He thought he was at fault for what happened to his team. Si-chun lowered his head and mumbled an apology. Lee Ho-sip slowly said that the goal he had scored had indeed caused his team to lose and disband. Hearing Lee Ho-sip say these words, Si-chun felt an even heavier sense of guilt. However, Lee Ho-sip said more words, saying that if you think about it differently, the Go Kwang-jin players were able to play so well today thanks to the goal he scored. So he did not need to feel guilty for him and his team. Si-chun remembered Senior Min Nam-chu's words from last time, that thanks to the goal he kicked yesterday, he was able to play his favorite sport today. Suddenly, Si-chun felt something unexplainable. He turned and asked Lee Ho-sip why he liked football so much. Lee Ho-sip softly said that he had his own answer, an answer different from his. So see you next time on the stadium. He would practice hard so he would not lose next time. Finally, Si-chun seemed to understand what that feeling was. His eyes were full of excitement, saying that he would wait for him. But first, what Si-chun and Go Kwang-jin needed to overcome first was the game with the Songnam Football Club in the upcoming district qualifying round of Group G. Today is a beautiful day that is very suitable for playing football, so Do-hyun is in a pretty good mood. The guy was happily singing while bending over to tie his shoelaces, but suddenly the shoelace broke in half. Do-hyun's cheerful mood plummeted with a dark face when he saw the broken shoelace. Do-hyun, while sitting behind Si-chun on his bicycle, loudly grumbled, "How could you mistake slippers for soccer shoes? That is so weird." At this time, a bus was parked in front of the school gate to transport the members of the football team to the stadium. Each member checked their necessary items to see if anything was missing and followed each other onto the bus. As soon as Nam-chu got on the bus, he immediately noticed Min-guo sitting frowning with a difficult face in the corner of the bus. So Nam-cho approached and spoke up, "Hey Min-guo, is anyone sitting next to you? If no one is, can I sit there?" Hearing that, Min-guo did not answer, but coldly placed his bag on the empty seat next to him. Seeing that, Nam-cho was dejected again, but did not say anything more. After that, he had to find another place to sit. When everyone had boarded the bus, the coach called out the names to check if everyone was there and wondered where Si-chun was. His friend raised his hand and replied that Si-chun had mistaken his slippers for soccer shoes, so he had gone back to get them. So Do-hyun and Si-chun would go straight to the stadium. Hearing the reason, the coach smiled teasingly, "Haha, that is so heartwarming. Tell them to prepare to be scolded when they get there." Coach Guo, with red hair, sitting next to him, used a scary gaze to stare intently, and called Coach Lee's name in a cold voice. The atmosphere in the bus also became very strange, causing Coach Lee to panic and hurriedly explain, "Guys, it is not like that. It is just a joke, just a joke. Are you funny at all? If you are going to joke, be more sophisticated." Hearing Coach Guo's complaint, Coach Lee just dejectedly mumbled, "I am sorry." Very quickly, they arrived at the stadium, and at this time, the two coaches of the two teams gathered with the members to discuss tactics before starting the game. Today's game is based on controlling the center, and this is the main tactic. The overall formation will revolve around Seo-iak and Ho, especially in the second half. Never give up the initiative. Just like that, cut off Go Kwang-jin, and in the center wing, Chang-hyun and Sung-gyo are the key to a surprise attack. Everyone remember that. I do not want to be too tense today. Go Kwang-jin is no longer a threat to us. Hearing the coach's words, all the members of the team answered in unison with determination. After the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Suddenly, someone's hand was placed on Seo-iak's shoulder. It turned out that Chang-hyun had come to his side and spoke up, "If you have any worries, just tell me. I am always ready to listen." Sung-gyo also jumped around, acting like a fool. "Seo-iak, if you are going to fight with those Go Kwang-jin guys, tell me. You know I am good at fighting, right?" The other members also smiled and chimed in that if anyone bothered the captain, they would not let them off, so do not worry. Seeing them so warlike, Chang-hyun was helpless. "Are you guys here to play football for real?" Feeling the concern from the other members, Seo-iak suddenly smiled. "Okay, thank you everyone, so let us go win." Hearing the captain's command, the entire team was full of enthusiasm and extremely courageous. On the other side, Coach Guo was also instructing the members of his team. The first formation striker is Kang Tae-chun and the supporting striker is Nam-cho. Let us just go with this for the first half. The members below suddenly became noisy and suspicious when the coach decided to let Nam-cho be the supporting striker. Seeing everyone confused and noisy, Coach Lee spoke up to signal silence, while Coach Guo called out the next name, Cho Young-hwan. Cho Young-hwan, in the second half you will switch with Do-hyun, and this time just focus on winning the game back. Some other members seemed very uncomfortable with Nam Cho being the striker. Is he planning to give up the game? It seems like the coach really likes that Nam Cho guy. Nam Cho, with a sad face, listened to everyone's comments and sighed, yeah, I should have pretended to practice harder. A little later, after everything was on track, the game was about to begin. Inside the wings, members of the two teams were lined up in 2 rows preparing to enter the field. Everyone had different moods, and Nam Cho was extremely nervous and worried to the point that his body was trembling slightly. Right at this moment, a hand was gently placed on Nam Cho's shoulder. Si-chun smiled and patted his shoulder. Nam Cho, you can do it. Don't worry too much. The guy, seeing that someone was comforting him, happily gave a not-so-forced smile. After that, he also gently nodded to Si-chun. At this time, Manhwa, standing behind Si-chun, frowned and urged, go, you bastard. He is just acting up. The members of the opposing team, hearing the noise on this side, sarcastically said, it is Go Kwangjin High School. So scary, it is really like the rumors. Hey, is it true that if you score a goal instead of the seniors, you will be punished? Oh, and the senior who beat you has been kicked out, right? Manhwa frowned and replied, you jerk, know your place. That guy also bluntly glared back, you think I will be scared if you frown? Hey, you should be careful in the first half, Manhwa threatened. Why can't you break through in the second half? That guy was not scared at all. Stepping onto the field, the 2 coaches of the 2 teams shook hands in friendship first. Guo, it is an honor to meet you. I was a fan of yours when you were a player. I can't believe I am meeting you here today. I hope our cooperation and friendship today will be good. Coach Guo coldly shook hands with the old coach. Please take care of me. I do not have much coaching experience, and have not been on the team for long either. That coach then intimately grabbed Coach Guo's hand, but his voice was full of sarcasm. Haha, is that so? How can you manage a team like a candle in the wind like that? I think you can go to a better place, but you must be very stressed because of your first career failure, right? Not really. I do not need to be here, and there are many places I can go. A career is really heavy, and I am sure you are doing better than me, right? Compared to receiving tremendous support from the professional team in the past 2 years, you have done quite well, so. Hearing these words, that coach's face darkened. What do you mean? Coach Guo stared at him and shook his head. If you are not bothered, go find out for yourself. The 2 coaches were verbally sparring with each other, while the other members were perfunctorily performing the handshake ritual. The 2 captains led their teams like 2 fierce wolf leaders, coldly clapping once and quickly stepping past. A pensive atmosphere enveloped all of them, making everyone feel really suppressed. Everyone had a different mood and mindset, creating a colorful picture and promising a heated game full of nuances. Do-hyun also gently shook hands with Ho and did not forget to speak up. Let us have a serious match when we get there. The beautiful Ho with a gentle face immediately replied, yeah, well, I do not. He had barely said that when he painfully screamed because Do-hyun squeezed his hand tightly. Below, Do-hyun also used his foot to step on his opponent's foot. Sung-gyu angrily said, hey, what are you doing? You are not good, so you are playing dirty, right? Do-hyun shrugged, misunderstanding, I accidentally stepped on his foot. Then Do-hyun pretended to be friendly, helping Ho up and not forgetting to ask if he was okay. Are you alright? Sorry, I did not mean to, he said apologetically. But Do-hyun's hand squeezed Ho's chest tightly, causing the guy to scream in pain again. Today I broke my unlucky shoelace. Just you wait, Do-hyun's voice was full of malice. Ho maintained his normal expression without responding. The referee stood between the 2 team captains and tossed a coin to decide the priority. And the National High School Football League, Group G Regional Tournament, Go Kwangjin High School will play against the Songnam U18 Football Club, a passionate and highly anticipated battle. The National High School Football League, Regional Tournament, and the temporary lineups of the 2 teams will be as follows. In the blink of an eye, the referee's whistle sounded and the game officially began. The ball began to roll on the field with neat and beautiful passes. Finally, the ball stopped at the feet of Captain Chi Seo-yak. But the guy's eyes were not paying attention to the ball at his feet. He was still staring ahead at the person running towards him. The person approaching Chi Seo-yak was Tae-chun. Seeing Tae-chun's face, his words from the past once again echoed in Chi Seo-yak's head. Sorry Chi Seo-yak, I think I will go to Go Kwangjin High School. At that time, Chi Seo-yak, standing next to his friend, was a little surprised, not understanding why his friend made that choice. Really, then we have no choice. I have to go to Go Kwangjin with you, Chi Seo-yak said while punching Tae-chun's chest. I do not want to turn someone who understands my passes like you into an enemy. Go Kwangjin is not bad either, right? And when we get to high school, let us win the championship. The promise of the 2 friends from years ago vanished into thin air, leaving only today's game. The round ball was passed from person to person, constantly moving skillfully. The entire soccer field was like a performance by young but skilled and potential players. Coach Wu, sitting in the stands, sighed. I knew it would be a slow game. If it is 4-3-1-2, it is clear that he will play in the midfield. Hearing that, Coach Lee spoke up. The passes of the midfielders are completely different from Sunshin High School, so does it have a chance? The old coach of the opposing team, watching the two kids talking to each other, could not help but complain in his heart, you cheeky brats. It was true that he had received investment for the club. So if there were no results, he would be in big trouble. So his team was sure to win today. On the field, the ball had now been passed to Si-chan's feet, and next to him was an opponent blocking the way. Unfortunately, because of the opponent's interference, the ball was kicked far away. In the blink of an eye, another teammate of the opposing team received the ball. This time, it was Do-hyun's turn to appear and block the way. But it did not seem easy, as the opposing team skillfully passed the ball elsewhere, not giving Do-hyun a chance to interfere. In this situation on the field, it seemed that the players of the Gokwangjin team were a bit weaker than their opponents. Finally, by some stroke of luck, the ball once again rolled towards Chieseo-yak's feet. At this time, Chieseo-yak looked at his old friend and smiled with a contemptuous voice. I am very disappointed. Is this all your team can do? Tae-chun pondered but did not answer. Do-hyun in the distance was staring intently at the confrontation between these two captains. In a flash, the hyperactive blonde Sung-gyu rushed to Do-hyun's side with a playful voice. Hee, we are finally getting to compete against each other. When I see people like you who think they are faster than me, I always want to crush them with my amazing speed. Faced with the pressure from Sung-gyu, Do-hyun could not help but think, his pressure is quite high. It does not feel like Sunshin High School back then. So what is organizational skill in football? Usually, amateur football does not overly require complex combination plays or tactics that require close coordination. They do not broaden their vision and play appropriately, but only react to situations that can be seen immediately. That is very common in a simple game of ordinary players. In contrast, professional players' matches are carefully planned in advance, starting from the passing direction in a 2-1 situation or the connection method in a 3-1 situation. If the pass is blocked, what to do, or how to deploy the next step, and what you should do to resolve the facing situation. A variety of complex solutions in different situations will be specifically deployed by the coach or captain. Players must clearly understand and have effective solutions for each situation. That is one of the basic factors in the skill of assessment or organization in football. The seamless combination and pre-prepared reactions of professional players will make all their skills and levels soar, leaving amateur players far behind. And of course, both teams playing on this field have been meticulously trained and have made certain preparations, not just playing by instinct. In addition, the organizational skills of Sunshin High School in the qualifying round under the supervision of the head coach were quite good. Coach Wu observed the game while recalling the games he had just experienced. 11 players from Sunshin High School gathered to create a unified flow. But due to the lack of basic abilities of each player, the connection between offense and defense was relatively simple and weak. In short, the stamina of maintaining team strength for 90 minutes was quite high, but the quality of the team strength itself was low. The time of the match passed by every second, but there was still no breakthrough goal, causing everyone to start getting impatient. And under the obstruction of Sung-gyu, the members of the Gokwangjin team could not even touch the ball. At this time, Sung-gyu, while obstructing the opponent, loudly called out, Chieseo-yak, look over here, and in the game, the Songnam Football Club did not use honorifics. So calling out like that was nothing. Under Sung-gyu's signal, Chieseo-yak glanced at him but did not act, because he knew how he felt about running. But it is not time yet, so wait. Chieseo-yak immediately shouted loudly, everyone, keep your distance and do not miss the moment. Seeing Chieseo-yak's reaction and actions on the field, the old coach nodded in admiration. That is right, Chieseo-yak, broaden your vision, oversee the game, and always keep calm. Leadership ability with rare accumulation combined with a sober head. That is why the coach chose Chieseo-yak as captain. Chieseo-yak, show Gokwangjin that Songnam's attack starts with you. The situation on the soccer field was getting more and more intense, and suddenly, the prominent figure with the bright red head of Chang-hyun was breaking through each formation of the Gokwangjin team. Chang-hyun and Chieseo-yak's eyes collided with each other in perfect harmony. Without saying another word, Chieseo-yak immediately launched a straight kick forward, causing the ball to fly. This overly sudden action of Chieseo-yak caused the opponents of the Gokwangjin team to not have time to react. While the members of the Gokwangjin team were still bewildered, Chang-hyun had prepared in advance, immediately rushing up with unimaginable speed. Very quickly, he caught up to the speed of the ball's movement. An incredibly fast slide and a powerful kick aimed directly at the ball flying towards the opponent's goal. The ball flew straight towards the goal, making the goalkeeper unable to do anything, but at the same time, the referee's whistle also sounded. Surprisingly, the referee raised the special flag, declaring offside. Chia Seoyak and Chan Hyun were really in sync with dangerous passes that others could not defend. The members of the Gokwang Jin team were sweating profusely, constantly breathing heavily like cows. Tae-shik sighed. Our team's defense still is not good, is it? Min Kyu-do was extremely serious because Chia Seoyak's passes were faster and more complex than when he was in Gokwang Jin by a lot. Sung-gyu excitedly teased, your faces are frozen stiff. Are you very surprised? You have not experienced a pass like that before, have you? Chia Seoyak's pass is one of the 3 best in the area. Hearing that, Tae-shik angrily roared, don't joke with me. My side has someone much better, sure, right? Goalkeeper Woo Chin appeared at the same time with a gloomy expression. Tae-shik, you do not need to be angry like that. Seeing is believing. You jerks, I will let you know what a real pass is like. Tae-shik looked towards his team's goalkeeper and smiled gleefully. Look at his attitude change. At the same time, the coach also appeared, loudly ordering, everyone, raise the pace of attack, do not dawdle. In a flash, goalkeeper Woo Chin looked towards someone and loudly signaled, hey, take this secret weapon. Hearing someone call him, the kid Si-chun blankly turned his head to look behind him. He only saw a ball flying towards him with extremely fast speed, and a voice rang out, secret weapon, catch this. Si-chun blankly looked at the ball, and it seemed like the ball was going too fast. Even so, the kid blinked and managed to catch the ball with his foot. Goalkeeper Woo Chin sighed in relief and spoke up, alright, go straight towards the center. Above in the stands, Coach Woo, seeing the ball pass to Si-chun's feet, could not help but exclaim, I did not know someone taught him. He receives the ball much better than last time. From the beginning of the game until now, this was the opportunity for Si-chun to show his ability, so the kid tried to keep calm as much as possible, concentrating on his breath to keep his mind stable and normal. Don't be flustered and be calm, step by step. Catching up with those thoughts, Si-chun's body reacted skillfully and masterfully to the point that the kid himself was surprised. Hi. I am running with the ball. Just like walking normally, there is no clumsiness or awkwardness at all. So the special training that Si-chun had been doing for the past few days was not useless after all. On the soccer field, Sung-gyu quickly used his speed to press Si-chun, not forgetting to ask, how far are you planning to go? At this time, the temporary lineups of the 2 teams on the soccer field were like this, and the old coach, seeing the situation, could not help but wonder, alright. Now we are ready. What is going to happen now, Coach Woo? Each member was marking an opponent, and facing his opponent, Chan Hyun thought to himself, I have never met this guy before. Did he just transfer from another district? Everyone had their own thoughts, even Ho. He was looking at someone and thinking, Hyo Do-hyun, is that the piece you found to replace me? In a flash, the guy Ho spoke up, signaling to his 2 other teammates that there was nothing to waver about, and just do their job well. Those 2 glared at the captain Tae-chun of the opposing team and nodded, alright, I know. Seeing this scene, Si-chun thought to himself, it is just like what the coach said, the captain is being tightly restrained. I have to find a way to pass the ball to him safely like during training. Welcoming Si-chun, he looked around and was startled to realize that everyone around him was being limited by their opponents. In a moment of deadlock, Do-hyun suddenly yelled out Si-chun's name, and after that, he immediately sped up and ran quickly, causing all the members of the opposing team to look towards Do-hyun. A great opportunity, Si-chun secretly thanked his brother Do-hyun. Every time, it was thanks to him that he had a great opportunity. Without thinking much, a powerful kick immediately appeared, causing the ball to fly up into the high sky, and the ball accurately flew towards the place where Do-hyun had run to in advance. Seeing this situation, Ho thought to himself, it is outside, but do you want to let the ball fall in such a narrow place, no matter how fast Do-hyun is? But the situation suddenly changed when the ball changed direction in the air, forming a beautiful arc. Below the field, a member of the Gokwang Jin team had appeared there, preparing to receive the ball from the sky. This scene also startled the old coach. Both Sung-gyu and Chan Hyun were bewildered because what was happening was not what they had thought. The guy Nam Cho successfully used his chest to receive the ball. Do-hyun smiled provocatively, teasing his opponent, you have to read the situation quickly. Hearing those words, Chia Seo-yak angrily gritted his teeth, damn it, he is deliberately provoking me. But even if he was angry, Nam Cho immediately appeared and stood in front of Chia Seo-yak. Ignoring the noise on the field, Nam Cho still calmly performed his task of blocking the way. Do-hyun's speed on the field was truly not to be underestimated, as he easily ran through a series of his opponents. At the same time, a teammate suddenly called out Do-hyun's name and planned to pass the ball to him, making the guy bewildered and startled. But it was too late when the ball was passed straight to Do-hyun's feet, while the players of the opposing team immediately closed in. Coach Lee, sitting in the stands, was a little worried when he saw this situation, but Coach Woo, sitting next to him, reassured him, relax and watch. It has been quite a while since he participated in a real game. But Coach Lee seemed still very worried because if they substituted him out too late, the situation would be worse. The old coach immediately signaled his assistant to go get information about number 16. In the blink of an eye, the formation of the players on the soccer field had changed like this. Do-hyun received the ball and gritted his teeth, not knowing what to do, and he looked like he was losing his composure. Immediately, the silver-haired guy Ho closed in with a friendly smile. Don't be so easily emotional. As soon as Do-hyun was bewildered, Ho easily stole the ball from Do-hyun's feet. Immediately, Ho passed that ball to Chie-seo-yak. Chie-seo-yak received the ball and rushed up with dizzying speed, wondering to himself, Sung-gyu, you have been waiting for a long time, right? On the other side, Sung-gyu harmoniously smiled and got into a starting position, while Chi-dong loudly signaled the members of his team to quickly retreat. Sung-gyu's sports shoes dug firmly into the grass with his heels lifting up. In a flash, he launched himself like an arrow, scaring others. A powerful kick was launched, causing the ball to fly. And wherever the ball flew, Sung-gyu quickly chased after it with his unimaginable speed. Do-hyun exhausted himself chasing after, but it seemed impossible to catch up because that guy's speed was too fast. What to do, when it seems like Do-hyun is the only one who can catch up to that maniac? In contrast to everyone's surprise, Sung-gyu himself felt extremely comfortable and refreshed while running at high speed. Faced with the terrifying speed of the opponent who was rushing towards him, goalkeeper Woo Chin cautiously defended, "Come here, you jerks." Having completely left all his opponents behind and approaching the opponent's goal, Sung-gyu was very confident, and he was sure that he had the first point. But unbelievably, Chi-dong had somehow caught up to Sung-gyu, pressing against his shoulder, making him startled. How did you keep up?" The ball rolled far in front, while the two of them chased behind. The speed of both of them seemed to be the same, and this made everyone even more frightened. The most panicked person at this time had to be Sung-gyu, because he could not understand why this chestnut head dared to challenge him, and the chestnut head's speed was too terrifying. Sung-gyu accelerated, using a slide to kick the ball, but he missed. At the same time, the referee's whistle sounded. Sung-gyu, missing a great opportunity, angrily looked at the chestnut head and spoke up, "I did not expect Go Kwang-jin to have a hidden runner like you." Sung-gyu was surprised by Chi-dong's speed. Chi-dong himself was also very wary because the speed of this Sung-gyu was not just luck. The captain Chie-seo-yak of the opposing team approached Si-chun, not knowing whether to praise or threaten him. "You passed the ball pretty well. I do not know why you chose Go Kwang-jin with abilities like that, but anyway, I accept your challenge." Chie-seo-yak's face was gloomy. After saying that, he coldly turned and left, making Si-chun bewildered and scratching his head. "What? I did not mean to." Chie-seo-yak did not pay attention to Si-chun anymore and turned to bump hard into the body of the captain Tae-chun of the Go Kwang-jin team. Looking at the intense atmosphere of the two captains, Si-chun weakly sighed, not understanding what he had done to offend Chie-seo-yak. At that moment, Captain Tae-chun stepped to his side and called out Si-chun's name, making him startled. Captain, I am here," Si-chun replied to the captain, but he himself was very surprised because this was the first time the captain had started a conversation with him first. Team Captain Tae-chun, turning away, said, "The space I will create space, so pass the ball to me next time." Si-chun stared blankly at his captain's large back. Just then, Ji-suk came over to Chang-hyun and said, "Are you ready? Let us do what we did earlier one more time. I will take that challenge seriously, and this upcoming time will be the game in the central area." The two captains, Ji-suk and Tae-chun, and their teammates, Si-chun and Chang-hyun. The next half began, and the teammate immediately passed the ball to Si-chun of the Geo Kwang-chin team. The small Si-chun received the ball at his feet and looked around at his opponents. Tae-shik chuckled mockingly, seeing his opponent on guard. Look at them. They are so scared they are pulling back their entire defense. Alright, I am going in too. Ji-dong approached Min-kyu and reminded him, "Calm those guys down a bit, do not let them push down too far." Min-kyu nodded worriedly and thought to himself, even Chi-dong, who is so fast he is hard to surpass, was shaken by that breakthrough. Do-hyun, looking at Nam-cho, who had made a mistake earlier, reminded him, "Hey, Squinted Eyes Senior, do not worry about your stupid mistake earlier. Because we are just getting started," Do-hyun said with a smile. Faced with that consolation, Nam-cho forced a smile and replied, "Thanks," but in his heart, he was always blaming himself. "It has been a long time since I had a chance. But why is it like this?" On the field, at the referee's command, the half began with Si-chun dribbling the ball on the attack. Having witnessed his skill earlier, the opposing team's players were very wary and did not dare underestimate him, and the attack would start again from Si-chun. Ji-suk could not let his guard down either, always staring intently at Si-chun's small figure, and it was clear from just one pass what this kid's special ability was. The way he used his ability to clearly see the open space from the other side of the field, or the way he used his extremely technical feat. and that kid's hidden potential surprised everyone. In the stands, the coach frowned uncomfortably and asked his assistant, "Do we have any information on number 16 yet?" The assistant was still flustered, shuffling through files and asking him to wait a moment. Seeing that, the coach complained, "You never prepare anything. What do you do? Just eat and sleep all day." Just then, the assistant frantically said, "Ah, found it. Number 16's name is Si-chun, and he scored the winning goal in the final regional qualifying round last year." Hearing that, the old coach furrowed his brow and asked, "Anything else?" The assistant scanned Si-chun's file and immediately replied, "Ah, that is it." There was no information before that. The silver-haired boy, watching Si-chun's pass, thought to himself, "He is clearly aiming for that big guy over there. But that guy will have to figure out how to escape the encirclement first." In the blink of an eye, 3 players surrounded Captain Tae-chun, making it impossible for him to move. Suddenly, Captain Tae-chun's eyes caught a glimpse of something. A gap flashed open, and the captain's body immediately shot out like an arrow. This sudden turn of events astonished the silver-haired boy. His powerful feet stomped on the grass with incredible force, propelling his body forward. Captain Tae-chun's speed and agility were pushed to their limits, avoiding the opposing players blocking his path. Everyone was stunned because they did not expect someone so big to be so unbelievably agile. And he escaped the encirclement without even considering the space. Is this another trick like before? The ball on the field was now being moved by Si-chun towards Nam-cho, but Captain Tae-chun was running straight in a different direction. The moment the captain escaped the encirclement, Si-chun immediately seized the opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, his legs reacted even faster than his brain, immediately kicking the ball into the air. Another looping kick was Si-chun's extraordinary calculation ability. The ball curved beautifully in the sky and then flew straight towards Captain Tae-chun, who was running forward. The captain's feet stomped hard on the ground, building momentum to jump forward. In the blink of an eye, Captain Tae-chun jumped up and kicked straight at the ball in midair. A beautiful sideways jump kick with incredible force. The ball, with its tremendous destructive power, flew straight towards the opponent's goal and slammed into the goalpost with a deafening sound. The kick was so strong that the goalpost shook violently. Everyone was stunned by Captain Tae-chun's fierce and bizarre playstyle. The opposing team's goalkeeper stared blankly at the goalpost, exclaiming to himself, "Isn't Jio Kwang-chin a school that was supposed to have completely declined?" Goalkeeper Kwon Chin of the Jio Kwang-chin team clenched his fist and sighed, "Oh my god, what a pity, that was so beautiful." Do-hyun walked over and patted Si-chun on the head, great job, nothing left to say." The silver-haired boy looked at the back of the opposing team's captain and thought to himself, "The Jio Kwang-chin team's captain is just as Ji-suk said, he plays very strangely. Because if he chased after the ball until it hit the ground, the goalkeeper could have easily caught it. But if he had tried to head the ball, the shot would not have been as powerful as the kick earlier." The Kwang-chin captain's ability to assess the situation and launch an attack. His ability may be no less than Ki Li-an's. The red-haired boy Chang-hyun also had his own thoughts and judgments, and he paid attention to number 16 because the feel for the ball of number 16 was also very noteworthy. By balancing force and the level of ball control, number 16's kicks are all very mysterious, making it impossible for others to know how to defend. He can maintain a slow ball speed and a high trajectory, creating energy for the kick beforehand. Kicking the ball with the toe and the powerful kick that goes far, the player must touch the ball directly in the middle of the toe while kicking and looking at the ball. And the kick before that was kicking the ball from below with the toes, which is a slow but high pass. I guess they want to show us how well they cooperate with each other. Thinking that, Chang-hyun looked at Ji-suk and signaled, "Let us show them our teamwork, Ji-suk." On the vast field, the game continued once again. This time, the first to dribble the ball was Ji-suk. The ball under his feet rolled fiercely across the field, passing a series of opposing players blocking his path. Everyone on the Jio Kwang-chin team immediately realized that this action was exactly like the one before. With that in mind, the ball was passed, and red-haired Chang-hyun appeared right next to the ball. But at that moment, goalkeeper Kwon Chin rushed out in time, sliding and kicking the ball away. Goalkeeper Kwon Chin smiled and looked at Chang-hyun. "Are you messing with me? Even a monkey would not be fooled a second time." The old coach in the stands furrowed his brow, touching his chin, after realizing that Si-chun is a worthy rival. Ji-suk's pass has fluctuated too violently. On the field, Ji-suk dribbled the ball, and thoughts raced through his head. Since he was a child, he has constantly thought about and studied passing the ball thousands upon thousands of times. So it is hard to accept that that guy is one level better than him. Along with those thoughts, the ball under Ji-suk's feet was powerfully passed far away by him. But unfortunately, Chang-hyun did not catch the ball because Min-kyu of the Jio Kwang-chin team used his head to flick the ball away. The ball fell to the ground, and Ji-suk's thoughts continued. "The accuracy is amazing, and it is hard to say how much time you have spent to be able to execute the ideal pass in my heart." In Ji-suk's eyes, Si-chun's small figure, upon receiving the ball, immediately unleashed an unexpected kick. The ball flew straight forward, passing by Ji-suk's side while he stared blankly. It was only at this moment that Ji-suk tried to calm himself. Be calm, because this is not a game for just one individual. Nor is it for the honor of just one person. Therefore, he can't keep wasting time trying to pass that guy. As a true player, Ji-suk quickly escaped his personal competitiveness and passed the ball to Seung-gyo. Hearing that, Seung-gyo grinned and said, "Very accurate judgment, Ji-suk. No one hates you for this, trust me, I will restore your honor." As soon as Seung-gyo started to advance, Min-kyu loudly shouted, "Ji-dong." Ji-dong nodded and immediately replied, "Leave it to me." In the blink of an eye, Seung-gyo and Ji-dong's speed increased so quickly that it was dizzying, truly worthy rivals meeting in this speed battle. The two of them charged straight ahead, and the ball fell at the same time. Seung-gyo's foot quickly kicked straight at the ball. In the blink of an eye, the ball, which had just fallen, was kicked away again. Then a performance began as the ball went ahead and the two of them chased behind. Seung-gyo, while running, looked at his opponent and said, "From 0 to 103 seconds, you won't be able to catch up to me as easily as before." Ji-dong coldly replied, "You talk too much, you bastard." Ji-dong's speed, originally a full back, was getting faster and faster, which surprised Min-kyu, who was running beside him. Ji-dong is a second-year student at Jeokwanchin High School, 1 meter 66 tall and weighing 63 kilograms. He used to be a promising athlete, but suddenly chose to switch to soccer. Thanks to his explosive speed and extraordinary physical ability, he started playing as a winger. However, since he realized that his ball control was limited and not as excellent as his speed, so when he entered the third grade, he began to only play as a full back and tended to participate in attacks more often. Coach Lee was very surprised at this moment because that Seung-gyo from the opposing team had just run 30 meters in just 4 seconds. Coach Kuo, sitting next to him, thought to himself, "That is really fast. Even professional national athletes can only run it in about 3 seconds. But running in soccer is very unpredictable." A collision from Ji-dong but did not slow down Seung-gyo. "Hee, do not waste your effort, just aim for my butt." While Seung-gyo opened his mouth to tease, Do-hyun approached right next to him and also said, "Hey, scrub brush. You think you have something to show off, scrub brush." At this time, Ji-dong also caught up next to him, and Do-hyun closed in on Seung-gyo. Seeing another guy appear, Seung-gyo smiled smugly, "So you are finally joining in, Do-hyun. Good, good, as long as I win this time, it means I am the fastest, right?" In Seung-gyo's eyes, filled with madness, he immediately charged like an arrow. Do-hyun stared at him and asked, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Is this a race?" Do-hyun said, performing a sliding tackle aimed straight at the ball ahead. But Seung-gyo easily jumped over the ball, dodging the sliding tackle, and did not forget to stick out his tongue. "Bleh. How does it feel to be beaten by the same trick twice, hee?" Do-hyun, left behind, stood up, gritting his teeth, "You filthy rat." But Seung-gyo had left him far behind, running straight ahead with incredible speed and an excited voice. "I am the fastest, I am the fastest." In this speed contest, Seung-gyo completely dominated and controlled the ball, which kept rolling forward. After fighting for a while, Ji-dong also had a headache and frowned because it was really unbearable, and it seemed that this scrub brush would continue like this until he reached the goal. "No, I have to hurry." The situation was getting more and more unfavorable, so Ji-dong used all his strength to accelerate and catch up with his opponent. Ji-dong's figure appeared again next to him, and a mysterious smile appeared on Seung-gyo's lips. Then, Seung-gyo's eyes focused on the ball in front of him. His feet suddenly touched the ball in a bizarre posture. "Want to catch up and steal the ball? Not that easy," Seung-gyo thought to himself. In that instant, the ball under Seung-gyo's feet was skillfully controlled by him, spinning on the field and changing direction abruptly. This change of direction by Seung-gyo made Ji-dong stare blankly, unable to anticipate it. In the blink of an eye, Seung-gyo was able to cut off the tail that had been following him all this time, Ji-dong. This reaction of his made everyone's eyes narrow. Unbelievable, to be able to change direction with such incredible speed. Now, only Seung-gyo was ahead, and his face was full of confidence, certain of scoring the first goal of this tournament. Min-kyu, paying close attention to Seung-gyo's movement, thought to himself, "That bastard is changing direction to the dangerous side just to tease Ji-dong. He is even ignoring the slower center backs." As Min-kyu was thinking this and turning to change direction, suddenly his teammate Nam-cho, out of nowhere, crashed into him, causing the two to collide. The collision caused Min-kyu pain, and he angrily yelled, "Nam-cho, what are you doing here?" At the same time, in front, Seung-gyo had aimed straight at the goal, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. His leg raised behind him, executing a special technique kick. Watch this, exploding mountain shoot. But unexpectedly, the ball did not fly into the goal, but flew straight into the sky, making goalkeeper Kuo Chin of the Jeokwanchin team jump. "What kind of explosion is that?" The old coach also helplessly rubbed his head. At this time, Min-kyu looked at Nam-cho and questioned, Nam-cho, you do not need to participate in the defense, you are messing up the defensive line. Nam-cho replied awkwardly, it is because there was no one marking the striker, so. Seeing the tense situation, Min-kyu came over and reminded him, Min-kyu, do not talk to him like that, even in the middle of a game. With no other choice, Min-kyu walked past Nam-cho and coldly said a perfunctory sorry. Chi-dong, when passing Do-hyun, also sarcastically complained, if you can't beat that guy, do not run down here. Do-hyun angrily replied, don't take it out on me just because you lost, okay. But there are some things we can only admit, that scrub brush. In terms of instantaneous speed, he is far superior to us. Do-hyun said, looking at that scrub brush while the scrub brush was excitedly jumping for joy about his own speed. Seung-gyo, the scrub brush, happily asked his team captain Ji-suk, hey, do you see how I can outrun them? Hurry up and praise me. Seeing that, Ji-suk put his hand on Seung-gyo's shoulder and nodded. Yeah, I saw the exploding mountain thing very clearly just now, Ji-suk said, tightening his grip on Seung-gyo's neck, making the boy gasp for air. Ji-suk gritted his teeth and softly reminded him, do you think this is a race? Don't joke around like that. In the distance, Coach Kuo looked at Ji-suk, and Ji-suk was the most important player of the Seongnam team, one of the strongest passers in the tournament. So the coach's plan was not for a 4-3-1-2 formation in the middle of the field. However, according to the data the coach had collected, Ji-suk was the type of person who was very proud of his passing ability. Therefore, the coach believed that his combative attitude would be enough to make him respond to Si-chun's provocation. And that little brat's pass at that time would fuel his competitive spirit. If that is the case, they should just take turns passing the ball. Then the boy named Ji-suk would be crushed by the feeling of failure and slowly destroyed. But he calmly accepted that he was not a match and quickly stepped aside. He clearly recognized that this was not a game for just one individual. Now Coach Kuo understood why his coach trusted him so much, so he had to find a new tactic right away. On the field, the players once again moved into a new formation. The one holding the ball at this moment was Do-hyun, and facing him was the silver-haired boy, Ho. Seeing his worthy rival, Ho spoke up, it has been a long time since we faced each other, has not it? Then Ho remembered the beginning of the match when Do-hyun had his neck squeezed in a cheap shot. At that time, Do-hyun had said that he was unlucky today and his shoelaces were broken. So just wait and see. Do-hyun also stared intently at the person facing him. You should not boast too early. Let me see how good you are. I know you are scared, but you know what, I have perfected it a long time ago. Do-hyun said, thinking to himself, the reason he wanted that guy to come to Gyeokwangjin at all costs was because of him, because of his damn skill. Do-hyun of Gyeokwangjin High School and Ho, belonging to the Seongnam club team, faced each other fiercely. Facing his special opponent, Do-hyun harbored his own thoughts and different purposes. The boy Ho seemed to be very excited to meet his old friend again. This pair of worthy rivals immediately charged in, using their practice skills to face each other. They were both excellent players with distinct playing styles, making others watch and constantly admire them. In just a few fleeting seconds, the figures of the two constantly moved, blending together, making it difficult for others to see clearly. Suddenly, the ball under his feet was skillfully kicked through Ho's legs by Do-hyun. Seeing that, the boy Ho was slightly startled because this Do-hyun was still as agile as ever. Seizing the opportunity, Do-hyun quickly passed Ho and charged forward. But just as he ran up a bit, other opponents appeared blocking his path. In the blink of an eye, 3 opponents surrounded Do-hyun, and this was the reason why Do-hyun wanted to pull Ho into the Gyeokwangjin team. Because when facing Ho, Do-hyun did not feel like he was fighting one-on-one. But it was as if he was fighting against many people at the same time. The person named Ho had activated a very special skill. Like a puppeteer, making Do-hyun serious and cautious. Behind him was Ho blocking his path, and in front were 2 others tightly surrounding him, severely limiting Do-hyun's agility. Chi-dong, standing far away, watching this scene, thought to himself, that is what Do-hyun mentioned last time. At that time, Do-hyun had said to everyone that he did not know if it was because that guy was very good at communicating or because he was extremely observant. But, hearing that, Chi-dong asked, just say it directly, what is so special about that guy? That guy has the ability to control others. It is like playing with puppets, he can control the defense by incorporating it into his own playing style. Si-chun sighed because it did not sound like a good skill at all. Well, I do not think he himself is bad, the reason is that guy is good at communicating and pays attention to details, to the point where he can see things that people do not know about themselves. Then he will take advantage of that to motivate his teammates to act in the most beneficial direction. Hearing Do-hyun's story, Si-chun's eyes lit up excitedly. So you mean he is the perfect candidate for Gyeokwangjin, then I do not need to play soccer anymore. Chi-dong pondered, so that person is a very talented player, no doubt about it, it would be great if he appeared when you called. Returning to reality, Seeing Ho's special ability on the field, Chi-dong could not help but nod in admiration, such precision in every movement. Now Chi-dong understood why Do-hyun kept trying to persuade that guy to join the team. Now the situation was very unfavorable for Do-hyun, and if everything had gone according to the original plan, he would have been able to let this guy control Jeo Kwang-chin's defense. While Do-hyun could have comfortably played in the midfield, Do-hyun thought to himself and said, gritting his teeth, "I am afraid I am going to die at the hands of a traitor soon. You have trained them so well in such a short amount of time." Ho maintained his calm expression and smiled, "I am just doing my best. If you find it difficult to break through the defense, why do not you retreat?" Do-hyun did not say anything more, just silently replied, "Keep dreaming. But speaking of which, he has blocked all the passing routes, and without a doubt, he is a formidable opponent in local warfare." The old coach, who understood Ho's ability quite well, thought to himself that that was not the only ability of this boy Ho. This kid is an all-around player who can play excellently in any position. He is a prodigy that any team would envy, thanks to his ability to create a top-notch coordinated defensive line. Thanks to understanding his own role clearly, and if it were not for Ji-suk, Ho would have become the captain of this team. On the field, Ho, while facing Do-hyun, distracted himself and ordered the team members, "Dang-hun, come a little closer here. And Min-suk, pay attention to both sides." Do-hyun smiled disdainfully, "You think this is enough to defeat me? You should not mock my ability when you can't do anything yourself, you coward." Hearing those words, Ho's figure trembled slightly. Seeing that, Do-hyun smiled smugly because it seemed that that guy was affected. Immediately, a strange smile appeared on Ho's face, along with a crazy voice, "So happy, how long has it been since I saw you stuck like this? This is how it should be, just despair, haha." Looking at this guy's madness, Do-hyun was helpless because he was no different from a mad dog. But now there is a problem. Do-hyun is being tightly marked. It would be good if someone could distract them a bit. He had just thought of that when suddenly a mysterious foot appeared right next to him. He did not know whose figure from the Jeo Kwang-chin team charged over with terrifying speed. The appearance of the mysterious person startled the players who were tightly marking Do-hyun, and they turned to look. This was an opportunity, and someone on Do-hyun's team had just helped him distract them. Although he did not know who it was, he could not miss this moment. Let us begin. The ball was immediately skillfully controlled under his feet. In that instant, before the opponent could react, Do-hyun sped up and escaped the encirclement. "See you later, you bastards." But whether Do-hyun could get past those two guys from the opposing team, he had to face Ho, who had appeared right in front. In that instant, Do-hyun's foot was placed on top of the ball and kicked it backwards. This sudden action seemed to have surprised the boy Ho quite a bit. The ball moved backwards, and Do-hyun's entire body also moved quickly backwards with the ball. After a moment of surprise, Ho found a way to deal with it, and immediately turned around beautifully. His face was still confident, with his lovely squinted eyes. His hand quickly braced against the grass. A wonderful jump, charging straight forward. But that kick of Ho's did not hit the ball but became an obstacle that Do-hyun tripped over. He did not know if this was within Do-hyun's calculations, only seeing him stumble but not forgetting to flash a smug smile. The referee's whistle suddenly sounded. Do-hyun, hugging his leg and lying on the grass, smiled and looked at Ho. "What is wrong? Not 100% complete, smelling defeat already." And because of this collision, there was a free kick awarded to Jeo Kwang-chin with a distance of 18 meters. The one taking this free kick was Si-chun, 17 years old, from Jeo Kwang-chin High School. It was difficult to get this opportunity, so goalkeeper Kwon-chin and the other members seriously instructed him, "If you do not shoot properly, I will kill you, you have to score." In the stands, Coach Lee looked at Coach Kwon and asked, "For that kid, this is no different from a penalty kick, right?" Below the field, Do-hyun smiled and walked over, patting Si-chun on the head. "Oh, so much pressure, haha. You also see what I had to go through to get this free kick, right? You also realize that you can't use the excuse that your legs do not have strength anymore, right?" On this side, in the defensive line, Ji-suk, while exerting himself against Tae-chun, asked, "Where did you guys dig up that monster? You are so weak, you are already playing so poorly. Can you guys even play in the second half?" The two teams were using strength to hold each other back while also verbally sparring, while Si-chun had stood in position to prepare for his shot. In the blink of an eye, the ball had been launched by him with a carefully calculated shot. The force was not strong, but the ball flew unexpectedly fast, flying straight towards the opponent's goal. Before everyone could react, the ball had successfully hit the net, scoring a goal. Do-hyun excitedly high-fived Si-chun, and that was what we call the game-changer of the match. But before everyone could rejoice, the referee blew his whistle. Do-hyun and Si-chun were very surprised. Unexpectedly, the score was not counted. Why did the referee make such a decision? We have to go back 30 seconds before Si-chun prepared to take his free kick. Facing the difficult opportunity that was hard to get, Si-chun was also very nervous and was trying his best. Seeing that, Du Hyun came over and whispered in Si Chun's ear, "This opportunity was earned by me. I timed it right when that whole guy stuck out his leg to trip me. You think I am smart, right?" Si Chun helplessly nodded. "Okay, can you be quiet now?" While the two were whispering to each other, on the other side of the field, Captain Ji-suk and Captain Tae-chun were also constantly competing. And the members of the opposing team constantly said provocative words, making Min-kyu, who was inherently hot-tempered, very angry. "If you do not want me to kick and break your legs, shut your mouth, you dog." Hearing Min-kyu's words, the opponent smiled and teased further, "You guys can't stand it after just saying that. You are a bunch of ignorant people who cause trouble everywhere, only knowing how to use money to compensate for ability. Be honest, your starting lineup was arranged according to the order of bribery, right? Otherwise, how could a clumsy guy like you participate in this game?" At the same time as Si-chun kicked the ball, Min-kyu's rage reached its peak. His eyes fiercely stared at his opponent, cursing, "You bastard." Just as the ball flew straight towards the goal, chaos broke out on this side. Min-kyu, in his hot-headedness, could not control his anger and broke away from the formation, charging towards his opponent. His anger clouded his reason, making him like a water buffalo, charging hard at his opponent. The strong collision made the member of the opposing team fall and roll on the grass in pain. The referee had kept the chu wide to this chaotic situation. At the same time, Si-chun's ball had flown straight towards the goal. A goal had been scored, but the referee's whistle also sounded. Because of Min-kyu's malicious collision earlier, the referee did not count the score for this free kick. Everyone was originally excited about scoring a goal, but when they heard the whistle and the signal from the referee, they were all shocked. "What? Why does not it count? What happened?" On this side, Min-kyu did not pay attention to the referee and was still growling, "Didn't I tell you to shut your mouth? You are even more rotten than a dog." The members of Seongnam, seeing their teammate being attacked, were all angry and charged up, cursing, "What are you doing, you bastard?" The guy who was knocked down just now smiled and stopped his teammates. "It is okay, let it go. Thanks to him, that shot was not counted, haha." Meanwhile, the members of the Jio Kwang-chin team tried to explain to the referee, "It was just a light collision." The referee resolutely shook his head. "No, nothing can be changed, go back." Si-chun, standing far away, blankly asked Du-hyun next to him, "Why does not it count?" The guy who was just knocked down by Min-kyu was extremely smug and provoked again. "Hey, do you want to commit another foul in a bit?" Min-kyu angrily roared, "Come over here if you dare, you bastard." At this time, Du-hyun, with a somber face that did not reveal his emotions, quickly stepped step by step to the place where the collision occurred. In that instant, he coldly grabbed Min-kyu's collar tightly. Du-hyun, with a scary look, stared at the hot-tempered guy in front of him and said, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Seeing that, Min-kyu became even more angry, gritting his teeth. "What, you dare to talk to your senior like that? Are you on drugs? Are you crazy?" "Senior, this crazy guy is just talking nonsense." Du-hyun was also angry and wanted to punch the guy in front of him, but he was stopped and persuaded by the surrounding teammates. "If you are stupid, be just a little stupid. Everyone worked so hard to find an opportunity. But just because you could not control your emotions, you ruined everything. You call that being a senior, you bastard." Namcho weakly came over to mediate. "Calm down, Du-hyun, Min-kyu did not do it on purpose. Most importantly, we are still in the middle of the game. We should not be arguing like this. The opponents will laugh at us." Under everyone's persuasion, Du-hyun also restrained his anger. Meanwhile, Min-kyu stood silently with his hands clenched, trembling with anger. "That bastard, I have been putting up with you from the beginning." In the blink of an eye, a punch was thrown forward by Min-kyu. But his punch was grabbed tightly by Captain Tae-chun's huge hand, along with a cold voice. "Both of you, shut your mouths and get back on the field for me." Facing his captain, Min-kyu was like an angry beast but could not do anything. Du-hyun left, still not forgetting to shout back, "Be careful, you bastard. If you cause any more trouble like that, I won't let you off." Seeing the two were still arguing, Chi-dong softly advised, "Du-hyun, in my opinion, you and Min-kyu are acting exactly the same. Do you understand what I mean?" Hearing that, Du-hyun was slightly stunned, then pondered and said nothing. "All right, Min-kyu, let us play a little calmer." Min-kyu immediately pushed Nam-cho's hand away, with a contemptuous voice. "All right, stop pretending to be worried. It only makes me angrier. You know you are messing things up more than me, right?" The people sitting in the stands observed their conflict and said nothing. Coach Kuo helplessly rubbed his head. These two hot-tempered guys. The coach does not even find it funny anymore. Coach Lee, sitting next to him, looked at Coach Kuo next to him and thought to himself, what is he planning to bet on this situation now? Remembering the tactical training, Coach Kuo pointed to one person and said, "This will be the most important player in the first game. The top priority will be to use Nam Cho to lure Kwang Chi-hyun out." Coach Lee thought to himself, it seems that he thinks Kwang Chi-hyun will step out to replace Nam Cho if Kwang Chi-hyun sees his teammate constantly being criticized for his ability. And if everything goes as planned, then maybe he will slow down and turn the harmful situation into a beneficial one. On the field, the game continued and it was still a long way from the end. At this time, Ho, while dribbling the ball under his feet, thought to himself, just as the rumors said, they coordinate extremely poorly, haha. Thanks to that, it is our turn to control the ball again. So I can't miss this opportunity, can I? The ball was kicked into the air and flew towards Si-chun. Si-chun seemed worried and panicked when he saw the ball falling. Seeing this expression on Si-chun's face, the boy Ho suddenly realized something. But in that instant, a member of the Seongnam team jumped up and used his head to receive the ball, making Si-chun startled. When that person used his head to hit the ball and landed on the ground, he stepped straight on Si-chun's foot. This step, whether accidental or intentional, made Si-chun scream in pain. At the same time, the headed ball flew towards Ji-suk in the distance. He used his chest to receive the ball, then skillfully used his foot to kick the ball into the air. On our side, near the opponent's goal, red-haired Chan Hyun had appeared right in front of the trajectory of that ball. The perfect understanding between Chan Hyun and Ji-suk made it easy for the boy to receive the ball. Speeding up, surpassing all obstacles from the people blocking his path. Min-kyu at this time gritted his teeth and thought to himself, there is only one person left. Therefore, Min-kyu immediately charged up to deflect the ball's direction. But a subsequent kick by Chan Hyun surprised this guy Min-kyu. Skillfully controlling the ball to deflect the direction, turning the disadvantage into an advantage for himself, Chan Hyun easily surpassed the hot-tempered guy Min-kyu. In the middle of the opponent's encirclement, Chan Hyun was as skillful as a panther. The ball under his feet constantly changed position, but the speed did not decrease at all, making it impossible for others to grasp the next action. At that moment, by divine inspiration, a kick was launched. Under everyone's surprise, the ball was kicked by Chan Hyun, aiming straight at the opponent's goal. And wonderfully, this time he successfully scored a goal for the Seongnam club. His teammates happily embraced Chan Hyun, smiling, "You are great, Chan Hyun, the timing was perfect." The opponent scored a goal, so Do Hyun's mood could not be happy. Captain Tae-chun also kept a somber face. A feeling of helplessness enveloped everyone's mood, and they thought they had already lost. At this time, Si-chun staggered over from afar. After walking a few steps, he suddenly collapsed on the grass. It seemed that the collision just now was not light at all, making the boy painfully hug his leg. And the current score was 1-0, leaning towards the Seongnam team. Si-chun painfully fell to the ground, hugging his leg, causing everyone to be startled and hurriedly run over, calling his name. Si-chun, what is wrong? Is your leg cramping? Do Hyun anxiously asked. The player of the opposing team came over to explain, making Do Hyun grind his teeth. Sorry, it seems that I accidentally stepped on your foot just now. Are you okay? The matter had already happened, arguing was useless, so they proceeded to help Si-chun stand up. Si-chun, can you still walk? Suggest a substitution. Do not force yourself, Nam-cho said to the coach. As Do Hyun spoke, Si-chun shook his head and refused. I am okay. There is not much time left in the first half. I will play until the end. Looking into the boy's determined eyes, Do Hyun smiled. This kid, you are finally like this. That is right, that is great, just hold on a little longer. I am also starting to warm up, just wait and see. The game continued with the ball rolling on the field. At this time, out of habit, Ho looked around the field and noticed the panicked expression of the boy Si-chun. Looking at that flustered face, Ho remembered the panic of that little kid when the ball fell just now. At that point, Ho's face suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Ah, that is right, there is also that thing. Not knowing what he was planning, he went over to Captain Ji-suk and suggested, let us switch positions. I have a very good idea. Ji-suk, although he did not know clearly what his teammates' calculations were, he trusted his teammate and nodded in agreement. Si-chun's legs were still sore after the collision just now, but it seemed to be better now that he could move the ball. It was a little less painful than before, enough for Si-chun to pass the ball at a close range. Just as the boy was thinking, suddenly a figure appeared right in front of him. That person was the silver-haired Ho, smiling and looking at Si-chun, saying, we finally meet, secret weapon. Let us play a little, shall we? Facing the not-so-auspicious tone of the person in front of him, Si-chun blankly did not know how to respond. By the way, I did not expect you to just be practicing soccer. Your teammates trust you so much, hee. Ho's words startled Si-chun. How did he know? Just like what Do Hyun said, he is extremely good at observing. Looking at the panicked face of the boy in front of him, Ho smiled smugly. Calm down. As long as you stand still, I will be gentle with you. I just need to mark you myself to reassure my captain. Hearing those words, Si-chun was slightly blank and asked, what do you mean? Ho thought to himself at this time, how would Ji-suk feel if he knew that his opponent was just an amateur? Although he did not understand the beginning or end of the matter, Si-chun also felt a dangerous aura from the person in front of him, and first he had to be able to escape from that person. But just as he moved a few steps, the pain under his feet struck again, making Si-chun grimace. Seeing the boy trying to escape the encirclement, Ho kept closing in, teasing, "Hey, are not you listening to me? I also want to be gentle with you. I need to conserve my strength to mark Du-hyun in the second half too." At the same time, Du-hyun charged over from afar, loudly reminding Si-chun, "Hey, ignore that traitorous bastard. Find an opportunity to pass the ball to me right away. I have already guessed how he is tricking you. You know how cunning that trash is, right?" Hearing those words, Si-chun weakly retorted, "I know that you are also Du-hyun's friend." "Ha, friend, that is so funny. Do you think that bastard really considers you and me friends?" On this side, as the two of them were talking, Seung-gyo had appeared, blocking Du-hyun's path. Ho's voice continued, and his eyes were still focused on Si-chun's every movement in front of him. "You idiot, you have been tricked. It is just his plot. You want to know how I realized it?" Ho's mouth was still talking, but his legs were very quick, easily stealing the ball from Si-chun's feet. Under Si-chun's shocked gaze, Ho dribbled the ball to the side, not forgetting to explain, "First of all, your movements are always very simple. And that is all. I will tell you the rest next time." In the blink of an eye, Ho sped up, passing Si-chun with the ball. Coach Kwo, sitting in the stands, watched the match seriously. Now he understood why Coach was so confident. Seong-nam's 4-3-1-2 diamond formation was a tactic that valued the ability to control the midfield area. From there, it brought advantages to the attacking midfielders and significantly reduced the pressure when attacking, thanks to the three center-backs. If they failed to control the ball, then there would be a fatal hole on both wings. That was also what Coach was thinking. He observed the match and commented, "What we fear most now is the connection between winger Du-hyun and winger Tae-chun. The thing that can best cut off that connection to prevent Du-hyun's advance is Ho's miraculous control ability." On the field, Ho was also constantly breaking up the opposing team's attacks, making Du-hyun extremely uncomfortable. The old coach smiled smugly, glancing at the person next to him. "Coach Kwo, do you see, the difference between your ability to exploit the player's abilities and mine is very large." On the field, the ball once again stopped under the feet of a player. And this person was Ji-suk, who immediately launched a kick at the ball. The speed was extremely fast. Along with a beautiful movement, the ball flew past each player of the Geo Kwangchin team. That ball flew straight towards the goal, where goalkeeper Kwo Chin of the Geo Kwangchin team was guarding. Fortunately, goalkeeper Kwo Chin, at this critical moment, successfully deflected the ball, preventing the opponent from scoring. The signal whistle sounded, ending the first half, and the current score was still 1-0, leaning towards the Seong-nam team. Everyone was extremely tired after vigorous activity, and they all took advantage of the break to rest. Si-chun's leg was much better now, but it was still very inconvenient for moving a lot on the field. Although the goalkeeper had successfully deflected a kick just now, the situation was not very promising, so everyone's expressions were somber, unable to be happy. At this time, Coach Kwo appeared, calling Min-kyu. "Min-kyu, I may not be as strict as I appear on the outside, but you must remember one thing. That it is not just the referee who has the right to pull out a yellow card." While saying that, the coach coldly walked past Min-kyu. Hearing what the coach said, Min-kyu felt remorseful but also nodded, "I understand. Alright, now everyone, tell me what you think our problem is right now. Speak freely and see who has the most accurate assessment." Facing the coach's question, the team members all pondered, not knowing what answer to give. After a while, Min-kyu was the first to speak up. "I think the forwards do not know their positions clearly, which is affecting everyone." He said this reason because Nam Cho had accidentally bumped into him just now and had really caused an impact. "But we can't even pass the ball smoothly, and we need to take advantage of the attacking opportunities." Everyone discussed together and found the reason, while Nam Cho stood quietly, dejected. "It is all my fault. I know it is too late, but I should have asked the coach to let Kwang Chi-hyun." Clearly, letting Kwang Chi-hyun out was not just Nam Cho's own thought, but almost all the other members had thought of this. Some people could not help but shift their eyes to the mysterious figure of the boy with the sea blue hair, who was closing his eyes to rest. Du-hyun and Si-chun also shifted their eyes towards him. Listening to everyone's whispered discussions, Kwang Chi-hyun finally looked up. Before, Nam Cho had once told Si-chun that the person named Kwang Chi-hyun was better than both Si-chun and Du-hyun. Even before being selected for the national team, he was already the important ace of Geo Kwangchin High School. In the past, something had happened between Nam Cho and Kwang Chi-hyun. The relationship between the two of them also seemed to become very strange from that day on. The misunderstanding grew bigger and could not be resolved easily. Thinking that, Kwang Chi-hyun sighed to himself, "Nam Cho, let us end everything today." Immediately, he stood up and went to the coach. "Coach, I will start warming up now." The coach looked up at the tall boy facing him, pondering. "Kwang Chi-hyun, I do not think you understand anything." The second half quickly began, and unexpectedly, the formation of the Jio Kwangchin team remained the same. The referee's whistle sounded, and the ball was once again rolled on the grass. Nam Cho went to his position but was still wondering in his heart why the coach was not planning to let Kwang Chi-hyun enter the field, even though Kwang Chi-hyun would clearly be more effective and useful than Nam Cho right now. Just now, when Kwang Chi-hyun stood up and said that he would start warming up, Coach Lee, hearing that, was extremely excited. Oh my god, has my prediction just now come true? Do-hyun and Si-chun were also quite expectant, as they could finally witness how strong he was. The appearance of Kwang Chi-hyun made everyone on the team regain their spirit and be much more excited than before. But at that moment, the coach's words stunned everyone. Kwang Chi-hyun, I do not think you understand anything. Do you think you have the right to play whenever you want? Not to mention everyone, even Kwang Chi-hyun was blank at these words. Coach Lee hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Coach, what nonsense are you talking about? After pondering for a moment, Kwang Chi-hyun suddenly let out a breath. If you do not want me to enter the field, then I have no choice. Don't misunderstand, you are not any more noble than Nam Cho, and if you still do not understand by now, then let me make it clear. Facing the coach's sharp words, Kwang Chi-hyun shifted his eyes elsewhere. On the playing field, things like pity or weak attitudes are all useless. I mean you too, Nam Cho, the coach said, looking at Nam Cho, and in his eyes at that time was an invisible belief. Remembering the coach's eyes and words just now, Nam Cho on the field at this time took a deep breath, calmly. No, the coach is right. I should not doubt the coach's judgment. What I must do now is repay his trust by trying my best. The players, with a myriad of thoughts in their hearts, began to spread out everywhere on the field, finding their correct positions. In the stands, Coach Lee glanced at Coach Kuo next to him, thinking to himself, I thought his plan was to make Kwang Chi-hyun change his mind, but what is he trying to do after all? Because it was clear that if Kwang Chi-hyun could enter the field, the spirit of the entire team would recover, and they would not be so intimidated. Yet he did not agree to let Kwang Chi-hyun enter the field, which could only mean that perhaps he had another purpose that everyone could not possibly discern. Shifting his eyes to where red-haired Chan Hyun was being blocked from the front and back by Min Kyu and another teammate of the Jio Kwangchin team. Seeing this situation, Do-hyun immediately shouted loudly, Hey, quickly push the defensive line up a bit more, or are you guys planning to give up and go home? Min Kyu immediately angrily shouted back, If you do not like it, go defend yourself. He was too worried about the defensive line collapsing. Ban Sho, hearing what Do-hyun said, also sighed. Does he even know what he is saying? Seeing them still standing there blankly, Do-hyun gritted his teeth. These bastards, if they just blindly retreat, would not they just increase the distance in the midfield like last time? Everyone had their own opinions about the current situation, and Chi-dong also silently gave an assessment that if they pushed the defensive line up to the maximum right now, it would be very difficult to stop the two guys who specialized in breaking through the defense from charging up. Those two were Chan Hyun and Seung-gil. But if they lowered the defensive line, then Do-hyun's worries would come true, and they would be able to open the way for Ji-suk to pass the ball in the midfield. Currently, Ji-suk was unmarked, so someone would eventually have to mark Ji-suk. On the field, the teammate had quickly passed the ball to Ji-suk. The situation seemed to be getting worse, as Ji-suk received the ball under his feet. Looking into the sharp eyes of this guy Ji-suk, Do-hyun gritted his teeth and sighed. See, I told you, it is difficult now. At the same time, a figure from the Jio Kwangchin team suddenly appeared, blocking Ji-suk's path. That person was the hesitant Nam Cho. The coach above the high platform thought to himself, Nam Cho, your top priority is to chase after the opposing team's captain, Ji-suk, and mark him until the very end. Staring at the silver-haired guy in front of him, Ji-suk coldly said, Nam Cho, surprising, I did not think you would still be in Jio Kwangchin. Clearly, Nam Cho did not have the ability to respond to these malicious and teasing words, so he could only. In the instant Ji-suk charged up and collided with Nam Cho, his voice rang out again, Too bad, you are still far from being able to block me. Ji-suk's feet clung to the ground, bouncing up and quickly shifting his body to the side. In the blink of an eye, he had dodged Nam Cho's block. Quickly and accurately escaping the opponent's encirclement, Ji-suk also had time to say, You can't stop me, and not only me, there's one more person. With that, his foot moved, kicking the ball straight into the distance. The ball rolled, creating a beautiful arc on the field, and a figure wearing blue clothes charged over. That person was the boy Ho with his trademark eyes. Although I am not as good as Ji-suk, my mid-range passes are also difficult to block. As he spoke, his leg was raised behind him, preparing for a straight kick. But things were not easy as Si-chun, with unimaginable speed, performed a sliding save, stealing the ball from Ho's feet in just an instant. Si-chun's sudden appearance startled both Ji-suk and Ho. Coach Him solemnly stood up from his seat, staring at the situation on the field. Again, it is number 16 again. Si-chun's terrifying performance just now also surprised Coach Kuo, wondering, Si-chun, how did he react? Si-chun could not possibly know what others were thinking, and after stealing the ball, he maintained the following actions. Si-chun's eyes and Do-hyun's eyes met, and a perfect understanding had long been formed. Then, Do-hyun also looked at his captain, thinking to himself, 2 against 3 with Tae-chun, it is worth a try once. Thinking took a long time, but in reality, it was just an instant as Si-chun skillfully kicked the rolling ball, passing it to his teammate. The ball flew, charging forward, and from afar, Do-hyun also charged towards the ball. Terrifying speed and a special moment when 2 players from 2 teams were using all their strength to be able to steal that ball. Again, a familiar sliding tackle from Do-hyun. Would it succeed this time? It was a pity that the blue-clothed opponent was one step faster, performing a sliding save and pushing the ball away. In the blink of an eye, the referee's whistle sounded, along with the raised flag. The action just now failed. Do-hyun stood tiredly on the field, panting because of the vigorous activity. "Tch, Si-chun, you clearly have not recovered yet." Nam Cho's face was somber, still not knowing clearly what he was thinking. As for Si-chun at this time, his injured leg from just now was constantly shaking. The pain struck because he was injured and had been exercising intensely, making Si-chun's face pale and sweat run down. "I probably can't pass the ball anymore today," the boy thought to himself. The match continued, and there was still quite a bit of time left. The throw-in this time was Chi-dong. Chi-dong looked straight at his teammate, launching the flying ball. In the distance, Si-chun easily used his chest to receive the ball. On the high platform, the coach observed Si-chun's every movement and gave his assessment. "Si-chun, he has lost his balance. Although the injury is not very serious, there is no other way. After all, he can't solve the problem of his physical strength in a short time. But really, he is too fragile." At this time, Si-chun also realized that the injury on his leg was tending to worsen, so what he could do at this time was to try to get closer. Do-hyun, as if reading his friend's mind, loudly shouted, "Hey, do not try too hard. Just pass it over here to me." Hearing that, Si-chun silently denied it, shaking his head and looking towards the captain. "Don't pass it to you. It is safer if I pass it to Captain Tae-chun." Boom, a collision, the kick was launched. Captain Tae-chun, watching the ball in the sky, thought to himself, the pass is too low. The ball fell right in front of Nam Cho, but Ho seized the opportunity to use his head to change the direction of the ball, but it did not seem very accurate. Even so, the ball colliding with his head also made his brain buzz with pain, because this pass was much stronger than it appeared. The ball slightly veered off, gently falling near the flag at the corner of the field. Seung-gyo loudly complained, "Why did you miss that too? Did you go easy on him because he looks like you?" They are all squinted-eyed. Coach Kuo sighed, "Si-chun, we should consider a substitution." On the field, Si-chun also tiredly let out a breath, and now he was clear. He could not pass the ball anymore, and what should he do with that corner kick? As the boy was thinking, Do-hyun came over and patted his shoulder. "Alright, let me handle this time, and you go back to support me." Si-chun looked at his friend with glittering eyes. "Huh? But it is better if I kick it, right?" Hearing that, Do-hyun glared, pretending to be fierce. "Do you think I can't kick as well as a cripple like you? How stupid! If it hurts so much, you should have told me earlier." "Why keep trying without knowing?" Do-hyun said sulkily, turning and leaving. Chi-dong stepped forward, patting Si-chun on the shoulder and advising, "Just do what Do-hyun says. Support him. And that Do-hyun guy seems to care about you a lot." Si-chun blankly listened to the words Chi-dong just said and shifted his eyes to Do-hyun's back. Do-hyun left triumphantly, not forgetting to grumble, "Because of that idiot, everyone around me is getting hyped up." Staring at the back of his friend, Si-chun had a sweet smile on his lips. At this time, Do-hyun had arrived next to the corner kick ball where the flag was flying. The other members of the 2 teams had also gone to their defensive positions, and everyone was tightly marking their opponent. Would the situation change, and would it change in what direction? Do-hyun's eyes stared straight ahead, full of determination, and he immediately charged up. The ball charged fast like an arrow. Unexpectedly, it seemed that this pass was a little low, so the ball directly hit the head of his teammate, Min-kyu. Seeing that, Do-hyun steadily accelerated and thought to himself, "Ah, Min-kyu, I did not mean to aim for your head." At this time, thanks to Min-kyu's unintentional header just now, the ball had once again flown into the high sky. Seizing the opportunity, the Seongnam goalkeeper immediately jumped up, using both hands to catch the ball in the air. Ko Chum immediately stood up, ordering, "Counterattack quickly." The situation was extremely urgent. The members of the Geo Kwangchin team also immediately turned back to protect their goal. Return quickly, this is not good." The ball fell into the opponent's goalkeeper's hands, and it was very likely that the opponent could score thanks to this opportunity. The goalkeeper caught the ball and used a high kick, making the ball fly in a curved trajectory into the distance, and he shouted, "Chang-hyun, run quickly. At this time, red-haired Chang Hyun had already been far ahead, and the ball had flown over his head. Seeing that, the goalkeeper sighed, "It seems I kicked too early." The ball fell to the ground, and no one had touched the ball yet. The person closest to the ball at this time was Chang Hyun, and he was also accelerating as much as possible. Ji-suk was running and calling his teammate's name. Seung-gyo was also extremely focused, not forgetting to tease, "If you slip, I won't let you off, please kick it in." He did not know if Chang Hyun heard those words from his teammate, but he had really succeeded in using his foot to steer the ball's direction of movement. Seeing that, Do-hyun gritted his teeth, saying, "It is coming." In the blink of an eye, Chi-dong, from who knows where, charged up, catching up with Chang Hyun's speed. Looking at the blue-haired boy chasing closely next to him, Chang Hyun could not help but admire that this guy's speed could be compared to Seung-gyo. It was truly not normal at all. It seemed that today's match frequently featured speed contests, as these two special players were both accelerating as much as possible. Something unexpected happened again when Chang Hyun, who was charging at an unimaginable speed, suddenly stopped, surprising others. He braked sharply and then turned around, charging up again. Chang Hyun's footsteps were both quick and extremely bizarre, making it difficult to defend against. Chang Hyun looked at Chi-dong and smiled. "This is the first time we have faced each other like this since the time on the overpass, right? This time the situation is just like that time." From afar, Captain Tae-chun tried to run over, tiredly thinking, Chi-dong is only alone facing that dangerous number 11. At this time, hearing Chang Hyun's words, Chi-dong shook his head. "No, there is still one person missing." As soon as Chi-dong's words ended, a pair of incredibly fast feet immediately appeared next to him, blocking Chang Hyun's path. The person who chased up was Si-chun, and he was panting non-stop. "Si-chun, why are you so slow? You have to be ready faster." "Do you remember?" The words were disjointed, but Si-chun nodded. "I remember, ready." Remembering Chi-dong's guidance from before, that the first principle of defense when a full-back faces a midfielder one-on-one is that the purpose is not to steal the ball. When falling into that situation, the most important thing is to stall for as long as possible. It is best to stall until teammates return to their position. Si-chun's and Chi-dong's thoughts at this time seemed to blend together. 10 seconds, just hold on for 10 seconds to wait for teammates to return. But Ho and Seung-gyo of the opposing team were also accelerating towards this, so Chang Hyun asked, "Can you really guarantee your team will arrive first?" In the past, Si-chun had also asked Chi-dong that what would happen if someone as slow as Si-chun faced a forward as fast as Do-hyun. Chi-dong seriously lectured, "Don't worry about that. It is difficult for a forward to eliminate a full-back unless the full-back is particularly unskilled." Do-hyun, sitting next to him, smiled and shrugged, "I can't even stop someone as fast as myself. So just remember the first thing I told you earlier. Don't act rashly, and stall for time, and make sure that this advice is deeply ingrained in your head." But something's very strange. Big brother Chi-dong, who emphasized the need to stay calm, is acting too aggressively. Or is there another reason that I have not realized yet? Si-chun thought to himself while paying attention to Chi-dong's movements. Si-chun, stop thinking nonsense and focus on what is in front of you. Chi-dong suddenly spoke, making Si-chun slightly startled, but he immediately regained his spirit, nodding, "Yes, sir." And it was difficult to predict who would arrive first in such a hasty counterattack situation. Except for Do-hyun and Chi-dong, the Seong-nam team had the advantage in speed. Even Ho and Captain Ji-suk had a wonderful speed that made others wary. But the first person on that side to arrive first will be no one but him, the coach said to himself, staring at the bizarre figure of Seung-gyo. Right now, Chang Hyun was being tightly marked by two people, but because Si-chun was not a specialist in defense, he might be the breakthrough point. They will have to avoid a 2-on-2 situation that involves him. And because Chi-dong also realized this, he was forced to defend more fiercely than usual. Chi-dong and Chang Hyun constantly moved at close range, tightly marking each other, and temporarily had not found a solution. Si-chun, standing to the side and observing the two of them, was extremely shocked because the two of them were too fast. Unbelievable, how can big brother Chi-dong react to those terrifying movements? Just watching them was enough to make Si-chun dizzy. 1 second facing the forward felt like a century to Si-chun. His whole body was constantly shaking, and could 1 second really be that long? Chi-dong held his opponent tightly but still managed to notice Si-chun's odd behavior, so he shouted loudly, "Si-chun, have you forgotten already? I told you already not to just follow him with your eyes," Chi-dong thought to himself. Earlier, the second thing Chi-dong said was to maintain a distance of 1.5 meters. Do not forget this distance with a striker in a typical one-on-one situation. If you get closer than this distance, the striker will easily get past you, and you will have a hard time reacting quickly to their next move. On the other hand, if you are further away than that distance, you will allow the striker to make a pass or shoot at the goal. And you have a good sense of distance, so I do not think this will be difficult for you. Si-chun was praised but hung his head dejectedly. I still have a long way to go, Do-hyun muttered. He is just flattering you. And the third and final thing is you must observe the entire match, as well as the individual movements of each player, so that you can grasp the habits, patterns, and movements of the midfielders as quickly as possible. That way, even if the opponent is faster than you, as long as you can read his next move in advance, you can stop him without watching with your eyes. The instructions from the past reappeared clearly in Si-chun's mind. That is right, I need to follow his movements, that way I can support Chi-dong. Numerous calculations swirled in his head, but for the time being, the situation of the three of them remained the same, marking each other closely. Chan-hyun was also very surprised that the Geo Guangqin team had someone who could hold him this well. But actually, if it was not for that green-haired guy, going one-on-one with Chi-dong would be even harder. The situation was stagnant and unchangeable, but someone was rushing in from afar, making everyone cautious. Staring at that figure, Chi-dong gnashed his teeth and frowned. Damn it, it must be number 10 with his terrifying speed. If he arrives, delaying here any longer will be more dangerous than ever. Chan-hyun's eyes were full of caution, and beads of sweat ran down his face. In a flash, a foot suddenly appeared, wanting to block the ball that Chan-hyun was dribbling. But Chan-hyun's incredible reaction easily dodged Chi-dong's block. The two outstanding players brushed past each other. At the same time, Si-chun's eyes widened, a spark flashed in his mind, and he saw it. Immediately, Si-chun appeared right in front of Chan-hyun's path and blocked him. On the other side, Go-hun was constantly speeding up and shouting loudly, "Go-chin, get out of there!" The red-haired goalkeeper Go-chin appeared. "I do not need you to tell me, you dog. And the next action of this player is..." Si-chun thought to himself and stared at every movement of Chan-hyun in front of him. In his eyes at this moment, every movement seemed to turn into familiar and complex mathematical formulas. Although he could somewhat predict Chan-hyun's next move, Si-chun's body did not seem to be able to keep up, so Chan-hyun skillfully dribbled the ball forward. In that moment, another question from the past reappeared in Si-chun's mind. At that time, he shyly and anxiously asked the senior, "If I still can't stop him even after doing everything you told me to do, then what?" Chi-dong placed the ball on the grass and replied, "As I said, the purpose is just to buy time. If it is too difficult, just run to kick the ball out of bounds." Do-hyun shook his head in surprise. "Senior, do you expect him to understand that? In the worst-case scenario, just ruin the flow of the game by creating a foul, hee." Do-hyun smiled slyly, looking at Si-chun. And the beautiful Si-chun was innocently startled. "Deliberately create a foul, isn't that a bit underhanded? What are you saying? It is not at all, because you will have to receive the corresponding punishment for that foul. Will you give your opponent a decisive opportunity instead of creating a foul, or will you disrupt the flow of the game by creating a foul, even if you get a card? In other words, we will weigh the risks by paying attention to the flow of the game, as well as the referee's decision-making tendencies. Of course, deliberately committing fouls that cause injury is strictly prohibited. Do you remember the match against Sukchin High School before? That time, if I had not gotten past him alone, he would have only received an unofficial warning instead of a yellow card. The main goal is, as Chi-dong said, to stop the striker from advancing, use any necessary means." With sudden inspiration, Si-chun executed a long slide, kicking directly at the ball under Chan-hyun's feet. Seeing this, Do-hyun immediately shouted angrily, "You idiot, that is not even a tackle from behind." But not everyone was as foolish as Do-hyun. The coach immediately realized that this was a clearance. Coach Go was also startled and jumped out of his seat. Si-chun's sudden action startled everyone, but there was no time to stop him or do anything. At the same time, the referee appeared from nowhere, preparing to blow the whistle. The whistle was held in the referee's hand, ready to be blown, but he stopped because he clearly saw the play just now. Hiding the surprise in his eyes, the referee quickly signaled for the game to continue. Coach Go was so anxious that his mouth dropped open, and he realized that Si-chun did not intend to ruin the flow of the game by fouling, but that he clearly read the striker's direction. A beautiful sliding tackle successfully knocked the ball away. From afar, goalkeeper Go-chin of the Geo Guangqin team appeared, lunging towards the rolling ball. "Good job, kid. Now leave it to me." Facing goalkeeper Go-chin was the figure of Chan-hyun rushing forward. It was another speed race. Let us see which of them would be the first to touch the ball. The advantage this time belonged to the Geo Guangqin team when goalkeeper Go-chin successfully kicked the ball with his foot. The difference was only a few moments, but the result was that one person touched the ball, and the other did not. But it seemed that touching the ball was not necessarily a good thing, as the ball flew into the air because of that touch. Then, under everyone's bewilderment, the goal in the distance was unguarded, and the ball was flying towards it with momentum. Could it be that the goalkeeper had harmed his own team? If things continued this way, the ball would roll into the goal in just a moment. Coach smiled triumphantly and said to himself, "It is all over." In the distance, Captain Tae-chun was rushing over with a grim expression because if they conceded more goals, the morale of the Geo Guangqin team would collapse. At the critical moment, a figure burst out like an arrow, barely visible, towards. Here it was, a spectacular turnaround from Chi-dong. Would his rapid speed, skilled technique, and exceptional reaction bring a miracle to the Geo Guangqin team? The excited heart of youth followed the ball that Chi-dong kicked away, preventing a goal for his team. Great block, Chi-dong, and the ball flew backward, past goalkeeper Go-chin. However, the teammates of the Geo Guangqin team did not manage to receive the ball, and once again let it fall into the hands of the opponent. Gently controlling the ball under his feet, Ho moved and smiled. With all the efforts they have put into this match, I feel bad. But this will be a timely kick. The ball was once again kicked straight towards the goal, causing goalkeeper Go-chin to grit his teeth. What is stopping you guys from coming down here? The guy hurriedly rushed towards the empty goal. A jump, reaching high with his hands, about to touch the ball. But someone was faster than goalkeeper Go-chin. It was Seung-gyo. Under the goalkeeper's surprise, he jumped up and made an accurate header. This time, there was no miracle. The ball successfully hit the net, and the Geo Guangqin team failed once again. Goalkeeper Go-chin's eyes stared at the ball in the net, as if wanting to tear it apart, but in the end, the truth was that the opponent had scored another goal. The current score was 0-2, heavily favoring the Seongnam team. On the other side, after scoring another goal, Seung-gyo excitedly celebrated with his teammates. Coach of the team was also very happy, constantly clapping and praising. But on the other side, the atmosphere was completely opposite, as silence enveloped the entire Geo Guangqin team. Everyone's faces were dark, and dark clouds covered the sky. At this moment, most of the Geo Guangqin players clearly felt that things were not going well. And it seemed that in today's match, the entire team was completely drained. Now they were also grumbling in frustration. If only Kwang Chi-hyun had played, maybe things would have been different. Feeling the gloom from everyone's repeated failures, Coach Lee thought to himself, in the end, they are still just kids compared to real professionals. And everyone was very heartbroken. In the 20th minute of the second half, the opponent team's goal completely destroyed the morale of Geo Guangqin. Si-chun was overcome with self-blame, and everyone tried to comfort the kid. Chi-dong looked at the kid in front of him, thinking to himself, this kid did the best he could, even with a body weaker than others. Faced with everyone's concern, Si-chun tried to stand up. I should have pushed myself a little harder. Feeling the determination in him, Nam-cho, standing next to him, sighed to himself, Si-chun, even as a newbie, has reached this level. And I am getting worse and worse. Everyone at this moment had their own thoughts, and surely their spirits were extremely tired. In the distance, Do-hyun, seeing his friend Si-chun being helped up by everyone, wearily rubbed his head. Phew, we can't let ourselves get dragged around again. The current situation was extremely dire, but in someone's heart, there was enough strength to ignite a counterattack. After all, the match must continue. At this moment, a member with pink hair of the Geo Guangqin team was dribbling the ball under his feet. The abilities of the team members were quite good, but it seemed still slightly less than the opposing team. A failed pass, and they did not receive the ball. Having failed by 2 goals, this time they played even more fiercely and recklessly than ever before. The pink-haired guy from the Geo Guangqin team shouted, "Say bong so, you bastard, is that what you call a pass?" The person who had just been called out brushed past and loudly replied, "Oh, I am sorry." While apologizing, he thought to himself, he expects a good pass from me when he is just standing still and doing nothing. Ha, that dog, I really do not want to play anymore. Anyway, it is just one more goal. The coach sighed and said that he could hear their hearts beating everywhere from here. Coach Lee heard this and said, how about we change things up a bit? Is Kwang Chi-hyun ready? Wait another 5 minutes. It is clear that we will request a substitution. Coach will take advantage of that. Also, the light of a few players has not gone out yet. The coach's eyes looked at a few prominent figures on the field, including Si-chun. An unexpected pass from Captain Chi Seok of the opposing team. The ball under his feet was easily controlled by him as if he were controlling an arm of his own. A feint that made the ball retreat backward, catching the Geo Guangqin players off guard. Of course, faced with the opponent's skills, the Geo Guangqin team quickly developed a defensive plan. Seeing this, Seung-gyo smiled contemptuously because it was still the same old tactic. It might be effective against Chan-hyun, but it won't work against me, he said, and in front of him at this moment was the blocking combination of Chi-dong and Si-chun. Chi-dong cautiously stared at the figure in front of him, and quietly reminded Si-chun, this guy specializes in kicking and running. Leave him to me. Seung-gyo suddenly cracked a smile. When facing me, it does not matter how many of you there are. With that, he kicked the ball, and his body followed the ball like an arrow. Seeing the incredibly fast monster brush past him, Chi-dong gnashed his teeth. This is unbearable. Just one more goal, and I will be the team's top scorer, Seung-gyo exclaimed excitedly. Kicking and running, Chi-dong would not lose in a speed battle, would he? Following Si-chun's gaze, Chi-dong rushed to chase after that mophead, and this time it was different. Chi-dong's speed suddenly soared to a terrifying level, startling the mophead. His face could not hide the surprise as he glanced at the figure next to him and asked, "Hey, how? The guy Ho, with his habit of observing every image and making assessments of the current situation, thought, in terms of physical ability, Seung-gyo should not be tired yet. So, could Chi-dong be that type? Under Seung-gyo's horrified gaze, Chi-dong sped past him, leaving him stunned. Coach pondered, his face questioning, "I can't understand." He should not have spent so much stamina that he lost his speed. Seeing Seung-gyo, who was famous for his speed, being defeated in speed by another person, Captain Chi Seok was also dumbfounded. Everyone thought that Seung-gyo's stamina was dropping, but only Ho realized that the problem came from Chi-dong himself, because now it was certain that Chi-dong was that type. Coach Go was still calm, as if he had foreseen everything. As I said, a match of strength and speed in football is always unpredictable. In the past, in a famous football team that conquered all of Europe, there were two players named Hatch and Dubidyo. One day, they had a contest to satisfy the long-standing curiosity of their teammates about who would run faster. The race at that time was 50 meters for honor. A pair of evenly matched rivals made the match more intense than ever. They had to run 3 times to determine the winner. The incredible speed of those two people shocked all the spectators. Finally, after those 3 times, Dubidyo won every time. But Hatch did not accept this result, and wanted to try again with a distance of 100 meters. Hearing his opponent say that, Dubidyo smiled contemptuously. "You are just a sore loser. What difference would that make?" But the result of the 100-meter race was completely reversed, and Hatch won overwhelmingly. The reason was due to the difference between acceleration and agility. With so many changes in the game, the speed of short-distance experts will never be a threat in football. Returning to the field, when he saw himself being overtaken by someone else, Seung-gyo's eyes wanted to pop out. "Damn it, the one who needs to be faster than anyone today has to be me." He gnashed his teeth and frantically reached out, wanting to grab the hem of Chi-dong's shirt, and this Mahead was truly obsessed with his own speed. Just as his hand was about to touch the shirt, Chi-dong once again accelerated, leaving him far behind. Running at high speed while dodging the opponent's block, Chi-dong was extremely skillful and proficient. At this moment, he was like a professional dancer performing on his stage. It felt as if both Chi-dong's speed and physical ability had been transformed abruptly. The members of the opposing team were also startled because Seung-gyo, their teammate, was completely left behind in the speed battle. That was an impossible thing. Coach coldly reassured them, "There is nothing to be gloomy about. If the wing is blocked, Chi Seok can open the way from the center." Ho was also very surprised that Chi-dong could overpower Seung-gyo with speed. But he alone is not enough to change the emotions of the whole team, and the problem is Do-hyun. That guy won't be one to just stand still. And it is still too early to lower our guard, Ho thought to himself while paying close attention to Do-hyun's every action. The ball was passed to Captain Chi Seok, and Nam Cho also pressed closely beside him, carrying out his task. Although he struggled, Nam Cho caused a certain amount of disruption to Captain Chi Seok's actions. Nam Cho's movements have accelerated significantly. His spirit is always so firm, Chi Seok wondered. It seemed that Nam Cho was not very steady either, but he just buried his head in doing his job as much as possible. Both his hands and feet and his whole body used every method within the rules to hinder Captain Chi Seok's actions. But it was not over yet. The match was not over yet. It was still too early to say anything. The ball was skillfully dribbled by Captain Chi Seok, swiveled around, and brushed past Nam Cho. At that moment, Nam Cho's leg kicked the ball, causing it to change direction, startling Captain Chi Seok. He blankly watched the ball fly backward. The ball rolled freely on the field once again. This time, Ho was frantically rushing towards the ball as much as possible. In the 25th minute of the second half, during a match dominated by Seong-nam, an unexpected counterattack began when the ball was stolen by Do-hyun. Do-hyun ran and thought to himself, "If Si-chun continues to stubbornly ignore the pain in his leg, I can't look this pathetic." Therefore, a subtle change occurred so that no one noticed the reason. On the other side, Si-chun also tried to use all his strength and had to run even faster, although he could not help at all. Do-hyun alone led the charge, facing a series of encirclements from his opponents. Coach Lee shouted in surprise, "He is not passing. Hey, you are playing soccer by yourself." Hearing the shouts in the stands, Do-hyun coldly replied, "You are too noisy, coach. Now I can see it clearly. I have seen a gap that these guys have not noticed." Then he easily controlled the ball, turning it into a zigzag path, passing a series of opponents who blocked the way in a very spectacular manner. His eyes flickered with a steadfast light like a star in the night sky, staring at the space in front of him. Do Hyun's surprising outburst startled his opponent, Chang Hyun, who did not understand where he suddenly got that strength from. Coach Lee, who was shouting loudly just now, was now silent, but could not close his mouth because, from the distance, Captain Tae-chun was rushing over. While running, he also looked back to observe the situation. Seeing this, Do Hyun nodded to himself. 2 against 3 is pretty perfect. The members of the Seongnam team hurriedly blocked Do Hyun's attack path. But they were still wondering whether Do Hyun would pass to Tae-chun or get through on his own. The players were getting closer and closer to each other, and the ball under Do Hyun's feet was also approaching. From afar, another player used a long slide, trying to steal the ball from Do Hyun's feet. But the quick-witted and sharp-eyed guy acted one step ahead, using his foot to trap the round ball. A kick backward sent the ball flying into the air. The ball flew in an arc, flying backward again, looking beautiful. Do Hyun's amazing skill made it unbelievable for everyone, and even the coach jumped out of his seat. That is impossible. Once again, the ball landed on the field, and Do Hyun continued to move forward. This was probably a decisive moment, and the fateful ball was about to be kicked. Whoosh, a resounding sound and an unbelievable kick. The goalkeeper of the Seongnam team stretched out and jumped, trying his best to block the ball. But the height of the ball was much higher than him, so the ball just fell into the goal. Do Hyun smiled confidently, and the ball had already hit the net. So, now there is only one more goal left, you bastards. The current score was 1-2. Unbeknownst to anyone, the voice of the host was heard on the TV. It is Do Hyun's turn this time. I hope it is not. I do not even want to mention that dog anymore. Hearing the question from the reporter, Ho, wearing a red shirt, smiled and held his stomach. Do Hyun's flaws, if I start counting from now, I probably would not finish all day. And his flaws are as numerous as an endless pile of trash. He is a selfish bastard who always thinks he is the best. There is nothing more to say. So are we done? It is so annoying. I think with his physical condition, along with his ability to work within his limits, there is still much to be desired. That is why he has serious ups and downs in his matches. And sometimes he seems like an arrogant person. He is a friend that I like very much, but recently I have been very sad because he keeps badmouthing me. So if I catch him, there is no escape. To talk about his strengths, Do Hyun understands the game very quickly. He has high speed and amazing dribbling. If I had to choose one thing, I would probably say speed, and his dribbling skills too. In terms of speed, he is one of the best on the team, so it is definitely speed. Hey, is not his level of speed the only mundane thing in the talented class? That bastard is just trash. Surprisingly, he has a high level of belligerence, does not he? But his weapons are speed and dribbling. Wait, if I think about it again, there is something even more terrible than that. And it is. Just as the video reached this point, a voice from outside called out, Coach. Coach Yayan, Coach Yayan. The old coach heard someone calling him and said, What is it? A dark-skinned man wearing a red shirt walked in with a stack of documents in his hand and wondered why he was reviewing old materials. Coach, I need you to look over the locations for the overseas training schedule. Hearing this, the coach frowned with a headache. Okay, I will just check a few things and make a decision as soon as possible. Just leave it there and go. Yes, I understand. The assistant placed the documents on the table while the coach pondered. Just as the assistant turned to leave, the coach called him back. Oh, by the way, can we add Asia to the itinerary? The coach's old hand pressed down on the keyboard so that the video could continue. On the screen was the silver-haired guy Ho, and his voice rang out, Wait, if I think about it again, there is something even more terrible than that. And that thing is quite difficult to put into words. Should I say that he can read other people's minds? His movements are not too fast, but it is also very difficult to steal the ball from him. Anyway, he is annoying, but he is also talented. Honestly, I do not want to meet him as an enemy. As for me, I have never faced him, so I do not know, but everyone says that it is very difficult to predict his next move. Usually, people understand their teammates well after just one season together, right? Maybe it is a signature skill that the person likes to use, their passing habits. How they move, even the plays they make next. All players have their own style or favorite techniques, but Do Hyun does not show those tendencies outwardly at all. Oh my god, can you believe it? Someone who does not show a fondness for any technique, or lean towards a specific style, if you look at it from a conservative point of view. It could be very embarrassing. In addition, there is an incredible story that he told when we were kids, Ho said, staring at the camera with a mysterious tone. At that time, he told me that if he was extremely focused, he would never lose at rock paper scissors, and back then, I thought this bastard was crazy. But as time went on, I realized that maybe what he said was true. You can see when a person with high intuition reaches the ultimate limit of cunning and starts reading minds like a fortune teller. For example, in a real match, the options for overcoming a one-on-one situation are quite limited, and in reality, Do-hyun is also making his opponent hesitate when they do not know clearly whether he will choose the left or the right. Right or left, both the act of pretending to go right and then going left, and vice versa, make people's heads spin. Of course, the more techniques you have, the more choices you can use in the game. But Do-hyun can read his opponent in a very short time and easily deceive him with simple techniques. Which direction is his opponent most comfortable with? Or which style is the opponent hesitant to use? It is rare to find a weapon stronger than this. Do-hyun has a special skill, he is a mind reader. Ho, you have had close contact with him before, so you must know if there is a way to stop him, right? Hearing his teammate's question, Ho helplessly shook his head. No, I can't. As he spoke, Ho stared at the familiar and unfamiliar figure on the field. Maybe I know Do-hyun better than anyone else, but even I am helpless against his lack of tendencies. Also, that kid is weird. But if he encounters bad luck before a match, an omen appears before the match, like a warning. At the beginning of the match, Do-hyun also whispered to Ho that he had unfortunately broken his shoelaces today and to just wait and see. The strange thing is that if Do-hyun encounters bad luck before a match, he will sweep clean the match that day. It is as if he has concentrated all his luck into the upcoming match. As Ho said, at this moment on the field, Do-hyun has tended to gradually sweep away all the obstacles in his path. He is a kid who always has many ups and downs in a match, but when Do-hyun's state has reached its peak, no one can stop him. The only way is to exhaust Do-hyun's stamina as quickly as possible, and that is also his biggest weakness. The two of them were about to collide, and in the middle was the ball. Do-hyun's blue-shoed foot was one step faster, touching the ball and kicking it backward. Then he immediately swiveled around, dodging the opponent's block, and chased after the ball again. Everyone was stunned by this skill because it was the Marseille turn, a 360-degree turn that is said to appear at least once in every soccer cartoon, and is said to be almost impossible to defend. Because the turn is a combination of sudden change of direction with constant ball shielding. Do-hyun's amazing skill made Ji Seok and his teammates dumbfounded. Looking at their horrified faces, Do-hyun smiled and said, "Now you understand how dangerous I am, right? But it is too late." Above in the stands, the old coach gnashed his teeth in anger, not understanding why everything had reversed like this. Clearly, they were in the lead just a moment ago. But just one guy had pushed them this far away. The coach then angrily shouted, "You guys are a disgrace to be afraid of just one person, stop him by any means." On the field, members of the Seongnam team constantly appeared, hoping to stop Do-hyun's advance. But each of his surprising reactions made them bewildered. They could not keep up with Do-hyun's line of thinking. The ball under his feet was constantly used by Do-hyun to perform beautiful and dangerous techniques, making it impossible for all opponents to touch the ball. This amazing outburst surprised Coach Lee. "Do-hyun, that kid, looking at him is like seeing myself when I was an active player." Everyone sitting next to him heard this and asked, "Coach, you used to play. But even though his physical condition has improved, we do not know how long he can maintain this state of awakening. Therefore, we must win before Do-hyun's stamina runs out." Chop Mat Ko immediately appeared to block Do-hyun's path, and his voice rang out again, "Hey, you should not overexert yourself. Why do not you take a break?" Do-hyun smiled and replied, "I want to, but I can't stop when the path is being opened up with so many gaps like this." Ho smiled contemptuously, this level of arrogance, especially at a time when you are so tired. "Well, I was not planning on showing you this today, but..." As he spoke, Ho activated his special skill. In a flash, his eyes flickered, and behind Do-hyun, Captain Chi Seok along with another member appeared. This was the Maestro's skill, which could control and regulate the rhythm of an entire match. Especially in situations where Do-hyun had to face so many people. The Maestro's skill was even more disadvantageous to him. "When I have the chance to step on you, I will definitely crush you, right?" Ho's voice was terrifying. Do-hyun smiled, "My thoughts are accurate. I am just being merciful. And you become complacent right away, you silver-haired guy." Now it was the 38th minute of the second half. Facing countless opponents who encircled him, along with the annoying silver-haired guy in front of him, Do-hyun still smiled. A fierce fire was burning in Do-hyun's heart, and this half could not easily end like this. But really, at this moment, he was surrounded tightly like a wedge. "Haha, this lovely bastard, you really prepared everything to try and catch me, did not you?" Ho coldly replied, "Aren't you good enough to get through on your own?" If it were another day, Do-hyun would have had 1,000 ways to ruin the guy in front of him. But not today, because he could not waste his stamina here, because if he exhausted his stamina here, he would not be able to recover in time before the match ended. Captain Tae-chun also realized this. It does not matter how well Do-hyun hides it, everyone can see that he is gradually reaching his physical limit. They were trying to isolate Do-hyun, but for now, Captain Tae-chun could not find any loopholes in the defensive team led by number 5. Although they were deliberately marking Du Hyun tightly, they also did not neglect to mark the opponents around him. And this was the chart of the marking ratio of the players on the field at the moment. The most heavily marked person was Du Hyun in the center, but the players of the Geo Guangqing team around him were also within range. Even if he got past this formation, it would be more than enough to exhaust his stamina by stalling for time, Chi Seok thought to himself, and he was not too worried. Only Ho felt uneasy. An ominous premonition was rising, but no matter how talented that bastard was, football was not an individual sport. The only reason he could go this far was that someone had secretly helped from afar, and we had to find out as soon as possible, Ho thought to himself. At this moment, after a struggle, the ball finally stopped. Du Hyun stood still, constantly panting because he was too tired. Oh God, I am so tired, so tired. This is so annoying. Are you just going to stand there looking hopelessly like cowards, or are you going to keep fighting me? After a while of moving, Ho also sweated profusely and tiredly replied, You think we will be fooled by those empty words? You are the one who is running, not us. Oh, is that so? I did not know. Are you sure your failing friends agree with you? The opponents around him heard those provocative words and gnashed their teeth, cursing, You lying bastard. Oops, I mean, is not that the reason you are out of breath after playing with these weak failures for too long? The guy could not help but angrily shout, If you are so confident, then move. As soon as he angrily lost focus and was about to rush up, Du Hyun's sharp eyes caught this moment and thought, Got you, you idiot. In a flash, he used his foot to pull the ball back, dodging the opponent's feet. It was again the familiar ball-pushing skill from the beginning. Seeing Du Hyun accelerating again, Chi Seok furrowed his brow and thought, It is starting. An orange jersey mixed in with the blue jerseys like a ghost. The situation was very dangerous at the moment, as Du Hyun alone was surrounded by 5 other strong people. Could he get through this solid defense? A round ball on the field was again intervened by 3 or 4 feet, but from beginning to end, the ball remained firmly under Du Hyun's control. His foot touched the ball, dragging it backward. Every amazing skill he performed diligently could temporarily maintain the ball. Could the balanced situation be maintained for long without any unexpected situations occurring? Du Hyun's mind at this moment was strained to the utmost, and his state reached its highest level ever. His hands and feet moved, and his eyes constantly assessed the surrounding situation. Every second, every minute had to be accurate. The ball under his feet was constantly moved by Du Hyun's 2 feet from place to place with. Those touches made the ball easily dodge the opponent's harassment, and made Du Hyun more agile than ever. The guy moved, dribbled, and secretly counted in his heart. Right now, the ball was once again lifted off the ground by a distance. Not the short-range dribbling from before, but a long kick. Ho was extremely surprised by the expressions just now because this Du Hyun had touched the ball 4 times in just a very short time. Before he could think much, Du Hyun gained momentum and jumped towards the ball. His terrifying jump made the grass also crumble. A figure appeared in front, blocking Du Hyun's path. The speed of the 2 people was extremely intense, but Du Hyun's eyes never trembled once. Only to see his speed getting faster and faster, like a phantom appearing and disappearing. So fast that it felt like Du Hyun had split into multiple bodies on the field. Everything had probably reached the decisive moment, so Du Hyun's expression was also very serious. The opponents also felt the terrifying aura emanating from him, but they were not allowed to retreat. Coach Go looked at the field without blinking, and the result of today's match would almost depend on this moment. A decisive moment when Du Hyun charged left and right amidst the enemy's ranks. Again, a lightning-fast ball changed with feet that could not be more agile. The blue shirt player of the opposing team touched the ball and lost his balance in surprise. The ball was kicked away by Du Hyun, approaching the opponent's goal, but their goalkeeper had also run to prepare to catch the ball. Oh no, the ball had fallen to the ground and was about to fall into the hands of the goalkeeper. Seeing this scene, Du Hyun accelerated even more fiercely, rushing towards the goalkeeper and the ball. In his eyes, in just a moment, the goalkeeper's hand would touch the ball, and their rare opportunity would vanish. Unleashing all the hidden power in his body, at the same time, Du Hyun was able to approach. Damn it, if this guy blocks me now, things will be bad. While he was worried, from afar, Nam Cho appeared in time and called out Du Hyun. Seeing this, Du Hyun smiled in relief, You are just in time. Despite saying so much, everything happened in just a few moments. The ball was once again passed by Du Hyun to Nam Cho on the other side. The guy Nam Cho, who seemed useless and timid from the beginning, was now about to become the person who decided the outcome of today's match. Si-chun worriedly shouted Nam Cho. Captain Tae-chun also silently called Nam Cho's name in his heart, hoping for everything. At the same time, Chi Seok of the opposing team gnashed his teeth, but it seemed he still could not catch up. Now, what would the result be? Would victory belong to the Nam Trin team? The ball on the field is rolling towards Nam Chu. Si-chun is extremely nervous, calling out his teammate's name loudly as a signal, Nam Chu. Tae-chun, his teammate, also places all his faith in Nam-chu's play. As soon as the ball is very close to his foot, he immediately pulls his leg back to gain momentum. Nam-chu closes his eyes tightly, not daring to watch. The opposing team is also on guard against this tense situation. Everything is starting to fall into crisis, when so at the wall. Upon hearing that friend immediately rushes out to prepare to block Nam-chu's ball. Nam-chu's foot gradually lowers, about to touch the ball. Then suddenly, he makes a surprising move, leaving his opponent completely bewildered. He does not kick the ball forward, but uses his heel to pass it backward. Taking advantage of the opponent's loose defense, Nam-chu can easily pass the ball. Ho, panting heavily, realizes, a back heel pass, huh? Hayang is also concentrating all his strength, looking towards the ball. He always keeps Tae-chun in sight. As expected, the ball is still controlled by the Kwangchun team. Tae-chun quickly rushes forward as if he has determined the right time to score. As soon as the ball touches his foot, he shoots a powerful shot that goes right under the crossbar, causing the ball to fly swiftly through the air, unstoppable by anyone. Ho sees his team in a precarious situation. Without much thought, he rushes out to block the ball with his face. Unexpectedly, it hits his cheek, causing swelling on one side, looking extremely painful. Even though it is just a close-range kick, I feel like I am about to faint. After Ho's face block, the ball floats high into the air again. Both teams standing below are extremely nervous, waiting for the ball to fall so they can gain an advantage. Hayang of the Kwangchun team rushes in like a hunting beast from somewhere. Everyone get out of the way. He uses all his strength to jump really high to receive the ball. Immediately after that, Hayang uses his golden foot to kick it backward. His eyes still try to glance back, following its trajectory. Unbelievably, the ball flies straight into the goal without anyone being able to stop it. All the players from both teams freeze in awe at Hayang's stunning goal. Hayang of the Seonam team is also left speechless in amazement at this spectacular reversal. After that finishing shot, the score of the two teams is tied at 2-2. Hayang smirks, points his finger at the Seonam team, and brags loudly, "I told you already." Sweat drips down Ho's face. He is drenched as if he has taken a shower. We can tell he has tried very hard in the match. Coach Siwoo secretly praises Hayang, "You have surpassed your limits." All the Kwangchun team players gather around, laughing and talking happily after the goal. The match has been balanced. Now the remaining issue is. The atmosphere on the Kwangchun and Seonam teams is completely contrasting. One side is jubilant, and the other side has their coach's blood pressure rising uncontrollably. "Coach, are you alright?" Down on the field, Hayang urges everyone, "Let us go. Even if we are tired, we have to celebrate. Hurry up." He walks to the middle of the field, then dances a victory dance with his teammates. Hayang turns to invite more people. "Senior, what are you doing? And you too, Si-chun, hurry up." From the very beginning, the purpose of celebrating a goal was to make the opponent jealous. Si-chun and Nam-chu also try to dance along, but they are like broken robots, unable to keep up with the rhythm. Like this, "Am I dancing right?" Hayang can't control his emotions and directly criticizes. Like two scarecrows, if you do not like it, quickly get back to your positions. Bang-soo is even more persistent than Hayang. He dances a few steps while saying, "What is the rush? There are still less than 5 minutes left in the match. Let us stall for time. Even if we draw, we will be very lucky." Si-chun also worriedly adds, "That is right, Hayang, you look very tired." But Hayang boldly says, "What are you all talking about? We can't end like this, am I right?" Nam-chu, even though he is exhausted, still gives a smile of agreement. Tae-chun stands behind, silently watching his teammates having fun on the field. But what he pays more attention to is the guy Nam-chu. Looking at the innocent smile on his face, terrifying memories resurface in Tae-chun's mind. "Ever since I was little, I have always had to endure." Back then, his friends diligently cleaned the practice field very carefully. It would be dangerous if people got hurt. Even the smallest pebble had to be picked up. When trying to ignore the fun that peers are enjoying, wanna play arcade games, Lion or Nexus? Which one do you want? After we are done, we will go home for dinner. Daily life repeats like a clock. Harsh training day after day without rest. I can do it all without any problems. The coaches constantly find fault with each person. Heads up, you guys. But the most unacceptable thing during my time on the soccer team, 1 year ago, Kwangchun High School, at that time Tae-chun was just a freshman. Always having to endure beatings as a normal thing every day. Yesterday it was because a senior was beaten by the coach. Today it is because we forgot to wash a senior's clothes. And tomorrow, there will be another reason that none of us understand. The seniors even say inhuman things. "You have to beat these idiots hard to relieve stress. It is really comfortable." Perhaps later, when I grow up, looking back on the past, I will only remember those constant beatings. Yet amidst all that, there was only one senior who did not lay a hand on his juniors. That was Nam-chu, a sophomore. After the beatings, only he cared and asked everyone, "Tae-chun, Chi-dong, are you two okay? that senior who did not vent his anger on his juniors, was an exception at Kwangchin High School. Even though his name was never put on the list, he still silently ran even though practice had ended long ago. He seemed to be someone who had a passion for football more than anyone else. On a very sunny day, everyone had to go to the soccer field to practice, warming up hands and feet. Everyone was talking lively. What is wrong today? Instead of the captain, Hayang played in the main lineup and scored. That is why the senior is taking it out on the younger juniors, damn it. I told you to pass the ball to me, even though I got passed. Each curse from that person made Namchu tremble even more. If I do not get accepted into any university, can you take responsibility? Tae-chun standing outside was extremely frustrated by the arrogant attitude of the seniors, but he could not do anything about it. The other friends just stood silently watching Namchu being beaten. He suddenly grabs the senior's leg. He asked frantically, "What is wrong with this bastard? Can't you kneel properly?" Namchu burst into tears like a child, clasping his hands together and kneeling down to beg the senior, "Please do not beat us anymore. If I get injured, I only want the injury to be from playing soccer." Those heartfelt words made Tae-chun feel extremely painful. Namchu's face was covered in tears. He kept begging earnestly, "Please let me play soccer, please, can you stop hitting us?" The group of people stood silently looking at Namchu. I thought they still had some humanity to spare, but they laughed triumphantly, seeing his words as a joke. "You want to play soccer, you loser who can't even get on the list, your words are funny." Damn, this is the first time I have seen someone kneel down in such pain. Namchu still knelt on the ground, begging repeatedly, "Please, please do not hit us anymore. Anyone who sees this scene will think you are the instigator." Tae-chun was getting more and more angry. "Is it fun? Do you people think this is funny? The heart he has for soccer, it is bigger than anyone else's." The group of seniors did not have any compassion. "You idiot. You know no one will recognize you if you are not here." "Right. Oh my god, it has been so long since I have laughed so heartily." Ignoring the terrible insults, Namchu only knew to bow his head and beg, "Please, please stop." Tae-chun clenched his fist and wondered, "Is not that enough to convince you?" Chi-soc could not stand it anymore and asked, "Do you think this is funny, senior?" He was startled and asked back, "What?" Chi-soc said boldly, "I will ask again, do you find Namchu funny?" The senior angrily ordered, "Hey Chi-soc, look me in the eyes and say that again." He did not hesitate to answer, "Is a heart passionate about soccer something you should laugh at?" After that sentence, Chi-soc was kicked in the leg by the senior. He immediately retaliated by punching him in the cheek. So the two sides kept fighting back and forth, either side willing to give in. Amidst such chaos, Tae-chun could only stand and think, "Why? Chi-soc was beaten in front of me. I should have been able to rush in to help without hesitation." Just as he was about to rush up and teach the senior a lesson, Sung-di standing next to him stopped him. "Tae-chun, you better not think about it. All of you others, be quiet and stand still. Our results in the match have been good, but if you mess around and make a big deal out of it, everything will be ruined. Just endure for another year. When I become captain, these things will never happen again." What a fool. Why is he making things more complicated with a problem that can be easily ignored? Tae-chun stood motionless in the face of that heartbreaking scene. At that moment, I felt like Chi-soc had made things worse. The senior kept kicking Chi-soc relentlessly. "You bastard, how can someone like you exist?" His friends standing behind him kept trying to stop him, but it was useless. "Stop it, that is too much, we will get caught." After beating him to his heart's content, the group of seniors left. They did not forget to instruct Sung-si, "Clean everything up and dismiss these guys." He bowed his head to obey, "Yes sir." On the way, the senior kept challenging, "Anyone else want to get beaten?" Namchu was still kneeling on the soccer field, crying non-stop. Chi-soc was beaten, bruised and battered, covered in injuries. However, the others could only sadly watch, not daring to utter even half a word. Hatred increasingly engulfed Tae-chun's being. Sung-di walked over and roughly grabbed Namchu's hand. "Get up, you idiot." Chi-soc quietly left Kwangchin afterwards. From that day on, Luckily, after that incident, those third-year students never touched Namchu again. Every time they saw him, they would say to each other, "Hey, do not hit that guy, or he will cry again." If I were him, I would die of shame. That sissy can't do anything useful. When we tell you something, you have to listen carefully. From that day on, Tae-chun promised himself, "No matter what happens in the future, I will never touch my juniors." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Namchu did not give up soccer. He still quietly continued as usual, practicing running every day even though no one was watching. The soccer field seemed to have become Namchu's second home. In a practice match, a Kwangchin team player used all his skills to try to follow the ball to the end. And it was his assist that made it easy for his teammate to score. Everyone ran over to praise him. "You are really good, my pass was very accurate, right?" But even so, Namchu was never chosen to play. The coaches had discussed it with each other. "Should I prepare Namchu this time, coach?" but those opinions were immediately rejected. We need people with strength and expertise. What position would we put him in? Taking care of the others is busy enough. Do not talk nonsense. Those words were like knives stabbing into Nam Chu's heart. On days with heavy rain, even when everyone ignored him, he continued to run. Even in winter when it was so cold that you could see your breath, Nam Chu still practiced diligently, day after day. Rain or shine, wind or storm, he overcame everything to practice. Scene changes to another place. Everyone is focused on washing clothes for the people in the club. Why do not they let us use the washing machine? It is so annoying. Chi Dong standing next to him curiously asked Tae-chun, "Why do you have so many clothes to wash?" He just answered vaguely and stopped. There is no specific reason. Then he kept diligently washing clothes without a word of complaint. Today, Nam Chu still goes to the field to run as usual. This time the shirt he is wearing has a very sweet fragrance. Up in the stands there is also a neatly folded shirt, along with a bottle of water. It turns out that these things were all secretly prepared for him by Tae-chun. Scene changes to an exciting soccer match. Our Tae-chun has excellently scored in the first few minutes, surprising the opposing team. The teammates all run over to shake hands and pat him on the back to celebrate. But Tae-chun's eyes look in a different direction. Nam Chu stands outside, listening to the situation of the match inside. Tae-chun keeps thinking, how many people out there are still running? And not giving up even though their dreams are ignored by others. If it were me, could I do it? What kind of passion does Nam Chu possess? Even though drops of sweat are dotted on his hands. What can make him never stop running? Each step of Nam Chu's run is filled with passion for soccer. No matter how tired he is determined to do it until the end. In the match, Tae-sit confusedly says to Bang-soo, "Suddenly that bastard moved to the other side." Bang-soo immediately thinks of a way to respond. "If that is the case, I can break through again." Nam Chu yells, "Bang-soo, Tae-sit, you two go ahead, let me block him." They both turn around to look at him in surprise, Nam Chu. And then, he immediately slides a long way on the soccer field to push the ball out of the opponent's sight. Tae-sit pants and says, "Such a sudden movement." Hayang is also extremely surprised. Is his speed increasing? Nam Chu plunges forward following the ball, much to Chi Soc's amazement. He turns his head to look at him. Impossible. Coach Sifu standing outside keeps saying, "Go, Nam Chu." Nam Chu activates a special skill. That is Nai Shim Dual Heart. He seems to shine under the halo of a real player. Sifu observes the match with a tense expression. "Go, Nam Chu." Chi-hun sitting on the bench also does not dare to take his eyes off Nam Chu. Down on the field, Tae-chun glances at his trajectory while running after him. The coach of the Seonam team is also left speechless in amazement. Is there something different about that kid? Before the match, Nam Chu curiously asks Sifu a question. "Can I ask why you chose me to start?" Sifu confusedly asks back, "Are not you a Kwangchin High School player? Is there any specific reason for me not to choose you?" Hearing this, Nam Chu quickly bowed his head and answered, "I am sorry. I did not mean that. It is just that the next event is important. I do not know if I can help the team." Hearing Nam Chu's sincere words, Sifu could only encourage this friend. "Hey Nam Chu. You do not have to think too much. The upcoming match is not a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Or it could change your journey to becoming a soccer player forever. As a coach, I just want to see what position you can play. What I mean is that a person's skills are not something that can be easily refined over a short period of time. All you need to do is show me what you have built up over the years." Nam Chu takes a long breath to calm down. Before leaving, Sifu did not forget to add, "And I also won't refuse someone as loyal and sincere as you." Returning to reality, the coach's words keep echoing in Nam Chu's ears. The guy uses all his skills to control the ball rolling on the soccer field. The teammates plunge forward following him. Everyone starts to spread out the formation so they can respond in time. No one dares to take their eyes off the ball. Even the Seonam team is starting to get tired. Ho tells everyone, "Defend, remember to react calmly." Sifu sitting up here secretly makes a few comments. Nam Chu has the most selfless playing style in Kwangchin. On the field, Nam Chu is chasing after the ball while thinking, "If I can't stop number 11 here, things will get even worse." Suddenly on the run, he accidentally collides with Tae-sit. Making him a little uncomfortable. "Nam Chu, what are you doing?" With his mathematical eyes, Tae-sit immediately sees that our Kwangchin team is limited in space. It would be better if someone could distract them even just a little. Nam Chu runs like his life depends on it, determined not to let the ball fall into the opponent's feet. That is why Nam Chu is someone who can work in harmony with any teammate. The motivation that makes that playing style possible is his overwhelming amount of activity. Chi Soc running along and guessing. It is not that Nam Chu is faster, but that everyone on the field is slowing down. Sifu still keeps observing every move of Nam Chu. Soccer is a team sport. So if I run even just one step less, Tae-sit is still trying to run as fast as he can even though he is tired. My endurance. The ball is kicked forward by the Seonam team. which means that my teammates have to run one step more to make up for it. And Nam Chu, who values his teammates more than himself, has been able to make up for those missing steps for everyone from a secret position, with that simple way of thinking. And so Tae-sit has been able to catch up with the ball. Nam Chu looks back and sees that he has always completed the chosen positions well, right? Together with the dedication in that off-ball movement playing style. Nam Chu is the most underrated player in Kwangchin. Sometimes there will be players who fight with all their strength in such a sincere way that they turn themselves into fools. However, they do not believe in the skills they have honed and just fade away. However, when someone recognizes their own value, even just a little, that player will have the best performance on the entire field. Nam Chu puts his strength into his foot and shoots strongly at the ball. It flies swiftly through the air so fast that no one can see it. Unfortunately, Ho of the Seonam team is able to catch that ball. His teammates are all extremely surprised. The Seonam team coach trembles and points out the plan to everyone. The next round will be Kwangchin's final blow. Quickly tighten the defense and find a chance to counterattack immediately. Those who witnessed Nam Chu's shot all stood up. Nam Chu. Sifu immediately asked Chi-hun, "What do you think, Chi-hun? This is the real Nam Chu that you have missed for so many years. If Kwangchin's old system continues, it will never be exploited. He is still determined and believes in his own potential even though everyone has abandoned him. On the contrary, he easily throws away everything he has built up and lets himself go along with the unfounded judgments of others." The friend standing next to him has heard the entire conversation between the two coaches. That is scary. This is the meaning of using Nam Chu to lure Chi-hun. In the end, to highlight Nam Chu's physical strength, he has no choice but to put himself first. Tae-chan running along and thinking, "I have been going in the wrong direction for too long." Over here Tae-sit also smirks in excitement. As expected, Kwangchin is really fun. Chi-dong also keeps rushing forward with all his determination. The half is over. Hu-ching gets into position to prepare to protect the goal. This is the final moment. Tae-sit runs to the ball. He uses his left foot to lightly flick it past the opponent's outstretched hand. The ball flies and touches Si-chun's foot. He then makes up his mind, secretly praying, "Please, just this once. Let me seize the opportunity that Nam Chu has created for us." Si-chun shoots with a skillful kick, sending the ball soaring into the air. The next tired person is Tae-chan. He has to chase after the ball's direction, Si-chun. A few seconds later the ball has fallen to the ground, but the distance from Tae-chun to it is still quite far. After everything, my stamina has reached its limit. Just a little more and the ball will roll out of bounds. All the effort will be in vain. Nam Chu suddenly rushes in from nowhere, pushing the ball back into the field. Both teams quickly run to the ball to gain an advantage. Fortunately, Tae-sit quickly uses his foot to block its path. The match is getting more and more intense. Which side will shoot this ball into the goal? All the pressure is now on Tae-sit's shoulders, today's last chance. I will put all my strength into this kick. The ball once again rushes towards the goal with the speed of light. Si-chun stares wide-eyed, watching it. The coach of the Seonam team also holds his breath waiting for the result. The ball keeps flying swiftly without anyone rushing to block it. Hopelessly, this time the ball hits the horizontal bar of the goal, causing it to bounce down to the ground. Hope feels that this situation can still be salvaged, so he falls to the left to block it. In an instant, the ball has fallen onto the field, and of course, it has not crossed the white line yet. Just in time, Ho rushes over. He reaches out his hand to prepare to push the ball away. All the Seonam players anxiously wait for Ho's spectacular save. The ball is still within the line. Before the time when the talent of player Nam Chu is recognized. Let us go back about 2 years. When Nam Chu was still a little-known player, in the locker room, he faintly hears people mocking. How can such an idiot get into Kwangchin? Or has our level dropped to the point where we just accept useless people like that? The confession above came from a teammate. He even told someone else that, "Wait, do not you know, that guy and Dong-hun came in together." Nam Chu continues, the coach must have had a hard time accepting a fool like Dong-hun into the team to the point of agreeing to those stupid agreements. When Dong-hun intended to retort to those two idiots, he was stopped by Nam Chu. He gestured not to bother with that trivial matter. That morning, the best friends Nam Chu and Dong-hun were walking outside the park. Dong-hun said, "You are too nice. Did not I tell you that if they keep talking nonsense, you have to retort?" Nam Chu just smiled awkwardly. Well, they are not entirely wrong. This attitude of his made Dong-hun think a lot. Only to see Nam Chun remain silent for a long time, then ask a few vague questions. "Nam Chu, what do you think is the meaning of becoming a good player?" "I am not sure. I guess you have to be good at simple things like dribbling, passing or shooting, right?" "That is not wrong, but you know, I think there is something much more important than that. The fact that no matter how good a player is, the total time they can control the ball on the field will only be a few short minutes, so even in situations when no one in the stands is focused. The ability that a player has to fulfill his role on the field well, and try his best until the last seconds, Even if he is playing a support position, to me, someone with that mindset is the best player. Even if no one can recognize it, but I know how good you are. Namchu, one day, everyone will surely recognize your true value. The words that Namchu had heard contributed greatly to his becoming more outstanding, while dreaming about the image of Dong-hun trembling on the field. The event that year is still imprinted in his mind and torments Namchu every time he falls asleep. Until he was gradually getting further and further away, Namchu realized he was having a nightmare that was hard to forget. To the point of waking up in the middle of the night. In the end, he could not overcome the fear of that injury. And then Dong-hun took off those cleats for the last time. The only friend who believed in and guided me is now gone. But even if I can never meet Dong-hun again on the team, I still can't give up. He told himself, one day, he would bring him back. Even the seniors and classmates who have reached the point where they can set foot on the path of professional soccer. And even when my juniors are gradually moving towards their dreams, I still do not have a place. Or when the whole team wins, when my teammates are enjoying the endless glory, that light still does not reach me. I will never be able to feel that light. No one receives my passes anymore, and no one passes the ball to me either. But it is okay, I can't fall here. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I will be even stronger. And the day after that, some tomorrow, I will become better. For this reason, Namchu trains hard every day, even if the weather is bad or unstable. It can't stop his will. If not today, then it is okay. Tomorrow will be better. If not today, then tomorrow. Not knowing how long it has been, Namchu's training is getting more and more intense than before. To the point that in a moment of carelessness, he stumbled right on his green grass battlefield. I am sorry, Dong-hun, the truth is. He then burst into tears. The truth is, I am completely ruined. I also want to run on the soccer field. I want to run as fast as I can. Why can't I still give up soccer, even though I only encounter obstacles? Recalling the words that Dong-hun used to say, Namchu became even more determined. He clenched the grass in his hand. Everyone will recognize your true value. Once again, Namchu stood up. He chose to continue striving to win his own glory. No, I can't give up yet. Because I still love soccer so much. One day, my teammates will recognize me. One day, those teammates will trust me, no matter how long it takes. One day. Surely one day, I will show them. Back to the present, although the goalkeeper of the opposing team has blocked the shot. But at the same time, the ball has flown towards a young potential not far away. It is Namchu. He used his chest to block the ball with his superior speed, then created a header. It can be said that this will be a special and unique assist for Namchu to have a more objective view of the team. There is not much time left. This can be seen as the last chance to win the championship. Both coaches are watching Namchu. Even a veteran player like Ji-hun has to swallow his saliva because of the drama here. Only to see that in front of the goal, Namchu has fallen. However, in the next second, the header just now completely fell into the net. After a whistle, this point has been recorded. The entire soccer field began to cheer. Even the teammates in the Kwangchun group have a different view of him. They turned the tide. Good job, Namchu. Namchu's emotions at this time can be said to be extremely chaotic, partly because he can't believe he can do it. The rest is because at least he scored points in the eyes of his teammates. On the other hand, on the opposite side, they are very surprised by this result. Everyone fell to the floor because they were exhausted. The current score is 3-2, leaning towards the Kwangchun team. Despite the crowd cheering, Sihu suddenly thought he must have been alone for a long time, the feeling of extreme loneliness that no one knows. He has endured it very well, Namchu. Sihu then realized, wait a minute, is he running towards me? In the next second, Namchu hugged Sihu tightly without saying a word. He confessed, Coach. Hey, I am suffocating, you bastard. It is only the first match. Why are you so noisy? Besides, we are not that close yet. In a windy stadium, only Namchu's sobs can be heard. Coach, thank you. Thank you for believing in me. Sihu could only sigh. Okay, enough. He also gave his attention to Namchu as a secret encouragement. Being a coach is not too bad at all. The lively atmosphere is still present on the soccer field. To date, the two of them have been hugging for half an hour. Sihu began to find it difficult to breathe, so he had to put an end to the passionate feelings at this time. Namchu, let me go. I am suffocating to death. He then realized the problem and let go. I am sorry, are you okay? If you scored 2 goals, I do not know what would happen, Sihu replied. However, from afar, the figure of a gray-haired man trembling with anger can be seen. Namchu comforted, it is okay, Minhu, let us just play calmly. The gray-haired man then pushed his hand away. He began to scold, do not pretend to be worried, you annoy me to death, you know you are more troublesome than me. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. In the gray-haired man's eyes, Namchu was just lucky. At Namchu's place, Si-chun kept exclaiming, Namchu, that move was really amazing. Thank you, Si-chun. Ji-hun was present here. He slowly approached Nam Chu, attracting his attention. Only to see that Chi Hun patted him lightly on the shoulder. "Well done, Nam Chu." Then he left. "Between me and you, the strong one is definitely." While Chi Hun was gradually moving towards the exit of the stadium, someone called him back very urgently. "That kid, the match is not over yet." Si Hu shook his head, signaling, "Just let him go, from now on everything is completely up to him." At the end of the second half, the Seonam fans had not overcome the shock of Kwang Chin's comeback and were defeated. Hayang told Ho that he wanted to talk to him for a bit. However, Ho pushed his hand away. "Get your hands off me now, you bastard. What the hell did I do wrong to you? At least tell me why you betrayed me like this." Ho said in a low voice, "Betray? Do you really not remember what you did to me?" Hayang was then silent. "Not long ago." Hayang through a call told Ho that, "Anyway, let me take care of that part, you just prepare to go to Korea." On the other end of the line, Ho breathed a sigh of relief. He still likes to be in a hurry like that. But that guy still can't do anything without me. A little later, Ho met someone and recounted everything with the desire to return to Korea. However, this person seemed to disagree, so Ho was very angry. He said that this is an urgent matter. "I need to go right away." The other person continued, "Are you really going to leave? If you make a reckless decision during the probationary period, the only one who will suffer here is you. And Hayang, sacrificing all the things you have built here just for him, you know he is not worth it." He also repeated Hayang's words and mocked, "That is the only reason I have." Ho packed all his luggage and turned to leave. "No matter what the outcome, I won't regret my decision. If the situation were reversed, he would do the same for me." The bald man did not say anything more. On the waiting deck of the plane, Ho happily thought of the scene of a sudden reunion with Hayang. He must be very surprised. How should I surprise him now? Finally, the plane took off. Ho decided to take a deep sleep. Until he arrived in Korea, he excitedly took his luggage. "All right, I will call him and go straight to the soccer club." No sooner said than done. Ho took out his phone and called Hayang. The other end of the line immediately answered. "Why are you calling at this hour? Are you sleeping?" "Well, it is nothing, just the trip to Korea." "I do not think it is that simple. I also want to go to the club, I understand." "It is okay, you do not have to force yourself. Do not waste your time anymore, and try to practice hard over there." The answer was completely beyond Ho's calculations. While he was flustered, Hayang continued to say, "It is okay, I have a more powerful secret weapon now." The words just spoken were like a knife cutting deep into Ho's ear. He could not keep his composure and dropped the phone on his hand. Then collapsed to the ground. His whole body trembled as if wanting to vent. Ho burst into tears like a child. "Like an idiot, I have been deceived again. Everything that I did just to return to Korea and meet Hayang has now completely collapsed." In the phone booth, Ho shouted loudly, "Hayang, you bastard." According to Ho, Hayang was shocked to realize there was such a thing. "It seems like I caused a big disaster." Ho retorted, "Do not try to pretend to be sorry anymore. Do you think you can easily soothe my anger like that? I had a very difficult time getting here. There is no other way." Hayang decided to use his ultimate move, only to see him poke Ho a few times, immediately causing him to giggle. "I am sorry. Don't do that anymore, you kid. I am sorry, here, I am sorry, I won't do that anymore." The more he said, the more Hayang poked him, making Ho unable to hold back his laughter. Do not do that." From afar, Si-chun witnessed everything and did not understand what they were doing. That guy is really Ho, a nickname that he does not even know. "Are you still angry even now?" "Do not," I said, "stop." When thinking about the words that Ho had said to the bald man, he could only sigh, "What an idiot." Back on the field, a member of the Seonam group had a joint problem. He collapsed after finding something wrong. Recalling the scene of brutal beatings on the soccer field earlier, Chi Soc rolled his eyes to look around as if looking for rescue. Suddenly the player of the opposing team appeared next to him to support him. However, things were not as simple as that. The player was pushed down by a hand. Gyu mistakenly understood that it was caused by a player from the Kwang Chin team, so he reacted very strongly. "How dare you touch him?" Chi Soc then intervened. "Gyu. Everyone else, I am okay, just go ahead." The current scene is only Tae-chun and Chi Soc left. Tae-chun quickly opened his mouth. "Chi Soc, I?" Only to see Chi Soc tap lightly on his chest as if comforting something. "You see, I told you that it would be very troublesome if I made enemies with people who know my past as well." At this time, the two of them were like twins. Chi Soc added, "After seeing Nam Chu today, I finally realized that my actions before were all okay. So Tae-chun, you do not need to feel guilty about me anymore." On the other hand, Hayang carried Si-chun after he suddenly lost water. "You celebrated too much. You will be able to become even stronger. Let us meet again at the highest tournament." Tae-chun did not respond, only used his eyes to watch Chi Soc's back getting further and further away. Finally, there was a result. In the first leg of the All-B regional soccer tournament in Group G, the final score was 3-2. leaning towards the Kwangchin High School team. Before the gate of the park. Si-chun is very confused for an indescribable reason. Why did they call me here on my day off? Both Ho and Hayang are also present here. Ho said, "Thank you too for bringing me all the way here. I can go myself." Hayang replied, "Really, can you go like this?" When I first joined, the only condition for me to play for Seonam was that they would let me go whenever I wanted, when I presented my situation to the coach and the team. They all agreed, and the sooner I come back, the more chances I will have to beg the old man. Well, if that is the case, then be careful. But Ho, there is something I want to tell you. However, Hayang hesitated and decided to keep it to himself. "Oh well, it is nothing, I am going back first." Then Hayang rushed away very hastily. What a kid, he is too shy. We do not need to apologize, he just runs away without even looking back. Si-chun realized something. He murmured, "You two are really good friends." "We are just friends, then I will meet you after you are stronger." "Hello." With that, Ho called Liam. "I am preparing to leave Korea. Ho, I heard that you officially decided to terminate your contract with Liverpool, so that you can play with Hayang's team, because I stood up to testify to your sincere friendship." The coaches were also convinced, and happily agreed to your request. Even went so far as to entrust Hayang with everything so that you would feel less burdened. "No, I have to bow down to your friendship. Remember to take care of your health." These words were no different from Ho being tricked again. At the airport, Ho once again called Hayang a bastard. Coming to the next day right in the classroom, while Si-chun was engrossed in sleep, a voice rang out. In that moment, he woke up with a start. It turned out that the teacher saw him sleeping and angrily asked him to go to the board to do the exercise. Before the day, Si-chun still confidently went up to do the exercise. Surprisingly, he was still able to solve the problem. It made the teacher very surprised. "It seems that I can't win today either." Si-chun shyly thinks, "That is strange. It seems my calculation speed is faster than before." Scene shifts to the afternoon of that day. While preparing to pack his books and go home, Ara suddenly comes to talk to him. She excitedly asks, "I heard you won the first match of the tournament. Congratulations, that is really good." Ara's congratulations make him extremely embarrassed. "Finally people remember my name." Ara smiles and says, "Keep up the good work. I will definitely come to watch the next match." Before her invitation, Si-chun felt like he was bursting. "If you watch me I will definitely work harder. If you watch me I will definitely play better." In a daze, Hayang suddenly comes and says, "Let us go home. Can't you see we are busy? Don't bother us. Hey, do not be so mean." His actions make Si-chun extremely angry, that bastard. On the other hand, in the school corridor, the coach's aura today is also shining too brightly. "You are amazing. The previous coach never knew Nam Chu could play so well, but you had the vision to discover his true self." Si-who then thinks that Nam Chu and I just happened to get the timing right. I can't say the previous coach was incompetent. At that time, even without using players like Nam Chu. Anyway, after the match with the Songnam Club, maybe not as widespread as before, but other teams will also start to learn about Kwangchin. I revealed too many trump cards in the first match. The same thing happened to Hayang and Nam Chu, especially Si-chun. Such players are easy to attack because their weaknesses are as obvious as their strengths. However, Si-who's assistant is curious. How fast can Si-chun develop, will be the key factor for us. Si-who seriously says, "I need to find other people who are also useful to the team besides him because now Kwangchin's weapon is him, so he will definitely be busier than now." I have only led the team for one match, but it feels like a whole month has passed. Do you feel the same way, coach? Me too. Which means we have to do something similar like this 9 more times. There will definitely be a few easy matches. Just then Si-who spoke up, "Hey newbie over there, give a brief introduction." But actually I do not think it is necessary. This newbie turned out to be Ho. "Nice to meet you everyone. My name is Ho. You guys had some trouble with me last time. Not long ago I used to play for Liverpool with Hayang. My position is defensive midfielder. However, I can also handle all other positions. My hobby is mountain climbing. I like all foods except that guy's." However, Ho's way of speaking almost made the whole team unimpressed, except for Hayang. At this moment Ho smiled shyly and said, "My ideal type is someone with an attractive voice and a Nordic-style beauty. Because before when I was in Liverpool." But his introduction was interrupted by Si-who. "That is enough, go back, you are really shameless." Si-who said seriously to the whole team, "Now do not try too hard lest you overdo it, and pay attention to your condition. We still have a very long way to go in this tournament, in the end." Everyone's faces are full of determination and extreme excitement. Then Si-who said, "Oh well, that is all, Captain, finish it off." A moment later the assistant gave Tae-chun a stack of papers. "Go publicize the schedule and rankings to the kids." "Yes sir." "Worried about something? Why are you acting like this today?" Looking at the rankings, Hayang was stunned. If it were not for Shunnan at the end, then I would have scored a hat trick. Too bad. While everyone was excited, Si-chun looked bored. Just then Hu Chin turned to sneer, "You keep talking nonsense. who is the one who looked like he was about to collapse after the match. Bang-soo laughed and said, yeah, if it were not for Nam-chu, no one would have had the strength to score. Suddenly Tae-sit went to Nam-chu, Senior, I want to apologize for acting rudely to you before. I just got angry without knowing anything. However, Nam-chu calmly thought that it was just a normal thing that could happen. It is okay, do not worry about it. Hearing that, Tae-sit became excited. Senior, you really have a wonderful and noble heart. Suddenly Nam-chu saw Min-hoo running past. He seemed very worried about him. Min-hoo's fighting spirit today is also very lively. He looks somehow, maybe it is because of his new hairstyle, but his expression seems to have changed. Bang-soo said in surprise, there have been many times I mistook him for Hayang. Now that is a good thing. Min-hoo still looked very excited to practice. I will definitely be stronger. At this moment, Hayang suddenly became startled. No way, wait, what is this? Chun-ho from Handang High School. Scored up to 5 goals in one match. At this point Hu-chin spoke up to question, I told you that, idiot. They come from a prestigious school that is said to be the best in the country. Chun-ho, the captain as well as the ace of that super strong team, is currently the #1 player in high school soccer. Our team and theirs are in the same group. Which means we will definitely have to face each other one day. The first few goals we can recognize when facing them will be the most important issue. In other words, everyone can also think that the outcome of the match with Gondang in the future is completely in my hands. However, the defenders think that, of course, our defensive role will not be in the middle either. Even so, Hayang refuted, listening to you guys talking nonsense like that makes me think you are very good. Are you guys saying we will win before we even play? Chun-ho, right, someone like that is nothing special without their team. Like me, I could have flown higher and further if someone with a sprained ankle did not hold me back. At his words, everyone simultaneously rushed up to criticize, if you are so good, why do not you go to Handang High School to study? See, listening to him talk is annoying. That is right, you bastard, get out of here. I do not like you, disappear tomorrow. At this moment Bang-soo turned to ask Ho, hey wait, are not you Hayang's best friend? Why do you keep siding with us? So Ho excitedly said, what do you mean? Why do I like everyone except that bastard? Even the person with the face like a Moai statue, or the one with the head like a chestnut. Hu-chin quickly reminded Ho, be careful with your words, this is Korea, remember, Tae-chun and Chi-dong are your age. Even so, Ho still looked calm, I am 18 years old, if I am not in Korea then I am in second year, right? Listening to him say that, all three of them were speechless. Why be so stiff, we are only 1 or 2 years apart, of course we can still be friends. Contrary to them, Hayang was quite confused, the idiotic stupid disease is spreading everywhere, I have to get out of here before I get infected. A moment later Bang-soo said to Ho, but hey, Ho was not that idiot very arrogant back in Liverpool, he seems to be someone who will be hated wherever he goes. Ho smiled and replied, of course, from the very beginning that guy was a real trash, should we chat about the old days a little? Of course that sounds good, but do not tell it for too long, we do not like being long-winded. I understand. Scene changes to the office, wait, are you kidding? How can such a thing be possible? However, Sihu remained calm, there is less than a week left, since things have come to this, let us just leave it as it is, anyway it is a good experience. But the assistant showed a very startled attitude, but why us? Sihu believes that it may be due to some personal circumstances that we do not know. At this time, everyone has it a piece of memory that they encountered for the first time in their life. For me maybe. No, this happened even earlier than before. The scene is transferred to Liverpool in England. One day when he was walking on the street being led by the hand by his father, a stranger suddenly stopped my family. He seemed to have malicious intentions. It was a moment that was both embarrassing and confusing. Suddenly that person took my father's hand. An innocent childish smile and a cautious hand reaching out. An overwhelming expression as if meeting his own hero. Excited emotions as if meeting an old friend. And his expression took it for granted. It did not take me too long to understand what was going on. While Hayang was walking on the street, a man spoke up, hey kid, sorry, but can you pick that up for me? He immediately ran to help him, here you go. However, he suddenly froze. Then hurriedly rushed down the stairs. Then surprised to question him, no wait, are you Gun's son? My god, how could I meet Gun's son out here? Everyone come here quickly, can I get your father's autograph? I will wait here. A moment later Hayang ran home loudly calling his parents to call everyone back, there is big news. Everyone is acting so strange. Everyone knows my dad's name. Even his younger sibling was surprised, what really? His father heard that and laughed, it must be time. Hearing the words from his father, Hayang did not understand anything. A little later moved to the stadium. A big soccer match is currently taking place here, the Liverpool club has counterattacked. All the fans chanted the name Gun. From the old to the young. Even Hayang was surprised by the excitement here. Gun passed easily, breaking through the encirclement of 3 or 4 all the players on the field. Shooting the ball into the goal. Everyone chanted his name when he showed that simple and pure action. Surpassing 50 meters alone with explosive speed, no one could stop his movement. And then Gun launched a lightning shot straight into the opponent's goal. Immediately after that, tens of thousands of eyes were watching him, praising, respecting passionately. All of those things are for him, the one who shines the brightest on the soccer field. From then on I also wanted to become as great as him. A little later moved to a villa in Korea. Gun at this time was still yawning and complaining, "Dad is too lazy. It has been a long time since Dad came back to Korea, so let Dad rest a bit. It is fun for you kids to explore around the neighborhood." However, Hayang ignored it. A little later, Dad just lies down all day without doing anything. His younger sibling also agreed, "That is right, Dad should create memories with his children at times like this." So Gun proposed, "Hey, instead of calling Dad, why do not you guys ask Ara's dad next door to come play?" Before he could react, Ara appeared and said, "I am sorry, but you are one step late, Uncle." Hayang kept urging his father, "Also, we are not playing this as a serious competition." The expressions of the two fathers and sons became more and more serious. No one would give in. And then Gun immediately grabbed the ball. "Alright, this time only, okay." Ara looked at this scene and could not help but be excited. The image of a father playing with his children is so peaceful, it is everyone's dream. Suddenly Gun spoke up, "Then let us start." Hayang then said to his younger brother, Do not be afraid, even with adults 2-against-1 won't be spared. Dad must feel worried." He also got into position. In an instant, Gun like a breeze passed by his two children. His speed was indeed a completely different level. By the time Hayang and his younger brother looked back, it was too late. It seemed that the two of them had underestimated their father. Gun triumphantly turned back and said, "Are you too surprised? Dad always tries his best no matter who the opponent is, even if it is an elementary school student." The two of them heard that and were furious. "What the hell is that? It is so stupid. Why is Dad doing that to his beloved children? Do not act cool when your feet are wearing slippers like that." Perhaps from the beginning Dad did not want me to be interested in soccer. And perhaps he is the one who understands the hardship of soccer better than anyone else. But he must have vaguely guessed. On the other hand, transferred to a soccer match of Hayang's team, he was easily overtaken by his younger sibling. Hayang looked very angry. "It can't be like this. Faster, must be more flexible. Do you impudent kid." Just then Hayang suddenly noticed a shelf nearby. On it was a picture of a soccer team, desiring to become the best. When he saw how successful his father was, "I always want to be number one. I do not want to lose to anyone, not stepping on the peak that I want. It feels like being squeezed in a coffin with a mind being stripped away. I can't stand it. I feel so uncomfortable and helpless. I will definitely win. I will break him. I will surpass everyone." Finally the day came when the three fathers and sons practiced. Hayang just took a run up. The eyes of both of them were very serious. He ran forward in a hurry. Before the defense of his sibling and father, Hayang was still able to surpass easily. The first victory I got from him. By that time I was sure that I must always win. After that there was something that surprised me when facing friends of the same age. Why are they so slow that I yawn? I must always win. Gun's son is the shadow that always haunts me. But I do not reluctantly participate in the path that he has taken. Because I am strong. During the time that I am still a player, I have enough confidence to surpass even his achievements. I can absolutely be better. This is not difficult at all. At that time many people cheered. "Well done, you are really Gun's son. Like father, like son. Blood is thicker than water." Aren't those people tired? I will easily erase it after a while. The gaze that the son of a famous player receives. At this time the coach came to ask Hayang, "How is your father doing these days?" He just replied, "If you are so worried, then find out yourself. I can understand everything, the things I got from him, talent, experience, training, environment. I can't deny that these are all benefits." Hayang triumphantly said, "If you are going to gossip about me, at least you have to be better at soccer than me. The wall that I have to overcome is bigger and taller. However, the moment I surpass it, everything has been resolved. Everything is just like that." Hayang's ability makes the coaches very afraid. He is progressing quite well. With this momentum, the board of directors may want to sign a new contract. Whatever happens, he is still the son of that person. If you can lead him to the captain without any problems, you can achieve huge marketing effectiveness by targeting Asia. A little later a scrimmage took place. Ken at this time was still secretly calculating. If I do not improve in this month's evaluation, then my current position will be taken by someone else. I need to show them something. The coach told me to stick to my position, but at this time it would be better if I controlled the ball. Liverpool kept rushing forward. But he did not know that the coach would feel uncomfortable because of that. In that moment Liverpool ran forward in a hurry. With this momentum I will have a chance to fight one-on-one. However, a voice rang out, "Stop," along with the coach's angry expression. At that moment he called him back. Then constantly questioned, "What kind of game are you playing? I definitely discussed that you have to stay in position and tighten the defense." But he retorted, With the case at that time, I decided it would be more effective if I advanced to the defense and received the pass. That position is not something for you to freely make decisions. Your role is to stay in position, trust your teammates with the ball, and wait until you get passed to. When the attack is over, then consider thinking and making decisions. His mistake made the other teammates uncomfortable. That stupid idiot does not realize that the coach hates anyone who disobeys orders. He won't be left alone. Ho thinks that in that case he won't be able to participate in training for a while. After a while it was also dusk. Liverpool seemed to feel very desperate. Just then Ho and Hayang passed by and reassured, "Cheer up, why are you taking things so unnecessarily hard?" Suddenly he spoke up, "Hey, do you really think you are praised because you are so great? The performance of mine that the coach criticized just now, would it be considered bad if the person playing in that position was you? If you were not his son, even if people like you debut professionally, you would only go up there wearing a uniform to look good, nothing more, nothing less." Ho then replied, "Hey Viva, I know you are upset, but you seem to be going too far." Hayang added, "It is okay. If that makes him feel better, he can think whatever he wants." That night, Hayang was still contemplating. "I do not care because I can erase it after a while." Suddenly a voice came, "Hey kid. How have you been lately? Remember to be as successful as me." That is right, he has inherited $1 million talent, so why can't he be like his father? Hayang triumphantly replied, "I am sorry to disappoint you, my friend, but I do not intend to stay in Liverpool like everyone else. If I was also a player in the same era as my father, I could have been much stronger." A new day begins with heavy rain. Even so, everyone on the team diligently trained. The match takes place very fiercely. While fighting for the ball, Ho told his teammate, "This stubborn guy, be gentle." On Hayang's side, he has now been blocked by someone else. Suddenly he glanced at the bench. Inside it was Viva. Hayang then thought, "You do not know." "No, I will never tell you. Throughout the time I ran. Have to train constantly. Never give up on myself. What I had to do to get here. He had to try very hard." At the same time recalling what Viva once said, "Hayang thinks that I am no different from you." Impossible, Gun's son. Having watched his father's matches many times, witnessing the attraction from his father, constantly being seen as his shadow, even his friends were like that. Hayang decided in his heart, "I will do it." In this moment he ran forward quickly. "Pass the ball to me." A teammate heard and immediately passed to him. Ho saw that and was very worried. Wait, that voice. How crazy is Hayang going to be? As soon as the ball arrived he caught it rhythmically, then seized the opportunity to lead the ball forward. With his ability, Hayang easily surpassed countless people. Every movement of his was very sinuous. Even so, Huyong did not feel tired at all. A little later he led the ball close to the goal, then launched a lightning kick to score points for his team. This shot was so powerful that it wanted to tear the net of the goal. After that kick, Hayang breathed heavily. Ho witnessed it and was speechless. Everyone else was also gaping in surprise. The stadium was like dead. On the other hand, Hayang still looked very calm. Before his ability, the coach seemed very satisfied. He came to question, "What are you looking at? Are not you going back to practice?" Hayang then smiled excitedly. "Everything I have done so far is meaningless, right? Drive me crazy." Liam said, "I know it, he just swore, right?" Hayang took off his player's shirt, revealing a strong body with clear six-pack abs, something that sisters crave. The guy saw that and ran over and said, "Hayang, what are you doing? We are still practicing. Go back to your position, come on." Hayang then turned to ask, "Coach, why did not you stop me?" He hesitantly replied, "This is I thought you were of average intelligence. As long as you are still in Liverpool, this is just an ordinary event that you will face countless times in the future. Have you really never realized it?" Hayang replied, "Thanks to you I am sure now." He looked at his back and said, "You bastard, if you dare to go even one more step, you will never." Despite his words, he still proudly left this place. He could not do anything at this moment. He only knew to stare in Hayang's direction. Scene change in the large mansion. "You are just overthinking it. You are really going to give up soccer because of that?" Hayang's father asked. He replied, "Dad, I am not trying to convince you now, or argue about anything. I do not even want to seek your approval. I also do not intend to deny or hold grudges against you. It is just that I can't stand this anymore. I have made my own decision." Hayang's father did not want to be long-winded and said, "Okay, just do as you want. Anyway, from the beginning Dad did not force you to come to soccer, right? Dad still has to respect your decision since you have come this far. You are a smart person. Dad believes you will be fine no matter what you do." Hearing that, Hayang also knew he had received approval from his father. He stood up and left. "I never said I would give up soccer. Thank you very much, Dad, for teaching me how to play soccer for so many years." The father sat behind, a faint smile on his lips. Time shifted to the next morning, at the airport. Hayang looked back with regret. "Hurry up or we will miss the flight. It has been a long time since you have returned to Korea, right? Why is that? When you were little, every school holiday you would come back here. Oh, that is right. Do you remember Ara's house next door? They used to come to your house a lot. Hayang replied with interest. That stupid-looking kid, I remember. Their family still lives there. Anyway, I have already talked to them. If you have any problems, feel free to discuss it with Ara's father. Even so, I am still worried about you having to take care of yourself. Are you really not regretting it? Hayang pouted and replied, I do, I regret it very much. Now can you let me off the plane? The brother next to him sighed. The sarcasm is exactly like our father's. Have you thought about which school you will study at? A normal school is fine too, if you are going to play for a club. Hayang replied, I do not care either. As long as I can play soccer, I can go anywhere. You can decide for me. I do not know either. Gradually he closed his eyes. He recalled a memory from the past. Hayang stood looking at the picture on the shelf. It is a photo of his father with his teammates celebrating a victory. Then Hayang spoke up, Uncle. I have decided where I want to go. Elsewhere. It was afternoon. Ho said, anyway, that is all I know. You guys understand more than me about what happens after. Bang-su pressed his face close and shouted. But Ho, did not you say you would not be long-winded? Unexpectedly it is evening. You are chattering. Sorry, it is just my gossip habit. Hu Qian interrupted and said, so you are saying he just ran away because he was provoked by a terrible misunderstanding? What a pathetic guy. Bang-su put his arm around Ho's neck. By the way, do you think Hayang is the only one who is treated specially? Ho replied, that is a difficult question to answer. He really has good talent, even compared to professionals. Of course I am still better. Hayang's father has a lot of influence. He is a legend of Liverpool to the point that it is hard to describe in words. That must have been a shadow that only Hayang could feel, something I could never know. Heel gun of Liverpool, where have I heard that before? Tae-sit, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said, no way, gun, he is on the list of former students of our school, a living monument, guys. Hu Qing glanced and smiled slyly. So is not that guy a big idiot? He should ignore those people before becoming a professional player. Bang-su added, I have that idea too. He is really lucky. But he just ran away from such a good environment. Also, if he really wants to escape his father's shadow, then why did he come to study at Guangqin? Si-chun then spoke up, maybe because, despite everything, he has always admired his father, and really wants to compete at the same starting point. This time, instead of looking back and chasing his father's image, he decided to move forward and hone himself on his own path. Ho laughed and said, and he was convinced that he could do it. He still has the confidence that he will be the best even though he left behind everything he had built. We can see that when we look at Si-chun, right? Someone who will take everything he wants at any cost. Anyway, I do not mind telling old stories, but I just want everyone to understand Hayang even just a little. Even though he is rude and troublesome, please look at him more kindly. Also, he and I are quite similar. Neither of us can open up and find a reliable friend. Meanwhile, a conversation with Hayang is taking place. What have you been thinking about these days? That serious look does not suit you at all. Forget it, and get up and start warming up quickly. Hayang replied, what, is training like crazy very suitable for you? Are not you a genius? Everyone has become incredibly stronger without realizing it. From the naive Nam Chu in the past, until Si-chun also ranked up significantly. And your new friend now. I can't just stand still when the whole team is getting stronger. Hayang replied, about that, I am sorry about your injury. It was because of me that you were bullied by the seniors. His sad-faced friend said, I do not think you need to apologize, but is not it too late? You did not say anything when I was injured, and now you are suddenly ashamed of it. I do not know what is going on, but if you are worried about something, just say it. It is rare to see someone like you open up, so I will listen this time. Hayang seriously said, well, actually when I first returned to Korea, I was convinced that no matter what team I was on, winning the championship was a matter of course. However, recently I have reconsidered and found that it is not very feasible. His friend sitting next to him gaped thinking, just recently, even if it sounds wrong, it has been like that for a long time. Well, it sounds a bit exaggerated, but with a personality like that I understand why you think that. The team you started playing with is completely on a different level. So do you want to go back to Liverpool? Hayang resolutely replied, not at all. That place is not as fun as this place. Unless we face each other in the World Championship, then I will probably never meet them again. The sky is gradually darkening. At Incheon International Airport, there is a group of people stepping out of the gate. They are heading to the entrance of the Liverpool U18 team. It is none other than the entire Liverpool team. In front of the house, Si-chun was leaning back, sitting and resting right there. He took out a piece of paper. What should I say today? This time the teacher corrected more errors than before, so my writing skills have improved, right? Suddenly the girl Ara did not know when she appeared next to him. What is so good about that? You look so happy. Seeing the girl suddenly in front of him made him scream. Si-chun stammered, it is the weekend. What are you doing so early? I did not think we would meet at this hour. Ara said, from now on I also want to exercise a little. if it is convenient for you, walk with me. Si-chun blushed shyly and accepted. I would love to, I just finished my work. Then the two walked evenly on the road together. Why do I keep acting like an idiot next to Ara? I wish I could be as natural as Hayang. Ara spoke up and said, oh, speaking of which, you have seen the news, right? Si-chun asked. What do you mean? The girl replied, do not you know? I thought you knew because it is soccer news. While talking, someone interrupted. Another girl ran over and pointed at her asking, are you Ara? Ara recognized this friend and called back, Hyo-do. The friend immediately ran over and hugged Ara tightly. It has been so long since I have seen you. How have you been lately? Ara happily cried and replied, I am so happy to see you. Also, did you come alone from the airport? Where's Hayang? Mentioning that name made Doohae startled. Do not tell me you have that guy's contact information. That crazy guy. I changed my phone and lost track of him, so I had some difficulty. It has been so long since I have returned to Korea that I have forgotten the address here. It is not over. I can't even get home. Ara laughed and replied, that is right, but Hayang has not contacted me either. Si-chun is Hayang's best friend, so you can call him. Hyo-do heard that and immediately looked at him. Hayang's best friend. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Si-chun now in her eyes is as handsome as a prince. It was in this moment that Hyo-do officially fell into the net of love before Si-chun's beauty. But thankfully reason pulled her back to reality. Hyo-do covered her eyes, not wanting to see that halo. It is too blinding. Si-chun on this side still does not know what this friend is talking about. Hyo-do tried to cover it up. This town is on a mountain close to the sun, huh? I just want to avoid it. Ari turned to Si-chun and said, that is right. Oh Si-chun, this is Hyo-do. She is Hayang's twin sister. Si-chun brightly replied, nice to meet you. I did not know Hayang had a twin sister. Hyo-do thought, his voice is so cute, so sweet. Then she said, stop it. What are you saying? Stop being so friendly. Just give me the number. Hurry up. Wait a minute, my number is. Si-chun does not remember his own number. Seeing it was taking too long, she had to choose another way. It is okay. Just take a picture with my phone. Si-chun reached out and took the phone, accidentally touching Hyo-do's hand. His hands are so soft. She at this time was blushing but still tried to keep a calm appearance. I am saving your number just in case. If Hayang does not answer the phone, then I will call you. Ara standing on the side understood everything. He is just shy and also like Hayang. By the way, do you guys know where he is? Hearing the news and planning to run away. Si-chun still does not understand what the two of them are talking about. Scene changes to inside the bus. The press conference of the sponsors to be held the day after tomorrow will also be conducted lightly and unofficially. Commander, you did not seem very comfortable at the dormitory yesterday. I am sorry. Due to the schedule, I hastily changed the resting place closer to the airport. He replied, I am fine, it is okay. You do not have to worry too much about the schedule in Korea. Just consider this a friendly match. Yes, I understand. And Korea is a more amazing place than I thought. Except that this is Gun's country. I do not feel anything special in Asia. The old man next to him said, I do not know about other issues, but I can't ignore soccer. This place also reached the quarterfinals of the previous World Cup. Even in the Asian Cup they always get good results. In Asia it is said that this is where countless international caliber players are born. Also, the opponent for this scrimmage, they said it was an elite team that created Gun. As expected, there is a reason behind your sudden change of schedule to Korea. That will be a good catalyst for the kids. Liam excitedly recorded everything along the way. Anyway, I have a place to go. I will take you to the training ground and conduct the training session. If you are done, then feel free to enjoy your free time. At the soccer field, there was a noisy voice. What? A scrimmage with the Liverpool youth team? Sihu said, what is with that comedy reaction? Are you guys preparing to sing? The person next to him did not even look. Too embarrassing. Bang-soo excitedly, Liverpool, is that the one we know? Yes, according to the coordinator in charge, they specifically named us. But at this time, although I do not know why it is us. Hu-chin triumphantly said, finally we have become widely known, it is only a matter of time. Everyone was happy. Even if I join Liverpool, I won't forget these days. Everyone wants to see that little prospect. The rest of the people each had a wish, seeing that old man to the point of recruiting me again like this. I am only worried about the English language. Is it cold in Liverpool? I have difficulty adapting to the cold weather. Sihu saw the illusions of the kids going too far and said, help them calm down. With kids who are so easily excited like this, I will shock them even more. Si-chun thought, if it is Liverpool, then it is Hayang's former team. Is this what Ara was talking about? I think this will attract a lot of attention. At this moment Tae-chun spoke up, Coach, the national tournament schedule is still going on. Will it be okay? Of course this will affect the conditions. Sihu replied, this is an event that is actively promoted in the association, so we can't do anything else. There are incidents that we have to face, so we have no choice but to accept this. Anyway, it is just a light match, so put aside all illusions. Hu Qin said, "Why are you all talking so much? Do not be so excited, just act normal. I anyway will be the only one to sign a contract with Liverpool." Suddenly the man on the bus appeared. "Hey sir, are you a foreign tourist? You can't be here without permission." He stared at Hayang. Hayang saw the face of an old acquaintance, so he also stared back at him. The two passed by each other like strangers. Sifu looked at him. "That is Ian, Liverpool's manager." He stooped down and plucked a clump of grass. "I have never seen such poor quality grass. Like you guys do not water it. If this is just basic maintenance, then I do not even want to see what the equipment here is like." Hu Qin curiously, "What is that old man doing? Moreover, how did he get in here without permission?" Tae-sit reminded, "Hey, this is not a park." He immediately turned his back. They were terrified. This old man has murderous eyes. Ho told his brothers, "Let me, old man." "No, that gentleman is the old man, wrong again, is Liverpool's manager." They gaped after hearing that. Ho smiled awkwardly and stepped forward to greet him. "Long time no see, coach. I apologize for leaving without permission. It is all that guy's fault. But if he wants to, I will come back." Unexpectedly, Ian gave him a cold shoulder. He wondered, is he ignoring me, no interest or something? He approached Si-chun. Then called, "You." He was startled. Ian said, "Do not tell me that with this body you are in the starting lineup. They are so desperate that they have to call in a newbie. I have to rethink this scrimmage." Then he turned to ask Sifu, "What do you think, coach? Does his reputation contradict his physique? He looks younger than the report." That guy asked Ho, "I do not understand what he is saying." Translate. "Why did he come here alone without an interpreter?" Ho also nodded in agreement. At this moment Sifu spoke up, "It is nice to meet you, coach. We are very surprised by this unexpected match. But if he is not convincing enough, then we can cancel it right now." Ho whispered in his ear, "That sentence is if you do not like it then do not do it." He nodded, "It is Western culture." Ian laughed. He looks so childish on the outside. "Do you think you can ignore the association's decision?" Ho continued his translation mission. He replied that if you do not play you will get a report right away. "What is the person who always follows the rules like you doing here? Surely you did not come here to provoke each other?" Hayang asked him directly. He uncomfortably glanced askew. Ho was horrified. "Hey, how dare you talk to him like that? I do not want you to give people a bad impression because of me." Hayang replied, "That old man is nothing, he is not our coach anymore." Ian spoke up, "I just wanted to know what gun school looks like, but I regret it after coming." "What an idiot, you really gave up everything to come here. At least you are more comfortable." He walked past Hayang. "And also because you do not support the match in Liverpool. I am sure you will be more comfortable playing the ball of this school team." Hayang mocked back immediately, "If you are attached you will understand. Whether you are smart or stupid, at least you have escaped the fate of being a puppet of the old man." Ho quickly stopped, "Do not joke." Then they continued to play ball together. "Not enough, come on, one more." Ian stood on the side observing. This time he was the one being ignored. Hu Qin even winked at him to tease him. He laughed, "Let us see." Hayang looked at his face. "What are those idiots doing? They look so dumb." Ho cried in his heart, "It is over." Only Sifu had been silent all this time. A moment later, when there were fewer people, Sifu said, "What is that old man's personality like? Now I understand why they came here. Why would he come to Korea if there is no reason?" Hayang pondered, "You also came from Gangchin, right? Then you must know my father. Or not, no one at this age does not know Gun Hyo. He is also the most annoying person." Sifu said that, "However, he is also the only one in our generation to achieve unprecedented success. He is especially like you now. Maybe that is why I understand what you have been through. And you have heard that thousands of times. All the records and history your father has achieved, you understand him better than anyone. Conversely, as a father, it must be difficult to understand the burden on your path," he once said. "No one forced you to play soccer." Hayang was silent for a long time. "All the public criticisms and comparisons with that talented father," he said, "he understands better than I do, since I was little. I had always imagined myself surpassing my father, but after a while it gradually became a shadow that haunted me, no matter how hard I tried. Everywhere I went people asked, 'Wait, you are Gun's son?' Everywhere I went people said it is really Gun's son. Like father like son, how is your father these days? You must try to be as good as your father." Sifu frowned, "I told you that your father is very hateful." Hayang immediately replied, "Yeah, that is true, super agreement. Just thinking about it makes me boil with blood. He had so many enemies, my money. But your father, Gun Hyo, was not always recognized by everyone. In fact, when he was still a rookie, he was on the bench for the team's ace. He cursed, played properly, mom, slow as a turtle." Sifu was annoyed. "That guy Cho, still waiting for his turn to play but keeps talking a lot, just watch." A moment later the whistle rang. "I am injured, change people." At first no one recognized him, but the bold guys at that time said that he was the best. He stepped onto the field, "The savior is here." That was at the national finals. Sihu was also on the field. On the right, Senior Chisu will have a clear position if he knows how to handle it. Gun on the left is being followed by 3 people. He quickly stepped forward to accompany the opponent. Senior, at the decisive moment of the match. He asked me to pass the ball with a determined look. That look made me waver and decide to pass it to him. So Gun successfully received the ball. And he himself helped us win the national championship. I do not know if that peculiarity is arrogance or conservation. But to be able to face the strongest, with his confidence he always achieves something no matter how much pressure he is under. You are exactly like him in that respect, quite useful, Sihu said about Hayang. Hayang asked, in other words, is that why people treat me specially? He replied immediately, no, not me, especially for the son of that hateful guy. You better thank me for not treating you badly. If I could I would have taken revenge on a lot of things, even if it is fun to take revenge. From now on I will help you become stronger so that you can surpass your ridiculous father. Hayang listened with his mouth open to Sihu saying, I really want to see him die of envy of his successful son. But unfortunately that is someone who knows the professor very well. He smiled, thank you, but, while you are talking, in your opinion, who is better, comparing the level between my father at the beginning and me now? But the answer he received was, nonsense, no one at all. Once it is in my hands, whether it is low or high does not interest me. Hayang sighed. I know I am the best, I am just asking to confirm. Sihu replied, other people's recognition is also useless, he thought. Gun, can you imagine this scene? How you sly bastard. Scene change. Huchin frowned. Do not waste time and tell us, we need to know who they are to plan. Ho laughed. Hayang must know more than me. When he comes back just ask. Taesit said that, he is dating the coach, so they probably won't be back soon. Bangsu agreed. Also we do not want to help that person, even just a little. Ho smiled awkwardly. But I can't do that to them, my conscience bothers me. The 3 of them looked at him full of killing intent. Are you kidding me? This is your specialty. Liverpool, Hayang, FC Songnam. Also I told you that you do not get along with anyone. You do not want to lose either. The people around were listening. What ambitions are they harboring today? It would be good if it was always like this. Ho thought to himself, although if Gang Chin wins more, that old man might change his mind then. I will tell you the most important information. Tae-Sid was very excited. You traitor, tell me quickly. He said the first thing you should probably know something. The best player will be the one with the most technical playing style. This is his motto. But among them we need to pay special attention. Main defender, center back, Tiran with a large physique, still slightly shorter than our captain. Good ball control, formidable resistance and determination. He has everything that a defender needs. Very flexible steps and very professional techniques. Suitable for matches with many people and a steady mind. In training he is the one who often faces Hayang. Kind of like competing, but that did not last long because he is quite aggressive. Liverpool's captain, midfielder Kem, he is the one who has stayed the longest in Liverpool. Talented to the point that people even want to invite her to the main tournament. She has everything others expect from a player. Including leadership skills, everyone on the team trusts him. The old man is no exception. In addition there is the team's sprint. Right winger, Aki. He has a rating playing style like Hayang, but the great thing here is, accompanied by a keen reaction, he easily changes the course of the match by harmoniously controlling the increase and decrease in speed. To the point that the old man even gave him the right to choose the position that few people have. The problem is that he is not interested in any of those things, so this trip will more or less make him uncomfortable. And finally, he gets nervous. A very scary person, forward Liam. He should be called a monster. I can't think of anything other than that word to describe him. When we have to face that guy we will realize. He is not a player. His shot is very strong. He once said in the match, too bad, I could have shot it in. Aki said that, but you missed it you idiot. Everyone who watched was scared. He plays like he is killing someone. Back to Hayang, he read the book. I think in this section, you can change the order a bit. If someone tells it will be easier to read. It must be fun, he said and handed it back to Si-chun. He nodded, okay, like instinctively Hayang knew. And what he likes to tell others, what should I skip, how to make it more interesting. I am sure soccer must have something to do with that thing. Hayang often tells him, I know which direction you are going. Si-chun suddenly praised, you are great Hayang. He was shy, what are you saying, although it is true. He said that, for me, since I was little I have liked making explanatory charts like this. But, until then, I did not have the desire to satisfy my passion or achieve goals, like with soccer. Even though now I do what I like, but in my heart I always doubt whether I have done it right or not. But you never doubt that and always dedicate yourself to soccer. I admire that courage and confidence. Hayang blushed. What? Why are you suddenly saying that? Si-chun was flustered. Sorry. He said, hey, enough with the nonsense. If you are here then stay for dinner. But I am alone so there is nothing good. He agreed, okay, but is not your sister at home? Hayang was startled. Sister, I do not have a sister. Before the words could come out of his mouth, he ate a ball in the face. Hyo-do was the culprit for that terrifying event. She was annoyed. I do not have a brother like that either, you shameless bastard. At a restaurant, we have praised Korea. Is it because we will be playing against Gun's school? That player seemed uncomfortable. That is superficial. We often know that there is another reason. Liam only focused on eating another plate. Tiran agreed. That is right, just tell the truth. At the same time, Ho was walking with the team. Bring me back and Hayang will return. Surely that is his true intention, but that old man is not easily distracted by such things. Continuing back to the restaurant, Tiran said, it sounds more like speculation, although I can't deny that, but his talent is completely contrary to that ridiculous personality. He is really talented. Aki was only eating. Why is Korean food so spicy? Tiran was still talking about official business. But about the remaining genius. I can't believe we had to come all the way here just for someone who does not listen to orders. Aki said, that is what you want to think. He asked, do not you remember? Not only depends on talent but also on other adult issues. Their memories returned. That is also why we need to prepare for the worst. Ho told everyone, if that old man interferes causing both me and Hayang to disappear, then Gang Ching will be in trouble. Tae-chun pondered for a moment. On the other side, Tiran said, if he is like that then we do not need to talk about that issue. Someone replied, but we still need to make sure we know something. Liam said, I respect Hayang's and Ho's decision, even if he wants to return. Aki-yeon, do not expect anything from me. I do not want to help those two. There is still a long road ahead, Liam. Tiran spoke up again. I never knew what he was thinking, but it is embarrassing that they stayed in Korea like that. Dong-su looked at Ho suspiciously. What do you mean? He said directly. You also do not want to lose Hayang. The team on the other side was also talking about similar content. I want Hayang to return, so let him see the truth. Ho was talking so much that he did not know he was approaching them. This is why I do not want her to participate in this match. If she is embarrassed in front of them then she will be ruined. The two sides accidentally met each other. In an instant everyone froze. Kem spoke up first. Long time no see. You still look as good as ever. Ho smiled awkwardly. Kem. Tiran looked at him. It seems his problem is wasting time in this place. So are we going to fight them again? Tae-sit was uncomfortable. I know who that tall guy is. Liam, right, really strong. Suddenly Bang-soo said, what are you guys doing here? Are you scared so you have to come to find out more? Do not bother us. Anyway you do not understand us. Ho whispered to remind them, that is not Liam. The whole group was shocked, really. The main owner at this time started to warm up. Then turned his body to crack his knuckles. Bang-soo was horrified. That monster is the forward. He and Tae-chun stood facing each other, neck and neck. The two looked at each other for a while. The eyes were not very friendly. Tae-sit wondered, do they understand each other, between the forwards? Hu-chin said, I already feel the tension between the two of them. Liam was the one who spoke first, hey Korean boy you. Everyone anxiously waited for what would happen next. And the result was, according to the Liberal or Conservative Party, the whole group was annoyed. What is this guy saying? I thought he was great but he only asked nonsensical questions. Do you eat a lot or a little? Do you like Ronaldo or Messi? Ho quickly stopped. Enough. What is wrong Liam? I told you to come alone, why did you bring the whole team? He replied, it is not my fault. Everyone wants to meet you so do not be so cold. He pointed to the group of people preparing to fight. How can you say that? Look over there. His English is even harder for me. He did not care much but pointed to his shirt. But your uniform looks pretty cute. Let me borrow it to try on. Liam insisted on taking off his shirt. Give me the uniform. Ho cried out in despair. No dad. Aki looked around. You are not staying with Hayang. Moreover I have taken the time to come here to see. Hu-chin pointed directly at his face. Hey you with the bandana. Are you looking for Hayang? Go somewhere else. He is not here. Go meet someone else. Aki was annoyed. What are they saying? Kem explained. We came to meet Hayang but it seems he is not here. Then he turned and said to Ho. I want to convey a few words to your teammates. Can you translate? Ho trembled. I do not want to. They do not want to, so I think it is best to leave. Liam frowned. You idiot. Have you completely sided with them? Kem said. Do it Liam. He replied, of course. Kem again said to them. We do not intend to play half-heartedly even if this is just a friendly match. So do not prepare carelessly. Say that we will destroy them with everything we have. Liam repeated his words. Well, we will defeat everyone. Bang-soo frowned. There were a few parts that were omitted. Hu-chin was annoyed. Why do you guys dare to come here? Before leaving, Kem said, in the end Hayang will understand everything and return to where he belongs. I hope he will know that as soon as possible even though we can't meet in person. Aki looked uncomfortable. Do not talk like you are begging. We do not need someone who does not understand reason, no matter how much we say. Tiran patted Ho on the shoulder. Now we are enemies. Prepare yourself. In a fragrant house. A delicious plate of food was brought to Si-chun. Ara immediately praised as soon as she received the food, so delicious. Hyo-do was thrown a bowl of noodles. Here's yours. She could not believe her eyes. What is this? I am not trash for you to treat me with this. If we were alone I would have said that. She suppressed her anger. Just keep that image with your friend, Hayang said while eating deliciously. Do not like it, then go cook it yourself. It is a waste of heaven to give it to you. Si-chun happily smiled. Thank you for inviting me. Hyo-do secretly cursed, not at all, really liking it. Hayang's friends are all like this. She thought about Ho's craziness. Or masculine and burly, referring to Liam and Tiran. But he is very kind and intelligent. The only person she praised was Si-chun. Hayang glanced ask you, what is with that attitude? If you do not feel well then go to sleep. Do not bother us. I will only let you sleep for one night. Hyo-do could not bear it anymore. Do you think this is your house? Also Dad won't let you get away with it if he knows what I have been through today. He immediately retorted, then get lost if you do not like it. What are you doing in Korea? She snapped. Is it your business? The two bickered for a while. Si-chun asked in a low voice, Ara, should we separate them? I do not think they will really fight. She said they have always bickered like this since they were little. The match is still going on. Also you play soccer 100 times worse than me. What are you talking about? You do not have a chance with me. Si-chun thought, it is like there are two Hayangs. Is the orientation also like this? Hyo-do shouted, solo or not, what do you want? At this moment Ho came. I am here. I am so tired today. He innocently and naturally said I will go take a shower first. What is for dinner tonight? Something light. The two siblings who were grabbing each other's hair suddenly stopped. Hyo-do's face turned black. Why is he here? Hayang was not any better. Who do you think you are? I am just letting you sleep over for a few days. Ho froze. Two Hayangs. Come here now. So Ho suddenly became a shield. I just arrived. Si-chun could only smile awkwardly. It is hard to get used to this, although the food is very delicious. Suddenly Ara said, Si-chun, there is something I want to say. Can I ask you for a favor? He was startled. Ask me? In the blink of an eye the sky turned dark. There were still people diligently practicing playing soccer. He overcame the obstacles. Suddenly someone came. The surprised boy called Nathan. Nathan asked, do you want to practice? The boy immediately agreed. At the same time in that room, see who was sitting reading documents. Suddenly he slammed down on the table. Finally found it. Good, if it continues like this. In another development, Tae-chun was diligently lifting weights, while Hu-chin was sound asleep. Dong-su seemed worried about something. Old Ian was also sitting thinking, they also won't destroy us. It is the day of the scrimmage between Kwang-chin and Liverpool FC. Before this fierce match, the spirits of the players seemed a bit tense. Hu-chin boasted to his teammates, do not be scared. Just play as usual. Bang-soo hugged his chest where his heart seemed to burst. Tae-sit also laughed along, do not worry. Those students together relieved the tension before the match. Destroy Liverpool brothers, should we use something fun? Standing above, Chi-dong asked his teammate. Chung-han, have you fully recovered? Chung-han stuttered a bit, replying, I am okay. Chi-dong turned around not forgetting to instruct, please coordinate well. Behind, Chung-han hugged his injured wrist, a little hesitant. At this time center forward Tae-chun saw his worried expression and reassured, do not worry, it is not like before. Chung-han straightened his spirit, his eyes serious, yes, Captain. At this moment, everyone suddenly fell silent because of someone's appearance. Hey, look. The sound of hurried footsteps, they are here, right, it is really them. The Liverpool team wearing red uniforms, rushing forward like raging bulls. Looking at their tall, strong bodies, everyone was a little bewildered, but those guys are all high school students like us, each one like professional players, with bulging muscles. The bald guy walking carelessly, accidentally bumped into Si-chun. Si-chun's small body immediately flew into the grass. But contrary to that slightly scary body, the bald guy seemed friendly. He bent down, reached out his hand wanting to help. I am sorry Korean guy, are you okay? You are too small so I did not see you. Si-chun stuttered in response. I am okay. Looking at the person in front of him, he could not help but admire, apart from the captain. This is the first time I have seen someone so muscular. Seeing his teammate wasting time, the bald guy's friend shouted, Liam, he is not a child, do not mess around. Aki pretended to cover his face, acting like, do not provoke them like that. Liam was misunderstood so his face turned dark, but people did not really see it guys. After that collision, at this time the two teachers of the two teams were shaking hands friendly. The silver-haired teacher smiled confidently. Thank you, this will be an interesting experience. All thanks to the cooperation with the Korean Association. At this time, he turned around and saw Coach SI who's shaking hands with the referee team. Then immediately asked, do you guys practice a lot? Because we came all the way here, so we also want to have a great match. SI who saw that he seemed to look down on the home team so he did not show any courtesy and replied, yeah, it is a pity. It would be much better if this was a public match. The coach heard that and had an idea. Hey, I will give you an attractive offer. If your team wins today, no matter how, I will help you to carry out a training course under my name. So remember to do well, do not forget your desire. Si, whose face was as cold as ice, it does not sound too unreasonable to me about the fact that we will win this match. When that silver-bearded coach left, the mushroom-headed youth came to ask Si, who in a low voice, what did that old man say to you? Si, who explained in an easier way to understand, told me to do my best. He thinks our side is having a lot of difficulties, and their side will win by a large margin. Si, who pondered, who knows what he is thinking. On the girl's side, Hyodu's face was wrinkled, complaining to Ra, damn it, I am just too good for that guy. Ra laughed awkwardly to relieve the atmosphere. I think he is just worried about the match. Hyodu frowned and said again, Ra, you are too good to that guy, the only friend he has is you. And your friend Si? The girl strained for a while and said the name properly, Si-chun, I said the name. Ra heard that and smiled forcefully, I guess so. It is so lucky that Si-chun was also there yesterday. Yesterday, Si-chun asked Ra, do you want to watch the scrimmage? The girl hesitated. Me and Hyodu have always wanted to go see it. But it is a bit difficult to ask Hayang, if possible. Hearing that, Si-chun's eyes lit up like car headlights, interrupting Ra's words, no, let me help you. Returning to the fierce match between the two clubs. The players are moving their bodies, contorting in all sorts of ways to warm up their bodies. Our two girls have also come to watch. Ra smiled happily, pointing forward. Look, they are from Liverpool. In contrast to Ra's attitude, Hyodu replied with 2 words, thank you. Ra heard that and was surprised. What? Hyodu turned away in embarrassment, changing the subject. What? I should have told that grumpy guy to come today. But the way he treats me makes me unable to ask anything. Ra heard that and understood and asked, so Hayang still does not know anything about that. Hyodu was sad. Only today, let us see. The girl looked up at the sky thinking randomly, it is useless to choose Korea. But all the things that have happened, and what I feel. I understand, and so does Hayang. Show me your decision today. On the soccer field, Ho approached Liam to talk. Liam, can we talk for a bit? Today, do not try too hard, just do it moderately. While talking, Liam turned around and interrupted. Ho, I respect you very much. Your courage to abandon everything for your friends like that, the close friendship between you and Hayang. I will try my best today, so do not worry. Liam was too excited, tears flowed, shaking Ho's body to the point of dizziness. Ho wanted to cry, let go of me, let me crawl into the ground. Before the match started, the beardy coach told his students, focus on one thing only. Today is not a match that they have to play with opponents of equal level. I want them to be destroyed and feel humiliated. Especially today. Do your best to score 5 points or more. After the meeting, the players on the Liverpool side were full of enthusiasm. After those kids left, a person came to talk to him. I understand your intention, and I do not object to anything. But is it necessary to use the most important factor? The coach hesitated for a while, then replied, I have coached for so many years. The number of players who have passed through my hands has reached thousands. But the talents that are dominating the field all come from me, compared to that. He is nothing, however. Have you ever seen anyone like that work with me? A person who dares to challenge me. Is there anyone like that on the team now? He was remembering the old story in the heavy rain. Can you ever make a decision without hesitation like that? This world is full of talents. But the most important thing is the desire to win. The will to become the best. That is not something that can be obtained through training. That thing cannot be convinced through words. We need to make him realize through this resounding victory. Then he will realize where he belongs. Rewinding time back to the time before the match took place, the psychological state of the character Si-chun was extremely complex. I have already agreed with Ra, but who to ask now? So there was the first request. Si-chun ran to ask the captain. But in response to that somewhat innocent call, the captain turned back with bullet-shaped eyes. Si-chun immediately trembled. Hello sir, good morning, so scared. For the plan, go to the coach. Actually the thing is like this. Si-chun stood babbling in front of Si-hu. Si-hu sighed when he heard him say that. You play soccer to flirt with girls, that is embarrassing. Si-chun put on a begging face, but just this once, he looked so miserable. The match is about to begin with Liverpool having possession of the ball. The ball has been placed under the feet of player number 8 Kem. He looked at Hayang and spoke. It has been a long time, Hayang. Finally I get to meet you again. But it is a pity that we meet here. Hayang smiled and retorted. That is the truth, the fact that you guys had to suffer to please the old man. Aki standing behind could not help but say back. Do you know how many people have suffered with your ridiculous confrontations? Saying this, Kem quickly interrupted. Enough, Aki. Then he lowered his voice, looked at Hayang and continued to advise. Everyone wants you to come back. Let go of your ego and come back. Do not you feel sorry for wasting time here? Hayang replied, you always say it like your opinion is the team's. Are you sure that everyone thinks that way? Is Aki also the same? Am I wrong? It is really like that. Liam and Aki both hesitated before Hayang's hard-hitting question. Hayang frowned, looked directly at the opponent and continued, be honest. Isn't it all because you are afraid of becoming the target if I am not there? Also, advising ridiculously like that is a bit early. Remember, the ball is still in the middle of the field. Liverpool's starting lineup plays with a 4-3-3 formation, for defenders including 2 center-backs and 2 full-backs, a central midfielder, 2 wing midfielders, a center-forward and 2 wing forwards. While Kwang Chin's starting lineup plays with a 4-2-3-1 formation, for defenders including 2 center-backs and 2 full-backs, 2 defensive midfielders, an attacking midfielder, 2 wing forwards and a center-forward. The whistle was blown. At this time Liverpool started to kick off. Aki and Liam were ready, but the ball did not pass to them but went to the back. The ball is being passed continuously. Then the ball was passed to Tiran's feet. The Liverpool team had just kicked off and was already pushing up to attack high. Liam and the player on the opposing team moved continuously. Coach Sihu at this time looked outside and thought, will they all advance to put pressure on? Tiran at this time lofted a long ball, aiming at Liam. Liam immediately judged to receive the ball. Then he spread his arms out to stop the opponent. With Liam's body plus his strength, the yellow shirt felt a bit tired. I have never had difficulty resisting like this. Liam successfully caught the ball with his chest. Liam was preparing to stop the ball. Suddenly Ho appeared with a smiling face from who knows when, and stole the ball from Liam's feet. Hello there, Liam. Liam was annoyed that he was snatched, frowning. Ho still maintained a calm attitude. It must be easy, but just passing without asking is very bad. Ho, after stealing the ball, immediately turned around and advanced forward. He immediately passed the ball to Si Chun. Si Chun at this time had received the ball. But this look was not very optimistic. 2 players from the opposing team rushed up out of nowhere. Si Chun was surprised. When did they arrive? I have to pass the ball back to Ho. While not knowing what to do, Aki appeared out of nowhere and stole the ball. Thank you for waiting. The ball at this time was passed and is being owned by Liverpool. Ara sitting in the stands watching the match exclaimed, Hyodu is not starting like this a bit too fast. Hyodu next to her also spoke, oppression. This is pushing the ball on their side. Everyone simultaneously suppressed the person with the ball, so that he could not move. With a person who is in the lower position like Kwang Chin, that must be very stressful. Hu Chin was guarding the goal. Seeing the playing speed of the opposing team, he smirked. It is so fierce right from the start. Ara wondered and asked, but would not doing that make the players on their side feel tired? Hyodu replied, that is right. They won't maintain that playing style for the whole match. This move is not very optimal for a friendly match because of the difference in power. But there is no doubt, Liverpool is trying their best, while underestimating Kwang Chin, if not. Sihu at this time outside said, they are really underestimating us. The assistant heard that and then asked, how is that? They are giving their all. Sihu explained to him, when using such an open tactic, they are trying to say that we do not have to face each other. Making us suffer in pain is what they want. Returning to the soccer field, at this time the ball is about to be passed to Kem. Kem ran to a spot and received the ball. Then he waited for the opportunity to come and hoped, come up now Liam. The time has come. Kem then launched the pass. The spinning ball hit straight to Liam. Liam raged like a water buffalo, running at full speed. Then suddenly Chi-dong appeared at this time, cutting off that pass. Smooth coordination, although it is also a bit difficult to escape. Chi-dong dribbled the ball while observing, this side seems safer. Ban So then shouted loudly, Senior Chi-dong, behind you. Liam from behind was running fiercely. He had approached behind Chi-dong out of nowhere. The two continued to compete. Liam stole the ball, then passed the ball to the wing immediately. The player on the wing then lofted across into the penalty area. Ban Su witnessed and had to gape, how can it be so fast? The ball flew high. Hu Chin then flew out and said, mine. He jumped up high. His hand was about to reach the ball. Suddenly he collided with the center back of his team. The two then fell to the ground, splitting into 2 directions. The ball successfully bounced into the middle and continued to advance. The two of them fell hard so they did not have time to react. Taking advantage of that opportunity, a shadowy figure rushed forward very quickly, attracting the attention of everyone on the field. Sihu and his assistant both held their breath and watched. That silver-bearded coach was also predicting the ball's drop. The ball has been placed on the instep of the player, predicting a glorious victory for the Liverpool team. A key from who knows when ran in very quickly and shot the ball in front of the goal. But Chi-dong appeared out of nowhere, using his forehead to block the ball, saving a goal from being conceded. Hu Chin at this time had sat up, saw his friend and smiled, good block Chi-dong. But a loud voice shouted, it is not over yet. The ball at this time bounced out, taking advantage of the momentum to charge into Kem's position. 2 players from the Kwang Chin team also quickly ran up to press. Kem swung his foot to create momentum for his shot. The shot then pierced through the two yellow shirts, hitting straight at the goal. Ho looked at the path of the ball and knew immediately, this shot must be Kim's. Si-chun at this time was running very fast to block the shot. Suddenly the ball touched Si-chun's elbow. The ball bounced up and Hu-chin flew out and caught it. Hayang seeing that then clicked his tongue and said forget it. Hu-chin was also angry, what an idiot. Then the referee immediately pulled out a yellow card for Si-chun, for the foul of touching the ball in the penalty area. Si-chun confusedly asked his teammate, why did I get a yellow card? Hayang helplessly said, of course, I will never tell you. Even though he said that, Hayang still explained, do you see the line on the field? The part inside the line is called the penalty area, because that place is where the most goals are scored. That is why the opponent can shoot a penalty if the defender breaks the rules, so it is best to avoid playing dangerously in the penalty area. In your case, the referee thought your hand touched the ball. Hearing that, Si-chun complained, rebutting, but I did not do it intentionally. Hayang then said again, do not ask, the referee thinks it was intentional. Si-chun looked cautiously towards the goal. So a penalty means, Hayang then replied, that idiot will face the Liverpool player one-on-one. Hu-chin at this time could not stand it and snapped, if you have not been taught the basic rules then what are you doing? On the Liverpool side, Kem put his hand on his teammate's shoulder and asked, Aki, can you shoot a penalty? Aki hesitated, but I have lost motivation. The assistant outside noisily said, how can touching the hand be a foul? Check the VA right away. Sifu could only cover his face, that bastard is really embarrassing, it is clearly a foul. The assistant unwillingly turned back and spoke loudly. Do you think I am doing this for me? Who's side yielding, yeah, calm down, you are embarrassing me. The Liverpool team's coach immediately jumped in and said, the goalkeeper can't do anything. Cam is the person with the most accurate shot on the team. From his point of view, only a yellow card can stop that prospect. But different from the bearded coach's prediction, Aki stepped forward to place the ball at the penalty spot. Hu-chin was tense, focusing on the ball when there was a shout, hey. Hayang then pointed out the direction to catch. Hu-chin at this time thought, what is wrong with that guy? Is he signaling to me that he will go to the right side? Even in my dreams I would not listen to you. I will go the opposite way. The whistle was blown. Aki then launched the shot with 100% power. The ball went in the right direction of Hu-chin's flight. Hu-chin was trying very hard to save the ball, that is right, that side. Then Hu-chin successfully blocked Kem's penalty. Everyone seeing that was very happy, great you blocked it. Hu-chin was happy, clenching his hand tightly. Aki after failing with the shot then rubbed his head and sighed, I am done, the old man will scold me. Everyone at this time came and encouraged Hu-chin, well done, terrible dragon. Hu-chin's nostrils flared, proudly saying, see it is me. Hayang smiled slyly and said to Ho, I told you, he would definitely go the opposite direction, idiot. Ho then smiled and replied, too simple ha. Sifu standing outside witnessing it was shocked. Hu-chin's reaction is fast. The assistant then replied, yeah, however they did not make it as difficult for us as we imagined, this friendly is a bit too much. Sifu then continued, it is best to be like that, it is not easy to accumulate a lot of experience in just one time. If this happened to us in a real match it would be much worse. And we know the weakness of the defense on our side, this is already the third time that the 4 kids behind have played together. Even if we lose we will learn a lot. The assistant heard that and then pondered, but of course you do not intend to lose. On the soccer field, Ho was thinking randomly, Bang Su has lost focus at the decisive moment. Minggu is too passive to become a center back. Tae-sik, another center back is too aggressive and easily reacts to provocations. Chi-dong can't exploit his expertise well, because he is responsible for the defense. Where should we start? The match continued to take place. At this time the Liverpool team prepared to take a corner kick. Then the player taking the corner kick raised his hand to signal, look forward. The players on the Kwangchin team were too focused on Liam. Then he exchanged glances with Aki. Aki also quickly recognized the signal. The Liverpool player then passed a low ball to where Aki was running. Chi-dong at this time rushed up and said, if the ball does not come then leave it to me. At this time Aki gently received the ball and passed it somewhere else. Then he surpassed Chi-dong very easily. Namchu then rushed up and said, Si-chun block number 12, let me replace you. Si-chun immediately got into a defensive position. Aki at this time rushed up and said, do not even think about it, I have made them run enough. Sifu observed the formation and realized, the other side is completely empty. The Liverpool player has completely occupied the space on that side, no one can stop it anymore. Aki at this time then passed long to the empty side. Kem on the other side has received the ball. His eyes had both determination mixed with anxiety. The space in front was very wide, which could help Kem shine. Hu-chin seeing that then reminded, number 8 has no one marking him. Bang Su hearing that ran at full speed, that giant distracted everyone. Hayang standing there thought, the distance is so close, it is too fast. Kem ran up ready to launch the shot. His foot was about to touch the ball. Suddenly the defender rushed to slide tackle from who knows when. The ball then flew high into the sky. It turned out that Ho had appeared in time. He calmly said, "Hello, Kim." Kim looked at him and replied, "It is not that easy." Kim quickly overcame Ho's contest, raised his foot to launch a powerful shot. But before the Liverpool team could have a shot through the net, Hu Chin stretched out his body, punched the ball. The ball then bounced back to the soccer field, towards Si Chun. Si Chun quickly caught the ball under his feet. But with the situation of marking so closely as it is now, it was really difficult. Si Chun judged the situation. "I am done. I have no way to go." On the goal side, Hu Chin was sweating profusely. It has only been 10 minutes, so tense. Meanwhile, a red-shirt player had stolen the ball from Si Chun's feet, immediately passing it to his teammate. Ban Su, seeing the dangerous situation, also immediately ran over. The Liverpool team did not give up. The ball was passed to Liam. He caught the ball with his chest skillfully. Then Liam gently put all his strength down to his toes, shooting the ball. The ball spun powerfully towards the goal. But this time luck still did not smile on the opposing team. The ball hit the crossbar and bounced back out. Hu Chin was scared out of his wits. Ban Su and Ho also turned pale, watching the path of the ball. Have you ever seen a ball like that? Hitting someone would kill them. Hu Chin saw his two teammates standing there dumbfounded and scolded. "What the hell? What are you planning to fix? Can you hear the vibration?" The assistant standing outside the sideline was so tense that he was wringing his hair. "I am so worried. Go everyone." On the contrary, Si, who was still very calm, "What are you worried about? They are playing very well." The mushroom-headed assistant heard that, and was surprised. "Playing well? They are all scared out of their wits." Si, who wiggled his ears, slowly replying, "We know very well that our team can't beat them. But look, it has been 10 minutes, and they are still tied at 0. Who is more surprised? Those who believe that they will definitely win. Or us, the people who know very well that this will be a big challenge." That beardy coach observed the match carefully. "This is even more than I expected." Unlike at the beginning, everything became more complicated. The yellow shirt guy shouted loudly to inform his teammates, "Cover for Chi-dong." They were gradually improving their defense. "Anyway, they won't last long. At any moment we will score the winning goal." Ta-chun's face was full of tension, his cheeks flushed from the heat. "It is quite tense. This is the level of the world team. But just wait and see." In the stands, Ra turned to ask Hyo-do, "If they slow down, then do we have hope?" Hyo-do then explained, "Liverpool's strategy is like a double-edged sword. Roughly, this is a strange pressure tactic, consuming a lot of energy. What I mean is, normal pressure, move in a straight direction, difficult to block the passing path. Press the ball, move in a curved direction, can block the passing path, increase the amount of energy needed to use. For that reason, the best way to maximize the ability to press the ball while consuming energy in a balanced way is to use the tactic in the first 10 minutes of the match. On the contrary, to have a chance to stand firm, we must know how to take advantage of that change in tactics. Of course, in reality they do not do that, although it is deceitful, but if they know how to read the rhythm of the match." According to Hyo-do's guidance, on the soccer field, the match was still taking place hotly. Both teams fought for the ball, causing it to bounce in the middle. The ball flew high, with no set direction. Liam was sweating, but also quickly ran to meet the ball. Si, who squinted, closely monitoring the progress of the match, hurried footsteps heading towards the ball. 2 players from the yellow team and 1 player from the red team jumped up high, heading the ball. The ball hit someone's head and continued to bounce up. Ho shouted, "This ball." At that moment, the crew cut friend and a red guy rushed over like 2 bulls seeing a red flag. The ball flew high. In the scorching sunlight, it was even more difficult to determine the direction of the flight. Liam still did not give up. Although tired, he still directed his eyes towards that ball. Si, who judged the situation, "Right now." The coach shouted the name of a player, Ti-chun. According to the call, Ti-chun flew over, snatching the ball under Liam's feet. He dribbled the ball skillfully, feinting on this side and dodging to the other side, making his opponent Liam not know which way to go. Maintaining the upper hand, Ti-chun quickly pushed the ball forward. Tae-sit excitedly, clenched his hand, shouted loudly, "Captain." Bang-su excitedly, "Cross over the line here." That beardy coach was still standing still like that. He has managed to read the rhythm of the match. With that ability, he is indeed Gun's good teammate. Liam, muscular and strong like a buffalo, continued to press Ti-chun. The two fiercely resisted each other. The speed of the two was also not bad. Ti-chun was still trying his best, but in his mind he felt curious. Still has so much strength, does not he know how to get tired? Tae-chun ran out of options, and had to pass the ball to Hayang's position. He quickly ran towards the position where the ball was rolling. But a shadow flashed past. It was Kim. He was 1 step faster. But then the situation changed again. A foot reached out, kicking the ball. A yellow shirt player, Nam Chu, had rushed over as fast as lightning, stopping Kim's shot with all his strength. Si-chun observed the situation, hurriedly shouting, Nam Chu has the ball, Nam Chu. Nam Chu was stopping the ball but his eyes were closed tightly. Nam Chu at this time just after stealing the ball was pressing and controlling the ball carefully. Kem in the back was also trying to win it back. Then he launched the pass. The sudden pass headed towards the position of Si Chun who had just called his name. Si Chun gently received the ball and turned to advance. Hayang looked towards Si Chun tense. Please, if they realize his pass, they will definitely block it. This is the only chance to score. At this time Si Chun's face became extremely determined, telling himself, must be really accurate. Si Chun swung his foot, preparing to shoot. This time I can't fail. But he did not have the chance to do that. Suddenly from who knows when a key had appeared behind him, this space. Then a key stole the ball from Si Chun's feet and kicked it somewhere else. Si Chun after being stolen the ball lost his balance and almost fell. Hu Chin seeing that then got angry below, covering his face and cursing. How many times is this? A key after breaking the ball then went to Liam's feet. Liam received the ball and then turned. All his actions were for one goal, which was not to be scolded. If I do not hurry up, the old man will scold me. Before giving Liam space and time to think anymore, Ho at this time had approached Liam out of nowhere. Ho said, that is not the problem. Then Ho stole the ball from under Liam's feet. He then looked at Si Chun and said, it is not over yet, you need to focus more, you are the leader Si Chun. Si Chun hearing that could only blame himself for being too weak. The assistant at this time outside grimaced like a monkey. It is too late to go to the wing side, can't he play faster? Si Hu at this time also replied, you are expecting too much from him, not just you, everyone seems too confident. Don't forget that, Si Chun is taking his first steps, and the opponent is an international team. If you think about it carefully, would not there be some achievement in facing them? Returning to the soccer field, at this time the ball was passed back to Si Chun again. Kem guessed the direction of the pass and then wondered, they intend to pass the ball to number 16, he does not seem to be anything special, is it a trap? T-Ron at this time spoke up, it seems that he can't even get through here, should not we help him Hayang? I am very sorry to see them struggling bit by bit, but it is also a bit funny. Tell them it is best not to bother playing a match like this anymore. Hayang hearing that then smiled contemptuously, are you calling that provoking, why do not you shut up? T-Ron looked back with a similar smirk, not replying anything. In the stands Hyo-do watching for a while then said, but now, what will happen when Si Chun has the ball? From the way he receives the ball, defense, to the lack of concentration before. All showed that he is not a professional. Ara hearing that then thought back, that is right This is too obvious. Hyo-do seeing that was also helpless and did not know what to say. Then Ra smiled and continued, then we will have to see to know. Isn't it too early for them to show something? T-Ron at this time was standing and observing the game. The blonde player on Liverpool's side was also marking very closely. The other players were also moving. Chung Han seeing that then thought, starting to come down hard. I am part of the defensive line, so, at this time someone was loudly calling Chung Han's name. Looking over Hayang was signaling, not yet. Returning to Si Chun, he was still trying to shield and control the ball, he needed to focus more. But the opponent was marking too closely making him unable to do anything. He could only think, I have to pass the ball to the nearest person. At this time suddenly Si Chun heard a voice, over here, he was confused, is that Hayang's voice? Hayang at this time shouted loudly, this side, pass over like the first time you did with me. Si Chun hearing that then associated it. He remembered Hayang once telling him, when I signal ignore everything around and focus on shooting the ball to where I have designated. He remembered his own passing posture. The point of contact with the ball. If you do that, I will immediately move towards the ball and score. Returning to reality, Si Chun had remembered where it was. The Liverpool player was still marking him closely, and was thinking, will he pass the ball back? Si Chun at this time thought, I can pass the ball without opening my eyes. Hayang will be able to receive the ball. Then he turned and passed the ball excellently. Kem seeing that was shocked, what, he turned without looking, does not care about the situation anymore. The ball at this time was passed to the side where Hayang was running. The ball was about to fall, 2 or 3 people with one goal headed towards it. The defender following Hayang ran after him, thinking, it is as if he knows where the ball is going to go. Then the ball fell right at the point where Hayang was running. Hayang at this time only said, because I know for sure where the ball will fall. T-Ron hearing that then became cautious. Then Hayang gently received the ball with a subtle outside of the foot pass. T-Ron frantically turned his head back to look and saw Chung Han running into position. Chung Han timed it very well. The Liverpool goalkeeper seeing that then rushed out. T-Ron seeing that thought, he is even faster than Hayang. Si Chun was also running quickly, calling Chung Han's name. The ball at this time had arrived in front of Chung Han. He gently tossed the ball over the goalkeeper's head, forming a beautiful rainbow. The opposing team's goalkeeper could not do anything, just stood there taking the loss. The old Liverpool team's coach outside only clicked his tongue angrily. The ball slowly hit the ground, gently rolling close to the white line. Suddenly Tiran at this time managed to appear and saved a goal from being conceded. The ball was broken and flew high into the sky. Then it went out of bounds. Tiran, after saving the goal, was sitting heavily on the ground, panting. Hayang, seeing that, then smiled and teased, "Ridiculous. Do not try too hard lest you overdo it, understanding that it is best to shut your mouth." Tiran was angry but could not say anything, remembering Hayang's previous statement. That made Tiran grit his teeth angrily to vent his anger. "You traitor, let me keep my eyes open and see how long you can smile." Then this guy turned to the goalkeeper and said, "Why did you do that? There was no need to rush." He heard that and replied, "I have no choice, number 11. I do not know if it was intentional or not, but I just left at the corner." Meanwhile on Hayang's side he was chatting excitedly with his friends. "Well done Si-chun, good pass, it is all thanks to me." Kem showed his attitude on his face, thinking, number 16's pass is not dangerous. But what we see when they are unbalanced is completely new. It started with Hayang's signal. Is it all a plan? What kind of player is he? Hyodu, sitting in the stands observing, said, "I can't imagine it, Si-chun's special point. But maybe the two of them have changed the rhythm of the battle." On the soccer field, Hayang was stretching his legs, warming up for the upcoming battle. Suddenly he spoke up and said, "Wait a minute, I have a very good idea." Nam Chu and Si-chun, hearing that, both stood blankly. Hayang approached Si-chun. "Tell Nam Chu what I say next, do not change a word. Wouldn't it be better to make them hoist themselves with their own petard?" He gave a sly smile looking at that group of people. After a break, the soccer field continued to operate. Number 13 threw the ball to start. He was surrounded at this time. He immediately signaled, "This side, Senior Nam Chu." Nam Chu heard the signal, then shot the ball towards him. Anqua caught it right under his feet, trying to move safely without losing the ball. Nam Chu had also run to his side. Suddenly someone appeared ahead, blocking the front. With quick movements, Anqua had pushed the ball back, then kicked it up. This guy also did not expect him to have such a top move. The team on the other side gradually lost their defensive layer. Anqua's team kept rushing up. His face was full of determination not to lose. Nam Chu had a proud smile on his lips. "You are back, Anqua." The goalkeeper on the other side had a face with his mouth open in shock, attacking like Hayang, and moving like a key. Speaking of a key, he immediately appeared. Tiran was also closely following beside. "You guys only know how to do petty tricks. Show your best, right? You also do not understand anything." While he was gesticulating, Anqua dodged to the side. Sihu looked up the situation and said, "Anqua is number 1, but is he Kwang Chin's ace?" Then the ball was tossed into the sky. Tae-chun thought, "Did you skip practice? This is not the Anqua from before." He at this time was panting tiredly. "It seems this big guy is consuming a lot of his strength." The coach commented, "The attack now does not affect them at all. It seems the difference in time and environment does not faze them." The spectacle man thought, "We are used to fighting teams that are weaker than us, always being the strong one. A team with real strength will never fall into the cheap trap of weak teams." Kem blocked in front of Hayang. "You know that acting like this is useless. We have better personal abilities, physique and organization." Despite his words, this guy kept rambling. Hayang still rushed up, dodging the two of them. Kem continued, "They won't see the unexpected ending that they want so easily." Hayang retorted sharply, "It is really the old man's good trick, as outdated as him. If you know the result, then what is the point of playing?" His speed was getting faster and faster. A key winked to signal. He cheated, sweeping Hayang's leg. The referee immediately pointed him out. While everyone was moving slowly, Hayang took advantage of this opportunity. He immediately stood up and passed the ball. Free ball. His action surprised those two, catching them off guard. He shot and passed the ball to Ho. He caught it and moved very quickly. After a while he was surrounded. "Speed is not my strength." Ho passed the ball to Hayang, running to wait behind. He circled behind. "We also did very well in surprising them." Kim shouted loudly, "It is the opposite side." Hayang managed to kick before being kicked by Tiran. Soccer is not just about numbers. Nam Chu caught the ball. The ball cannot be accurately predicted by only data. Harmony with teammates, mistakes, personal qualities, physical condition. There are thousands of uncontrollable factors. Our transformation is Si-chun. The ball was shot straight into the net by Si-chun. The opponent's goalkeeper did not have time to react. Si-chun's legendary pass sowed terror for the opposing team. Player Kim found it hard to believe that they were all caught in the trap. The muscular teammate next to him was no exception when the ball was about to fall into the goal. But perhaps everything lost to the vice principal's expression. Although he was old, he knew at first glance that a historical event was about to happen. In the next second, the goalkeeper of the red team could no longer reach Si-chun's ball. In a certain moment, when the entire soccer field was silent to watch the outcome of the battle, the ball was nestled in the goal with many impressive spins. The referee was clumsy when he knew the ball had fallen into the net. he immediately remembered his task and hurriedly held the whistle. Then took a deep breath. Finally, the entire soccer field resounded with the whistle, announcing the recorded achievement. Bang-soo could not restrain his joy and jumped up with his teammates. Great, it is worth it. On the other hand, the players on the opposing team could not be as happy. Surprise, amazement, bewilderment, shock were all the words that expressed their emotions at this time. What the hell, Aki exclaimed. Nam-chu had run to Si-chun, a friendly high five instead of a goal celebration. Well done Si-chun, thanks to you. Not only Nam-chu, Hayang also could not hide his excitement, and put his arm around Si-chun. He enthusiastically rubbed the little kid's head. Thank me for planning it, do not forget. Seeing Ho from afar only knowing to be clumsy, Hayang decided not to leave anyone out, so he called Ho over. What are you standing there for? Come here and celebrate to provoke them. This is the main reason we play soccer. However, Ho refused skillfully. He thought, this idiot does not understand anything. Looking back at their victory celebration dance, Ho was a bit reluctant. It is good that they are celebrating, but I also do not want to be hated by the old man. The old man must be furious. Just like what Ho had said, the tragedy of the red team had just begun when their head coach did not say a word. Another coach intended to advise the old man but was stopped by Kim. Kim signaled that he should keep his mouth shut before the consequences happened. The head coach began to say some nonsense. No heat. The young coach blankly asked back, what are you talking about? At this moment, a pair of murderous eyes were glaring at him. That is right, those kids do not have enough heat. Back on the soccer field, Tiran remembered the moment of inspiration from before and was hesitant. They surprised us with that free ball. I was distracted by Ho's and Hyung's pass. Furthermore, I thought if I managed to get there until scoring, should I pass the ball to the forward or just keep running? But I did not expect that. Moreover, for Nam-chu to receive the ball, it was to avoid delays. Ending Tiran's line of thoughts, next was some self-narration from Nam-chu. He thought, no doubt, Si-chun's just now was amazing, if not I would not have advanced. Too perfect, even fooling the goalkeeper. And scoring excellently? Above in the stands, the coaches for the Kwangchin team were also discussing the final results. The crew cut guy asked Sihu, Coach, this playing style is like Betham, huh? Today's kids do not know about that legend. Stop with that exaggeration, Sihu grumbled. At the same time, a staff member came and called the crew cut. Can we talk for a bit? Scene changed to the corner outside the stadium. Both the players and coaches of the two teams have gathered here. There seemed to be some dispute that caused the tone of voice to get louder and louder. That is not what we agreed on. Things are not that easy. Chi-dong curiously asked what happened. The crew cut questioned the staff member. How much break time is left, but what about him? Only to hear a drawn-out sigh. It is also difficult for us. I think there was a communication problem between the two sides, please understand. Sihu had noticed this bow of his head. While the crew cut had broken down, he shouted in the middle of the training field. Why are you so hot that you lack water? Sihu only said gently, we understand. It is a pity that they informed us in advance. But hey, my side will also rest like that. This means that you have agreed to the other party's request. Thank you very much. The crew cut then showed his attitude. Coach, do not just let them be like that. They are intentionally doing that to interfere with the match. Sihu asked back in a low voice. You think I do not know? But it can't be helped. The organizing committee has no choice but to follow their wishes. A little later, both teams entered the field again to prepare for the next half. At this time it was time to adjust the formation from the two coaches. On the red team's side, many bright faces that had not been shown were called up. There was stamina, there was flexibility, there was also fitness, and even all-round. In this forest of invincible talents, the head coach then showed a smug expression. Despite the two young coaches outside hiccuping in fear, it could be clearly seen that drops of sweat were constantly flowing on their faces. The head coach called player Thomas over. Knowing that he was the one chosen, he immediately felt goosebumps. Only to see that old man wiggling his finger and telling him to come closer. According to the instruction, Thomas slowly approached. When the distance was close enough, the two had made eye contact without saying a word. It seemed that the atmosphere was quite awkward, so the head coach scratched his head. Even so, Thomas seemed afraid to face him, only to see him lower his head timidly. He asked Thomas, do you think it was good to follow him closely today in that situation? Thomas stammered repeatedly. He could not give an answer. Seeing that, he then said in a stern voice, are you saying that it was right? Another candidate was called up. Tiran, is Thomas following them like that okay? Tiran stammered and said, I think it is best to do that. In the next second, the head coach leaned close to Thomas's ear, his voice becoming bewitching and scary. Repeat one last time, is it right or wrong? He was so scared that he peed his pants, only daring to repeat the statement, no way. Then pack your things and leave, he brushed past and said. Thus, Thomas's contract with the team was officially terminated. Some people came to comfort him, but some people remained in their positions. After firing Thomas, The head coach continued to speak. Listen carefully. The gloom began to boil. What Thomas did was not wrong. But here there is no place for a player who is self-conscious about his abilities. Next, he looked at Oliver and demanded that he prepare quickly. Just looking at him knew that this guy was originally the goods that he had just recruited to fill the vacant position.